This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Xiao Fanqing stared at the time on the computer and counted silently in his heart. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Get off work. Xiao Fanqing stepped back from the chair with his feet. Then put on a baseball cap and carried a backpack and trotted to the company gate. Clocked in. And got on the elevator. With a series of smooth movements, he successfully squeezed into the first elevator. There was no other way, because his company was on the 25th floor. If he couldn't catch the first elevator, he would have to wait for more than 10 minutes to get on. It was the peak time after work, and it was also the time when the flow of people in the square was the largest. He had to take advantage of this time to sell more things. After going downstairs, Xiao Fanqing grabbed another shared bicycle and rode to the mall 3 or 4 kilometers away. He used the receipt to swipe open the supermarket locker and took out a set of doll clothes from it. Ding! Your sad frog is online. Recently, the video of the sad frog selling its child has been very popular online. He also took advantage of the popularity and bought a set online. A set cost nearly 300 yuan. Xiao Fanqing felt distressed for a long time. 300 yuan. He didn't even earn that much in a day. Fortunately, he had been selling it for almost half a month. And the doll costume had already paid for itself. Xiao Fanqing put on the doll costume and squatted on the ground to inflate his frog son. He sold about 10 frogs in the first half of the night at 20 yuan each. He started strolling around the square with his frog son. From time to time, some people who were shopping came to take photos with him. If there was music playing in the square, he could also jump along with the music. Xiao Fanqing successfully sold 15 today. He was sweating, and his hair stuck to his forehead. Xiao Fanqing was very happy. He took off his doll costume and stuffed it into the supermarket locker again. Then ran to a takeaway station not far away to start his second job. He put on a yellow vest and a yellow duck helmet, clicked on the phone to accept the order, and stepped on the accelerator and went out. There were not many takeaway drivers in the second half of the night, and there were not many orders. But as long as you were willing to run, you would always get it. Xiao Fanqing dared to take any order. If you paid enough, he would deliver it to you even to the crematorium. Xiao Fanqing finished work at 4:30 every day. After returning the electric bike, he scanned a shared bike and went back. The house he rented was an old residential building, which looked older than the old lady with missing teeth. He washed his face and fell on the bed. He was woken up by the alarm clock at almost 9 o'clock. He got up, scanned the bike, went to the company, had breakfast, and started working. Xiao Fanqing's busy day began again. After work, he scanned the bike as usual. At this time, a hand stretched out from the side and snatched his mobile phone. Stop right there. Give me my mobile phone back. Xiao Fanqing immediately chased after him. The man in front turned his head to look at him and ran forward frantically. How could Xiao Fanqing give up his mobile phone? It was one of his few valuable assets. Xiao Fanqing desperately chased forward. Stop right there. Someone is stealing the phone. Someone is stealing the phone. Xiao Fanqing felt that his eyes were a little blurry, and his heartbeat was as loud as if it was in his ears. He gasped for breath. Why was the sky getting darker and darker? Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing. Wake up. Wake up. Who is so noisy? Xiao Fanqing waved away the hand that kept patting his face. He opened his eyes in a daze. What? Xiao Fanqing. You finally woke up. I thought you were dead. A ragged boy with cat ears on his head stood in front of him, and his gray-black tail was still shaking behind him. Xiao Fanqing stared at the stranger in front of him. What was he doing? Role-playing? Seeing Xiao Fanqing staring at him blankly again, the cat-eared boy stretched out his pink claws and hit him again. What are you doing? Xiao Fanqing was really angry this time. Why did he always hit him? He wanted to stand up and fight back, but his body was as soft as noodles. He fell back with a thud. Ah! My head. The cat-eared boy quickly squatted down to check. Xiao Fanqing. Are you okay? Let me see where you got hit. You are already stupid. What if you get hit again and become even more stupid? Xiao Fanqing waved the cat-eared boy's hand away. Who are you? Xiao Fanqing. Stop pretending to be confused. Don't think you can deny my cat food by pretending not to know me. I spent a year saving up junk to buy it. Who are you? Role-playing? Xiao Fanqing stood up with the help of the wall. He felt that he was starving to death. Why was his stomach so uncomfortable? He stretched out his hand with difficulty and pinched the cat ears on the boy's head. The cattered boy meowed and took 2 steps back. Xia Fanqing. Why are you touching my ears? Xia Fanqing was still feeling the touch just now. Soft and hot? Is technology so advanced? A simulated cat ear can be made so real? Xia Fanqing looked at the tail shaking behind the boy and wanted to touch it again. The cat-eared boy was so scared that he covered his hand. Xia Fanqing. You are crazy. You can't touch the tail and ears of orcs. What? What did you say? What orc? Xia Fanqing looked at him in confusion. Xia Fanqing. You are not really stupid. Are you? The boy stared at him with his round, earthy yellow cat eyes, lying on Xia Fanqing's face, staring at him. Me? You Xiaodong? Don't you remember? Looking at the boy's eyes. It really looks like a cat. Xia Fanqing believed him a little. He looked at the boy and shook his head. It's over. It's over. You are really stupid. Then I will have to raise a fool in the future. And we will both starve to death. Meow meow meow. Yu Xiaodong was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Now the problem was serious. With his ability, he couldn't feed 2 people. Forget it. Let's go home first. You can starve to death. But I can't just leave you alone. Yu Xiaodong came over and helped Xia Fanqing walk home. Xia Fanqing felt itchy and touched the boy's tail. Yu Xiaodong was furious. Meow. Xia Fanqing. Yu Xiaodong limped and helped Xia Fanqing walk out of the dark alley. The scene in front of him made him gasp. What kind of place is this? There are airships of various shapes floating in the sky. And various round and square cars are running on the ground. The road is full of furry people with animal ears on their heads and tails shaking behind them. Xia Fanqing stared at the man who passed by her. The man bared his fangs and his face was transformed into a dog's. What are you looking at? Yu Xiaodong quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My friend's brain was damaged. He really traveled through time. To an era he didn't know. Xia Fanqing felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. He hadn't spent a penny of his 200,000 yuan. He had worked hard day and night to save it for 3 years. If he knew he was going to die today, he would definitely go and try the 15 yuan pancake downstairs in the company. Woo woo woo. His money. This is even more uncomfortable than him dying and living again. He might as well just die. Yu Xiaodong. I'm so hungry now. Do you have anything to eat? Xia Fanqing leaned weakly on the cat-eared boy. Where can I get food? The hyenas just collected protection fees 2 days ago. And all the money I saved for half a month was robbed. Yu Xiaodong said angrily. I think I'm going to faint again. Meow meow meow. Don't faint. If you faint, how can I get you back? Forget it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Yu Xiaodong helped Xia Fanqing stand up. Stretch out your hand. Xia Fanqing stretched out his hand. He frowned at his black hand. He wanted to rub his hand on his clothes, but found that his clothes were even darker than his hand. He had no choice but to stretch out his hand. What kind of rebirth is this? Why is it different from what is written in the book? Where is his golden finger? Where is his rich father? Yu Xiaodong took a long time to find half a tube of nutrition in his backpack. He poured some into Xia Fanqing's hand. Eat it. Xia Fanqing glanced at him. What? What are you looking at? Eat quickly. Is your brain broken? You don't recognize what you are eating? Xia Fanqing lowered his head and licked it. The fishy smell almost sent him away. What the hell is this? Seeing that the nutrient solution in Xia Fanqing's hand was about to spill, Yu Xiaodong quickly held his hand. Don't spill it. I bought this with great difficulty. Eat quickly. Do you want to starve to death? Xia Fanqing really suspected that he starved to death because his body couldn't eat such a disgusting meal. But the burning sensation in his stomach forced him to lower his head and drink the food in his hand. Is there water? Is there water? What are you thinking about? How can we have such precious things? Xia Fanqing had to swallow his saliva to relieve the discomfort in his mouth. He squatted on the ground and finally recovered some strength. Are you ready? If you are, let's go home. Xia Fanqing nodded and stood up. He followed behind Yu Xiaodong. He found that one of the boy's legs was lame, and he walked with a limp. He kept looking around. The city was built with steel bars everywhere, and there were lights and wine everywhere. It looked a bit chaotic. Some people walking on the road had injured eyes. Some were missing an arm. And there were some broken robots. Seeing Xiao Fanqing walking slowly, Yu Xiaodong looked back at him. Xiao Fanqing, if you don't want to die, don't look around. You are a lowly human, and any orc can kill you with one punch. What? Lowly human. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. When did he, Xiao Fanqing, fall to this state? Xiao Fanqing then withdrew his inquiring gaze. He followed Yu Xiaodong, and the environment became more and more desolate. Xiao Fanqing couldn't help but frown. Why did this place look even poorer than where he lived? Did he travel back in time? The environment here was completely different from the street just now. There were houses built of iron sheets everywhere, and some were directly surrounded by a piece of cloth. It was a compliment to say that it was a slum in Africa. Yu Xiaodong brought Xiao Fanqing to a bridge hole. Xiao Fanqing was dumbfounded. How could this place be worse than a slum? Others at least had a piece of cloth. But he didn't even have a piece of cloth. There was only a low, dark bridge hole. Yu Xiaodong went in with his back bent and turned on the light. What are you doing? Come to bed quickly. You have to go pick up rags tomorrow. Xiao Fanqing went in with his back bent. The entire bridge hole was only 3 or 4 square meters in size. There was a thin quilt with holes on the ground. The only belongings were 2 stainless steel bowls. Could they be used for begging? Xiao Fanqing lay down. He thought he couldn't sleep in such a dirty place. But he fell asleep in a daze after a while. Chapter 2. The next day, before dawn, Yu Xiaodong squatted on Xiao Fanqing's head and patted him. Xiao Fanqing frowned uncomfortably. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hurry up and pick up the rags. If you go too late, you won't be able to eat today. Xiao Fanqing opened his eyes and muttered. It's not dawn yet. Yu Xiaodong hit Xiao Fanqing's head with another cat paw. Hurry up. The eye of light has begun to light up. Meow. Xiao Fanqing was hit by Yu Xiaodong's paw and his eyes were full of stars. How could he be so fragile now? Xiao Fanqing stood up with the help of the wall. As he hadn't adapted to the fact that this was a bridge hole, he bumped into the low bridge roof again. Ah! Xiao Fanqing rubbed his head. He felt a lump. What kind of tattered rebirth is this? Yu Xiaodong threw him a tattered snakeskin bag. Let's go! Xiao Fanqing dragged his tired body behind Yu Xiaodong. He looked up at the sun on the horizon. That thing looked similar to the sun seen on the earth. Yu Xiaodong told him that there was no sun in the underground city. Only the ground city could see it. That was the light eye of the underground city, used to simulate sunrise and sunset. It is said that the underground city used to be in darkness all year round. Xiao Fanqing followed Yu Xiaodong to the garbage dump in the slums, where garbage was dumped every day. A huge steel spaceship floated over from above. After a heavy squeak, the garbage inside poured down from the bottom of the spaceship. The orcs waiting below rushed up with bags in their hands. They needed to pick up waste ore, scrap iron, and waste crystal cores in it. There was also garbage from the people above. If they could pick up a decent piece of clothing, it would be enough to make Yu Xiaodong happy for a while. Yu Xiaodong rushed up with Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing didn't know what to pick up. He saw Yu Xiaodong throwing something into his bag, and he followed to see if there was anything else nearby. A thin orc with exposed animal ears squeezed Xiao Fanqing so hard that he couldn't stand. Yu Xiaodong helped him push away the orc who squeezed over. Get out of the way. You're squeezing me. Meow. Xiao Fanqing followed Yu Xiaodong and picked up some scrap copper and iron. He dragged his snakeskin bag panting. After all the good things on it were taken away, the other orcs scattered. Xiao Fanqing was so tired that he sat directly on his snakeskin bag. He looked around at the orcs around him. Most of the ears and tails were small animals such as kittens, possums, and sparrows. He was so fragile that he couldn't even grab these small animals. Cat. Are there no humans here? You are. And I'm not called Cat. I'm called Yu Xiaodong Meow. Oh. I see. I'm talking about other humans. Yes. But there are fewer of them. Humans are obsolete products that can't keep up with the pace of evolution. Not only do they have no strength, but their lifespan is also short. It feels like they will be extinct in 100 years or so. Xiao Fanqing was speechless. What was the meaning of his rebirth? He couldn't even beat a kitten, a species that was so fragile that it could be cut down at any time. When another junk spaceship came over, Yu Xiaodong quickly led Xiao Fanqing to surround it. Xiao Fanqing was lucky to pick up a red discarded crystal core this time. As soon as he got it, a thin hand stretched out from the side and snatched it from him. Xiao Fanqing was not the kind of person who could be bullied by anyone. He grabbed the orc with his backhand. This is mine. Let go. Who said it's yours? It's written with your name. You should let go. The thin mouse-eared boy held the crystal core tightly. He tried to shake off the hand holding him, but failed the first time. He shook it hard again, and finally got rid of the human boy. Xiao Fanqing fell to the ground after being thrown by him. He covered his chest and coughed a few times. Yu Xiaodong, who was not far away, saw it and hurriedly dragged his snakeskin bag to run over. But because he couldn't use one foot, his speed was not very fast. The mouse-eared boy looked at him with contempt and was about to leave with the crystal core. Xiao Fanqing was so angry that his eyes turned red. Give it back to me. He pushed the mouse-eared boy's back hard, and the mouse-eared boy flew several meters away. He covered his chest that hurt from coughing and walked to the mouse-eared boy, and took out his crystal core from the mouse-eared boy's hand. The mouse-eared boy stared at him with a twisted face, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yu Xiaodong, who was not far away, was stunned. When did Xiao Fanqing actually beat a small orc? When he reacted, he quickly dragged his snakeskin bag over. Xiao Fanqing, are you okay? No. He tried to steal my crystal core, but I already got it. Look. Xiao Fanqing spread out her palm and showed the red crystal core to Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes were wide with joy. You are so lucky. You picked up such a pure crystal core. This red crystal core, which is smaller than a fingernail, reflects light and looks beautiful like a red gem. If they sell it, it will be enough for the two of them to eat for a month. The mouse-eared boy lying on the ground wanted to snatch it, but Yu Xiaodong snorted at him. So he got up and ran away. Yu Xiaodong hugged Xiao Fanqing like a good brother. Let's go. We won't pick it up today. Let's sell this crystal core and eat. He decided to take advantage of Xiao Fanqing still not sober, and trick Xiao Fanqing into giving him some of the money she earned from the sale. Although the red crystal core was discarded, it was in good condition, and a lot of energy could be extracted from it. The crystal cores he usually picked up were all broken and full of black impurities. Yu Xiaodong led Xiao Fanqing to the scrap recycling place. The owner was a chubby middle-aged man, but he did not have any animal symbols on him. Xiao Fanqing was a little excited. He turned his head and asked Yu Xiaodong, Human? Not a cat. This is a higher-level orc. They will hide their animal characteristics. Xiao Fanqing felt a little disappointed. He thought he had met someone like him. The scrap metal in the hands of the two men only sold for 15 star coins in total. The middle-aged man said, Give me your wallet. Yu Xiaodong handed over the necklace on his neck. Xiao Fanqing also touched his neck. Sure enough, there was a rectangular iron piece hanging around his neck. He handed over his wallet like Yu Xiaodong did. With a beep, a number 5 appeared on his iron piece. Oh my! How poor is the owner of this body? He didn't even leave him a penny of inheritance. After the two received their star coins, Yu Xiaodong signaled Xiao Fanqing to sell the crystal core in his hand to the store owner. The store owner took it and looked at it. 200 star coins. What? Boss, take a look. This is so good that it must be worth at least 1,000 star coins. Look, this crystal core is about to crack. It's worth only this much. Sell it if you want. If you don't want to sell it, get out. Xiao Fanqing didn't want to tolerate him when she heard this. She took her crystal core from the counter and took Yu Xiaodong away. She didn't want to sell it. Hey, come back. 500. 500. That's enough. The owner raised the price when he saw that the people were really going to leave. It's the most. What's the use of you taking it? Xiao Fanqing glanced at Yu Xiaodong, and Yu Xiaodong nodded. After Xiao Fanqing received the star coins, the two of them went out. Maur, why do you have to sell it here? Can't you go to another store? This is the rule. Every recycling store has its own sphere of influence. If it is found to be selling across regions, the store owners will jointly boycott it. Yu Xiaodong approached Xiao Fanqing in a flattering manner. Xiao Fanqing, do you still remember the can of cat food you owed me? Xiao Fanqing looked at him warily, questioning his words. Really? Yu Xiaodong immediately got angry. You said you would give me a can for every bite you take. Cat, you are too mean. You give me a can for every bite you take. You ate my nutrient solution yesterday. Meow. Xiao Fanqing's heart trembled at his angry ending tone. Can you turn into a cat and let me pet you? And I will buy it for you. Yu Xiaodong's expression changed immediately. No. Xiao Fanqing had to say with regret, well, I'll give you a tube of nutrient solution. Xia Fanqing. Yu Xiaodong's face was puffy with anger. 10 minutes? No. 5 minutes, meow. Okay. Deal. Yu Xiaodong turned into a kitten. He crawled out of his clothes. Xia Fanqing looked at the chubby little tabby cat with shining eyes. This Yu Xiaodong looked quite thin. I didn't expect the original to be so fat. Yu Xiaodong felt a little embarrassed by his stare. He squatted on the ground. Circled his paws with his tail. What are you looking at? Why don't you hold me up? Hey. The little one is coming. Xia Fanqing held the chubby kitten in his arms. Ah! Fluffy! It's Fluffy! Xia Fanqing finally held Fluffy. He smiled like a pervert, patted its head, rubbed its back, and wanted to go up and suck it. But the kitten raised its paw and pushed his mouth away. Xia Fanqing immediately sucked its paw. Ah! Xia Fanqing. You are a pervert. Hee. Pink. Yu Xiaodong wanted to lick his paw. But when he thought of Xia Fanqing sucking it just now, he wiped the skin on Xia Fanqing's arm with a look of disgust. He felt that his paw was not clean. Woo woo woo. Xia Fanqing scratched the kitten's head again. And Yu Xiaodong finally felt comfortable. He half closed his eyes and enjoyed Xia Fanqing's service. Xia Fanqing pinched the paw that looked like mangosteen meat. Ah! So soft. Xia Fanqing was so happy that he was dizzy. Buy cat canned food. Meow. Buy. Buy 2 cans. Meow. Buy. Buy 3 cans. Meow. No. Xia Fanqing finally woke up from his dizzy state. The meowing was too much. He didn't even know how much a can of cat canned food cost. If he bought all the cat canned food, he would be starving. The kitten in his arms gave him a claw. He had made such a great sacrifice. But he was unwilling to buy 2 more cans of cat food. Okay. Time's up. Carry me to change clothes. Xia Fanqing picked up his clothes and walked to a remote alley with the kitten in his arms. On the way, he wanted to touch the soft white belly secretly. But Yu Xiaodong knocked away the sneaky claw with a claw. Chapter 3. The two came to the city. Yu Xiaodong walked in front and felt bad when he saw Xia Fanqing, a young man who was shaking his ears and walking a little lame. Xia Fanqing looked to the side and saw his own figure reflected on the glass curtain wall. He groaned. Who is this little beggar in here? His hair was so messy that it almost covered his eyes. His little face was dark. His chin was thin and pointed. His clothes were tattered, and his shoes had holes on them. Seeing that Xia Fanqing was not going to leave, Yu Xiaodong also turned back. He lay on the glass curtain wall and twisted his tail, looking left and right. Meow, I am really the cutest cat in the world. Xia Fanqing took a step closer and pulled up his hair. He looked carefully. This body looked very similar to his previous appearance. But it was too thin. It was estimated that it would look like him when it gained weight. Xia Fanqing finally felt better. Fortunately, it looked like him. The two came to a small supermarket. The people inside were dressed neatly. Seeing the two people coming in, the others looked disgusted. They looked like they came from the slums. Yu Xiaodong didn't care. I'm rich now. Xia Fanqing looked around the small supermarket. The shelves were almost full of various nutrient solutions. The cheapest one cost 10 star coins. Yu Xiaodong pulled him to a glass display cabinet and said, I want canned cat food. Meow. Xia Fanqing looked and thought, oh my god. A can costs hundreds of star coins. He only had 505 star coins in his hand. Yu Xiaodong stood in front of the glass counter and kept swallowing his saliva. He pointed at the cheapest one and showed it to Xia Fanqing. I want this one. 100 star coins for a can, which was only as big as a fist. The salesperson standing behind the cabinet looked at them relentlessly. Do you have money? This is something only rich people can afford. Hello. Please help me get 3 cans. Xia Fanqing said. Yu Xiaodong quickly grabbed his arm. Xia Fanqing. I'm joking. Just buy 1 can. It's okay. I have money today. I will buy you all the money in the future. How can my cat be worse than others? Since Xia Fanqing touched Yu Xiaodong's cat shape, she immediately positioned herself as a poop shoveler. Her cat is so pitiful, so she must take good care of it. Please swipe the card first. The salesperson brought a card swipe machine. Xia Fanqing took out the necklace from her neck and brushed it. The salesperson smiled and said, Sir, please take your 3 cans of cat food. Xia Fanqing stuffed all 3 cans into Yu Xiaodong's arms. Yu Xiaodong was still immersed in the great joy of being hit by 3 cans of cat food. Xiao Fanqing pulled his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Yu Xiaodong followed with red eyes and limped. "Xiao Fanqing." Yu Xiaodong shouted with a choked voice. "Thank you. I will never bully you again." Xiao Fanqing was squatting on the ground, picking the cheapest nutrient solution from the bottom layer. He looked up at Yu Xiaodong, whose eyes were filled with tears, and quickly stood up. "Why are you crying? Why are you crying? You are a cute little kitty. Who can not like you?" Yu Xiaodong's tears flowed down. Hey, don't cry." Xiao Fanqing was about to wipe his tears, but Yu Xiaodong knocked him away with a claw. "How can I cry? Meow." Yu Xiaodong stubbornly wiped his tears, refusing to admit that he cried. Okay, you didn't cry. I saw it wrong." Xiao Fanqing squatted down again and continued to pick her own nutrient solution. The worst of the tasteless ingredients at the bottom cost 10 star coins. The higher the level, the better and more expensive it was. Xiao Fanqing picked a few of the cheapest ones, and picked 2 strawberry-flavored ones on the second to last floor. After buying the nutrient solution, the two went back. Along the way, Xiao Fanqing kept looking at this strange world. The bridge tunnel where they lived was completely different from the urban area. People in the urban area walked around shaking their tails. There were also a few motorcycle boys riding handsome motorcycles. Even the species looked much more noble than those in the slums. He also saw a one-eyed leopard with a face full of flesh. Before he walked over, the orcs on the side made way for him. He, Xiao Fanqing, was reborn from an era of equality to an era of clear hierarchy. Xiao Fanqing's mouth twitched. Why was he reborn so weak? Wow, so beautiful. Meow. Yu Xiaodong was lying on the window of a jewelry store, wagging his tail, his 2 big cat eyes full of envy. "Come on. I'll take you to buy it." "No. I'll just take a look." Xiao Fanqing pushed the door open and went in. There were all kinds of exquisite jewelry inside. He asked the waiter to bring a golden cat's paw on a red string. With a beep, 80 star coins went out. Yu Xiaodong lay at the door and refused to come in. He felt that he was too dirty to enter such a beautiful place. "Then, I'll give it to you." Xiao Fanqing came out with the golden cat paw. The chubby cat paw was so cute. Yu Xiaodong refused. He had already spent 300 star coins from Xiao Fanqing today. The scraps he picked up in a day were only enough to buy a tube of the cheapest nutrient solution. If he picked up less, he could only buy 1 tube every 2 days. The last time he bought a can of cat food, he saved up star coins for a year. He wanted it but couldn't, and he refused while secretly glancing at the bracelet. Xiao Fanqing grabbed his hand and put it on him. "I bought it for you. If you don't wear it, who will?" Yu Xiaodong's tail was wagging happily. He held the cat can in his arms and kept raising his hands to look at the golden cat paws. They were so beautiful. It was the first time for him to wear such a beautiful thing since he grew up. He had only seen those beautiful and noble ragdoll cats and blue cats wearing all kinds of shiny accessories. Now he, Yu Xiaodong, had one too. Xiao Fanqing was a little hungry. He took out a tube of white nutrient solution and drank it. His facial features twisted after taking a mouthful. What was this? He almost died after taking a mouthful. It would be fine if it didn't taste good. But what was this mixture of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty? In order not to starve to death, he had to swallow it down in one gulp. He hated this beautiful world. Yu Xiaodong had seen enough of his bracelet and opened a can of cat food from his arms. He was about to take a bite when he thought of Xiao Fanqing beside him. He swallowed his saliva and handed the cat food to Xiao Fanqing. "Xiao Fanqing, you eat first." Seeing his distressed look, Xiao Fanqing wanted to tease him. He took the cat can and said, "Then I'll finish it." Yu Xiaodong nodded with difficulty, and then carefully licked the paste on the lid. Xiao Fanqing reached out and dipped a little. He took a bite. It seemed to be a paste of various meats, and it was a bit fishy. He returned the cat can in his hand to Yu Xiaodong. "I'm lying to you. I don't like it. You really don't eat it." "Meow." Yu Xiaodong confirmed again and again without believing it. "No. You eat it. I'll just drink the nutrient solution." Yu Xiaodong then took the cat can from Xiao Fanqing. He scooped a spoonful with a spoon and ate it bit by bit with great care. After finishing that spoonful, he carefully covered the cat can again. Even when he went to bed at night, he hugged his cat can to sleep, fearing that a thief would steal his beloved cat can. The next morning, The two dragged the snakeskin bag to pick up garbage again. But the god of luck did not favor them again. For several days in a row, they only picked up some broken copper and iron. Fortunately, Xia Fanqing still had some star coins in her hand, so she wouldn't starve to death in 10 days or half a month. Yu Xiaodong would take out the cat food he had hidden every day, and only eat 1 spoonful a day. That day, the two were sleeping soundly, and suddenly a huge explosion sounded, and the rocks on the bridge began to fall. Yu Xiaodong quickly pushed Xia Fanqing awake, then took out his cat food and ran out with Xia Fanqing. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xia Fanqing staggered when Yu Xiaodong pulled her. Run! They're coming to catch people. Yu Xiaodong limped and couldn't run fast. The other small orcs on the road had already started to flee, and the war behind them was about to spread behind them. Cat! You turn into your original form. I'll hold you and run. Yu Xiaodong immediately stuffed his cat food into Xia Fanqing's bag, and then he turned into his original form and jumped into Xia Fanqing's arms without delay. Xia Fanqing ran forward desperately holding the cat in his arms. The rubble splashed by the explosion behind him scattered everywhere, and some even scratched Xia Fanqing's exposed skin. But Xia Fanqing didn't dare to stop for a moment. The roar of the spacecraft came from above his head, and the searchlight was constantly sweeping below. He protected the cat in his arms and ran forward desperately. Fu Linchuan, sitting on the command ship, frowned and looked at everything below. Pass the order? No civilians should be harmed. Yes, sir. Soldiers in black bulletproof vests jumped down from the spaceship with machine guns, and they locked their targets and jumped to chase them. A man in black rushed past the two of them. Xia Fanqing didn't even see what he was, and the man disappeared. Then a series of black shadows rushed past him. Xia Fanqing, hide in the alley quickly. Blake looked at the Special Forces soldier chasing him closely behind him, with patterns on his face looming. He roared and then fled forward, in order to trip the pursuers behind him. He kept throwing bombs behind him. Xia Fanqing looked at the bombs thrown at him, and couldn't dodge them. He only had time to throw Yu Xiaodong in his arms out. Is he dead this time? Suddenly, a strong arm picked him up by the waist, and took him to hide on the roof nearby. Fu Linchuan looked at the person, with a black face in his arms. It turned out to be a human. Be careful. After Fu Linchuan put him in a safe place, he chased after the fugitive. Xia Fanqing stared at the tall figure for a long time, and couldn't come back to her senses. Xia Fanqing. Meow. Xia Fanqing. Where are you? Meow. A hoarse shout brought Xia Fanqing back to her senses. It was Yu Xiaodong calling her. Cat. I'm here. Yu Xiaodong heard his voice, and saw Xia Fanqing on the roof. He dragged his legs and tried to jump up, but was always knocked back by the high wall. Xia Fanqing was distressed. Cat. Don't move. I'll be down soon. Xia Fanqing slid down from the roof, and then jumped down along the high wall. Yu Xiaodong was anxiously turning around in the corner of the wall, making angry meows. When he saw Xia Fanqing coming down, he immediately jumped on him. He kept rubbing his head against Xia Fanqing's neck, and said in a crying voice, Xia Fanqing, I thought you were dead. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. Right? Xia Fanqing kept touching his head to comfort him. I'll open a can of cat food for you. Okay? Meow. Yu Xiaodong was still scared and tears were in his eyes. After Xia Fanqing comforted Yu Xiaodong, she carried him back to their residence. The small bridge hole had collapsed. Well, now the two of them have become homeless people. Chapter 4. Xia Fanqing had no choice but to sleep outside against a tree with Yu Xiaodong in his arms. The next morning, he carried Yu Xiaodong to pick up rags, as they were in such a hurry yesterday. Yu Xiaodong's clothes had long gone. Xia Fanqing dragged his snakeskin bag to pick up waste, and Yu Xiaodong was not idle either. He helped to pick up some small pieces of iron. Cat, look at this. Xia Fanqing held up a piece of clothing that he had stripped off to show Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong's face was about to turn green. Xia Fanqing, I'm a boy. I don't want to wear a skirt. Well, if I pick it up by myself, I can't even afford a tube of nutrient solution for 2 companies today. Xia Fanqing put down the skirt in her hand. Yu Xiaodong meowed and walked over reluctantly. Give it here. Xia Fanqing handed him the skirt with a smile, and Yu Xiaodong turned his back and quickly put on the damn floral dress. Xia Fanqing blew a rogue whistle at his back, in exchange for a set of cat-and-cat punches from Yu Xiaodong. Today, The two picked up a broken crystal core and sold it for a total of 50 star coins. Maur, how about we move to another place? Why not? We only rent that broken bridge hole for 1 star coin a day. And the houses outside are more expensive. How much is it closer to the city? That would cost at least 20 star coins a day. Xia Fanqing took out her wallet from her neck, which had less than 200 star coins in it. Can we rent it day by day? Of course. Xia Fanqing. Are you really determined to live in the suburbs? Yes. Picking up junk all the time is not a solution. Okay. I'll go with you. The two of them searched for a day in the suburbs and finally found a cheap 1-bedroom apartment. 18 star coins a day. Although it looked old, the two of them finally had a place to live. Xia Fanqing readily paid for a week. He now had more than 100 star coins in his hand and wanted to do some small business. He had been here for so long before he knew that this was not Earth. He heard from Yu Xiaodong that the ancestors of the orcs were humans. This was the Chroman planet, ruled by the Chroman Empire. Legend has it that a disaster happened on Earth, and only a few humans fled to other planets and began to build a new civilization. Millions of years have passed, and human civilization has long been annihilated in the long river of time. Maur, do you have a supermarket that sells vegetables and meat? When he passed by a restaurant, he found that everything sold there was boiled in water. Maybe he could open a small stall. Yes, there is only one supermarket like this in the underground city. I heard that the vegetables there are very expensive. They are all shipped from the ground city. Fortunately, the meat is all synthetic meat. The rich people like that stuff. Xia Fanqing took Yu Xiaodong to buy 2 more sets of clothes. A simple white t-shirt and trousers cost 30 star coins. Xia Fanqing was the one who paid. Yu Xiaodong felt bad, so he gave the only 50 star coins he had left to Xia Fanqing. He and Yu Xiaodong still had a few nutrient solutions, which could last for a few days. The two spent another 20 star coins to take a bath in the bathhouse. After Yu Xiaodong came out, he looked around but didn't see Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing finally took the hot bath he had been dreaming about. There was only garbage in the slums, and he hadn't even seen a puddle. Although it was only 10 minutes, it was enough to move Xia Fanqing to tears. It was not easy for him to come to this place. Xia Fanqing quickly rubbed off the dirt on his body. When he was rubbing his body, he felt a vertical scar on his lower back. He didn't care because he thought this body had been accidentally injured before. After he came out, he saw Yu Xiaodong looking around. He walked in front of him. Yu Xiaodong looked at him and then looked around. Cat! Here! Xia Fanqing stood in front of him and waved, which scared Yu Xiaodong so much that he jumped back a step, and the hair on his tail exploded. Yu Xiaodong stood there and looked left and right at Xia Fanqing. The boy in front of him had fair skin, wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with bright black eyes, but his face was a little thin. If he didn't know Xia Fanqing, he would really think he was a young master from a rich family. Meow Xia Fanqing. You are so pretty. I have known you for a year, and I never knew you looked like this. Let's go home. Xia Fanqing finally felt relaxed after taking a bath. He has been in this place for almost a month, and his life has finally gotten a little better. As soon as he got home, Yu Xiaodong jumped on the bed. Meow meow meow, I like it. He turned into his original form and ran around on the bed. Yu Xiaodong, has made it. He has been wandering alone since he could remember. When it was cold, he sometimes hid by the chimney of the rich to keep warm. In the summer, when he had no place to sleep, he turned into his original form and hid in the tree. His childhood was always spent in displacement. This was the first time he slept on a bed since he grew up. The next morning, the two of them came to a supermarket in the city center. The prices were really high. A vegetable cost hundreds of star coins. Fortunately, the meat section was a little cheaper than the vegetables. He bought some synthetic lamb, which cost him nearly 100 star coins. He was going to buy some seasonings. There was only simple salt in the seasoning section. Nothing else. Maur, don't you have soy sauce, peppers, chili peppers, etc.? And cooking wine? Xia Fanqing. What are you talking about? I found that you have been saying some weird things since you woke up last time. You don't have the cooking wine you mentioned, but you do have wine. The two of them walked around and bought a bottle of white wine. After paying the bill, he had almost spent all his star coins. If he lost this time, he had to go back to pick up scraps. He bought only about 1 pound of meat with more than 100 star coins. After the two of them put the things they bought back into the house, Xia Fanqing asked Yu Xiaodong to take him outside to pick up some firewood. In the weeds, he actually found dried chili peppers and cumin hanging on the branches. He picked a bag with his eyes shining. Xia Fanqing, why are you picking these weeds? I ate them when I was hungry before, and my tongue hurt. This is good stuff. You'll know in a minute. Wow. There are green onions and ginger. Xia Fanqing's eyes sparkled as he ran back and forth in the weeds. Yu Xiaodong couldn't understand what he was doing. Aren't these just some useless weeds? And they tasted terrible. After picking the ingredients he needed, Xia Fanqing returned home with the firewood he had picked up. He found a broken iron basin and burned the firewood into charcoal at the door. Then wove the iron wire he had picked up into a wire mesh and put it aside. He first ground the chili and cumin into powder, then cut the mutton into pieces the size of a fingernail, marinated it with white wine, green onion and ginger, and sprinkled a little salt to season it. Yu Xiaodong circled around him, wondering what was going on. He secretly used his cat's paw to pick out a piece. It was delicious, even better than his cat canned food. When Xia Fanqing found out, Yu Xiaodong had already smacked his lips and finished the small piece of meat. Cat! Don't eat it. It will give you diarrhea. It's okay. It's okay. Those unsophisticated orcs eat raw meat directly. Xia Fanqing was still worried about him. He brought the meat to himself to prevent Yu Xiaodong from stealing it. He folded the wire into sticks. Yu Xiaodong saw it and squatted down to fold it with him. Yu Xiaodong conjured up a cat's claw and cut it in 2 strokes. Xia Fanqing was shocked. Are cat's claws so powerful? With Yu Xiaodong's help, Xia Fanqing quickly folded a bunch of iron skewers. He washed them quickly and strung the marinated meat on them. There were 5 on each string, and there were more than 50 skewers in total. He calculated his costs. Buying meat and water was very expensive. He decided to sell each for 10 star coins to try. He took 2 skewers and grilled them on the charcoal fire. The fat on the meat was sizzling with wool. Yu Xiaodong squatted beside the brazier and kept swallowing his saliva. It smelled so good. He had never smelled such a good smell before. The cat wanted to eat it. Yu Xiaodong squatted on the ground and kept urging. Is Xia Fanqing ready? Is she ready? After roasting it until golden, he sprinkled some chili powder and cumin powder on it. He handed a skewer to Yu Xiaodong to try. Yu Xiaodong took a bite and meowed when it was hot. He stuck out his tongue and blew twice, then ate it all in one bite. It was delicious. How could this mutton be so delicious? Is it mutton? His tongue was a little painful, but the more he ate, the more he wanted to eat. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Xia Fanqing also tasted it, and was so happy that he almost cried. He finally ate familiar food again, although it was a little different from what he had eaten before. It was 1,000 times better than the nutrient solution. After eating, Yu Xiaodong was still smacking his lips, staring at the kebabs in Xia Fanqing's hand with shining eyes. Xia Fanqing handed the kebabs to him, and then grilled 5 more for him. There was nothing he could do if his cat wanted to eat. What could he do? Of course, he spoiled him. Yu Xiaodong's tail kept wagging back and forth in anxiety, and he kept meowing with his little fangs bared. Yu Xiaodong was still not satisfied after eating 5 sticks, but they still had to make money. He stared at the skewered meat and swallowed his saliva. Xia Fanqing closed his eyes and drank a tube of nutrient solution. After eating the mutton skewer, he felt that this nutrient solution was simply hard to swallow. When it was almost dark, the two of them took the prepared things and walked a little further into the city. The people there were richer, but they did not dare to go too far into the city. The city center was full of high-level orcs. If a conflict occurred, Yu Xiaodong was afraid that he would not be able to protect Xia Fanqing. Moreover, this string of 10-star coins could not fill their stomachs. The poor would not buy it. They would rather buy a tube of nutrient solution, so that they would not be hungry for a day. Xia Fanqing picked a place with a lot of traffic, lit the charcoal in the basin, and grilled all the remaining lamb skewers. He grabbed all the lamb skewers with one hand and turned them over skillfully. Yu Xiaodong's 2 round cat eyes turned back and forth with the lamb skewers, wanting to eat. The fragrance spread quickly, and soon a boy with folded ears came over. What are you selling? It smells so good. Mutton skewers. 10-star coins a skewer. Give me 1 skewer to try. Okay. Wait a moment. The boy with folded ears was so tempted that he drooled. Seeing that it was almost done, Xia Fanqing sprinkled some chili powder and cumin powder, The boy ate one and felt that it was so delicious that his soul almost flew out. Xia Fanqing saw that Yu Xiaodong had been staring at the kebab in her hand. So she gave him one. This time, Yu Xiaodong ate it very carefully. One small piece of meat at a time. After eating one bite, he kept savoring it before eating the next one. This is really mutton. Delicious. Give me 10 more skewers. The folded ear boy readily paid 100 star coins. At this time, the beast men who were attracted by the fragrance gathered around. Boss, give me a skewer to try. Give me one too. The small beastmen gathered around. And Yu Xiaodong hurried over to maintain order. Pay first and eat later. Pay first and eat later. Yu Xiaodong took Xia Fanqing's wallet and asked them to pay the star coins. The sound of beeping kept ringing. And Xia Fanqing's mutton skewers were all distributed in a short while. Delicious. Boss, give me 10 more skewers. I want some. I want some. I want some. I want some. The beastmen kept pushing forward. And Yu Xiaodong quickly put Xia Fanqing behind him. This fragile human could be scratched by the beastmen with one claw. Xia Fanqing didn't expect her mutton skewers to be so popular. Sorry. Sorry. Today's skewers are sold out. I'll prepare more tomorrow. Xia Fanqing shouted until her voice was hoarse. And the beastmen dispersed in disappointment. In less than an hour, they earned more than 500 star coins. Cat. We are rich. Xia Fanqing's face was slightly red with joy. Rich. Rich. Xia Fanqing. You are amazing. Yu Xiaodong's cat tail was shaking out a shadow. It was the first time he saw that money was so easy to make. Let's go! I'll buy you a fish as a midnight snack. Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes were wide open with joy. And the tail behind him was stretched straight with excitement. The cat wants to eat fish. Chapter 5. Fu Linchuan, who had been busy all day at the military, sat behind his desk rubbing his aching head. Today, he went out to catch a class of fugitive and used his mental power again. After he came back, his mental power began to become disordered. So he had to take out an inhibitor and inject it in. Li Jingyao knocked on the door with a cup of hot coffee. General, don't go on missions like this to catch fugitives in the future. Just leave it to the brothers. I don't think I have much time left. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyao immediately stood at attention and saluted Fu Linchuan. He retreated with red eyes. He also felt that his general was about to collapse. But as an adjutant, he could not help it all. That was their spiritual leader, their most respected general. He had been relying on inhibitors to control his mental disorder over the years. Although inhibitors could temporarily stabilize the mental power, they could also make the next mental disorder come faster and more violent. Although their high-level orcs crushed low-level orcs in terms of military strength, their lifespan was not as long as that of low-level orcs. Because the higher the level, the easier it was to have mental disorder when using mental power. In the end, the high-level orcs could only degenerate into larvae and then die step by step. The average lifespan of orcs is 800 years. And some low-level species can even live over 1,000 years. While the average lifespan of high-level orcs, like them, is only 500 years. Their general is a rare S-level orc in the Chroman Empire. But he is less than 200 years old and has already developed serious mental disorders. He can't imagine his general being sent to kindergarten as a juvenile. That is an insult to their general. After work, Xia Fanqing took a taxi to the supermarket in the city center. He bought Yu Xiaodong a fish longer than his forearm and spent 200 star coins without blinking. If it were in the past, Xia Fanqing would not even be willing to add eggs to his breakfast. But now it is for his cat master. So he must buy good ones. Buy big ones. Yu Xiaodong stared at the fish with his eyes wide open. He had never eaten such a big fish before. He used to be happy for several days if he could pick up a fishtail at the garbage dump. Now he could actually own such a big fish all by himself. After Xia Fanqing bought the fish, he also bought some discounted pork. He was drooling today. Now that he had made money, he must eat as much as he wanted. The synthetic fish in the supermarket was clean. After Xia Fanqing went back, he directly marinated the big fish with white wine and scallion fragrance. He also cut some pork belly to fry it. Since returning, Yu Xiaodong has been circling around Xia Fanqing. His little nose kept moving. His soul was about to be hooked by that fish. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing. Can you let me eat first? Meow meow. Yu Xiaodong kept meowing behind him anxiously. Xia Fanqing was softened by his call. But he didn't know if raw food would be bad for the cat's health. Don't you need another box of cat food? Go eat that first. No, I just want to eat that. Yu Xiaodong raised his fluffy paw to his chest, and the ears and tail on his head kept shaking. Seeing that Xia Fanqing disagreed, he decided to use his special trick, stepping on her breasts. He stepped his pink paw on Xia Fanqing's arm, and kept alternating the two paws. Xia Fanqing was fascinated by him, and was dizzy. Please meow, just give me a bite meow. After feeding a bite, Yu Xiaodong didn't care about his shame. That was Yu, which little cat could resist Yu's temptation. How about I cut off the fin for you to chew? Meow meow. Yu Xiaodong squatted on the bedside, holding the small fin in his mouth. He held the fin in one hand, and stretched out his pink tongue to lick it constantly. Meow meow meow, delicious delicious. The cat ears on his head kept shaking happily. He squinted his eyes happily, and the tail behind him also swayed slowly. Xia Fanqing couldn't help but curl her lips to see him like this. The cat is so cute. I want to touch it. After the ingredients were prepared, Xia Fanqing opened the window and put a few pieces of soil on the ground for insulation, and then put the brazier on it. He first brushed a layer of oil on the iron net with pork, and then put the big fish on it. Yu Xiaodong saw it, and quickly jumped over with his own fin in his mouth. Be careful. Don't get burned. I'm not afraid. Meow. The aroma of fish meat soon drifted over, and Yu Xiaodong swallowed the fish fin that he had been holding in his mouth with a gulp. He moved his delicate little nose, with an obsessed look on his face. Fish delicious. He was hooked and involuntarily lowered his head to get closer to the fish on the brazier, and Xia Fanqing slapped him on the forehead. If you lie down again, your hair will be set on fire. Yu Xiaodong squatted up with grievance, and his tail behind him kept shaking anxiously. He didn't even notice that his tail hit Xia Fanqing's back. Xia Fanqing felt itchy from being tickled by his tail, and she wanted to stroke it. Xia Fanqing stared at the fish and kept turning it over. After 10 minutes or so, the fish skin was slightly curled up due to being roasted. Yu Xiaodong kept making humming sounds in his anxious throat. Okay. It will be ready soon. I want the red powder. Got it. Xia Fanqing didn't dare to sprinkle too much chili powder on him, for fear of spicing his cat. After he sprinkled the chili and cumin, he shoveled the fish off the charcoal with 2 plates. Okay. It's all yours. You don't want to eat? I'll just eat the roasted pork belly later. We'll eat together next time. Meow meow meow. After making sure Xia Fanqing really didn't want to eat, his tail was almost shaking out sparks, Yu Xiaodong stretched out his cat paw to hook the fish over. The freshly roasted fish was so hot that he meowed, but he just refused to let go. He kept fiddling with the fish in his hand with his paw while meowing, and it felt like he was playing a juggling game. Xia Fanqing was almost amused by him. The cat is so cute. When the fish was not too hot, Yu Xiaodong held a big fish in his mouth and put it on the bedside. Xia Fanqing also admired him. He squatted steadily on such a narrow bedside. Yu Xiaodong held a big fish with his paws, and he bit it with a whine. His mouth was full after one bite. Meow meow meow, delicious delicious. Yu Xiaodong felt that he was the happiest little cat in the world. He was now immersed in the ocean of fish. After Xia Fanqing grilled the fish, he put pork belly on the iron net, and the sizzling fat kept falling on the charcoal fire below. Whose house is this? You're not letting dogs sleep in the middle of the night. Woof. Can you be a little more civic-minded? Can you give me some food? Woof woof woof. After one dog barked, the other dogs followed suit. For a while, all the barking sounds filled Xia Fanqing's ears, and he quickly closed the window. Cat, come and have some pork belly. It's delicious. I don't want to eat it. Meow, I want to eat fish. Yu Xiaodong was eating the fish with great relish, and his face was covered with a lot of oil. After dinner, Xia Fanqing lay on the bed to cool his stomach. He was so full after eating. He hadn't eaten human food for a long time, and he couldn't control his fullness. Yu Xiaodong, who was squatting on the bed, also finished chewing the fish. In the end, he chewed the fish bones reluctantly and ate them. Cat, are you full? I am full. Meow. Xia Fanqing found that since the two moved to the suburbs, Yu Xiaodong liked to act like a spoiled child. Who could stand this meow? He secretly reached out his hand to the swaying tail, but was slapped by the arrogant cat's tail. After eating the fish, Yu Xiaodong began to lick his slightly black paws, which still had a fishy smell. As he licked, he couldn't help but stretch out his sharp teeth and bite it. He screamed in pain. and then fell from the bedside with his legs up in the air. The cry scared Xia Fanqing so much that she quickly sat up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you hurt? Looking at Yu Xiaodong with his paw still in his mouth under the bed. Xia Fanqing was very upset. It was the first time he saw himself eating his own cat. Yu Xiaodong was in so much pain that tears were about to burst out. He felt that since Xia Fanqing fainted and woke up, he had become more and more delicate. In the past, when he was scratched by other orcs, he didn't even frown, but just scratched them back. Come up quickly, and let me see. Yu Xiaodong turned into his original form with a whoosh and jumped onto Xia Fanqing's body, holding up his paws in grievance. Xia Fanqing pinched him a few times, and Yu Xiaodong comfortably opened his white belly in his arms. Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up. Petting the cat. He must serve the cat master comfortably. Xia Fanqing gently stroked the little tabby cat's head. He used to pet cats in his neighborhood with this trick. After a while, Yu Xiaodong narrowed his eyes, and a comfortable purring sound came out of his throat. The two cat ears kept shaking, and he patted Xia Fanqing's hands from time to time. Xia Fanqing was so cute that his heart fluttered. He secretly moved his hand down, wanting to touch the soft belly, but was held down by Yu Xiaodong's paw. Well, the cat master was now enjoying the pat on the head, and he would be unhappy if he was not touched. Xia Fanqing coaxed the kitten in her arms to sleep, put him on the bed, and pulled the quilt over him. Yu Xiaodong was still in a state of euphoria in his sleep. It was so comfortable. He had never felt comfortable before. Was this the life of the nobles in the ground city? Without worrying about being hungry or being bullied. The sleeping Yu Xiaodong was still rubbing his head against the paw on the pillow. Xia Fanqing was so cute. The golden cat paw that Yu Xiaodong had originally hung on his wrist after turning into a cat was now hung on his neck. How could he do such a foul? But Xia Fanqing thought of the slightly thinner leg on the back, and what kind of life his cat had lived before. Xia Fanqing looked at it for a while, then turned off the light and lay down. It was so comfortable. Xia Fanqing, finally had a home and a little cat to keep him company. This rebirth didn't seem so bad. Chapter 6. The next day, the two got up early and went to the supermarket in the city center. Xia Fanqing used all the star coins in her hand to buy mutton and beef. After Xia Fanqing marinated the meat, the two squatted on the ground and started to skewer. Yu Xiaodong drooled at the full bowl of meat. He secretly glanced at Xia Fanqing and then used his cat claws to quickly hook out a piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and began to grind his teeth slowly. Xia Fanqing kept his head down and skewered seriously. Seeing that he didn't notice, Yu Xiaodong quickly hooked another claw. After several times, Yu Xiaodong sneakily stretched out his claws again. Xia Fanqing grabbed the fluffy paw and said, "If you eat more, what should you do if you feel uncomfortable? Open your cat can and eat that." Although Xia Fanqing was a serious fluffy patient, he was not blindly doting on her. He thought of the thousands of dollars spent on cats that were sick and went to the hospital. If the cat was sick, the two of them would have to live on the streets again. The arrogant cat hummed, flicked its tail, and opened the can of cat food he treasured. He squatted back with his cat can, took a bite, and sniffed the fragrant smell. Xia Fanqing looked at him with amusement. Why was he so greedy? Asking a cat to come over to eat skewers was like asking Sun Wukong to guard the peach garden. He decided to wait for 2 days to make money before frying some dried fish for the cat to sharpen its teeth. When it was getting dark, Xia Fan carried the basin of skewers, and Yu Xiaodong was in front, shaking his tail and carrying charcoal. The two came to the place where they were yesterday. After the folded ear boy from yesterday came over. "You are finally here. Hurry up. I am starving. I ate your grilled lamb skewers yesterday, and I can't even drink the nutrient solution today." As soon as they saw the two of them coming, the small orcs crowded around them. Yu Xiaodong put down the charcoal, pinched his waist and began to command. "Line up. Line up. Don't push." The folded ear boy immediately grabbed the first seat, and he was ready to swipe his card. "Give me 50 skewers." Xia Fanqing looked at the team of more than 10 people. The maximum number of skewers he prepared today was no more than 200. Each person is limited to 10 skewers. Yu Xiaodong immediately shouted loudly, "Did you hear that? Each person is limited to 10 skewers. I want 10 skewers. I want 10 skewers too." Xia Fanqing lit the charcoal and started the stall life today skillfully. After a while, the aroma of barbecue came out, attracting the orcs in line to keep looking forward. "Boss, are you ready?" Are you ready? The small orcs waiting were all small carnivores. Some of them were little teddy bears. Some were little white minks. And some were little weasels. They kept shaking their tails at the tempting aroma. Don't shake your dog's tail in front of you. It's sweeping my face. The pastoral dog orc in front turned his head and said, You are still talking about me. Look at your ugly hairless tail. Isn't it shaking out of flowers? I am a sphinx cat. A god on ancient earth. The pastoral dog orc looked down at him and said, Come on. Ugly cat. What did you say? Although the sphinx orcs are gentle, they are also arrogant like cats in their bones. They stretched out their claws and jumped up to scratch his face. Several deep blood marks immediately appeared on the face of the pastoral dog orc. This immediately angered the rural dog beastman, and he grabbed the collar of the sphinx cat beastman. How dare you hit me? Yu Xiaodong hurried over to maintain order. What are you arguing about? What are you arguing about? If you keep arguing, both of you get out. I won't sell it to you. The rural dog beastman gritted his teeth and put down the sphinx cat beastman in his hand. At this time, Xia Fanqing's first kebab was already roasted, and the folded ear boy immediately paid the star coins to take it. He hadn't eaten for a day and was starving. They, the beastmen, rarely bought meat and cooked it themselves. The taste was the same as the nutritional supplements, and the nutritional supplements were cheap and convenient. Why bother buying meat? Anyway, the taste was the same. But now, he didn't think so. He quickly ate all the meat on the skewer. There was too little to fill his teeth. He would be hungry again tomorrow. He took out a tube of nutrition from his pocket and drank it in one gulp. My God! The nutrition with the taste of big bones was not tasty at all. After he finished a tube, he immediately ate another skewer. He shook his tail with shining eyes. He was finally alive again. As the fragrance spread, more and more orcs gathered around. What are you selling? I have never smelled such a good smell. Almost 200 skewers were sold out in less than an hour. Xia Fanqing felt that it was too slow to use a small pot to grill here. He planned to see if there was a barbecue stove nearby tomorrow. Is the boss gone? The orcs in line behind him were still looking around. Sorry, everyone. Today's skewers are sold out. I will prepare more tomorrow. The orcs who didn't get to eat the skewers had to leave disappointed. Xia Fanqing got up early to draw a blueprint on paper. Yu Xiaodong had just finished his grilled fish, and he was conjuring his prototype and lying on the bed to bask in the sun. Maur, do you have anything that can make this? Just use iron. Yu Xiaodong looked over with half-closed eyes. What is this? A barbecue grill? So we can grill more at a time. Come on. I'll take you to find a place that makes iron. Maybe they can make it. Yu Xiaodong jumped over and smoothly transformed into a human form in the air. Although Xia Fanqing had seen him transform back and forth several times, she couldn't help but open her mouth every time she saw it. It was really smoother than a certain foo. Xia Fanqing spent 20 star coins to ask the blacksmith to make this barbecue grill for him urgently. He came to pick it up in the afternoon. He was surprised to find that the orcs could use the extracted crystal cores to generate heat. Although it was expensive, it was not a good idea to keep burning charcoal. Xia Fanqing decided to buy a crystal core when he had money. As he walked, he suddenly thought of how to get the barbecue grill to the stall. Cat, how can we get this barbecue grill to the stall? Should we buy a small airship? But airships are expensive. The cheapest one costs 10,000 star coins, and even a second-hand one costs 3,000 or 4,000 star coins. What's so difficult about this? I can lift it with one hand, Yu Xiaodong said proudly. Xia Fanqing cast a questioning look at what he said, and Yu Xiaodong immediately got angry. Xia Fanqing, what's your vision? I'm a fierce tabby cat. When I was a jerk, I could pin down a puppy with one claw. Really? The more he said, the more outrageous it was. Xia Fanqing looked at his small body and still didn't want to believe it. Seeing that the more he explained, the less Xia Fanqing believed it. Yu Xiaodong simply lifted him up by the waist. Ah! Yu Xiaodong? What are you doing? Put me down. Xia Fanqing was lifted up by Yu Xiaodong before he could react to what was going on. He was so scared that he kept doggy paddling in Yu Xiaodong's hands. Yu Xiaodong was afraid that he still didn't believe it. So he even spun him in a circle with one hand. Xia Fanqing, who was almost 1.8 meters tall, seemed as light as a broken doll in the hands of Yu Xiaodong, who was a head shorter than him. Ah! Yu Xiaodong? When he thought Xia Fanqing believed him now, he put Xia Fanqing down this time. He asked for credit with his eyes shining. How about it? Now you believe I'm a fierce little wild cat? Xiao Fanqing was dizzy from his spinning, which was even more exciting than the pirate ship he had ridden before. He took a while to calm down, but his stomach was still churning. Seeing Xiao Fanqing's pale face, Yu Xiaodong realized his mistake. Xiao Fanqing, are you okay? I didn't know humans were so fragile. Xiao Fanqing gnashed his teeth and said, yes, I'm too crispy. Yu Xiaodong, you won't have fish tonight. Meow. Xiao Fanqing, don't want it. This time, Xiao Fanqing used all his star coins to buy beef and mutton. He also added some green leafy vegetables. He decided to try it out to see if the orcs liked it. He would sell it for 20 star coins per string. Buying vegetables was too expensive. He felt sorry for it. It took the two of them an entire afternoon to finally skewer all the meat. Fortunately, Yu Xiaodong was there to help him so that he didn't have to cut it bit by bit. Yu Xiaodong directly showed his furry claws, stretched out the sharp claws hidden in the pads, and cut it in a few strokes. Xiao Fanqing clapped his hands in admiration. Cats are great. Cats are the best. Yu Xiaodong raised his head and swung his tail with a look of greatness. Xiao Fanqing almost laughed out loud. Sure enough, this kindergarten way of raising children is most suitable for the proud cat. When it was almost dark, as Yu Xiaodong said, he left with a barbecue grill more than 1 meter long in one hand. Xiao Fanqing followed him and twitched his eyes. He now believed what the cat said on the first day he came here, that humans might become extinct in 100 years or so. It would be strange if such a weak physique didn't become extinct. Even the paramecium beast men are stronger than themselves. The new barbecue grill was used today, and it was much more efficient. The carnivorous beast men in the front row looked at the vegetable leaves on it and said, little human, you are new here, right? This place is not far from the city center, and most of the people living here are carnivorous beast men. Who would buy the vegetables you sell, which are so expensive? Xiao Fanqing smiled at him. It doesn't matter. If no one eats, I'll eat. Every day, more and more orcs came to eat barbecue, and even some high-level cheetahs and other large carnivores appeared. But they all lined up obediently. Yu Xiaodong, who was maintaining order, was a little scared. If more and more high-level orcs heard the news and came, would he still be able to protect Xiao Fanqing? But the high-level orcs who could appear in the underground city must have much worse mental strength than those in the ground city. Even so, some small orcs would hide away from them. Yu Xiaodong gritted his teeth and decided to protect Xiao Fanqing no matter what. Today's skewers are still selling very fast. Xiao Fanqing grilled 2 skewers of vegetable leaves, but no orcs bought them. He saw that they were almost roasted yellow. He picked up a skewer and gave it to Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong shook his head in disgust. How could his fierce tabby cat eat such things? Xiao Fanqing had to eat them all by himself. He had to say that the vegetables tasted much better than those he had eaten on Earth. The skewers were sold out quickly. Xiao Fanqing was busy sweating, but the line was still quite long. Some orcs who didn't buy had to leave disappointed, secretly comforting themselves to come earlier tomorrow. But there were still some who were reluctant to leave. They looked at the green vegetables and gritted their teeth and said, Boss, give me a bunch of grilled vegetables to try. Xiao Fanqing brushed them with lard and grilled them. The orcs who tasted them pricked up their ears in surprise. Are these vegetables? When did vegetables taste so good? Delicious. Boss, give me 5 more. The orcs who had not left immediately surrounded him and said, I want some too. Chapter 7. Xiao Fanqing and her partner had been setting up a street stall for a week, and the star coins they had were increasing exponentially every day. Xiao Fanqing gave Yu Xiaodong 5,000 star coins so that he could buy what he liked. Looking at the string of zeros in his wallet, Yu Xiaodong was shocked and his eyes widened. He had never had more than 3 digits of star coins in his life. He was rich. Yu Xiaodong was full of energy, following Xiao Fanqing every day. He was now a rich cat. Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing. What are you doing? Why did you buy such a small fish today? Yu Xiaodong watched Xiao Fanqing buy a bunch of small fish and swirled around. They were so small that they were not enough to fill his teeth. I'll make you some snacks. Xiao Fanqing had been making grilled fish for Yu Xiaodong for a week. Every time he suggested changing his taste, his cat would meow in protest. Well, then I'll make some dried fish for him to chew every day. Maybe he'll get tired of it one day. Xiao Fanqing put the fish on the windowsill to dry for a few days. Yu Xiaodong lay on the bed to warm himself, his tail swinging back and forth leisurely. From time to time, He would reach out and pick up a small fish to chew on. It didn't taste very good. Grilled fish was still the best. In 2 or 3 days, the small fish were dried. Xiao Fanqing collected them, put the lard she had refined in the pot, and fried the small dried fish. The fragrance spread all at once, attracting Yu Xiaodong to come over. The 2 cats stared at the fried fish in the pot intently. As soon as Xiao Fanqing took it out, he quickly stretched out his claws to hook one over. Meow meow meow. So good. The ears on the top of the head kept shaking with joy. The taste was completely different from grilled fish. Crispy and crunchy. The cats loved it. Yu Xiaodong surrounded Xiao Fanqing and kept stretching out his claws to pick up the dried fish. But Xiao Fanqing didn't care, as it was for him to eat anyway. He poured out the oil in the pot, leaving some in it to stir-fry the green onions, ginger and dried chilies. Then poured the fried dried fish in it and stir-fried it. A dish of fried dried fish was ready. It would be even better if there were some sesame seeds. Xiao Fanqing decided to wait until he was free one day and let the cat take him to the wild fields on the outskirts of the city to see if there was anything good to grab. Yu Xiaodong liked the dried fish very much, and he would just pop one into his mouth when he had nothing to do. Seeing that he liked it so much, Xiao Fanqing prepared to make a small snack bag for him to take with him when he went out. Yu Xiaodong squatted beside the bed and watched Xiao Fanqing curiously threading 2 sticks, his 2 round cat eyes staring at the yarn turning back and forth. He stretched out his claws and hooked the jumping yarn. Meow fun. Don't mess around. Xiao Fanqing collected the yarn that he had messed up. Xiao Fanqing. What are you doing? Don't blame him. His paws have their own ideas. I'll make you a snack bag. Go play on the bed. Xiao Fanqing took out a ball of yarn and threw it on the bed. Bag? I like it. Meow. Yu Xiaodong transformed into his original form and jumped on the bed, his paws blossoming and constantly playing with the round ball of yarn, spinning and jumping. Meow meow meow. Xiao Fanqing knitted while watching the cat playing. So cute. How could there be such a cute cat? Xiao Fanqing's father's filter is so thick that it is 1.8 meters thick. Soon he had crocheted a palm-sized pink drawstring bag with a cute white cat paw on it. He sewed a layer of oil-proof cloth inside it, specially for the cat to carry dried fish. He took it to show Yu Xiaodong. How is it? Do you like it? It's mine. Meow meow meow, I like it meow. Yu Xiaodong immediately turned into a human form and squatted on the bed, staring at the small bag with shining eyes. Try it on. Xiao Fanqing helped him put it on. Yu Xiaodong looked at his bag from left to right and loved it so much that he twisted his cat steps on the bed and kept looking back and forth. It was beautiful. And there were his paw prints. When the 2 of them went out to the stall in the evening, Yu Xiaodong carried his pink cat paw bag, which was filled with small dried fish fried by Xiao Fanqing for him. The small beast man on the road looked at the bag on his waist with envy. What is this thing? It's so beautiful. Seeing passers-by constantly looking at his bag, Yu Xiaodong was very proud. He held the barbecue grill in one hand, and his cat steps became more and more charming. Xiao Fanqing followed behind him and twitched her mouth. There was no need to show off like this. Xiao Fanqing was afraid that he would accidentally trip her. Xiao Fanqing set up his stall and started working today. Yu Xiaodong still helped him collect money and maintain order. However, today, when Yu Xiaodong went to maintain order, he would occasionally pick up his cat paw bag and say, "Is it beautiful? My little human knitted it for me." After receiving a lot of envy, Yu Xiaodong raised his head even higher. "Is it beautiful? It's beautiful. You don't have it either. The little human made it for me alone. It's unique." Meow. After saying that, he walked away with his tail wagging. The small orcs dared not say anything. Woo woo woo. The little human boss is really gentle. They also want to eat and drink with the boss. Get out of my way. Suddenly a rough voice came from the side, and a tall orc with yellowish round ears on his head and a fluffy black tail behind him pushed the queue and walked up. The small orcs in the queue were trembling with fear when they saw the newcomer, and some timid orcs ran away directly. Yu Xiaodong quickly protected Xiao Fanqing behind him. Xiao Fanqing is a hyena. Those hateful plunderers, the expellees of the Chroman Empire, often teamed up to rob other orcs of their money. It is said that even the dungeon lord has to give in. Get out of the way. I want to talk to that human. He stretched out his sharp claws and was about to grab Xiao Fanqing behind Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong grabbed him with one claw. If the hyena's claws caught the fragile little human, he would either die or be disabled. He bared his fangs and kept making threatening snoring sounds in his throat. The hyena beastman saw that someone dared to fight back, and wanted to fight back. Xia Fanqing pulled Yu Xiaodong, who was blocking him. I am the boss. He is just someone I hired. Please tell me if you have anything to say. Do you know the rules? This land belongs to me. Baha. My little brother told me that you have been setting up a stall here for a few days. How come you don't even know the rules? The hyena orc crossed his arms and looked down at the two little guys in front of him. Sorry. I'm new here. Please forgive me. How much do you charge? Xia Fanqing raised her head and confronted the orc in front of her. 1,000 star coins a day. You have been here for more than a week. I'll give you a discount of 10,000 star coins now. Yes. Give it to me now, said a smaller hyena orc following behind Baha. Xia Fanqing knew that the two of them had no chance of winning against such a high-level orc. He turned his back and pulled out the wallet from his neck. He had bought a lot of food today, and now he had less than 5,000 star coins in his hand. Sorry. Can you give me 4,000 star coins first? I don't have that much now. Then bring all your wallets over, Baha said, and was about to grab them. No. Yu Xiaodong still insisted on protecting Xia Fanqing behind him. Although his ears were already pressed against his head due to fear, he still firmly protected Xia Fanqing. That was the money they had worked so hard to earn. If they gave it to them, what business would they have tomorrow? Little wild cat. You have no right to talk here. Get out of here. Mine is for you. Yu Xiaodong untied the necklace around his neck and handed it over with some trembling. Ba took a look at the number on it, which was only more than 3,000 star coins. He made a strange sound. Not enough. His must be brought over. No. You're looking for death. Kid. The tall hyena orc kicked over their barbecue grill, and the small orcs around them hid far away and didn't dare to help. Hyenas are notoriously insidious, and they dare not mess with small orcs. Here. Don't hurt the cat. Xia Fanqing knew that the two of them were no match for the orcs on the opposite side. And even if they had nothing, they couldn't let anyone hurt the cat. Xia Fanqing untied the wallet around her neck and was about to hand it over, but was snatched away by Yu Xiaodong. Xia Fanqing. This is what we worked hard to earn. What will we do if we give it to him? Baha saw that his money was robbed, and he stretched out his hand to grab the little tabby cat in anger. But Yu Xiaodong pulled Xia Fanqing to hide aside flexibly. Xia Fanqing. Let's run quickly. Yu Xiaodong skillfully turned into a cat and jumped into Xia Fanqing's arms. Xia Fanqing ran to a crowded place with the cat in her arms. Baha immediately chased after her. The small orcs who often came to buy skewers also took advantage of the dark night to fish in troubled waters and help Baha, who was chasing after them. Baha didn't care about that. He waved away anyone who blocked his way with his claws. For a while, there was chaos on the road. People running on the ground and low-flying airships were crowded together. Xia Fanqing took advantage of the chaos to run forward with the cat in her arms. Baha chased after them for 2 steps and then lost sight of him. He was so angry that he made a strange sound and used his mental power to track the two. He jumped up on the spaceship and chased after them. He jumped in front of the two, and his claws left deep claw marks on the ground. Where are you going? Xia Fanqing wanted to escape to the back, but another hyena orc followed and blocked him. He took out his necklace and said, Here you go. Let us go. It's too late. Put down the wild cat in your arms, and you can go. That wild cat actually dared to catch me. I must teach him a lesson today. No. I'll give you the money. But you can let us go. You little human don't know what's good for you. Today, neither of you can leave, Baha said as he waved his hands and pounced on them. Yu Xiaodong in his arms also turned into an orc and showed his claws. After dodging flexibly, he grabbed Baha's back with his claws at the right time. He used his mental power and exerted full strength in this claw. Baha roared in pain, and Yu Xiaodong also crawled on the ground, staring at the orc in front of him, making sharp and short meows. Even if he had no chance of winning, he still protected Xia Fanqing firmly behind him. Chapter 8. Looking for Death. The two hyena beastmen waved their claws and rushed forward. Yu Xiaodong turned around and shouted at Xia Fanqing, Run! After that, Yu Xiaodong also meowed and rushed forward to fight with him. Every move was fatal. The two hyena beastmen had scratches on their faces, but his own injuries were more serious. The two hyena beastmen scratched his waist, and blood kept flowing down. Xia Fanqing immediately got angry when he saw it. It was okay to hit him, but not his cat. He rushed in immediately. Yu Xiaodong saw him from the corner of his eye, and he shouted, "Xia Fanqing, go away!" Xia Fanqing grabbed the tail of the smaller hyena in anger. "You dog! How dare you bully my cat!" He pulled the orc over and punched him. But the punch was like a tickle on the orc's body. The hyena orc reacted and punched Xia Fanqing on the shoulder. Xia Fanqing was hit and flew several meters away. He stopped after hitting the curb, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xia Fanqing. Yu Xiaodong wanted to go over and take a look, but he was entangled by Baha and couldn't get away. He was already at a disadvantage under the orcs, who were higher in level than him. "Go with your humans." Baha grabbed Yu Xiaodong's neck and threw him to Xia Fanqing's side. Yu Xiaodong felt that his internal organs were about to shift, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Even so, he wiped the corners of his mouth and struggled to crawl to Xia Fanqing's side. "You are looking for death." Xia Fanqing stood up with red eyes. The two hyena orcs saw that the little human dared to come over and seek death, and laughed. "Boss, let me do it." The thinner orc rushed over with his sharp claws, ready to kill the troublesome human with one claw. When the claw was still a few centimeters away from Xia Fanqing's head, Xia Fanqing blocked it with one hand. He pulled the orc's arm with his backhand and threw him heavily to the ground, making a big hole on the concrete floor. The hyena that was hit directly screamed non-stop. He also thought that he didn't have sharp claws, so he bit the orc's ear with one bite. "Ah!" The hyena covered his injured ear and screamed as he tried to crawl back, but was stomped on by Xia Fanqing. "Boss, save me!" When Baha saw that his companion was bleeding, he immediately rushed over. "Waiter!" Xia Fanqing spit, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at the orc in front of him fiercely. At this time, he was like a demon in the Shura field, with red eyes and blood on the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward step by step. "Dare to touch my cat!" When Baha saw that a small human dared to be so arrogant, he rushed over quickly, ready to punch the human, but was kicked into the air by Xia Fanqing with a high kick. A small airship was smashed down and fell to the ground, and flames splashed everywhere. The small orcs hiding in the dark and watching the excitement screamed and fled. Xia Fanqing turned around, hugged the injured cat on the ground, and took him away. "Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing. Are you okay?" Yu Xiaodong curled up in Xia Fanqing's arms and asked in a low voice. He felt a kind of pressure from Xia Fanqing that only high-level orcs had. No orc he had seen before could emit such a strong pressure. He shook his cat ears in fear. "Shut up. Who allowed you to go up?" Yu Xiaodong was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. This was not his Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing would not speak to him so fiercely. "Show me the way to the hospital," Xia Fanqing said coldly. "There is no hospital here. The hospital is in the city center hundreds of kilometers away," Yu Xiaodong said carefully. "I'll take you there." "Xia Fanqing. I'm in so much pain. I don't want to go to the hospital. Can you take me home? I'm scared." Yu Xiaodong's cat ears were pressed against his head in fear. Tears kept rolling in his eyes. He kept meowing pitifully in Xia Fanqing's arms. "Please show me the way." Even so, Xia Fanqing still followed the direction Yu Xiaodong pointed. Seeing the kitten in his arms about to cry, Xia Fanqing's hurried steps slowed down. He took out the key from his body, opened the door, and gently put Yu Xiaodong on the bed. "Wait, I'll go buy some medicine." Xia Fanqing went to the pharmacy to buy some hemostatic drugs and gauze. The medicine here was ridiculously expensive. 2,000 star coins were spent in the blink of an eye. After buying the medicine, he ran all the way back. The kitten was still waiting for him. When he came back, Yu Xiaodong was lying on the bed, gasping for air. Yu Xiaodong's tail was listlessly hanging on his body. The bright red blood soaked his white shirt, and his whole face looked pale due to blood loss. Xia Fanqing quickly took off the bloody small bag on his body and threw it on the ground. "Don't throw it away. He made it for me." Xia Fanqing had to help him pick it up and put it on the bedside. He carefully helped him take off his coat. The wound on Yu Xiaodong's waist was bloody. He quickly opened the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on. Yu Xiaodong bit his lower lip tightly and didn't scream. Xia Fanqing glanced at him. He didn't expect this little cat to be so patient. After applying the hemostatic medicine, he wrapped him with gauze, and then poured some hot water to wipe the small wounds and blood stains on his body. Then he walked around the room and found the nutrient solution in the drawer. In his vague impression, this thing seemed to replenish physical strength. He cut a hole and put it to Yu Xiaodong's mouth. Drink. Yu Xiaodong looked at him and was still a little scared. But he had been spoiled by Xia Fanqing for a long time. How could he be willing to drink such a bad nutrient solution? He shook his head weakly. Xia Fanqing pinched his chin and poured the liquid down his throat. Go to sleep. The next day, Yu Xiaodong sat up while enduring the wound on his waist. The pressure that frightened him was gone. He looked at Xia Fanqing, who was still sleeping, and pushed him carefully. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing opened her eyes in a daze. Mauer? Yu Xiaodong looked at Xia Fanqing's dark eyes, and the tears he had been holding back flowed down. He rushed over and hugged Xia Fanqing tightly. Xia Fanqing. You are finally back. I was scared to death. Xia Fanqing patted his back comfortingly. We are fine now. How did we get back yesterday? Why don't I remember? Yu Xiaodong let go of Xia Fanqing, staring at her face. You don't remember? Cat! How did you get hurt? Xia Fanqing quickly got up to check. It's okay. It's okay. I cleaned it up yesterday. Xia Fanqing. Do you really not remember what happened yesterday? I only remember that the hyena blocked our way. I don't remember anything else. How did we get back yesterday? Yu Xiaodong didn't dare to tell him, for fear that he would become like yesterday again if he was stimulated. I defeated those 2 orcs and brought you back. You hit your head yesterday, and you may not remember. Thank you. Cat. Xia Fanqing thanked him sincerely. In this strange orc world, thanks to Yu Xiaodong's protection, he was able to survive until now. But Xia Fanqing, our things are gone. And my wallet was also stolen. Tears kept rolling in Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes. Okay. Okay. Don't cry. We're working on money if we lose it. Xia Fanqing rubbed the cat's head. And Yu Xiaodong meowed in his palm twice. Are you hungry? Can I buy you some fish? We won't go out these days. Meow. Be careful. Don't worry. I'll take the airship over there. You can eat some dried fish first. Okay. Xia Fanqing's heart was broken as he looked at the cat with tears in his eyes. And he took the cat's paw bag, untied it, and handed it to Yu Xiaodong. When Yu Xiaodong saw that her beloved cat's paws were dirty, tears fell again. Xia Fanqing. The bag is dirty. Meow meow. Seeing that Yu Xiaodong cried even harder, Xia Fanqing quickly comforted her. It's okay. It's okay. I'll wash it for you. And if it can't be washed off, I'll change it for you. Meow meow. But the new bag is not my bag. Yu Xiaodong became more and more sad. Don't worry. I will definitely wash it for you. Can you eat some dried fish first? Xia Fanqing was busy coaxing the aggrieved kitten. Yu Xiaodong nodded with tears in his eyes. And Xia Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Fanqing bought a lot of fish and meat this time. And he had less than 1,000 star coins left. They needed to stay out of the limelight for a few days. The cat was injured and needed to be taken care of. The future would be discussed after the cat's injury was healed. He fried the Crucian carp he bought in the pan until golden. Cut it into meat paste with a spatula. And then added boiling water. After boiling it for a while, he filtered out the fish bones with gauze. And simply seasoned it before serving it. The milky white fish soup exuded an attractive aroma. Yu Xiaodong sat on the bed and wanted to come over, but was a little afraid of him. Fearing that the fierce Xia Fanqing would come back again, he tentatively called out, Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing sat down on the bed with a bowl in her hand. What's wrong? Is your wound hurting again? Yu Xiaodong nodded. Mauer is really amazing. He can beat the 2 of them alone and protect me so well. Drink the fish soup and rest. Okay. You won't feel any pain when you fall asleep. Xia Fanqing coaxed the timid Mauer in a child's tone. He thought he was frightened by what happened yesterday. Seeing that Xia Fanqing was still the gentle Xia Fanqing, Yu Xiaodong sat over carefully. Xia Fanqing took a spoon and fed him the soup 1 spoonful at a time. After drinking the fish soup, Yu Xiaodong fell asleep again soon. Xia Fanqing looked at the frowning cat in his sleep and fell into deep thought. He had been in such a strange world for more than a month. Here he and the cat depended on each other. When he was in the slums, the cat often protected him and prevented him from being bullied by some small orcs. But after coming to the suburbs, the level of the orcs was obviously much higher than that in the slums. The closer to the city center, the higher the level of the orcs. The whole dungeon was full of blood and violence. And he was just a powerless human. And the cat was a low-level cat. How the two of them could survive in this chaotic dungeon became the biggest problem at present. Chapter 9. While the two were hiding from the limelight, a group of men in black quietly appeared at the scene after the fight that day. They carefully identified the bloodstains on the ground and carefully placed the collected bloodstains in test tubes. Arranged some people to continue searching. Yes, sir. Xia Fanqing took care of Yu Xiaodong for a week, and his wounds were almost healed. Xia Fanqing looked at the pale pink wound on his waist, and couldn't help but sigh. The recovery ability of orcs is really amazing. They can recover so well in just 1 week. After the wound healed, Yu Xiaodong was as lively as before. Xia Fanqing had washed his pink cat paw bag for him, and he carried it with him all the time. Seeing Yu Xiaodong regain his vitality, Xia Fanqing finally felt relieved, and her depressed mood finally improved a little. Cat, do you know how to meet the Lord of the Dungeon? Yu Xiaodong was surprised by his whimsical question. The Lord of the Dungeon was a legendary figure at that time. How could a little wild cat like me have seen him? Few people know what his beast form is. I want to try to see if I can see him, since we have to be protected. Why not just find the biggest one? Xia Fanqing exchanged all the star coins in his hand for high-level crystal cores. Less than 1,000 star coins could only be exchanged for 2 crystal cores of good quality. He put them in a small box and came to the city lord's castle. From a distance, the towering castle symbolized the owner's supreme status in this underground city. A semicircular light shield covered the city lord's mansion. Although Yu Xiaodong was very scared, he still plucked up the courage to walk in front of Xia Fanqing. As expected, the two were driven away by the orcs patrolling the door before they approached the light shield. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Go away. Xia Fanqing had no choice but to sit aside with his small box in his arms. What should he do? He felt a little lost for a moment. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness when he came to this strange world. Little boss? It's really you. A tall one-eyed orc walked out. Xia Fanqing remembered him. He was the Black Panther orc. His small stall was set up in the suburbs. Customers were generally small orcs. This orc was a high-level orc rarely seen in the suburbs. But every time he came, he would line up in an orderly manner. Xia Fanqing was a little surprised. It's you. The one-eyed orc scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't expect that the young boss still remembered me. I'm Layan, the chief guard here. What's the matter with you here? I want to see the city lord. Xia Fanqing told Layan what happened that day. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I didn't see you after going there twice. The hyena tribe is indeed more troublesome. Don't worry. I'll take you to see the city lord. Thank you, big brother. Xia Fanqing kept thanking him and handed over the 2 crystal cores in her hand. This is a gift for the city lord. Why don't you keep it yourself? The city lord doesn't like people giving him gifts, Layan said. But Xia Fanqing insisted on giving the crystal core to Layan. He thought that even if the city lord didn't like it, it would be fine to give it to Layan, Lord City Lord. Layan wants to see you. Layan stood at the door and bowed respectfully. Come in. A deep voice came over. After entering the hall, Xia Fanqing bowed and bowed like Layan just now. And Yu Xiaodong quickly followed suit. Meet the city lord. The middle-aged man who was handling official business pushed his glasses. Oh, it's a little human. I haven't seen a human for a long time. Layan told the city lord about Xia Fanqing's experience. The city lord looked at Xia Fanqing curiously. He didn't expect that this little human could escape from the hyenas. However, the hyenas have a strong sense of revenge and like to act in groups. Without the protection of powerful orcs, it would be difficult for the 2 little things to gain a foothold in the underground city. If other orcs came to ask him for help, he might not want to provoke the hyenas. But this was a delicate and cute little human. They were born with an inexplicable liking for humans. I heard from Layan that you are quite knowledgeable about food. I am also interested in ancient Earth. But it's a pity that the civilization is too old and there is no trace of it. Why don't you bring your companions to work in my kitchen? Thank you, Lord Mayor. Layan led the 2 of them out and came to a 2-story building after passing through a dense forest. On the way, Yu Xiaodong kept hooking the flowers and plants on the roadside with his tail. This is our cafeteria. Brothers usually eat here. You can help the robot pick some fruits in the garden. Go to the back, and you will find the dormitory. I will take you there to see it in the evening. Thank you, Brother Layan. If you have any questions, you can ask the service robots here. I have something else to do, and will come to see you in the evening. Xia Fanqing looked at the dusty canteen. which was divided into two areas. The shelves in one area were full of various nutritional supplements, and the back kitchen in the other area was full of various meats. Human. It's a human. As soon as Leon left, the robots that had been working in an orderly manner just now surrounded him. Wow. It's a little human. I thought humans were extinct. The round robots, more than half a meter tall, kept chirping and circling around the two people. Some of the screens showed big question marks, and some showed small hearts. Xiao Fanqing looked at the round robots, which were quite cute, with round bodies and two flat little arms, like little penguins on Earth. There were only two big round eyes and a mouth on the screen. He smiled and greeted the group of robots. Hello. I am Xiao Fanqing. Please take care of me in the future. It would have been fine if he didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, the robots crashed into each other, as if the program had failed. A small robot was knocked to the ground. Xiao Fanqing quickly helped him up. Are you okay? Xiao Ba is fine. Two blushes appeared on the small robot's face. When the other robots saw Xiao Fanqing helping Xiao Ba, they also fell to the ground one after another, lying on the ground and scratching their little arms. Xiao Er fell down and needs help. Xiao Lu fell down. Need help. Help me. Help me. Wu Xiao Jiu hurts. Xiao Fanqing's mouth twitched. How could these little robots still try to scam people? There were at least 10 or 20 of them lying here. How long would it take him to help them? Yu Xiaodong pulled Xiao Fanqing, who was standing in the middle. Xiao Fanqing. Don't pay attention to them. They are all a bunch of bad robots. Who do you say is the bad guy? You are the bad cat. The robots stood up one by one, and the fat arm pointed at Yu Xiaodong and started to gesture. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. You're a bad guy. Meow. You're a bad guy. You're a bad guy. The two of them were arguing like a repeater, and Yu Xiaodong was so angry that his tail was standing on end. The little robot lying on the ground was still cheering for their boss. For a moment, the whole cafeteria was as lively as elementary school students going home after school. Stop arguing. Xiao Fanqing shouted loudly, and the little robots immediately shut up. Cat. Apologize. Why should I apologize? No. The arrogant cat hugged his arms and turned his head. I'm sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaodong. Can you get up first? A group of little robots lay on the ground without saying a word, all looking at their boss with their big eyes on the screen. Xiao Fanqing also saw that the little robot who just stood up was their leader. Xiao Fanqing said to him in a gentle voice, Can you let them all get up? The little robot that was arrogant just now floated out a little love heart. The human voice was so soft and nice. Then can you touch me? I'm Xiui. The little robot came forward timidly. Xiao Fanqing reached out and touched his round head. A piece of garbled text instantly appeared on Xiaoi's screen. The other little robots saw that this was also possible. They all stood up and squeezed over. I want one. I want one too. Xiao Fanqing was squeezed so hard that he couldn't stand. Yu Xiaodong stretched out his arm to help him block the little robots that were surrounding him from the front. He frowned unhappily, and the chattering was annoying. But he could block the front but not the back. And the scene was a little chaotic for a while. At this time, the short-circuited Xiaoyi finally came back to his senses. Don't squeeze the little humans. Line up. Line up. The little robots hurriedly lined up, and Xiaoyi blinked his starry eyes and stood at the first one. Touch it, boss. You have already touched it. It's my turn. I am number one. The previous one doesn't count. Xiao Fanqing had to reach out and touch their heads one by one. She didn't know what they felt. What was the fire and lightning on the screen? Xiao Fanqing counted, and there were 15 little robots. Yu Xiaodong hugged his arms and snorted. So annoying. Fortunately, they don't eat. Otherwise they will even steal their own food. After a group of robots touched it, they looked at today's little human with starry eyes. So cute. So cute. She coughed. Go to work quickly. Dinner will be served soon. The group of little robots left in a rush. What should we do? Xiaoyi? Xiao Fanqing asked. Just now. Lord Leon has already told you to help us pick fruits for Lord City Lord. We have already picked the fruits for today. You just sit down. After saying that, he opened the small lid on his chest and took out a small red fruit from it and put it in Xiao Fanqing's hand. Here you go. Thank you. Xiaoyi looked at Xiao Fanqing shyly and left reluctantly. Xiao Fanqing. I want to eat it. The arrogant cat was very angry when he saw that the scheming robot knew to give gifts as soon as they met. But he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have never given Xia Fanqing a gift. Xia Fanqing held the small fruit in her hand and handed it to Yu Xiaodong. Here you go. Yu Xiaodong picked up the small red fruit and put it in his mouth. It was so sour that his tail stood up. Meow. He wanted to vomit, but couldn't bear to. Fruits were precious in the dungeon. He had never eaten them before. It wasn't that Xia Fanqing didn't buy them for him, but there were none for sale outside. He just swallowed them whole. How could it taste so bad? Xia Fanqing must have done that on purpose. It tastes so bad. Meow. Yu Xiaodong wondered how such a precious thing could taste so bad. It must be the work of that little robot. Maybe it tastes like that. Xia Fanqing had never eaten it before, so he was not sure. He had been on this planet for so long and had never seen any fruit. Even some green plants were rarely seen. The underground city was full of steel buildings, like the end of the wasteland. When he walked through the dense forest just now, he was very surprised that there were plants. Chapter 10. Xia Fanqing. I'm hungry. Meow. I'll ask Shui if I can use the things in there. Xia Fanqing asked Shui. And Shui generously said that of course, he could use whatever he wanted. If Xia Fanqing hadn't wanted to cook for the cat, Shui would have insisted on letting him taste his cooking skills. Xia Fanqing glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen through the window. There were only meat and nutrients in there, but the seasoning was only simple salt. Xia Fanqing changed into the work clothes Shui gave her and went in. Yu Xiaodong followed her, wagging his tail. Xia Fanqing took some pork belly and lettuce leaves. He was going to make some barbecue for Mao. He cut the pork belly into thin slices, then moistened the bottom of the pot with a small piece of fat. Put it in the pot and slowly fried it over low heat. After frying out the fat inside, he put the pork belly in. After a while, the pork belly was fried to a golden brown and slightly curled up. Xiaoyi also came over. Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Making some barbecue. Xiaoyi looked at his movements curiously. He had never seen this method before. When they cooked for the guards, they just threw the meat into the water and boiled it directly. Some orcs liked to eat raw meat. Others who thought it was troublesome took away several days of nutrients and were too lazy to even come to the cafeteria. Xia Fanqing served the fried pork belly and sprinkled some salt on it. The lunch for the two of them was ready. Yu Xiaodong held a piece of roasted pork belly in his hand and threw it into his mouth, wagging his tail and following Xia Fanqing out. The orcs who came to eat also came over. Yu Xiaodong, who was eating, felt the pressure of the high-level orcs, and his ears pressed to the back of his head in fear. It was strange that he didn't feel scared when he met the city lord just now. But now the smell coming from various high-level orcs made him tremble. Wow! What smells so good? Xiaoyi, what did you do today? An orc sniffed the air. Sometimes their captain would also smell this kind of fragrance. Cooked meat, raw meat, nutrient supplements. Pick whatever you want. An orc in black security gear walked up to the two of them after smelling the smell. It's this thing. Why are there a human and a cat here? Xia Fanqing stood up and greeted him. Hello. My name is Xia Fanqing. I just arrived today. Please take care of me. Seeing the orcs coming, Yu Xiaodong hid behind Xia Fanqing in fear, only showing two cat eyes to watch the newcomers. Although he knew that these orcs would not hurt them, the smell of high-level orcs made him feel weak in his legs. He took a piece of roasted pork belly from the plate and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. The hidden ears and tail of the beast came out. It was a dog-like orc. He happily shook his ears twice. It was delicious. At this time, some orcs who came earlier also surrounded them. They also divided the meat one piece at a time. Can meat be done this way? It's so delicious. What are you doing? Why are you all here if you're not going to eat? Lion pushed everyone aside and walked over. Sorry. Did I scare you? Xia Fanqing shook her head. But it looked like the cat beastman was frightened. He hid behind Xia Fanqing and grabbed her clothes tightly. His tail with gray and black patterns was blown up like a feather duster. When everyone saw their captain coming, they dispersed. They took the plates to get today's food. Xiaoyi, do you still have the delicious meat? No, only cooked meat, raw meat, and nutritional supplements. The orc took a plate and took some cooked beef and left. Today's meal was really bland no matter how he ate it. Why didn't he feel it before? He finished his meal and passed by Xia Fanqing. Hey, little human. Aren't you the chef here? Can you make what we did just now tonight? Xia Fanqing nodded. The orcs here are all over 2 meters tall. and Xia Fanqing has to look up to see them. Lei Yan greeted Xia Fanqing when he left. He was excited when he heard that Xia Fanqing was going to cook in the evening. If the little boss was here, wouldn't he be able to eat delicious food every day? In the past, he had to sneak out to buy barbecue and wait until the smell in his body was almost gone before going back, for fear that some brother would smell it and steal his food. After lunch in the afternoon, Shui took them to walk in the nearby forest. The other robots also wanted to follow. Xia Fanqing looked at the robots around her helplessly and looked at Xiaoyi. Shui ordered them to clean the canteen. Then the robots left with pitiful expressions. The whole forest was covered in a transparent glass cover. Shui scanned his information with his own and took the two in. Xiaoyi led the two and introduced, "This is the botanical garden built by the city lord. He not only collected a lot of plants from the ancient earth, but also brought back a lot of plants from other planets. You just need to come with me in the morning to pick fruits." Xia Fanqing followed Xiaoyi and looked around. It seemed like a small botanical garden. A small eye of light was suspended in the air, providing energy for the entire botanical garden. There were many plants from the ancient earth, and many plants he had never seen before. Xia Fanqing was surprised to find that there were many plants used as seasonings. He saw star anise, pepper trees, ginger, chili peppers, onions and other plants. Can I pick some plants here? Sure, as long as you don't go to the fruit garden to pick fruits. Those fruits can only be eaten by the city lord. But those orcs don't like to eat them. The city lord is afraid that those orcs will fight and harm his botanical garden. So he specially made a protective shield. Xia Fanqing also found a big tree full of potato-like fruits, and many of them fell on the ground. He picked one up and let the cat cut it open with its claws. It looked like a potato, but he didn't know if it was poisonous. Can you check if this fruit is poisonous? Sure. She held it in his hand and scanned it. Wooming. The genes come from the ancient earth. Non-toxic. Not recommended for consumption. Unpalatable. Xia Fanqing heard that it was non-toxic, so he decided to take some back and cook it to see how it tasted. The three of them walked for almost 2 or 3 hours, but didn't even finish half of the walk. It was really big. Xia Fanqing took some fruits and condiments and went out with a few people. After he went back, he immediately put the fruits he had just picked up in water to boil. When the fork could penetrate, he took them out. He peeled the skin and tasted it. It should be potatoes, but they just grew on the tree. Cat, do you want to try it? It's not bad. Yu Xiaodong took it and took a bite. It didn't taste bad, but it wasn't bad. He shook his head and stopped eating after one bite. Xia Fanqing. I want to eat dried fish. Meow. Okay. I'll fry it for you when I'm free. He promised to cook dinner for everyone. And an idea suddenly occurred to him. This is just potatoes, so he might as well take some and cook. Xiaoyi. Can I bring some of this back? Sure. You can drive a small airship over there. I'll record the information for you. And you can take the airship when you go out. Xiaoyi took the two of them to a blue airship and recorded the information. Then called Xiao and Xiao San to help him pick it up. And he was going to stay to cook dinner for the guards. Xiao Er and Xiao San blushed as they accompanied Xia Fanqing onto the airship. Xiao Lan. Let's go to the botanical garden. Xiao Lan got it. Get ready to go. The few people quickly picked up a lot of potatoes and came back. When they came back, the robots had almost cooked the meat. He asked Mauer to help him peel the skin first. And then he went to the warehouse to get a lot of chickens. The pots here were only ordinary small pots, and the small robots used large barrels to cook meat. He decided to open several pots together, which should be enough. He picked up a knife and chopped the chicken into small pieces, poured it into a large pot and marinated it with onions, ginger and garlic. Mauer also helped him cook the potatoes, although only half of the potato was left after peeling. He finally peeled it cleanly. Mauer, can you help me cut it into small pieces? That's all. Xia Fanqing held the cut potato pieces in her hand. Meow. Yu Xiaodong nodded, threw a potato in the air, and cut it with his 2 claws left and right. Xia Fanqing originally asked him to help her cut it with a knife. Okay. It seems faster and cooler this way. Xia Fanqing put fat in the pot and fried lard. Then added onion, ginger, star anise and pepper to stir-fry. Then poured the 2 chopped chickens in and stir-fried until slightly yellow. Then poured them into the pot to simmer. Achoo meow meow. Yu Xiaodong sneezed because of the smell of pepper. He stretched out his fluffy paws and rubbed his nose. Xia Fanqing. What are you doing? Braised chicken. Did it choke you? Go out and wait for me. Come in later. Yu Xiaodong rubbed his nose and went out. He lay on the transparent glass and shook his tail to watch Xia Fanqing busy. What is this? He saw Xia Fanqing turning the pot with a spatula. He had never seen it before. When they were together, Xia Fanqing made grilled fish for him the most. What new way of eating is this? Seeing that the stew was almost done, Xia Fanqing poured in the potatoes and continued to simmer. At this time, the orcs who came for dinner also came one after another. The little robots had already prepared various meats for today. What is this smell? I want to drool. An orc directly stuck his head into the window. Little human. What are you doing? Braised chicken. Xia Fanqing opened 4 pots, and he didn't dare to cook too much. He didn't know if they would like the food on Earth. What kind of chicken? Yellow braised chicken. What new breed of chicken is this? The orc stuck his head back out of the window. Hey, Lao Lu. Do any of your relatives have this breed of chicken? Never heard of it. The orc shook his head. He had never heard of a breed of chicken called yellow braised chicken in his entire life. Yu Xiaodong stood outside for a while. When he saw an orc coming in, he hurried in. He surrounded Xia Fanqing and sniffed the food in the pot. Meow, meow, meow. Delicious. Do you want to try it? Xia Fanqing picked out a piece from the food and gave it to him. Yu Xiaodong stretched out his paw and carefully hooked it over. Fearing that his white fur would be dirty, he put it in his mouth. And it was so hot that he kept breathing heavily. But he couldn't bear to spit it out. His round cat eyes were full of shock. It tasted good. It tasted better than his grilled fish. He smacked it and swallowed the bone. I want more. Meow. Xia Fanqing served him a bowl. You eat first. And come over to help me get the food later. Chapter 11. Yu Xiaodong nodded and found a small table. Holding his bowl, and started eating. He stretched out his claws to pick out a piece from the bowl, and threw it into his mouth. It was so delicious that his 2 kitten ears stood up. That soft and sticky thing was also delicious. Xia Fanqing served a bowl to Yu Xiaodong, and poured the rest into a large plate, and brought it to the window. The other orcs, who went to get the meat, all changed teams. The smell was much more fragrant than the meat on their plates. Little human. Let me try it. Xia Fanqing put 2 spoonfuls of food on his plate. And soon the whole pot of braised chicken was shared out. Are there any more little humans? I want to try some too. There are more. Wait a moment. Xia Fanqing hurried to check her pot, which was almost done. At this time, Yu Xiaodong had also finished the rice in his bowl. And he handed the bowl to Xia Fanqing. More meow. Xia Fanqing brought him another full bowl. Cat, help me get some food. Yu Xiaodong took the big basin and his own small bowl to get food for the orcs. Fortunately, he was not too scared because of the glass. But he could still smell the smell of the high-level orcs and the looming pressure. His ears were scared into airplane ears again. The other orcs, who had already gotten their meals, widened their eyes in shock. Their ears popped out uncontrollably. And their tails kept swinging back and forth. How could there be such delicious food? Woohoo! It was really delicious. The orcs couldn't help but make joyful noises. Woof woof woof. Roar. Chirp. Woof. Woof. For a moment, the cafeteria was filled with all kinds of orcs' noises. They finished the braised chicken in no time. And there was not even any soup left. They ate it with the meat dip. They took their plates, and came to the back of the team to line up. Yu Xiaodong was frightened by the roars of various orcs and his hands couldn't help shaking. He was a little wild cat who could only meow. So scared. This made his hands shake when he served the food. It can be said that he had mastered the essence of the canteen and serving. The orcs didn't say anything. But they felt heartbroken when they saw the chicken nuggets being shaken off. After Xia Fanqing cooked a pot, he poured it into a large plate. He glanced at the line outside the door, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly went to prepare the next pot. Xiao Xingxing, is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Yi saw that no one came to beat the meat, so he also came over. Xiao Yi, can you help with the side dishes? Just help me cut the potatoes and chicken nuggets. Okay. Xiao Yi brought 2 friends to help. And the other small robots were still serving the orcs at their posts. Yu Xiaodong was trembling in front of the window as he served the tall orcs. He shook off half of the braised chicken in a spoon. An orc howled in dissatisfaction. And Yu Xiaodong shook even more. The chicken nuggets in the spoon fell down, scaring the orc so much that he dared not howl anymore. Little cat, please show mercy. The orc who was anxiously reaching behind saw that the orc in front of him had a spoonful of chicken that was shaken to the bottom because of a loud shout. He decided to adjust his strategy. He held his plate and smiled. Yu Xiaodong looked at the rows of sharp teeth and wanted to eat him. He was so scared that he meowed, and his tail hair exploded. His hand shook more than when he served the last orc. Meow meow. The shark orc is really scary. Xia Fanqing. Help me. The shark orc looked at the yellow braised chicken on his plate, which was less than the previous orcs, and walked away aggrieved. Why was this little cat so difficult to please? Threatening him didn't work, and smiling at him didn't work either. What could he do to stop shaking? When Lan came, he saw that the line had already stretched to the outside of the restaurant. One by one, the useless beast's ears jumped out and stared at the window with eager eyes. He was afraid that he had forgotten why he had queued up to buy barbecue with beast ears on. Through the glass window, he saw the little human spatula was about to smoke in the pot. Several robots around were busy helping him. Layan took a plate to cut in line. The orc in front was unhappy. Captain, how can you cut in line? The brothers have been waiting for a long time. Go away. You don't know how to order the city lord when you have delicious food. Layan smiled at Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong finally smiled when he saw Layan. But his hands were still shaking. He couldn't control it. He poured 2 spoonfuls of braised chicken into Layan's plate. Little cat, why are you shaking? I'm happy to do it, Yu Xiaodong said timidly and fiercely. More. Layan grabbed the spoon and scooped 2 more spoonfuls. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It smelled better than barbecue. After the dish was ready, Layan asked Xiao Ba to send it to the city lord. He took the plate and went to line up obediently. Xia Fanqing was busy for nearly 2 hours. But there were still many orcs queuing outside. In the end, Layan helped them not to eat it as a meal. Each person could only fight once. If they were not full, they could go to the next door to get meat. Then the orcs slowly dispersed. Fu Linchuan returned home late at night after a busy day. His father was waiting for him in the living room. He respectfully called his father and went upstairs. Stop. What do you think about the Miss Wang I told you about last time? Fu Jinting said. Father, there is no love between us. Fu Linchuan said lightly. Can't you leave a descendant for our Fu family? Are you going to piss me off to death? Fu Jinting has already felt that his son's use of inhibitors is becoming more and more frequent, which also means that his mental strength is on the verge of collapse. But orcs generally reach adulthood at the age of 120. And his son is only 150 years old and in his prime. Is he going to lose another relative? Fu Linchuan glanced at his angry father and said, Father, I will not be with someone who has no emotional foundation. Looking at Fu Linchuan's back as he left, Fu Jinting fell into deep thought. His son was a rare S-level orc in the Chroman Empire. He was a general in the military at a young age. In recent years, he either led the army to resist the invasion of the Zerg or traveled through the interstellar space to find new energy for the Empire. He had lost the person he loved most, and he didn't want to lose the last thought his wife left for her. He and his wife were both A-level orcs. His wife had a serious mental disorder caused by childbirth. He tried his best but failed to keep her. A few years later, his wife died of mental collapse. This led to his love and hate for Fu Linchuan. He hated the man who took his wife's life. In an emergency, he didn't mind taking some extraordinary measures. Recently, there were reports that the age of people with mental disorders tended to be younger and younger, and most of them were high-level A-level orcs. In order to avoid causing panic, the royal family had been suppressing the news and not leaking any information. Xia Fanqing was busy until dark before he sent away the last orc who came to line up. If Layan hadn't helped him, he would not have finished the work until dawn. Layan waited for Xia Fanqing to get off work and took the 2 of them to the dormitory behind the cafeteria. Little boss, you can live next to me. It happens to be vacant, so it's convenient for you to find me if you have something. After Xia Fanqing thanked him, she took Yu Xiaodong in. The room was a neat 1-bedroom with 2 beds and all the daily necessities. He asked Yu Xiaodong to take a shower first. He felt that his arms were no longer his own. Fortunately, those little robots could help him. He thought that maybe he could teach the little robots to cook tomorrow. Yu Xiaodong lay on the bed after taking a shower. His tail hung weakly behind him. He was so scared. He had never seen so many high-level orcs in his life. The smell on them was so scary that he still felt weak in his legs. The next morning, Xia Fanqing and the little robots went to the orchard to pick fruits. Yu Xiaodong swallowed his saliva as he looked at the colorful fruits above his head. This one cost tens of thousands of star coins. It must be delicious if it is so expensive. The arms of the little robots can be stretched very long. They easily picked the fruits growing on the trees. Xia Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong picked the fruits from the low trees with baskets. There were not many fruits on the trees. They looked like apple trees, pear trees, and some trees he didn't recognize. There were not many fruits on the trees. There were only a few sparse fruits on a tree. Xiaoyi picked up a fruit that had fallen naturally and handed it to Xia Fanqing. Xiao Xingxing, do you want to try it? Xia Fanqing took it and asked Yu Xiaodong if he wanted to eat it. Yu Xiaodong was shaking his head so hard that he almost left a shadow. It was so unpalatable that I didn't want to eat it. Xia Fanqing wiped it and thought it should be an apple. He took a bite. What was it? He couldn't tell the other taste except sourness. Moreover, the fruit tasted like a sponge. Could it be that the soil in the underground city was not suitable for plant growth? After returning, the little robots were troubled by the meat left over from yesterday. Usually, there would not be much left, and they would treat it as garbage. But yesterday, the beast men did not even finish half of it. Did they throw away all of it? Seeing Xiaoyi's big greeting, Xia Fanqing asked them what was wrong. Xiaoyi told him the dilemma. That's easy. Leave it to me. I'll make some twice-cooked pork. Can you accompany me to the botanical garden? I'll see if there are any spices that can be used. Xiaoyi happily took him to the botanical garden for another round. Xia Fanqing found garlic sprouts in a corner, and he picked a lot of them and took them back. Yu Xiaodong covered his nose all the way because he was disgusted by the smell. He would not eat this kind of thing even if he was picking up garbage. Seeing Yu Xiaodong avoiding him, Xia Fanqing had to let the robot help him pick and wash vegetables. He taught the robot to cut the meat like him. Just cut it a little thicker. The robot scanned the thickness and said him that it understood. It took a knife out of its arm with a click and cut the meat into the same thickness in a few strokes. Xia Fanqing was impressed. The robot was awesome. He used fat to refine a can of oil for cooking. He taught the robot next to him. Heat 2 spoons of oil. Pour in the garlic sprouts and stir-fry until fragrant. Then pour in the chopped meat and stir-fry a few times. Then season it with a little salt and a little light soy sauce. Oh, I forgot that there is no light soy sauce. Add a little chicken oil from yesterday. Stir-fry and serve. Do you understand? The little robots all shook their heads. What is the unit of measurement for a little? I've never heard of it. Xia Fanqing was confused. Okay. Now, he was like teaching foreigners how to cook. The mysterious oriental metaphysics of a little can only be understood, but not explained. After pouring out the fried pork, he cooked it again. He asked the little robots to scan the weight at each step. This was considered teaching the little robots. Yu Xiaodong came over. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. This meat actually had a strange fragrance that he had never tasted before. It was delicious. Before the orcs came, he showed off the first pot that Xia Fanqing cooked. Yu Xiaodong was still the one who served the orcs today. The little robots were busy cooking in the back, so only 3 people were assigned to help serve the food. Yu Xiaodong began to tremble uncontrollably again. He trembled as he served the orcs with a spoon. The tall orcs didn't dare to say anything, for fear of scaring the little cat and making him tremble even more. The orcs' ears kept trembling after eating today's meal. What kind of vegetables were this combination that tasted so good? With the help of the little robots, every orc could eat twice-cooked pork this time, and Xia Fanqing felt much more relaxed. Finally, under the strong suggestion of the orcs, Xia Fanqing cooked twice-cooked pork for them for 3 consecutive days. Xia Fanqing thought that meat was the staple food for the orcs, which might be equivalent to fried rice for humans. Some orcs rubbed against Lei and sighed. They hoped that Lei would talk to the little human and ask if he could stop the cat's hands from shaking. Half of the spoonful of twice-cooked pork was shaken off. They looked at it with their hearts bleeding. Lei knocked on their heads. Can you blame the little cat for this? Look, they are all B-level and C-level orcs. And he is just a little cat who doesn't even have a level. How can he not be afraid? Learn to collect your mental power. If you use pressure randomly, the little cat will make you shake your hands. A group of orcs had to leave with their pitiful meals. Chapter 12. Xia Fanqing has been in the city lord's mansion for almost a month. The 2 of them have been living very comfortably in the past month. It is very safe here, away from the chaos and violence outside. He goes to the botanical garden every day in his free time to find some edible ingredients as much as possible. or teaches the little robots to cook. After a month of adaptation, Yu Xiaodong finally stopped shaking when serving food, and can also walk around the cafeteria when he has nothing to do. But every time he sees a high-level orc, he can't help but put his ears close. Meow. Meow. So scary. That day, Xia Fanqing took Yu Xiaodong to the botanical garden to look for food. When Yu Xiaodong saw that there were no outsiders here, he turned into his original form and jumped in some low woods. When he was tired of playing, he lay on the tree trunk and stretched out his fluffy paws to play with the leaves. Little human. A voice came from the side. Xia Fanqing turned his head and saw the person coming. He quickly stood up and saluted. Lord City Lord. Don't be so reserved. Are you used to coming here? If you have anything, you can talk to Lei and don't be embarrassed. The City Lord smiled at the little human in front of him. How could he be so cute? He wanted to rub it. Everything is fine. Thank you for your care. Xia Fanqing had a good impression of this City Lord. Before he came, he thought that the City Lord of the underground city was a tall and mighty boss with a face full of flesh. But he didn't expect that he was a middle-aged man with a slightly fat body and a kind figure. Every time he saw him, he was smiling, like a Maitreya Buddha. But Xia Fanqing remembered a popular saying in the second dimension. People with squinting eyes are monsters. And those who can suppress the underground city are definitely not ordinary people. Can I invite you to go to the botanical garden with me? SW Epsilon Tau. Thank you. Lord City Lord. Xia Fanqing nodded respectfully, and he shouted to Yu Xiaodong, who was on a tree trunk not far away. Cat. We're leaving. While the two were talking, Yu Xiaodong quietly hid under the leaves. Although the Lord City Lord did not have the pressure of a high-level orc, he was a little scared when he thought that this person was more powerful than those orcs. He originally thought that after the two left, he would quietly slip back to the dormitory. Ah! Xia Fanqing actually called him. Yu Xiaodong had no choice but to jump from the branch into Xia Fanqing's arms, curling himself into a ball and nestling in Xia Fanqing's arms. Xia Fanqing was still surprised at how well behaved he was today. He followed the City Lord with a cat in his arms. I like the food you cook very much. Some of it is very similar to the food I saw in ancient books. Do you have any research in this area? The City Lord tilted his head and said to the little human beside him. Just a little bit of research. Xia Fanqing didn't dare to say directly that I was the person who came from the ancient earth you mentioned. It's such a pity. It said that it was a brilliant civilization where everyone was born equal. The City Lord sighed and continued. I've been here for nearly 500 years. At that time, the underground city was still dark. It took me nearly 300 years to get to where I am today. He looked up at the eye of heaven in the sky. Do you see it? That's the light I brought to this land. Xia Fanqing admired him very much. He built the dark underground city into this with his own efforts. Xia Fanqing accompanied him in the yard for a long time. Before the City Lord left, he picked a fruit that he cherished the most and gave it to Xia Fanqing. This is the only sweet fruit in the whole garden. You can come to the study to chat with me when you are free. And your friend. I can help you cure his leg. Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up. Thank you. Lord City Lord. Yu Xiaodong, who had been curled up into a ball, also raised his head in surprise. Is there still hope for his leg? After the City Lord left, Xia Fanqing turned around with the cat in his arms. He excitedly kissed Yu Xiaodong's cat on the head. Cat. You heard it. Lord City Lord can cure the leg. Yu Xiaodong was still staring blankly at his cat eyes. When he reacted, he meowed and punched Xia Fanqing twice. Xia Fanqing. You can't kiss me. He put the fruit he got from the City Lord into the cat paw bag on Yu Xiaodong's body and carried him back. Xia Fanqing was in a particularly good mood these 2 days. He didn't dare to ask Yu Xiaodong about his leg, fearing that he would accidentally hurt the pride of the proud cat. Now that his cat can finally walk normally like other orcs, he asked him to cook the dishes these 2 days to be particularly sweet. Today, the menu he arranged for the beast men was sweet and sour pork. He filtered a lot of starch from potatoes, which was just right for frying meat slices. Yu Xiaodong followed Xia Fanqing and lay beside the pot every day. When Xia Fanqing was about to cook, she would let him taste it first to see if it was delicious. Yu Xiaodong felt that his beast form seemed to be rounder, and even his human form had a little baby fat on his chin. Yu Xiaodong smacked the new dish today. Now crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Just as delicious as his favorite dried fish. Xiao Fanqing applied for another expensive nutrient from Xiaoyi. This highest grade nutrient is rarely sweet, and is generally not available to the public. When Xiao Fanqing finished making the sweet and sour pork, Yu Xiaodong had almost finished eating. Xiao Fanqing picked up a piece of the sweet and sour pork for him to try. Yu Xiaodong froze in place with a meow. 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 Meow, I like it sour and sweet. I really regret eating so many fried meat slices just now. Meow. The orcs who were changing shifts came to line up early. The orcs who used to be too troublesome to go to the cafeteria now ran to the cafeteria as soon as it was time to change shifts. On the way to the cafeteria, all kinds of orcs were running in a hurry every day, and the dust splashed all fell on the orcs behind, which forced Layan to send people to maintain order. The administrator's mouth twitched as he watched the orcs howling and rushing to grab food, which reminded him of an idiom from ancient Earth: wolves and pigs rushing. He held a small notebook and shouted, "You're speeding, bird in the sky. If you go any faster, you'll be banned from the cafeteria for a day. And that wild boar, you're forbidden to change into your original form. Hey, 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 that antelope, you're not allowed to jump around on the building." The only response to the administrator was the smoke from the orcs running by. He spat out the dirt in his mouth. A bunch of barbarians. Deduct points. Deduct points. All deduct points. He wanted to curse them with the most vicious curse in the world. Curse them to meet trembling kittens when they serve food. Yu Xiaodong was walking on the road with his cat paw bag on his back, humming a little tune and shaking his tail. Suddenly, a tall orc rushed in front of him, frightening Yu Xiaodong so much that he meowed and took 2 steps back, almost tripping himself. Yu Xiaodong bared his little fangs and asked, "What are you doing?" The tall orc blushed and showed the black animal ears on his head. "Hello. I am a sea-level black bear orc. But I used to be a very powerful B-level orc. Do you have a partner? Do you think I can be your partner?" Yu Xiaodong quickly covered his bag of dried fish, thinking that he might want to come here to eat and drink for free. No. Yu Xiaodong was about to go out with his ears pressed against his, but was blocked by the black bear orc. "Why not? Look, I have a crippled hand, and you have a crippled leg, so we are a perfect match." The black bear orc showed off his cool mechanical arm. Yu Xiaodong was furious at his words. "Hack you. You are the cripple. You should go find a bug as your partner." After that, he threw a set of cat punches at the orc's face, and finally kicked the orc to the ground with a cat kick. Then he covered his small bag and ran away, for he was afraid that the black bear orc would bite him. The black bear orc covered his face full of cat claws. He still didn't understand why the little kitty suddenly got angry. Yu Xiaodong puffed up his face and went to find Xiao Fanqing. He snorted and hugged his arms around Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing looked at his angry face like a pufferfish and asked, "What's wrong? Who messed with you? Is there anyone here who dares to mess with you?" "Humph! I'm so mad at me. Just now, I met a stupid bear who said I was lame. I immediately scratched his face. I'm so mad. Meow. Ah. Are you hurt?" Xiao Fanqing quickly looked up and down. "No. That stupid orc didn't fight back. I'm so mad." Yu Xiaodong told Xiao Fanqing what happened just now, and Xiao Fanqing laughed. "Laugh. Laugh. Laugh. What's so funny?" Okay. Stop laughing. Tomorrow we'll go find the city lord to show you your legs." Meow. Xiao Fanqing asked Layan to help him report to the city lord. With the city lord's consent, he and Yu Xiaodong went there the next day. The city lord took them to a laboratory. On the way, Xiao Fanqing saw a lot of strange inventions. It was so cyberpunk. When Yu Xiaodong saw the white laboratory, he was so scared that he meowed and hid behind Xiao Fanqing, shaking all the time. Xiao Fanqing patted his hand to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." "He should be a stress reaction," the city lord said. "Have you been to a similar place before?" Yu Xiaodong hid behind Xiao Fanqing and shook his head, but didn't say anything. The city lord used his own mental power to comfort him. "Be good. Where is it?" Yu Xiaodong felt as if there was a warm force around him. He stopped shaking so much and whispered, "I was caught by the parallel organization for experiments. I escaped once, and was caught and had a leg broken. Later, I fainted during an experiment. They thought I was dead, and put me in a garbage truck, and threw me into the underground city." When the city lord heard his answer, his hand paused, his eyes flashed a dark light. "And he and the parallel organization, It turned out to be him. Yu Xiaodong trembled with fear when he mentioned that life or death experience. Every day when he opened his eyes, he saw all kinds of needles and scalpels, white walls, white sheets, and white experimenters. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing heard Yu Xiaodong mention his past, and his heart seemed to be crushed in his hands. Don't be afraid. Come here. I'll take a look at your legs. The city lord tried to lower his tone. Yu Xiaodong was still very scared. He shook his head and dared not go forward. Finally, Xia Fanqing let his hand and walked over. The city lord touched his leg and said, "The bones are broken. If you want to treat it, you can only replace the bones inside with alloy ones." Xia Fanqing looked at Yu Xiaodong with tears in his eyes and asked, "Cat, is it okay?" Yu Xiaodong nodded tremblingly. "I am a powerful orc. I want to protect Xia Fanqing. Don't be afraid. I'll give you a sleeping potion, and you'll be fine when you open your eyes." As soon as the city lord took out the needle, Yu Xiaodong fainted from fear. His face was pale, and tears were hanging from the corners of his eyes. Xia Fanqing was almost scared to death by him, and the city lord came over to check on him. "It's okay. You won't be scared this way. Good boy." The city lord touched his head with his big hand, and released his soothing mental power. Yu Xiaodong, who had been frowning, finally relaxed his brows. But his hand kept grabbing the corner of Xia Fanqing's clothes and refused to let go. The city lord held him and lay on the operating table, which meant that when Xiaodong woke up, he was already lying on the bed in the dormitory. Xia Fanqing. "Cat, you're awake. Does it hurt?" Xia Fanqing, who had been staying by his bedside, asked. "No." Xia Fanqing. "I had a dream. I dreamed that I had a father and a mother. They gently touched my head and said that I was a good cat. They took me to the amusement park and bought me the most beautiful little clip. They took me to find you. They said that this was the little star they found for me, and that it would always be with me." Xia Fanqing hugged Yu Xiaodong tightly. "Yes, we will be together forever." Xia Fanqing. "That dream was really warm. I like it so much." Chapter 13. Xia Fanqing went back to the dormitory to chat with Yu Xiaodong after cooking in the cafeteria these days. Yu Xiaodong needed to stay in bed to rest 2 days ago. But this was even more uncomfortable for the kitten, who was used to the wild, than letting him eat grass. Yu Xiaodong stared at the ceiling with his ears drooping and his eyes lifeless. And his gray-black tail kept shaking in front of his eyes, trying to hypnotize himself with his tail. "Meow. I can't sleep at all." Yu Xiaodong patted his disappointing tail angrily. He heard the door creak open, and his ears perked up. "Xia Fanqing. You're back. Why are you here so early today? Xiaoyi and I took a leave of absence, and we were afraid that you would be disobedient and move around here alone. Look what I brought you." Xia Fanqing handed him the paper bag in her hand. Yu Xiaodong curiously opened the bag in his hand. "Meow. It's beef jerky. It's a specialty of our hometown. Are you tired of eating dried fish? Take a look and see if you like it." Yu Xiaodong took out a piece and held it in his mouth. "Meow. It's perfect for cats to grind their teeth." After Yu Xiaodong rested in bed for 2 days, Xia Fanqing pushed him out to get some sun. Xia Fanqing turned around to help him get some water. And when she came back, she saw Yu Xiaodong, who couldn't stay any longer, jumping on one leg. "Yu Xiaodong? Come back." This roar frightened Yu Xiaodong so much that he quickly jumped back to his wheelchair. He held the beef jerky in his mouth and didn't dare to look at Xia Fanqing. "Meow. Meow." Xia Fanqing with a dark face was really scary. Guilty. He secretly hooked his tail around Xia Fanqing's wheelchair-pushing wrist, pretending it was a fluffy bracelet. "Xia Fanqing. Here's what you eat." Meow meow meow. Xia Fanqing was softened by his meow. And this damn little cat knew how to act cute and coquettishly. He took one and put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. Yu Xiaodong knew that as long as he meowed at Xia Fanqing a few times, he would definitely forgive this cat. On the way, orcs kept greeting the two. "Little human, take a few days off. The brothers miss you so much. I always feel that Xiaoyi and the others have done something missing." Xia Fanqing responded to them one by one with a smile. Yu Xiaodong hummed unhappily. Why no one greeted him? "Hey, little kitty is out to bask in the sun?" "Yes. Yes. Look, my legs will be healed soon." Meow. Xia Fanqing happily stretched out his calf wrapped like a dumpling to show the passing orcs. Several orcs bent over to look at his legs. The city lord's craftsmanship has really improved. Little kitty's legs are wrapped so beautifully. Yes. Yes. It's really beautiful. Several tall orcs echoed awkwardly. The little cat happily wagged its tail. When it gets better, it will be the most powerful cat head. What does the little cat eat? Give brother one. Brother wants one too. Hee. Yu Xiaodong was so scared that he quickly covered his little bag. It's better not to say hello. After 3 or 4 days, he was able to walk on crutches by himself. And he didn't want Xia Fanqing to accompany him. Seeing that he had almost recovered, Xia Fanqing went back to work. Yu Xiaodong hopped around with his crutches every day. He was no longer afraid of the orcs here. He was getting along well in the city lord's mansion. He would wander around when he had nothing to do. In the end, he simply used his tail to hook the crutches and walked. It was indeed much more comfortable. But he didn't dare to let Xia Fanqing see it. Otherwise he would be miserable. In less than half a month, Yu Xiaodong was completely healed. He walked around the yard a few times with his tail wagging. His legs were really healed. Meow. He jumped directly to the 3-story building opposite. And Xia Fanqing was so scared that she stopped breathing for a while. Yu Xiaodong, get down. Yu Xiaodong turned into a cat in midair and pounced into Xia Fanqing's arms. Xia Fanqing was knocked back 2 steps by the little pig before he could stabilize himself. He touched the shiny fur twice and felt fatter. He was indeed a pig-raising expert. Yu Xiaodong meowed twice in his arms, then turned over to show his soft belly and licked his paws pretending not to see. Xia Fanqing's mind went blank for a moment. What does this mean? Can I touch it? He quietly stretched out his hand and rubbed it. Ah! It was so soft and warm. An oversized cat brand hand warmer. Xia Fanqing finally touched the cat. He was so happy that he was dizzy and buried his face in it, and took a deep breath. Yu Xiaodong used his paws to push the face lying on his belly in disgust. The stinky human was getting more and more aggressive. When Xia Fanqing had sucked enough, a pink cat paw print was printed on his fair face. Xia Fanqing held the little piglet in his arms and bounced it. He held him and sat on a bench by the side of the road. He touched the paws and scratched the long hair with diarrhea. The cat was really well behaved today. Suddenly he touched a small bean. Cat, do you have a pimple on your body? Yu Xiaodong jumped out of his arms with a meow. Xia Fanqing, you stinky hooligan. Wuh! Xia Fanqing was still standing there in a daze, while Yu Xiaodong had already disappeared. What happened? Didn't he just touch his little bump? How did he become a hooligan? He realized later that it didn't seem to be a little bump. Ah! Xia Fanqing screamed in her heart and wanted to bury herself. How did he know? He had never raised a cat before. It was so embarrassing. When he went back, Yu Xiaodong was squatting on the windowsill to bask in the sun. When he saw him coming, he snorted and turned his head away. Xia Fanqing felt so embarrassed that he laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, cat. I didn't mean it. The arrogant cat snorted and turned away. How about I fry some fish for you? The kind that's longer than your original form? You can just lie on it and eat it. 2 meows. Deal. Half a year later. At night, Xia Fanqing tossed and turned in bed. Cat, are you asleep? You're like a wheel, making so much noise. Cat, I want to go to the city above ground to have a look. No. Yu Xiaodong immediately jumped up from the bed. Are you going to abandon me? Xia Fanqing turned on the desk lamp and sat up. How could that be? We should go together. I don't want to go. And you can't go either. Meow. Yu Xiaodong was so angry that his tail exploded. Xia Fanqing didn't expect Yu Xiaodong to react so strongly. Why not? You are not allowed to. Aren't we very happy here? No one bullies us. There are Xiao and the others. Brother Lian and the others. And even the city lord takes good care of us. Why do we have to go outside? Yu Xiaodong finished his words without even taking a breath. But I want to see the outside world. No. Go to sleep. Yu Xiaodong pulled up the quilt and refused to discuss this issue with him. For 3 consecutive days, Yu Xiaodong ignored Xia Fanqing with a sullen face. No matter how Xia Fanqing coaxed her, it was useless. Even his favorite dried fish could not coax the cat back. Every time the kitten took his things, it turned its back to him and wagged its tail. Xia Fanqing slapped his forehead helplessly, wondering why it was so hard to coax. Xia Fanqing had been thinking about going to the underground city for a long time. He wanted to see the outside world. He had only heard of the Roman Empire from other works. and everyone had different opinions about it. Some said it was a place full of order, while others said it was a hypocritical place. There was a higher civilization than the underground city, with advanced technology, warm sun, beautiful seasons, and green plants everywhere. But that place could not accommodate useless people like them. Some of them were abandoned by the Roman Empire. Some were willing to fall into darkness, and some were destroyers of order. Everyone who came to this underground city had a past that could not be mentioned. The outside world was like the red apples in the Garden of Eden, tempting him to pick them all the time. Xiao Fanqing had been thinking about this for the past few days. The two of them had worked for more than half a year, and their salaries had been paid to them, totaling 50,000 to 60,000 star coins. He wanted to take Mao with him to leave the underground city, but he did not expect Mao's reaction to be so strong. Xiao Fanqing, do you really want to go to the ground city? Yu Xiaodong turned sideways to face Xiao Fanqing in the dark night. The orc's good vision allowed him to see every expression of the person opposite him. Yes, Xiao Fanqing said softly, not knowing whether she was talking to herself or Yu Xiaodong. What if I don't want to go with you? I won't leave you. Xiao Fanqing. You liar. Yu Xiaodong pulled the quilt over and hid in it. Xiao Fanqing went to the botanical garden alone with a basket to pick some spices. Little human, why are you alone? Xiao Fanqing saluted when he saw the visitor. Lord City Lord. He smiled bitterly and said, Mao is angry and has ignored me for several days. He has come to me and asked me to help you go to the underground city. It is not easy for you to go up alone. The Lord City Lord took Xiao Fanqing to his laboratory. In the eyes of the Roman Empire, the underground city is just a waste city, a garbage city. People on the ground can come and go freely, but it is harder for people underground to go up than to climb to the sky. Although Xiao Fanqing has been here for so long and has some understanding of this world, what he knows is just the tip of the iceberg. It is the first time for him to know what the City Lord said. The two cities are one word different, but there is a world of difference. The City Lord showed him his invention. I can help you forge a legal identity. What kind of work do you want to disguise yourself as? Come to me when you have decided. Xiao Fanqing returned to the dormitory. Yu Xiaodong was lying on the windowsill looking out in his original form. Xiao Fanqing called him softly. Cat, what are you doing? Humph. Yu Xiaodong shook his ears, but didn't look back at him. Thank you. No need. You will know how dangerous the world is before you know how good this place is. Don't cry and beg me to pick you up when the time comes. Cat, can't you really leave with me? I won't go to that damn place. I have food and drink here. Why should I go there? I'm waiting for you here. If you can't make it, come back early. Meow. Yu Xiaodong was reluctant to let Xiao Fanqing leave, but he couldn't restrict Xiao Fanqing from seeing the outside world. Since Xiao Fanqing woke up last time, he seemed to have become a different person. The former Xiao Fanqing always kept his head down, with his long hair covering his eyes. Even the weakest orcs in the dungeon dared to bully him. He didn't like that Xiao Fanqing. That Xiao Fanqing gave people a gloomy and lifeless feeling, while the current Xiao Fanqing was as optimistic as a little son. Since he wanted to leave, he would help him leave. He would guard their home and wait for Xiao Fanqing to come back. Chapter 14. Xiao Fanqing finally chose a black cat as his prototype, which matched his hair color and eye color. The City Lord made him cat ears and a bee's tail, and implanted a chip at his arm that could disguise his orc level. Xiao Fanqing's new ID card was freshly released. Name, Xiao Fanqing. Breed, black British Shorthair. Level, E level. Age, 130 years old. Height, 180. The City Lord helped him forge an orc of a low level. This level usually works in some service industries in the ground city, and is not easy to expose his identity. Generally speaking, the level of an orc is closely related to its prototype. High-level orcs are usually large carnivorous beasts, but there are exceptions. A few small orcs can also reach level A or B in mental power. Xiao Fanqing flicked his ears in front of the mirror. The small ears seemed to be really grown on his head. I don't know if it's the City Lord's bad taste, but his animal ears are particularly cute. Yu Xiaodong's animal ears are upright triangles, while his ears are a bit round, soft and a bit folded. He touched it twice, and it felt great. He shook the black tail behind him, and the tail was so real. It was actually me. Xiao Fanqing couldn't let go of his tail, rubbing it against his face, and then burying his head in it and sniffing. His ears and tail were also controlled by the chip on his arm. As long as he thought of an action, His ears and tail would move with him. He lay in front of the mirror and played for a long time. The two soft ears kept standing up and lying down. Yu Xiaodong, who was lying on the bed, took a bite and said, "Looking at your useless appearance, someone who didn't know would think you were in love with yourself." Yu Xiaodong sat up with a small dried fish in his mouth. "Walk a few steps and let me see." Xia Fanqing walked a few steps with her tail swung and her waist twisted, then turned her head and asked, "How is it? Is it very similar?" "What do you mean?" "Cat steps. Do you understand? Look, I'll walk for you." Yu Xiaodong walked around him twice slowly with his tail swung. "Do you understand? You are a cat." "A cat? I don't want you to be like a boneless worm." Xia Fanqing chuckled twice. "Hasn't this been a cat before?" Xia Fanqing followed Yu Xiaodong to learn for an entire afternoon before he barely passed. He even stumbled a few times because of the lack of coordination between his hands and feet. Yu Xiaodong laughed without giving him any face. "You are so stupid." After learning to walk, Yu Xiaodong taught him to meow. Xia Fanqing was not happy. "I saw that those orcs didn't make the original meow when they talked. You are an E-level kitten, even if you don't meow normally. Can you not meow when you are excited? Come and learn from me." Meow. Yu Xiaodong demonstrated it to him. Xia Fanqing followed him with shame. Meow. Xia Fanqing. "Why are you so stupid? Are you a robot without emotions? Shui and the others don't talk like that. It's meow turn. Turn. Ko meow. Turn a few more times." Yu Xiaodong sat on the table with his legs crossed, teaching his stupid apprentice. Xia Fanqing's face was about to turn red with shame, and he closed his eyes and called a few more times. Meow. "This is almost right. Meow. And don't make your voice too rough. Pinch it up. It should be delicate and weak." Xia Fanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What? Clip it?" He was a man in his 20s, and one day he had to learn the clip sound. He regretted it so much that he wanted to find a piece of tofu to kill himself. Why did he choose a cat? It would be much better to choose a rough dog. At least he can bark as he likes. Yu Xiaodong saw that he didn't move and urged him again. "What are you wasting time on? Hurry up." Xia Fanqing had to meow at him twice with a pinched throat. He took a breath. "And it should be okay. Keep going." Xia Fanqing looked at Yu Xiaodong as if he was the evil dean of academic affairs. He seriously suspected that this evil cat was taking revenge by teaching him. Xia Fanqing just played badly and sang all four tones to him. Meow ah meow ah meow ah meow ah. Yu Xiaodong was so angry that he slapped his hand with his tail. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing quickly came over and smiled. "Cat, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I'll come to pick you up as soon as I'm settled." The arrogant cat hugged his arms and whimpered. The orcs knew that Xia Fanqing was leaving. When they were free, they came to find Xia Fanqing in waves. "Woo woo woo. Little human. Are you really leaving? I can't bear to see you go woo 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 woo." A black-skinned man over 2 meters tall was crying in front of her. This sense of disobedience made Xia Fanqing very upset. It was really likely Kue putting on a yellow flower in the mirror and Dayu pulling up a weeping willow. "Little human. Can you teach Shui and the others some more recipes?" Woo woo woo. Another tall orc hugged Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing's eyes were dazzled by the hard chest muscles. But there was no need to be so enthusiastic. After sending the crying orcs away, Xia Fanqing lay exhausted on the bed. He was so tired. He looked at the tall and mighty orcs one by one, wondering why they were so fond of crying. "You are big beasts that can kill him with one punch, not small fists that hit your chest." Yu Xiaodong was always wagging his tail beside him to laugh at his joke, and had no intention of coming forward to help. In the past 2 days, whenever Xia Fanqing went out, orcs would come around, touching his ears or his tail, saying, "Hey, the city lord's craftsmanship is really great. It's just like the real thing. Who says it's not? Look at the feel. It feels just like the real thing. It's pretty cute." The orc stretched out a finger and touched Xia Fanqing's soft little ears. Some orcs slapped Xia Fanqing on the head with their big hands. When everyone left, Xia Fanqing went back with a messy head and a messy tail. Yu Xiaodong burst out laughing. "What happened to you? Were you robbed? It's more terrible than being robbed." Xia Fanqing combed her hairy tail with a comb, feeling hopeless. In the last 2 days, Xia Fanqing was busy making snacks for Yu Xiaodong. She fried 2 large pots of dried fish for him, and filled the cabinets in their room with beef jerky, spicy duck neck, and pork jerky. On the night before leaving, Xia Fanqing went to the city lord to say goodbye. Lord City Lord, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Here are some jams I made. I hope you like them. Xia Fanqing specially collected some fruits that fell on the ground. He picked some nectar and pickled several jars to give to the city lord. Little human, be careful when you go up there. If you have any problems, you can contact me or Layan. We will take care of the little cat for you. The city lord touched the little human's head. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very happy inside. He finally got to rub the little human. Xia Fanqing's eyes were slightly red. Since he came to this strange world, he has been dependent on the cat and lived in fear every day. This is the first time he has felt the care of his elders. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Go ahead. Layan will take you there. Xia Fanqing came out with red eyes. Layan and Yu Xiaodong were standing outside the door waiting for him. Xiao Ziaxiwu also came over. They surrounded Xia Fanqing and whined. Xiao Xingxing, you have to come back early. Xia Fanqing touched their round heads one by one. I will. Layan gave him a light computer. One for you and one for Mauer, so that we can contact each other in the future. Thank you, Brother Layan. Xia Fanqing walked in front of Yu Xiaodong, and the tears he had been holding back fell. He hugged Yu Xiaodong tightly. Mauer, you have to take care of yourself. I will come back to pick you up. Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes were also filled with tears. Xia Fanqing, I will wait for you to come back. Xia Fanqing followed Layan onto the airship. He looked back at Yu Xiaodong every few steps. That was his cat, the person he depended on for life. The airship rumbled up. Yu Xiaodong raised the red rope on his wrist, which had a golden kitten's paw hanging on it. That was the first gift Xia Fanqing gave him, and also the first gift he received in his life. He squatted on the ground and covered his face, tears dripping down his fingers and onto the ground. Xia Fanqing, you must be well. The tall office building was still brightly lit at night. The man in a suit threw away the documents in his hand. You useless thing. We haven't found him for so long. The man in black knelt on the ground trembling. Sir, when we found number 2's trace last time, he had disappeared. I led people to ambush for several days, but didn't see him come back. The dungeon is so small. You have to find him even if you turn it upside down. Get out. Yes, sir. The man in the suit leaned on the chair behind the desk with a headache. He was extremely irritable now. Number 2 had been on the run for almost 2 years and had not been found. The top management had been putting pressure on him. His collapsed mental power was faintly beginning to fluctuate. He opened the drawer and took a tube of serum from it and injected it into his neck. After the injection, he felt a sharp pain. The veins on his neck bulged and his eyes were full of bloodshot. He clenched his fists and endured the pain of cramps. After a few minutes, he collapsed on the chair in a cold sweat, and his mental power returned to calm. He sneered and crushed the injection in his hand. He threw the powder into the trash can at his feet. Those senior executives urged him to speed up the development of a drug to solve mental disorder every day, but he only had a semi-finished product in his hand. Now there are only inhibitors circulating on the market, which can only temporarily control mental disorder. The price is that the next mental disorder will come faster and more violently. But what he had in his hand was a semi-finished antidote, which would stabilize the disordered mental power after use without damaging it. Although it was only a semi-finished product, he had to use it. His mental power had already collapsed, and he could only survive to this day with this semi-finished potion. He was more anxious than the senior executive to catch number 2. He didn't have much serum in his hand. If he didn't find number 2, he would only die. Fu Linchuan probably couldn't hold on. It was a rare S-level orc. If it weren't for his identity, he couldn't move. He really wanted to catch him and study him. He curled his lips. It was estimated that he would degenerate into a juvenile in a few days. The royal family would definitely conceal this news in order to stabilize the people's hearts. Maybe he still had a chance. Chapter 15. It was almost dawn when Xia Fanqing arrived at the above-ground city. There were 2 passages between the above-ground city and the underground city. One was built by the Croman Empire. The Croman Empire sent a large number of soldiers to guard this passage to prevent people from the underground city from sneaking in. The other one was hidden in the black market, which was guarded by vicious orcs. Even if you lost everything, you might not be able to pay the expensive smuggling fee. So many orcs were born and died in the underground city. Xiao Fanqing didn't know that Lian took him to the secret passage in the city lord's mansion. Only a few of the city lord's confidants knew about this passage, which was used by the city lord's mansion to lead to the ground city. Xiao Fanqing walked to the street with his small bag on his back. The shock brought to him by the Roman Empire was even more shocking than when he first realized that this was an orc world. Buildings full of technology. Various airships were driving in the air in an orderly manner. And the virtual 3D characters on the big screen seemed to appear in front of real people. There were more high-level orcs without animal ears and tails on the road. And some orcs of a lower level than themselves were walking on the road while shaking their tails. Everyone was dressed in bright clothes. And many people were followed by a small Nani robot. Warships passed overhead from time to time. And the dark shadows seemed like a giant beast coming. Compared with the underground city, this place really made him feel what the future interstellar era was like. His most important task now was to find a job quickly. When he came out, Mauer gave him all his star coins. He now had more than 100,000 star coins in his hand. But it seemed that the prices here must be much higher than those in the underground city. Xiao Fanqing took out a tube of nutrient from his backpack to replenish his physical strength. He hadn't drunk that stuff for a long time. And his face wrinkled after taking a sip. He turned on the optical computer on his wrist. And a virtual screen popped up in front of him. A mechanical female voice came out. Welcome to the Artificial Intelligence Optical Computer. The butler is dedicated to serving you. Please identify yourself first. Xiao Fanqing scanned the chip on her arm. Hello. Master. The information has been entered. May I ask if there is anything I can do for you? Looking for a job. Master. Can you be more specific? Xiao Fanqing thought for a while. Then said, I want to find a job where I can keep company with Fluffy. The light computer screen quickly screened various recruitment information. The housekeeper has finished screening for you. The master. The first one is to play a cat in a cat cafe. The second one is a live-in nanny. The third one is a nursery worker. The fourth one is an orc bathhouse. The fifth one. The third one. The third one. The third one is a nursery worker. Nanshan Royal Kindergarten is urgently hiring. High salary. Food and accommodation are provided. Requirements include love for the job. Love and patience. Resistance to falling and beating. And crustaceans and orcs are preferred. Xiao Fanqing was crazy excited when he saw that food and accommodation were provided. Besides, it was a kindergarten. Wouldn't there be a lot of fluffy little ones? It was so cute. He clicked the application and took the public airship with his bag on his back. He got out of the car at the door. He looked up at the luxurious gate. The big words Nanshan Royal Kindergarten shone in the sun like gold. The teaching building inside was even more luxurious, like a European palace. As soon as he walked to the door, a ladybug orc flew out with a backpack and cursed. What kind of kindergarten? I have never seen such wild kids. They almost broke my wings. Xiao Fanqing put down his hand that was about to knock on the door. What does that mean? Can a little kid beat him? While he was hesitating, a humanoid robot came up. His tone full of surprise. Apply? Come in. Come in. Xiao Fanqing nodded. As soon as he stepped into the door, the hidden camera scanned his entire body and compared his identity information with that in the National Security Bureau. Xiao Fanqing followed the humanoid robot into the room. There were dense forests and neat green grass everywhere. Even the rare and delicate flowers in the underground city were blooming here. Various little cubs were walking on the grass, wagging their tails. When they saw Xiao Fanqing coming, they stopped what they were doing and poked their heads to look at him. Xiao Fanqing's heart was almost melted by these little fur balls. How could they be so cute? There were round little tigers and little black panthers that looked like little coal balls. They were so cute that Xiao Fanqing couldn't control her hands from getting all over them. As soon as Xiao Fanqing left, the little kids started discussing. Wow! Our new toy. It seems to be a kitten this time. Look at his white skin. Isn't he beautiful even with the wounds? TSK. I wonder how long he can last. Xiao Fanqing followed the robot for a long time before reaching the principal's office. He knocked on the door and took Xiao Fanqing in. Applied for the principal. A little old man who was dozing on a chair immediately opened his eyes. Apply? Welcome. Then, he quickly opened his drawer, took out a contract, and walked to Xiao Fanqing with wind in his footsteps. Sign. And start work immediately. Xiao Fanqing lowered his head and took the contract from the little old man who was only as tall as his waist. He opened the contract with some doubts. So fast? Could he be a liar? He carefully flipped through the contract and read it page by page. The principal listened to the sound of him flipping through the contract, and his heart skipped a beat. He was getting old and was about to have a heart attack. He rubbed his hands and said, "Don't worry, little classmate. The treatment will definitely not be bad. Food and accommodation are included. 6 insurances and 2 funds. The odds are extremely high." "Bah. I mean, the salary is extremely high." The principal quickly changed his words, but he almost let it slip. He was almost bald because of those bastards, who were robbing the roof every day. 7 or 8 childcare workers left before the end of this month, and many of them quit before the probation period was over. If this continues, he will be exiled to the deserted planet by those noble families to mine. Xia Fanqing read the contract carefully. There were no problems. The treatment was also very good. He would get 10,000 star coins a month. Seeing that he had finished reading the contract, the old man quickly took out a pen from his suit pocket and handed it to him. Xia Fanqing took the pen and signed his name on the contract. The principal's heart finally settled down. Finally. It was a lie again. No. Finally. Another one was hired. The principal took the contract with a smile and locked it in his drawer. Then he took out 2 insurance policies and gave them to Xia Fanqing. "Our welfare is very good. The safety of our employees is a major concern of our kindergarten. Come on, Teacher Xia. Sign it." Xia Fanqing glanced at the insurance policy. It covers everything from minor illnesses to severe hemiplegia. It can be said that even if you sneeze, the insurance company will be eager to come and pay you. Moreover, it is double insurance. This treatment is much better than the years when he was a social animal. He signed his name after seeing that it was okay. "Little assistant, please record the information of the work card for Teacher Xia." The principal shouted at the robot that brought Xia Fanqing in just now. The little assistant scanned the chip on Xia Fanqing's arm, and his information popped into the air. Xia Fanqing. Male. Black British short hair. 130 years old. Address. After comparing the identity information again, the assistant spit out a work badge from the small opening in his abdomen. "Welcome Teacher Xia to Nanshan Royal Kindergarten. Teacher Xia is in charge of Class 3. Grade B. Please take your work badge and change into work clothes," the principal said with a smile. Teacher Xia and the assistant go to the class. "Principal, don't you need pre-job training?" Xia Fanqing asked doubtfully. He once again doubted whether this was really a legal kindergarten. Why was it so weird everywhere? "Hey, no pre-job training is needed. Teacher Xia just needs to take care of the 4 kids in the class. It's very simple. Go ahead." The principal sent Xia Fanqing out of the office with a charming tone. He hummed a little tune and sat on his office chair. Hee hee. Here comes another one. Nanshan Kindergarten is well known in this area. Some local orcs are unwilling to join the kindergarten. He can only deceive the orcs from the asteroids. If he can deceive one, he will take care of them. Otherwise, he will have to take care of those old men. He also wanted to save the few hairs he had left. He was so worried. He was originally a small minister in the Education Bureau. Just because the director said he was willing to take over as the dean, the other ministers took a step back. This glorious task fell on his head. Didn't he just take a nap? It was simply bullying him. A weak and pitiful B-level pangolin. The assistant brought Xia Fanqing to the class he was going to work in. The little white tiger cub inside was rolling on the cushion out of boredom. When he saw someone coming, he stood up with a chirp, raised his little tail, and said arrogantly, "Are you the new nursery teacher?" Xia Fanqing squatted down and said, "Yes, my name is Xia Fanqing. You can call me Teacher Xia. TSK. Who wants you to be a teacher?" The little white tiger turned around and left. He hated it so much. He wanted to go home. He didn't want to stay in this broken kindergarten at all. The assistant took Xia Fanqing to introduce him to the 4 little cubs in the class. Gu Peifing White Tiger. He Weo Siberian Husky. La Luna Cockatiel. Lassie Mermaid. After the assistant introduced the 4 little cubs to him, he pointed to a room and showed it to Xia Fanqing. "That's your dormitory. The other rooms are for the gentlemen and ladies. Just take good care of them every day. Go to the cafeteria to get 3 meals a day. Teacher Xia. Have a good job." The assistant left in a flash after he finished speaking. Xia Fanqing stood at the door and took a look at the class. It was more like a large flat with 6 bedrooms and a living room than a class. The large living room was covered with thick plush carpets. A luxurious glass crystal lamp hung in the middle of the living room. A long marble dining table was placed on one side of the floor-to-ceiling window. Velvet European-style chairs were neatly arranged on both sides. There were precious oil paintings on the wall. The decoration of the entire class revealed two words: rich. Chapter 16. Xiao Fanqing took off his shoes at the door and pushed open his bedroom door with his shoes in his hands. His small room was about 10 square meters and equipped with a small bathroom. He put down his backpack and put on the work clothes given by the assistant. The white work clothes looked like those of an experimenter. After he packed up, he went out to the living room to find the cubs in his class. He squatted down and greeted the little white tiger he saw when he entered the door just now. "Your name is Gu Peifeng, right? My name is Xiao Fanqing. Nice to meet you." The little white tiger turned around and pointed its butt at him. Xiao Fanqing chuckled. The little cub has a bad temper. Xiao Fanqing went to find her other cubs. Just as he stood up, a small thing fell from his head. He reached out to touch it, and the little thing flew up and landed on the glass lamp. She tilted her head to look at Xiao Fanqing. The little kitten was pretty. Its little face was white and tender, with a little baby fat, and its black eyelashes were long and curled. TSK. She used to like the good boy the most. But unfortunately, she was not strong enough now. Xiao Fanqing stood under the glass lamp and greeted her. "Hello, La Luna." La Luna flew up and pecked the little beastman's soft ear. She didn't hear the expected cry. "Eh? Doesn't this little beastman feel pain?" Xiao Fanqing reached out to tidy up her hair that was messed up by the cockatiel. The little guy had snow-white feathers all over his body, and the feathers on his cheeks and head were beautiful fluorescent yellow. There was a round red dot on each cheek. It was really cute. It was the first time Xiao Fanqing saw this kind of small parrot that was only the size of a palm. It was very cute. But what interested him most was the little mermaid that the assistant had mentioned. He looked around and found a fish tank more than 2 meters long in a shaded place. It was covered with white fine sand, and the rockery made of small stones was covered with colorful corals. Little Mermaid. He really wanted to see what the legendary Little Mermaid looked like. He leaned on the glass and looked around and finally found the legendary Little Mermaid among the corals. What? It was beautiful. But shouldn't the Little Mermaid have a human body and a fish tail? How come there was a white fish in the tank that was not even as big as a palm? And the little fish was floating in the water with its elegant tail shining with colorful light, like a little fairy in the clouds. Xiao Fanqing thought it might be because it hadn't grown up yet. He waved and greeted the Little Mermaid. "Hello, lassie. I'm Xiao Fanqing." The little fairy fish jumped out of the water and splashed water on Xiao Fanqing's face. La Luna, who was standing on the lampstand watching the fun, laughed. "Lassie is not easy to mess with. If he is unhappy, he can whip you in the face with his tail. This is still a light punishment." Xiao Fanqing wiped the water off her face. 3 of the 4 little guys ignored her. And there was a Siberian husky that she had never seen before. He was familiar with this one. He had seen and touched it when he was taking a walk before. He looked around the living room for Hiwuyo, but didn't see the little husky. Finally, he found the little husky under the sofa. He bent down and lay on the ground to greet the little husky. "Hello, Wuyo. I am your new teacher, Xiao Fanqing." Hiwuyo came out from under the sofa with a tattered doll in his mouth. When he saw Xiao Fanqing, he bared his teeth and made a threatening sound. The caregiver who came this time turned out to be a delicate little kitten. He hated others treating him as a cub. Hiwuyo, was a majestic lone wolf in the snowfield. Xiao Fanqing stretched out her hand in front of him. "Hello." Hiwuyo bit Xiao Fanqing's finger directly, and the little husky said in a baby voice, "Little cat, take care of yourself." Xiao Fanqing stood up, holding his finger. Fortunately, the bite was not very deep, and only a little blood was seen. No wonder the salary was so high. These were not the obedient little cubs in his mind. They were obviously little thorns. He now suspected that he was being cheated. Xiao Fanqing was busy cleaning the living room all morning. There was a naughty robot in the house to help him, which made him feel much more relaxed. He just helped to tidy up the dolls and blankets that the little cubs had messed up. He wanted to go into the little cubs' room to help them tidy up, but was stopped outside by Hiwuyo with his teeth bared. Xiao Fanqing took 2 steps back and continued to tidy up the living room. After wiping all the ornaments on the shelf, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Since he had accepted this job, he should do it well. He looked up at the wall clock. It was almost 12 o'clock. There was a timetable behind the door to remind each childcare worker what to do at each time. It was time to get lunch now. He said hello to a few little guys and went out. At this time, the childcare worker next door also pushed the door out. There was no feature of an orc on his body. Xiao Fanqing thought it might be a high-level orc. He nodded to the other party. But the other party ignored him and walked to the cafeteria with his hands in his pockets. Xiao Fanqing didn't know the way yet, so he had to follow him not far behind. The cubs' meals were already prepared and placed in the thermos. Xiao Fanqing swiped the employee card on his neck like the nursery staff in front of him. The conveyor belt brought the meals for their class. Xiao Fanqing came back with 5 thermos in his hands. On the way, he saw many nanny robots from other classes coming to get their meals. After Xiao Fanqing got his lunch, he put the thermos in his hand on the dining table. He opened the thermos one by one and placed them on the table. The first one was Gu Peifeng's, which only had 2 tubes of nutrient solution. The second one was Hiwuyo's, which had 3 layers filled with various kinds of meat. The third one was Lu Luna's, which had a layer of berries of various colors, a layer of vegetable leaves, and finally the Little Mermaid Lacey's, which had various small meat particles. Babies, it's time to eat. Xiao Fanqing called the cubs in the living room. Little white tiger Gu Peifeng came over with his short legs and said in a cute and fierce tone, "Don't call us such disgusting names." Okay. Xiao Fanqing agreed readily. The little white tiger jumped onto the table at the main seat of the dining table. Little black cat, you put my lunch in the wrong place. Xiao Fanqing put his 2 tubes of nutrition in front of him. And the little white tiger said arrogantly, "Cut it open." Xiao Fanqing followed his instructions and cut open 2 tubes of nutrition and placed them diagonally in the lunch box. The little white tiger lowered his head to suck the nutrition. Xiao Fanqing secretly watched him eat. It was really awkward. Such a small cub should lie in his arms and be fed with a bottle. Fortunately, Gu Peifeng can't read minds. If he knew that Xiao Fanqing thought so, he would have to bite him with 1 claw. At this time, Hiwuyo and Lu Luna also fell on both sides of the main seat. Xiao Fanqing quickly switched their lunch boxes. He stood aside and watched the 3 cubs eat. Hiwuyo pressed the big piece of meat in the box with his front paws, bent his body, and used his hind legs to tear the meat on it with his sharp teeth. Every cell in his body was exerting force. Xiao Fanqing felt uncomfortable watching it. Did it have to be such a big piece? Can't it be cut smaller? Lu Luna ate the colorful berries one by one gracefully, and then pecked at the leaves. Gu Peifeng finished his nutrient solution first. Then he jumped down and walked to his room. If you want to starve the fish to death, you don't have to feed him. Xiao Fanqing thought that Laishi would also come out to eat by herself. So he quickly took the lunch box and spoon to him. Laishi had been waiting in the water tank impatiently for a long time. And when he was almost done eating, he spit out water all over Xiao Fanqing's face. Xiao Fanqing was numb. How could a fairy fish have such a bad temper? After Hiwuyo finished his 3 boxes of meat with great effort, Xiao Fanqing packed up the lunch boxes of several people and then sat at the dining table to open his thermos. Lu Luna fluttered her wings and hovered over his head. Little black cat. Little black cat. This is the master's dining table. You can't sit here to eat. No. No. Xiao Fanqing's mouth twitched. What master? Is he a servant now? He carried his thermos back to his room. His lunch was almost meat like Hiwuyo's. He took out the cutlery and cut his piece of meat, which was bigger than his fist, into thinner slices. It was tasteless and difficult to swallow. Fortunately, it was all lean meat. Otherwise he couldn't eat it. Xiao Fanqing couldn't eat any more after a few bites. Everything in the orc world was evolving. Except for the food of our great Hua country. The great invention of nutrient supplements was simply too amazing. It was convenient. But even if it was made into nectar, Xiao Fanqing still felt that he couldn't abandon his hot pot. Braised chicken, grilled fish, lamb ribs, small cakes, ice cream. Xiao Fanqing came out to check and saw that several cubs had returned to their rooms to rest. He also returned to his room to rest for a while. He was afraid that he would oversleep. So he set an alarm. It was not the gentle voice of the housekeeper that woke him up, but the crackling sound of things falling to the ground that he could hear through the door. He quickly got up to check. The kitchen was a mess, with quilts and plates scattered all over the floor. Hiwuyo was jumping on the cupboard, sweeping everything in the cupboard down with his tail and claws. Seeing Xiao Fanqing coming, he jumped down from the cupboard. and Xia Fanqing quickly stopped him. Be careful. TSK. I'm not afraid. He walked away with his short legs, shaking his tail. He just wanted to find something for this little black cat to do. Xia Fanqing called the Nani robot to help him clean up the debris on the ground. He carefully avoided the sharp fragments, but he still accidentally cut his finger with the broken porcelain. He quickly sucked the wound twice, and the Nani robot quickly ejected the bandage from its body. The Nani robot quickly wrapped it around him several times, and finally tied a beautiful bow for him. Thank you? He bandaged a small wound as if his finger was broken. Gu Peifeng, who was sleeping, suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. This fragrance seemed to have a soothing effect. His chaotic mental power was temporarily relieved. But for him, it was like a drop of water falling in the desert. His frown loosened a little. Chapter 17. Gu Peifeng felt a lot more relaxed after waking up. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. His mental breakdown made him extremely irritable every day. Sometimes he couldn't control himself and even attacked others. He was originally a high-level A-level orc. After his mental breakdown, he directly degenerated into a B-level juvenile. The royal family has been looking for a solution, but with little success. In the afternoon, the cubs will go out for a walk after waking up. The cubs will go out without waiting for Xia Fanqing's arrangement. Even the little mermaid Lacey spit out a fist-sized bubble of water and went in. Xia Fanqing followed behind the four people slowly. The cubs came to the green space in front of the class for a walk. The cockatiel flew to the branches and made a crisp chirping sound. When he was bored, he flew down to peck He Wuyo's ears. He Wuyo jumped up and chased the little parrot flying above his head. La Luna, come down here. You can fly. What's so great about that? Sooner or later, I'll pluck all your hair and stick it on the principal's forehead. You stinky dog. I can't catch you. I can't catch you. La Luna flew slowly above He Wuyo, and when she saw an opportunity, she stretched out her claws and hit him on the head. You are the dog. Your whole family is dogs. I am the Siberian ice-field snow wolf. You flat-haired two-legged chicken. He Wuyo chased the cockatiel above his head, but his legs were too short to reach it even if he jumped up. When the little cockatiel heard the stinky dog say that he was a two-legged chicken, he flew low in anger and directly pulled off a tuft of hair on his head. The little Era cried out in pain and stretched out his claws to cover his forehead. The little cockatiel cried out in joy. It's what you deserve. I'm a cockatiel. And the cockatiel is a super powerful god on ancient Earth, the Lord of Birds. The cockatiel tribe has been touting themselves as the descendants of the phoenix because their name contains the word black phoenix. The peacock tribe certainly disagrees. They think their appearance is the most consistent with the legendary phoenix. The two tribes have fought many times to compete for who is the true phoenix bloodline. Gu Peifeng glanced at the two childish ghosts, and then lay on the lawn and closed his eyes. It was his body that degenerated into a juvenile, not his cerebellum that shrunk. Lacey also controlled his bubble and hid in the middle of a pistol. He liked the fragrance of flowers very much. This fragrance made his tense spirit relax for a short time. Xia Fanqing sat on a chair and watched the four little pups in her class playing. Not far away, other classes were also playing on the lawn. La Luna, who was walking her husky in the air, was suddenly knocked to the ground by a figure. A peacock landed on the ground with its wings flapping. The little cockatiel rolled on the ground twice after being knocked by him. Xia Fanqing quickly got up and ran over. The green peacock wanted to lower its head to peck at the little parrot on the ground, but Xia Fanqing stretched out his arm to stop it. New caretaker. Little black cat. Get out of the way. It's not your turn as a lowly orc to interfere in the affairs between us high-level orcs. Xia Fanqing was unhappy when he heard this. How could this bird have no manners at all? He kept talking about high and low, and his head was full of feudal hierarchy. He, a 24-year-old young man, would not indulge him. I am their teacher. It is my responsibility to protect them. La Luna stood up from the ground with her wings flapping. Her beautiful wings were all dirty. She flew up and stood on Xia Fanqing's head, so that she could be taller than that stinky peacock. Jinming, what are you doing? The proud peacock stretched out his gorgeous wings. What am I doing? I just heard a bird say that he is the master of all birds. Are you parrots qualified? Our peacocks haven't said anything yet. Who do you think you are? You? La Luna flew up and wanted to fight with the peacock. Before she got close to the peacock, she was blown away by a wing. Xia Fanqing hurried to see if the little black parrot was injured. When Huio saw that someone dared to bully their class, he immediately pounced on them. It was their class's business to fight among themselves. It was not okay for outsiders to come and bully them. No matter if it was Class A or Class B, he would just do it. He pounced on them with his fangs bared, and was blown away by the peacock, which was bigger than him. Xia Fanqing had just pulled the little parrot out of the bushes when another round ball flew over there. The little white tiger, who had been squinting, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and quickly pounced on the arrogant peacock, biting off the feathers on the peacock's neck. The green peacock flapped its wings twice before it could stabilize its body. Ah! My feathers! The little white tiger crouched on the ground and whimpered threateningly. Xia Fanqing finally pulled the two cubs out of the bushes, and saw that the fight had started over there. So he ran over again. He was just about to join the battle when a figure blocked his way. Xia Fanqing remembered him. He was the nursery teacher from the next class that he had met at noon. The college stipulates that nursery teachers are not allowed to participate in fights between cubs. Get out of the way! Don't you see that one kid from your class is beating 3 of ours? Xia Fanqing insisted on going over, and the orc who was blocking him moved away without saying a word. While he was being stopped, the 4 kids in his class joined the fight, and the scene was in chaos. Xia Fanqing grabbed the peacock's neck and said, "Stop it!" The 4 kids grinning were stunned for a moment, and even the kids from other classes, who were watching the fun, opened their mouths in surprise. What was going on? The nursery teacher actually intervened. The school clearly prohibited nursery teachers from intervening in fights between students. On the surface, it was to prevent nursery teachers from interfering too much with students. But in fact it was to protect the weaker nursery teachers. Each of these students is a noble A-level orc. Although some of their mental power has degenerated, it does not change their former glory. Although they have degenerated into their bodies, and cannot use their mental power temporarily, the people living in their bodies are adults. The caregivers are just servants to them, and the caregivers generally do not interfere in their fights. If they go out one day, they might be punished by the family they have offended. The peacock was lifted up by Xia Fanqing's neck, waving his wings and struggling constantly. Deepening said with difficulty in his hand, "How dare you treat me like this? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who I am? Let me go!" This made Xia Fanqing laugh. "Isn't your name Deepening? I don't know who your father is. Didn't anyone tell you? You are so naughty at such a young age. You only know how to bully your classmates. Apologize. Let go. Apologize. Let go. Apologize." The 2 people were arguing, and the 4 kids were squatting on the side to watch the fun. The Nani who just came seemed to be a little interested. Lacey controlled her water ball to float over and spit water on the peacock's face with 2 puffs. "Lacey, stop making trouble." Xia Fanqing scolded him and reached out to push the little bubble away. "Apologize or not. If you don't apologize, I will carry you around the lawn and let all the little cubs see what you look like." Xia Fanqing deliberately raised the corners of her mouth, trying to disguise herself as a big bad guy. She dared to bully her classmates at such a young age. What will happen when she grows up? Apologize. Apologize. Put me down. Deepening quickly gave in. Xia Fanqing put down the peacock in her hand. Deepening turned around and ran away as soon as he had a chance. But Xia Fanqing, who was well prepared, stepped on his tail with 1 foot. Deepening squatted on the ground and said, "Apologize." Deepening turned his head and looked up, and said quickly, "Report it." Xia Fanqing was not satisfied. "Speak slowly." Deepening had to say word by word, "Sorry." Xia Fanqing then loosened his foot from stepping on him, squatted down and looked at the peacock, and tapped his head twice. "You are so naughty at such a young age. You are not allowed to bully your classmates in the future. Do you hear me?" The peacock ran away. "Little black cat. Just wait for me. My dad will expel you next time he comes." The cubs watching the fun around laughed. After dealing with this matter, Xia Fanqing looked at the 4 cubs in his class, except for the little mermaid lassie, who was relatively clean. The fur of the other 3 was messy and covered in mud. Xia Fanqing wanted to reach out to tidy up their fur, but the 3 of them avoided him without giving him face. If they didn't want to touch it, then don't touch it. Let's go back. Xia Fanqing stood up and prepared to take the cubs in his class back to wash. He took 2 steps and looked back. The cubs behind him were all standing around the little white tiger. Xia Fanqing also saw that this little white tiger was their boss. Xia Fanqing hooked her finger at the little white tiger. Little brainfew. Let's go. Your white fur is all dirty. It doesn't look good. Gu Peifeng originally planned to take the other 3 people and disobey Xia Fanqing's command. He wanted to let this little keeper know who is the real owner here. But when he heard that his fur was dirty, he felt uncomfortable because of his natural cleanliness. He followed with his own legs. When the other 3 saw that their boss had left, they also followed the little white tiger. Xia Fanqing pushed open the door of their class and let the 4 cubs go in first. As soon as Lacey came back, he dove into his fish tank and swam 2 circles in it, dragging his tail. How to wash? Xia Fanqing asked. Go to the public bathroom. The little white tiger pointed to the public bathroom in the living room and motioned Xia Fanqing to prepare. Xia Fanqing then discovered that there was a door next to the kitchen leading to the outside, where there was a small bathroom and a large swimming pool. He thought it was public, but when he opened the door, he found that each room had an open-air swimming pool. Xia Fanqing searched the bathroom for a long time, but couldn't find the faucet. He saw a touch screen and clicked a few times, but couldn't figure it out. Gu Peifeng behind him was getting impatient. Housekeeper, fill the water. As soon as he finished speaking, water began to fill around the bathtub. Xia Fanqing smiled embarrassedly. When he was in the underground city, water was a scarce resource. It wasn't until he came to the city lord's mansion that he finally achieved water freedom. It was not like this kindergarten, where the fountain and swimming pool were full of water. Gu Peifeng jumped in directly. He directed Xia Fanqing to get him something. Asked the nanny to bring in some rose petals. Chapter 18. Xia Fanqing said oh, and went to find the nanny robot to get the petals. The little thing had a lot of things to do. After Xia Fanqing got them, she scattered some in his bathtub. The little white tiger in it was soaked all over, and the fur stuck to its body, revealing its pink skin. What's the difference between it and a kitten? Seeing this, he was about to have a fluffy fever. He really wanted to help him wash. Weo, come and take a bath. Xia Fanqing called the little husky outside to come over. Weo thought it was his turn, so he pushed open the slightly closed door and walked in. Xia Fanqing grabbed the soft flesh on the back of his neck and threw him into the bathtub. Weo was so scared that he kept paddling in the water. Gu Peifeng gave him a cold look, and Weo was so scared that he didn't dare to scream. He leaned pitifully in the corner of the bathtub and trembled. Weo, what's wrong with you? Xia Fanqing thought he was afraid of water and was about to reach out to rescue him. But the angry Weo bit her finger. This time, he used some strength and Xia Fanqing's finger was bleeding. The bright red blood dripped into the bathtub. Weo was almost mad at Xia Fanqing. What's wrong? She dared to ask him what's wrong. This little nursery worker actually put himself in their boss's bathtub. Does he think he has a long life? Xia Fanqing was bitten and quickly retracted his finger. His other finger was not healed yet, and this one was injured again. He wondered if there was a rabies vaccine in his world, and whether he needed a shot. Weo tried to climb out of the smooth bathtub, but his legs were short, and he failed after several attempts. He looked at his boss with his watery blue eyes, hoping to get his boss to take him in and take him in. Gu Peifeng just told him to get out coldly, so Weo had to continue to climb out of the bathtub. Sorry, I didn't know you didn't like to take a bath with others. Xia Fanqing apologized to the little white tiger, then turned around and said to the little husky, if you don't bite me, I'll take you out. Weo hurriedly nodded his dog's head, and Xia Fanqing took Era's neck and pulled him out. I'll give you a shower. Okay. Xia Fanqing thought that since it was wet, she might as well just wash it. Weo squatted under the shower without him saying anything. Gu Peifeng didn't like someone to help him take a shower, but Weo liked it. He was too lazy to do it himself. So why should he wash his fur when someone else helped him? Xia Fanqing wrapped her fingers around him and took the shower head to give him a shower. He asked tentatively, do you need me to rub your fur? Weo nodded his head again, and Xia Fanqing squeezed some shower gel to wash his fur. He gently rubbed the fur of the husky in his hand, and massaged him vigorously from time to time. Weo narrowed his eyes as he was served by him. The nurseryman's technique this time was really good. The last time the mantis orc washed him, he was almost in pain. Gu Peifeng saw that his useless look was simply a disgrace to the senior orcs. They were all beasts, not kittens that could be rubbed by anyone. Xia Fanqing helped Weo wash off the bubbles on his body. Weo shook off the water on his body. Xia Fanqing was splashed all over by him, and her white coat was covered with water stains. Xia Fanqing was not angry because the other party was a furry one. He had only been here for a day when he began to miss his cat. His cat was still the best. When he was happy, he could let him rub its paws and touch its belly. None of the four little things here were well behaved. He suspected that if he dared to touch them, they would bite off their fingers. After giving He Huio a bath, Xia Fanqing took out a blanket from the cabinet and wiped the water off his body. At this time, Gu Peifeng also came out of the bathtub. He shook off the water drops on his body, pressed the switch at the door, and a small door opened. After he walked in, the inside began to blow dry his wet fur. The little stars in Xia Fanqing's eyes, which were still shining just now, went out one by one. He thought he could blow the fur of the furries. After the two furries took a bath, they went out. Xia Fanqing stayed to clean up the bathroom full of water. When he went out, La Luna had already arranged her feathers. She hovered over Xia Fanqing's head. Useless little cat. I will wait until tomorrow for you to wipe your fur. Tomorrow. Sorry. I will be faster next time. Xia Fanqing looked at his watch. It was almost time to get dinner. He changed into work clothes and went to the cafeteria. On his way back, he met the nursery teacher from the next class again. He nodded to him. This time, the nursery teacher said, I advise you not to interfere in the fight between high-level orcs. You pissed off the peacock today, and he's still throwing a tantrum in the house. Xia Fanqing was a little surprised by the rules of this academy. If you don't educate your child well when he's young, he'll be in trouble when he grows up. He asked directly, Why? The nursery teacher looked at Xia Fanqing's clear eyes full of question marks. He left with a pause. What did this have to do with him? He reminded him that he had done his best. Xia Fanqing went to the cafeteria to get his class's dinner. After he came back, he placed the open lunch boxes one by one according to the positions of the three people. Xia Fanqing raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was the same meal as lunch. Xia Fanqing wondered if the little cubs were not tired of it. Xia Fanqing took Lacey's little meat and came to the bathtub and sprinkled it on him one spoonful at a time. After serving the four little ancestors dinner, Xia Fanqing returned to his room and opened his thermos lunch. Although he had guessed what was inside, he couldn't help but let out disappointment when he actually opened it. How could he swallow it? Xia Fanqing closed the thermos bucket in his hand again. He took out a tube of nutrient solution from his backpack and drank it in one gulp. It was so unpalatable that each one had its own characteristics. After dinner, Gu Peifeng jumped onto the sofa, as usual, and turned on his light brain hanging around his neck. He watched today's evening news seriously. This was his only channel to get news from the outside. His eldest brother sent him to this kindergarten to prevent him from seizing power. It was more like a kindergarten to monitor him. There are not many A-level orcs in the Chroman Empire. They are generally born in the royal family or the nobility. If an A-level orc is detected among the civilians, the royal family will issue an edict to enroll him in the military academy early. It has always been an open secret in the upper class that the A-level orcs will degenerate into young bodies after their mental power collapses. In order to give birth to high-level orcs in the family and maintain the family honor, they strictly prohibit intermarriage with low-level orcs. Some of them were sent here to die because they were excluded by their families. Some were sent here because they lost their usefulness. And some still had a glimmer of hope for the current technology, hoping that the research institute could develop an antidote to restore mental power as soon as possible. When Xia Fanqing came out, she saw four little cubs squatting in front of the optical computer, which was broadcasting the news. Xia Fanqing didn't expect that the four little cubs were so studious. Apart from their bad personalities, they were not hopeless. Xia Fanqing also sat on a single chair to watch the news with the four little cubs. It was reporting about the military mining crystal cores on the barren planet. Gu Peifeng silently calculated the time. He was in front of the optical computer on time every day to watch the news seriously. He hadn't seen Fu Linchuan on the news for almost a month. The youngest general in the military, a rare S-level orc, led the military to repel the invasion of the Zerg, and charged into danger again and again for the safety of the empire. Gu Peifeng frowned. Fu Linchuan might have collapsed mentally. He just didn't know why he hadn't been sent in. He looked down at his tender claws. He didn't know if the orcs would have a chance to become orcs after degenerating into juveniles. He couldn't do anything with his current body. He hoped to join forces with Fu Linchuan. Even if he didn't have strong mental power, it was better than sitting and waiting to die. After reading the news, Gu Peifeng jumped off the sofa. The other 3 cubs also went back to their rooms. Xiao Fanqing simply cleaned up the living room and went back to rest. He secretly turned on his computer to contact Yu Xiaodong, who picked up the call immediately. Yu Xiaodong's fair face appeared in front of him. He seemed to have not figured out how to use it. Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing. Why can't I see you? Is the camera not on? Ask the housekeeper to turn it on for you. Xiao Fanqing reminded. Yu Xiaodong fiddled with the computer for a long time and finally saw Xiao Fanqing. A 3-dimensional Xiao Fanqing, who looked like a real person, appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he flew up. Mauer. Did you see it? It's me. Xiao Fanqing. Having not seen Mauer for just one day, Xiao Fanqing missed him quite a bit. Xiao Fanqing. You're back. Yu Xiaodong's face was full of surprise. He stretched out his hand to hug Xiao Fanqing in front of him. But he missed. The joy on Yu Xiaodong's face gradually faded. Xiao Fanqing felt so distressed when she saw the change in Yu Xiaodong's expression. Mauer. I'll go back to pick you up soon. Yu Xiaodong lay on the bed with some disappointment. He asked a series of questions. Xiao Fanqing. How are you doing? Have you found a place to stay? How is the underground city? Do you like it? I'm fine. I've found a job now. I'm a nursery teacher in a kindergarten. The cubs are all very cute. The above-ground city is also very good, and it's quite different from the underground city. Xiao Fanqing answered his questions one by one. Xiao Fanqing also sat on the bed and told Yu Xiaodong about his experiences in the above-ground city bit by bit. Yu Xiaodong wagged his tail leisurely. He almost forgot what the above-ground city looked like. His childhood memories were already blurry. He only remembered the appearance of the laboratory, which was white and cold. Today was the first day that Xiao Fanqing was away. He felt the loneliness for the first time. Xiao Fanqing also felt that the cat was in a low mood today. He slowed down his speech and told Yu Xiaodong a bedtime story. When Xiaodong fell asleep, he whispered good night and then turned off the light brain. Chapter 19. The next day, Xiao Fanqing got up early according to the schedule. He came to the living room, but didn't see the little ones. Xiao Fanqing tiptoed to the fish tank to see the little mermaid. Lacey was sleeping in the shell. Xiao Fanqing couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. She was worthy of being a fairy fish. She was so elegant when she slept. Xiao Fanqing closed the door and went to the restaurant to get breakfast. When he brought it back, he opened the lunch box. It was the same as yesterday. Did he really not need to change it? After he had put breakfast on the table, the 3 cubs pushed the door open and came out. The little white tiger still jumped to the main seat, and the 3 people jumped to their own seats. After breakfast, it was time for each cub to move freely. Xiao Fanqing only needed to watch them. The little white tiger curled up on the sofa with his eyes closed, feeling his chaotic mental power. The mental power that was in a mess when he woke up this morning seemed to be soothed by some power and quietly dormant. Even He Wuyo, who was easily irritable in the morning, did not destroy the house today. He Wuyo was holding his rag doll and tearing it. La Luna was also standing on the lampstand combing her feathers as usual, and the little mermaid Lacey was swimming slowly in the bathtub. Xiao Fanqing saw that the 4 people had nothing to do, so he went to hide in the kitchen and closed the door. He hadn't had breakfast in the morning, so he opened the refrigerator with great expectations, but there was nothing but nutrient solution inside. He closed the refrigerator with despair. Why is it so difficult to have a meal here? He quietly stuck his head out of the kitchen and called the nanny robot. Little robot, can you help me find some raw meat and vegetables? The nanny robot nodded, opened the door, and went out. Xiao Fanqing's cloudy weather turned sunny in a second. He didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect the nanny robot to actually help him. Xiao Fanqing squatted at the kitchen door and stared at the door expectantly, not knowing what the nanny robot would bring him. After a while, the nanny robot came back. He opened his round belly and took out a bunch of ingredients for Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing immediately hid in the kitchen with the things the nanny robot gave him. It was a big bag full of food. Xiao Fanqing was full of surprises after opening it. In addition to various meats, vegetables and fruits, he even found mushrooms in it. Xiao Fanqing immediately decided to make meatball soup for breakfast. He chopped up the meat, mushrooms and a handful of green vegetables, and chopped some shrimp meat to increase the stickiness. Then sprinkled a little salt in it for seasoning, and finally fried the tomatoes in the pot into sand and added water. Xiao Fanqing missed his life on Earth a little bit. There were all kinds of seasonings. He had to wait until he was familiar with it and then go to the nearby area to see if there were any seasonings that could be used. After the water boiled, he washed his hands and squeezed the meatballs into the boiling water one by one. Fortunately, they did not break. Hiwuyo, who heard the noise, had already looked at the kitchen through the glass door. When Xia Fanqing was about to come out with the bowl, he quickly lay down on his cushion again. Xia Fanqing returned to her room with the bowl in her hand. Hiwuyo bit her rag doll while secretly looking at the bowl in Xia Fanqing's hand. What is that? It smells so good. After Xia Fanqing closed the door, Hiwuyo immediately rushed to Gu Peifeng. Boss, what is that little black cat doing? It smells delicious. The little white tiger on the sofa glanced at the dog with its tongue sticking out. It was really hard to look at it. It was not easy for the Siberian Husky family to be able to move today. Why did their heir look so stupid? Xia Fanqing returned to the house and stared at his red meatball soup with shining eyes. He scooped a spoonful of soup with a spoon. The sour and sweet tomato soup immediately saved his stomach that had been drinking nutrient solution for a day. He bit another meatball. The shrimp was very chewy and mixed with the aroma of pork. The mushrooms also played a role in enhancing the fragrance. It was so happy. The faint fragrance hooked Hiwuyo's nose. He stretched out his tongue and began to drool. It was really fragrant. It was all because of the orc's sensitive sense of smell. Even if the door was closed, he could still smell the fragrance. The intermittent fragrance was even more tempting. Hiwuyo felt like his soul was about to fly away. Boss, can I go eat something? Gu Peifeng was in a good mood today. His mental power, which had been riding quietly dormant. He didn't want this stupid dog to affect his good mood. So he lowered his head and lay on his front paws. When Hiwuyo saw that his boss didn't say anything, he immediately wagged his tail excitedly. The boss agreed. He slid to Xia Fanqing's door, lowered his head, and took a deep breath next to Xia Fanqing's door. He was so high. The little Siberian Husky stood up and lay on Xia Fanqing's door, scratching the door with its two paws. The sizzling sound made Laluna fly over and scratch his head again. Gu Peifeng also frowned slightly. Hiwuyo, stop scratching the door. Hiwuyo then fell to the ground with all four limbs aggrieved, crouched at Xia Fanqing's door, and barked twice. Xia Fanqing, who was slurping her tomato soup, heard the scratching sound and quickly pulled out her stool and stood up. It was indeed the little husky. What's the matter? Little husky? Hiwuyo, who was barking at the door, was stunned for a moment. Little black cat. What did you call me? Xia Fanqing was upset that he accidentally called out the nickname of the Siberian Husky. He quickly tried to smooth things over. No. No. You heard it wrong. Hiwuyo snorted and threatened with his teeth bared. I heard you call me Little Era. Stupid cat. You can't fool us powerful orcs. Xia Fanqing wanted to laugh at the fierce look of the Little Era. He coughed and explained, this is a pet name. A pet name. This is a respectful name for our cat family. Era is praising you for being brave, handsome, and powerful. After hearing the kitten's explanation, Hiwuyo's fur was smoothed. He raised his little head and shook his tail. Of course. Our Siberian sled dogs. Bah! Our Siberian snow wolf clan is famous for its fierceness. This young master allows you to use this honorific in the future. After that, he swaggered into Xia Fanqing's room. He looked at it with disdain. It was so small. Not even as big as this young master's bed. He jumped onto Xia Fanqing's small desk and saw that there was only a meatball and a little soup left in the bowl. The pupils of the dog's eyes trembled. Xia Fanqing, are you a pig? It's been so long, and you've almost finished eating. Sorry. Do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Xia Fanqing said in a good-tempered manner. Who can blame the other person for being a cute fluffy one? If it were someone else, he would have slapped him. The little husky squatted on the table and asked reservedly, how long will it take? More than half an hour. So long. Are you stupid? Xia Fanqing reached out and flicked his head, and then quickly retracted his hand before the little husky could react. Child, talk properly. Hiwuyo, who was flicked on the head, stretched out his mouth to bite Xia Fanqing's finger as expected. Fortunately, Xia Fanqing retracted quickly, but the little husky bit Xia Fanqing's collar in anger, and tore off Xia Fanqing's white work clothes with a strong swishing sound. He looked at the little cat opposite him with pride. Bold little cat. How dare you touch my head? Just now. Stretch out that hand. Xia Fanqing stretched out her finger to tease him. If you bite it again, no one will cook for you. The little husky frowned. Let you go this time. Go to work. Okay. Xia Fanqing agreed readily, holding his bowl in one hand and eating his last meatball with a spoon in the other. He Wuyo's eyes followed the meatball to Xia Fanqing's mouth. Shut up. Xia Fanqing put down the spoon in his hand. What's wrong? He Wuyo struggled for a long time. He wanted to eat but didn't want to eat what the kitten left. But he couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrance in the end. Seeing Xia Fanqing lift her leg to leave, he quickly said, Give that meatball to me, young master. Xia Fanqing scooped up the last meatball and handed it to his mouth. He Wuyo turned his head away in disdain. Change this bowl for me. Okay. Okay. I'll change your bowl. Little Era. Xia Fanqing went to the kitchen to get a new small bowl and spoon. He moved the meatball at the bottom of the bowl to a nest, then scooped it up and handed it to He Wuyo's mouth. Little master, eat it. He Wuyo then lowered his noble dog head and swallowed the meatball in one gulp. His dog eyes widened in shock. It was delicious. What was this thing that was so chewy and bouncy? He raised his head and whimpered twice. Little cat, hurry up and cook. Xia Fanqing came out with a bowl, and the little husky followed him into the kitchen. The little white tiger and the cockatiel were resting, and Xia Fanqing asked, Does anyone else want to eat meatballs? The two little things ignored him, and Xia Fanqing didn't care. He opened the refrigerator and prepared to cook for the little husky. The moment Xia Fanqing turned around, Gu Peifeng, who had been closing his eyes, opened his eyes. The orc's keen hearing allowed him to hear the conversation between the two without missing a word. The husky didn't sound like he was complimenting anyone, and only the stupid dog believed the little cat's nonsense. The caregiver who came this time seemed to be not simple and interesting. Xia Fanqing made 4 servings of meatball soup this time, when he used a stainless steel bowl to serve it. It was almost time for lunch. He put the bowl on the dining table, and then filled a bowl and placed it on the seat of the little husky. He Wuyo couldn't wait any longer. He followed Xia Fanqing closely while she was cooking. When he saw that Xia Fanqing was finally done, he jumped onto the dining table like a small cannonball. He lowered his head and licked it. It was so hot that he cried out twice. He anxiously circled around the small bowl, and had to lower his head from time to time to test the temperature. When the soup was finally not too hot, he dove into his own small bowl. When Xia Fanqing came out of the kitchen after washing her hands, the white hair on the chest of the little husky had almost been dyed red by the tomato soup. He Wuyo was almost dying of anxiety. He had already lowered his head and drank several mouthfuls of soup. It tasted good, but he wanted to eat meatballs. Xia Fanqing, come and feed this young master. But I have to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Let the nanny robot go. Looking at the embarrassed look of the little husky, Xia Fanqing nodded in agreement. Chapter 20. Xia Fanqing glanced at the other 3 cubs. They were still resting quietly with their eyes closed. Xia Fanqing wondered why the cubs here seemed not very lively. Xia Fanqing took a wet tissue and put it in front of the little husky. I'll wipe your fur. You are not allowed to bite me. The little husky nodded obediently this time, and raised his head to facilitate Xia Fanqing to wipe his fur. Xia Fanqing was so cute that he was overwhelmed. He suppressed his excitement and wiped the little husky's fur bit by bit. It was so cute. I wanted to rub it. Xia Fanqing sat down at He Wuyo's seat. He scooped up a small ball with a spoon, blew it twice, and then passed it to the mouth of the little husky. The little husky stretched out his tongue and rolled up the ball with the soup. He Wuyo finally ate the delicious little ball. He was so happy that his tail kept swinging back and forth, and it hit him. Xia Fanqing was almost laughing to death. She was really afraid that he would break his tail. The little thing was not even as long as her shoes, with blue eyes, black back, white belly, and the 3 fires on the forehead. It looked like a toy puppy in a jewelry store. After eating one, He Wuyo urged Xia Fanqing to feed him quickly. He finished a bowl soon. He knocked on the basin to signal Xia Fanqing to serve him the second bowl. He finished 2 bowls of small balls in a row. At this time, the nanny robot also took the food for the 3 people. Xia Fanqing got up and set the lunch for the little white tiger and the cockatiel. He Wuyo quietly waited for Xia Fanqing to set the food for his boss. Seeing that he was ready, he urged again, Xia Fanqing, feed this young master quickly. Wait a minute. There is still Lacey's food that has not been given to him. He Weo felt that waiting for Xia Fanqing to set the table for the eldest brother was the limit of his waiting. No. Don't worry about that stinky fish. Feed this young master first. Wait a minute. It will be quick. You have already eaten 2 bowls. No. Do you want to starve this young master to death? He Weo. Don't make trouble. You must care about your classmates, or there will be no more meatballs in the future. Xia Fanqing pretended to be angry and threatened. When He Weo heard that there would be no meatballs in the future, he immediately shut up and stopped barking. Xia Fanqing spread the small meatballs of lassi into his mouth, and then continued to feed the little husky. The little husky ate 2 bowls in a row, and his belly was bulging. Xia Fanqing put down the spoon in his hand. Okay. It's almost done. If you eat more, you will be full. In just a moment. The little husky had already eaten half of the bowl. Xia Fanqing was really afraid that he would fill himself up. He Weo was unhappy and patted the stainless steel bowl with his paw. This young master is not full yet. I want more. Xia Fanqing rejected him. And He Weo started to act like a spoiled child at the table. He lay down on the table and started howling. I'm going to tell my dad that you won't let me eat. Wah. He sobbed while howling, as if he was about to faint at any time. Gu Peifeng's head hurt because of his noise, and he whispered, Shut up. Liluna also said, Shut up. Although it smelled good and she wanted to eat it. She wouldn't eat it if the boss didn't. She saw that stupid dog showing off for a long time, and she had already cursed him countless times in her heart. He Weo had to shut his mouth and began to sob silently. Feed him. He won't die, Gu Peifeng said to Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing was too lazy to put it in a small bowl, so she directly pulled the big stainless steel basin over and scooped the meatballs from it 1 spoonful at a time for the little husky to eat. The little husky immediately stopped making trouble and squatted in front of the basin and waited obediently for Xia Fanqing to feed him. Xia Fanqing fed the whole bowl of small balls to the little husky, who then burped to show that he was full. Xia Fanqing was shocked by his appetite. How could a little cub eat so much? Such a big bowl could hold 2 little huskies. And he actually finished it all. He Weo squatted beside the table, his drooping tail swaying leisurely. Delicious. Xia Fanqing. You will be responsible for my meals from now on. He Weo jumped off the table and twisted his chubby body to walk towards the sofa. He jumped on it as usual, but his face hit the edge of the sofa first. He covered his head in pain. He ate too much and didn't jump on it. Liluna flew to the armrest and started to laugh at him. You deserve it. You deserve it. Stupid dog. Stupid dog. Liluna. Shut up. I'll pluck your hair off if you keep yelling. He Weo turned his dog head and looked at Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing. Carry me up. Xia Fanqing walked over and carried him to the sofa, feeling so stupid and wanting to laugh. But he was afraid that this young master from an unknown family would tickle him. He Weo lay on the sofa and turned over his belly to digest the food. Feeling so comfortable, he decided that the stainless steel basin would be his rice bowl in the future. Little Peacock Deepening ambushed on the way to the cafeteria at noon with his class of Little Black Panther. But the nursery teacher of class 3 of grade B did not show up today. The two waited until the cafeteria was about to close, but did not see anyone. The little peacock was angry and knocked down the hydrangea in the garden with 1 wing. Little Black Panther Lu Fuguang hurriedly comforted him. Peacock is not angry. When I see that little black cat, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. I've told you so many times. Don't call Peacock. Call my name. The little peacock was still not satisfied and destroyed the flowers and plants around him. Brother Fuguang, you must help me teach that ignorant little nursery teacher a lesson. Don't worry. Don't worry. I will. The little Black Panther was so happy when he heard the little peacock calling him brother. Brother Jiming is so handsome. Even when he is angry. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on picking some flowers for me last time, would I have been bullied by a nursery teacher? The little Black Panther quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I will always stay by your side in the future. Lu Fuguang was originally the most promising successor to the patriarch of the Black Panther family. He was a rare high-level A-level orc. He had a place in the military of the Empire at a young age. He grew up with the little peacock. But for some reason, the little peacock suddenly collapsed and degenerated into a juvenile. Lu Fuguang was afraid that he would be bullied by other orcs in the kindergarten. So he directly overused his mental power in the battle. causing his mental power to collapse in advance. The chief looked at this seedling he valued with great regret. It was a pity that it was wasted. So far, he had not seen any degraded orc recover. The chief sighed and shook his head. He could have done a lot. But unfortunately, he was too love-brained. In the end, he sent the little black panther to Nanshan Royal Kindergarten as he requested. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing took the cubs in his class out for a walk as usual. The 4 cubs were playing on the lawn as usual. The little peacock saw the annoying little black cat from a distance. He was so angry that he wanted to peck 2 holes in the little black cat. The little black panther also followed the little peacock's gaze and looked at the annoying nursery teacher in his mouth. It seemed that he was a little different from the sarcastic description of Jin Ming. The little beastman was sitting on the bench, with black ears softly lying on his head, and a pure black tail quietly lying on his legs. He had big eyes and a white face with a little baby fat. If he didn't know that minors couldn't work, Lu Fuguang would have thought it was some underage little beast man. Lu Fuguang thought there might be some misunderstanding here. The other party was a little black cat, and the beast's shape was probably similar to his own. What bad intentions could the little black cat have? After the outdoor exercise, Xia Fanqing took the 4 little cubs in his class back home. It was almost 4 o'clock when he returned. He opened the refrigerator to see what to cook for dinner. He was troubled by the ingredients in the refrigerator. He could cook whatever he wanted, but there was no seasoning. What should he do? He wanted to go out and take a look, but he was worried about the 4 cubs in his class. He opened the panoramic map of the Nani robot and swiped it to see if there were any seasonings in the garden. Suddenly, he saw a familiar plant in a corner. His eyes lit up. He wanted the Nani robot to help him pick it back. But after describing it for a long time, the Nani robot didn't know what he was talking about. The little husky at the side couldn't stand it anymore. Xia Fanqing, you want to pick plants to cook, right? I'll go with you. Don't worry about the 3 of them. The boss and the Nani robot will take good care of La Luna and Lacey. Xia Fanqing knew that the little white tiger was their boss. So he squatted down and said to the little white tiger, Gu Pei Feng, can you help the teacher take care of La Luna and Lacey? The little white tiger lay on the sofa without saying anything. Xia Fanqing thought he didn't want to, but the little husky under his feet jumped up happily. Xia Fanqing, let's go. The boss agreed. How do you know he agreed? Xia Fanqing asked in confusion. If the boss doesn't say anything, it means he agrees. If he doesn't want to, he will directly reject you. Let's go. The little husky bit Xia Fanqing's trouser leg and began to drag her out. Wait. Wait. Xia Fanqing staggered when he was dragged by him. The little thing didn't look very strong, but it was very strong. Wait for me to get a bag and go out. Xia Fanqing took a small cloth bag and took Hiweo out. When he went out, the Nani robot sent him a map. He turned on the optical computer, and the light reflected by the optical computer directly marked the arrows on the road for him. Xia Fanqing exclaimed, "Oh, it's really advanced. It's really good news for people with poor directions." Xia Fanqing has been walking for almost half an hour and hasn't reached that corner yet. Hiweo was already tired. The 2 of them were walking further and further away. He looked around and saw no one. He sat down on Xia Fanqing's shoes. I won't walk anymore. I'm so tired. Then I'll hold you? Xia Fanqing asked tentatively. You're dreaming. Put me on your shoulders. Xia Fanqing thought about it and decided not to. Even if it was a little cub, it would weigh several pounds. If it stood on her shoulders, he would be exhausted. Xia Fanqing shook her feet and shook the little husky off her shoes. The little fur ball rolled on the ground for several circles before it stopped. Hiweo stood up dazed, baring his teeth and roaring, Xia Fanqing, what are you doing? Are you tired of living? How dare you kick me? Xia Fanqing smiled and coughed. You shouted in the wrong direction. I'm here. Hiweo immediately turned around and shouted at Xia Fanqing again, Xia Fanqing, what are you doing? Are you tired of living? How dare you kick me? Xia Fanqing's shoulders were shaking. How could it be so funny? He had to say the same sentence to himself again. He wanted to laugh. Chapter 21. You can't squat on my shoulders. You're so heavy. How can I walk? Hiweo said angrily. How can I be heavy? I won't walk. You are not allowed to hold me. I can't walk anymore. You have to figure out a way. Xia Fanqing's mouth twitched. Why is she so difficult to please at such a young age? This is not allowed. Then you wait for me here. I'll go by myself. No. I don't want to be here alone. He Wuyo jumped in front of Xia Fanqing and blocked his way. Xia Fanqing took out a plastic bag from the small cloth bag in her hand. Then come in. I'll take you away. He Wuyo scratched the bag with his claws. What do you think of me? I don't want a plastic bag. It's so embarrassing. Xia Fanqing had no choice. Then what do you say we should do? I have such a noble status. I must have a small cloth bag. Well, after struggling for a long time, I thought he was unwilling. As long as he was not carried by the dragon throne. It was a cloth bag. Xia Fanqing opened the bag and let He Wuyo jump in. He Wuyo jumped into Xia Fanqing's small bag. He rolled himself into a ball in it comfortably. If he had known it was so far, he would have come here by airship. He squatted inside for a while. But he was disgusted that he couldn't see outside from inside. He stretched out his sharp claws to open a hole in this small bag. Xia Fanqing hurriedly lowered his head to check when he heard the crackling sound. He thought that the bag was broken by the heavy little era. But when he lowered his head, he saw the fluffy dog head sticking out of the hole. He carried the little era speechlessly and continued to walk. It was worthy of being a master of house demolition. The good bag was gone in a moment. Xia Fanqing walked for a long time and finally reached the weed pile on the map. He pushed aside the weeds and walked in. There were quite a lot of things inside. The plants in the ground city were richer than those in the underground city. He soon found pepper, star anise, chili pepper, fennel, green onion and ginger. He shook He Wuyo out of the small cloth bag. He was carrying a big watermelon all the way. His hands were about to break. The small cloth bag was unusable. He took out the plastic bag inside and started to put the spices he picked into it. As soon as the little husky got out of the bag, he ran around in the weeds like crazy. No one could see him anyway, so he could play however he wanted. He thought the kindergarten was good. His father always asked him to work hard. He was the only heir to the Siberian husky family and had to shoulder the responsibility of the family. He got up early every day to either train or learn etiquette. His father asked him to know everything about astronomy and geography, and to be well versed in history and the present. He wanted to train him to be an all-round talent. He was really exhausted. Kindergarten is still good. He can play as he likes. He is finally away from those nagging old men. He is so happy. What's good about A-level works? He is exhausted from daily life. He has now degenerated into a B-level cub. He heard that some degenerated cubs can live for 100 or 200 years. Anyway, he doesn't know when they will die. He can do whatever he wants. Since he degenerated into a cub, his mother has been crying every day and tried every way to hope that he can recover. His father was also desperate and bought various reagents from the black market for him to drink. He didn't die from degeneration, but was almost killed by his father. Finally, it was the Fu family's family doctor Jiang Yin who recommended Nanshan Royal Kindergarten to his father, hearing that there might be a glimmer of hope if he went in. His parents sent him in with tears. Xia Fanqing picked things while keeping an eye on the little husky, telling him not to run too far. The night gradually darkened, and he quickened his movements. There was a rustling sound behind him, and he said without turning his head, "Wuyo, don't be naughty. Come out quickly. We are going back." There was no response from behind him. A shadow rushed over his shoulder. Xia Fanqing screamed and was knocked to the ground. A pain came from his neck. He reached out and touched it. His fingers were stained with bright red blood. He Wuyo came out of the bushes after hearing the noise. He thought Xia Fanqing had accidentally fallen. He jumped in front of Xia Fanqing and smelled the blood. "Xia Fanqing, what's wrong with you?" Xia Fanqing stretched out her arm and vaguely wrapped the little husky under her arm. "Wuyo, be careful. There are other works nearby." He Wuyo called out to the bushes a few times. "Who is it? Come out. How dare you bully my people? Get out." Xia Fanqing looked around vigilantly. There was no other movement except the rustling sound of the wind. Fortunately, the wound was not serious and had stopped bleeding. He picked up his bag and prepared to go back. He opened the small cloth bag. "Wuyo, let's go back." Xia Fanqing quickened his pace and came out of the weeds. He didn't see clearly what cub attacked him. He was afraid that the other party would hurt the little husky. The little husky jumped in, and Xia Fanqing walked back with a bag in each hand. Seeing the two people leave, the little black panther lying in the bushes stood up. The little peacock asked him to stare at the keeper and teach him a lesson, and repeatedly told him to hit harder. Lu Fuguang waited for an entire afternoon before he saw the little keeper come out. and he followed him all the way. He didn't want to hurt the little black cat. And if he didn't do it, he couldn't explain to the peacock. He finally decided to give the little keeper a claw on the neck. He retracted his claws, and the scratched neck looked very injured. So he could report to the task. And the little keeper was not seriously injured. His paws were still stained with the blood of the young nurse. He stretched out his tongue to lick the blood clean. When he was sure there was no evidence, he jumped up and disappeared into the night. When Xia Fanqing returned, the 3 cubs had already eaten dinner. The naughty robot arranged the meals for the 3 cubs one by one. When Xia Fanqing pushed the door back, Gu Peifeng looked at him with some dissatisfaction, saying that he had been out for so long and only came back now. Lu Luna was shocked by the appearance of the 2 people. There were a few drops of blood on Xia Fanqing's white work clothes. There were also a lot of weeds on his clothes. He had a bag in each hand and looked like he had fled from famine. He put down the bag in his hand and shook out the little husky. The little husky had the same look as him. Xia Fanqing accidentally rubbed blood on his fur, and there were a lot of weeds stuck on his body. Every step he took left a muddy plum blossom mark on the carpet. La Luna circled around the 2 of them. He Wuyo. Stop. Don't come in. It's so dirty. So dirty. Gu Peifeng frowned at the 2 people's embarrassed appearance. It's so dirty. Did they come back from the garbage dump? The naughty robot also quickly circled around the 2 of them, cleaning up the grass clippings and mud on the ground. Throw that bag out, Gu Peifeng commanded. To him, it was just a pile of messy junk. The naughty robot received the command and stretched out its mechanical arm to throw out the spices picked by Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing quickly stopped it. Stop. Stop. Those are the spices I picked. Gu Peifeng looked at the 2 people's appearance and wanted to throw them out. Don't bring it into the living room. You 2 go to the bathroom and clean it up before coming in. Xia Fanqing took her baby and put it in the kitchen. The little husky followed Xia Fanqing to the bathroom next to the kitchen. Xia Fanqing turned on the bathtub button to fill it with water. He took off his white coat and threw it into the trash can. The despised little husky also squatted on the ground waiting for the water to be filled. His fur was now in a mess. He stretched out his tongue to tidy up the fur on his chest, and did not notice that the blood on the fur was licked into it by him. Xia Fanqing didn't even bother to clean himself up. He carried the little husky into the bathtub and rubbed his fur with both hands. He rubbed his hands on the little husky's body, and the little husky was covered with foam. He wheel whimpered under his hands. Little cat. Be gentle. Be gentle. You are washing the rag here. Sorry. Sorry. Are you hungry? I'll clean up the 2 of us quickly and cook. The little husky didn't say anything. Xia Fanqing washed the little husky and took off his clothes and took a shower. He carefully avoided the wound on his neck. After washing, he took the gauze and wiped the blood on his neck in front of the mirror. It was a bit painful, but fortunately the wound was not deep. After he changed into clean clothes and the little husky blew up his fur, Xia Fanqing asked the naughty robot for some medicine to apply to the wound. The naughty robot insisted on wrapping a circle of gauze around his neck. After the 2 of them cleaned up, Gu Peifeng allowed them to enter the living room. Xia Fanqing went into the kitchen and put the various spices he had collected into glass jars. He took out a few pieces of beef tendon from the refrigerator and put them in the pot. He put onions, ginger and salt in the pot, and then wrapped the various spices he had collected today with gauze and threw them in. He Wuyo jumped onto the sofa. Gu Peifeng was watching the evening news. He turned his head and asked, What happened? I don't know. I don't know which orc attacked Xia Fanqing when I went to pick something today. It shouldn't be for me. This little cat has only been here for 2 days. Who can he offend? That peacock shouldn't be too obvious, Gu Peifeng said. The little husky pricked up his ears. Yes. Look at the scratches on Xia Fanqing's neck. It should be the licking dog of that stinky peacock. After Xia Fanqing finished stewing the beef, he watched the news with the 4 cubs in the living room. He rarely watched the news in the underground city before. It was not because they were so poor that they could not even afford a computer, but because they could not receive the signal from the underground city at all. Xia Fanqing could take this opportunity to learn about the situation here. Soon, a fragrance floated in from the kitchen. Although Xia Fanqing had closed the glass door of the kitchen, the orcs had a keen sense of smell. He Wuyo came to the kitchen door and pried open the door. Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing. Are you done? What is this? Why have I never smelled it before? Wait a minute. It's still more than half an hour. It's still early, Xia Fanqing explained. Seeing He Huio prying at the door again, Gu Peifeng was annoyed by his noise. So he jumped down and pressed the button at the kitchen door, kicked the noisy dog in, and then decisively closed the door and left. Xia Fanqing was almost stunned. Although this little white tiger had never bitten her, it looked more difficult to deal with than a little husky. He Huio jumped onto the stove as soon as he entered the kitchen. He smelled the indescribable fragrance and was intoxicated. He raised his head and howled twice, drooling over the pot. Xia Fanqing waited until the stew was almost done, then went into the kitchen to prepare some stir-fried vegetables. He took a small piece of fat meat and fried it in the pan to extract the oil, then added onions and dried chilies, and finally added vegetables and stir-fried them over high heat. He immediately served them after they were cooked. The little husky squatting on the stove choked and sneezed, but he was still unwilling to leave his pot. Xia Fanqing poked the beef, and when he could easily poke it in, he took it out. He Huio couldn't wait any longer, so Xia Fanqing cut a piece and gave it to him first. He Huio took a bite. He liked beef the most, but this one was 10,000 times more delicious than the one in the cafeteria. Xia Fanqing cut a plate out, and there were still 2 large pieces left. Xia Fanqing, don't cut it. Put it in my rice bowl. This young master likes to eat it this way. Which one is your rice bowl? The one you used to serve meatball soup this morning. That will be my exclusive rice bowl from now on. You can just make it according to that amount in the future. Just make it. Just make it. Xia Fanqing's mouth twitched. Such a big bowl can hold 2 of you. You said that amount is fine? Xia Fanqing put all the remaining 2 pieces of meat in it for him, and brought the big stainless steel bowl to the dining table for him. He Huio said condescendingly, "Little cat, I allow you to eat on my stool from now on." "Then I thank you?" "Of course." The little husky dove in. Xia Fanqing suspected that if the basin was deeper, the little husky could jump in and eat directly if he couldn't reach it. La Luna glanced at the 2 people from time to time. It smelled really good. She wanted to eat it, but she was a noble lady. If the boss didn't eat it, she wouldn't eat it either. She secretly despised the shameless dog in her heart. Shameless. Chapter 22. Jiang Yin came to the Fu family with his medical kit. The high-level orcs at the door of the Fu family were all armed and guarding the door. These were the confidants of the Fu family. Fu Linchuan had degenerated into his original form half a month ago. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, the royal family had been announcing to the outside that Admiral Fu was carrying out a secret mission on the barren planet. This news was unknown to everyone except the royal family and the military leaders. The Chroman Empire was a rare S-level orc. His degeneration affected the whole body. As a senior experimenter of the parallel organization and the private doctor of the Fu family, Jiang Yin came to check Fu Linchuan's body every day. After identity verification and strict body search at the door, the guards at the door took him into the yard. The outside was surrounded by high-level orcs, and it was so quiet inside that you could hear a pin drop. No servants were allowed to approach the main house of the Fu family, and only the nanny robot was working inside. When Jiang Yin entered, Fu Jinting was already waiting for him downstairs. Jiang Yin nodded and greeted him with a medical box. "General Fu, let's go see Linchuan first. He's not in a good condition." Fu Jinting took Jiang Yin to the basement, and the 2 passed through layers of guards and arrived in front of a special door. After the door scanned Fu Jinting's pupils, a robot girl spoke. "Verification successful." The heavy door slowly opened. Jiang Yin recognized this material, which was used by the military to make warships. This metal material called armor was collected from a distant deserted planet. It was rare and difficult to collect. Even the claws of high-level orcs and the most powerful missiles could hardly leave marks on it. Therefore, this rare material was only added to the crystal core room of the warship to protect the energy room. But the Fu family used tons of armor metal to make the door, and even the entire secret room was made of armor. But even so, deep claw marks were left on the surrounding walls. In the middle of the secret room, a majestic male lion was nestling there. There was a layer of protective light provided by the crystal core around him. When he saw Jiang Yin coming, the male lion stood up. The sturdy male lion was 3 or 4 meters tall. The mane on his neck protected him like a sharp armor. The strong muscles on his waist were visible to the naked eye. The claws were hidden in his palms, and the cold light was looming. His eyes were red as he looked at the newcomer. Although Jiang Yin had seen Fu Linchuan's beast form several times, he still couldn't help but marvel. It was worthy of being the killing weapon of the Empire. A rare S-level orc. a masterpiece of the creator, and a super high-level orc in the evolution of species. Hello, General Fu. Jiang Yan bowed and performed the highest level of etiquette in the empire. Dr. Jiang. The lion made a deep voice. Jiang Yan came to the control room, as usual, to check his physical condition today. His mental power increased instead of decreasing, and there was a tendency to break through the S level. However, this was not a good thing for Fu Linchuan. He had also come into contact with an S-level orc before. After the mental power collapsed, it degenerated into its original body. In the end, it died because the body could not withstand the increase of mental power. The mental power on the display screen was in a mess, like the strong wind of a desolate planet, as if anyone who entered would be strangled inside. Dr. Jiang, are you feeling better today? Fu Jinting asked. Jiang Yan shook his head. Now we can only try to control the mental power, so that it is not too high. If he can successfully degenerate into a juvenile, he may be able to survive. If it is still like this, I am afraid. Fu Jinting frowned. Please do your best, Dr. Jiang. Fu Jinting has complicated feelings for his son. Even if he doesn't like Fu Linchuan, he is still his son, the last thought left by his wife. And the Empire will do its best to treat him. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, the Empire will not let go. Jiang Yan said to Fu Linchuan in the secret room from the control room, General Fu, today's treatment is about to begin. Please bear with it. The lion in the beam nodded. Jiang Yan prepared the medicine and pressed the red button in the control room. Several mechanical arms extended from the top of the secret room and injected the injection into the lion's body. After pressing the button, Jiang Yan quickly left the control room with Fu Jinting. Fu Jinting looked at his son in the secret room and closed the door of the secret room. In a place where Fu Jinting could not see, Jiang Yan looked at the lion in the beam with obsession. It was so perfect. He tried his best to help Fu Linchuan stabilize his chaotic mental power, hoping that he could safely degenerate into a juvenile. After the drug was injected, the lion's eyes turned red in a short while. He roared, and the veins on his body bulged. The chaotic mental power suddenly burst out, as if to break through the flesh/body that bound him. Fu Linchuan had to experience this pain of reshaping his muscles and bones once a day. Jiang Yan looked at the situation in the secret room through the optical computer. The warning light in the control room flashed red, and the beeping alarm sounded. The data cable on it rose and fell like waves in the wind. The roar of the lion shook the heavy armored metal door, and the protective beam inside also cracked. The lion had fallen into a frenzy. He began to bang the door frantically. The sound of fighting reached the ears of the two men. The armored metal door also shook with the impact. The beast inside seemed to break out of the cage at the next moment. After hitting again and again without success, the lion wandered anxiously at the door. The angry roars came through one after another, causing the ground to shake slightly. He stretched out his sharp claws and scratched the metal wall. Sparks flew everywhere, and deep scratches were left on the solid wall. There are two energies fighting in his body, clamoring to go out and destroy everything he sees. After more than 10 minutes, the potion took effect after the initial battle with mental power. The lion fell to the ground with a bang. Sweating, he lay on the ground gasping for breath. Jiang Yan was relieved. General Fu has survived today. I will come to inject him with potions on time tomorrow. His condition is getting worse and worse, and the dosage is increasing every day. Dr. Jiang, do your best. Fu Jinting said that he had been unable to sleep since Fu Linchuan degenerated into his original body. He held a photo of his deceased wife and stroked her cheek over and over again late at night, and his face showed a rare fatigue. After Jiang Yan returned, he imported today's data into the laboratory's optical computer. He carefully analyzed Fu Linchuan's data. His mental power was still rising, although it had stabilized temporarily. It seemed that the trend was about to approach the critical point. He sat in a chair and pondered. This was not a solution. He had to keep Fu Linchuan now. First, the pressure from the royal family was increasing. And second, Fu Linchuan was still useful to him. He turned on the light brain. Parallel 1. Come in. A tall man in black walked in. He was wrapped up so tightly that his appearance could not be seen clearly. After entering, he knelt on one knee respectfully. Sir, any news about Subject 2? Jiang Yan tapped the table lightly, and the sound sounded like a death note to Parallel 1. Sir, no trace of Subject 2 was found in the dungeon. Useless. Step up the investigation. Your antidote will be suspended for 1 week. If you can't find it, all the antidotes for the dead will be suspended. Yes, sir. Parallel 1 retreated. Parallel organization is affiliated with the royal family and is not under the control of the military. The military must provide protection for this laboratory when necessary. Jiang Yin has been in this organization for nearly 500 years. He has used all means to climb up from a small experimenter step by step to his current position. He also secretly trained a group of death warriors to serve him. In order to prevent the death warriors from backlashing, he injected drugs into each of the parallel death warriors and took the antidote once a week. Otherwise the drugs would cause mental power to riot, making them suffer the pain of crushing bones and scattering ashes. After verifying the fingerprint, Jiang Yin opened the secret compartment under the cabinet. His serum could only last for a year at most. None of his newly cultivated experimental subjects had the ability to restore the orcs from their juvenile state like number 2. He named number 2 Serum Reverse Life. He didn't know what happened to number 2 after not seeing him for 3 years. If he caught the little thing, he would make sure that he would never see the sun again in his life. Jiang Yin was busy until late at night before finishing his day's work. He stayed in the laboratory directly. His light brain flashed twice, and he answered the call impatiently. What's the matter? His wife asked cautiously. Ian, aren't you coming back today? I have developed a dish from the ancient Chinese nation. No. You should go to bed early. Jiang Yin hung up the phone directly after saying that. His wife is a high-level A-level orc from a deserted planet. If it weren't for the high-level offspring, he would not want to marry a woman who would get in the way. He also came to a deserted planet. The nobles of the Chroman Empire would not marry an A-level orc in their family to a powerless person like him. That's why he took great pains to find Bai Mei. He was born cold-blooded and ruthless, and only the experimental subjects in the cage could make his blood boil. Bai Mei hung up the phone and sat down on the chair with some disappointment. In order to please Jiang Yin, she specially collected the recipes of the ancient earth. She flipped through the obscure ancient Chinese characters and translated them bit by bit according to the annotations of famous people. When she saw Jiang Yin for the first time, she fell in love with the elegant man. He treated everyone as gently as the spring breeze. She still remembered that when they first met, Jiang Yin gently touched her head and told her not to be afraid. Jiang Yin took her back home during the war. Both her parents died in the war. Jiang Yin took care of her tenderly, bought her the most beautiful clothes she had ever seen, and hired the most expensive etiquette teacher for her. In front of Jiang Yin, she always shyly showed her soft fox ears. Jiang Yin also praised her cute beast form. Thinking of this, Bai Mei couldn't help but smile. She loved Jiang Yin very much. When she became an adult, Jiang Yin proposed to her. The two quickly entered the palace of marriage. During the honeymoon, Jiang Yin always hugged her from behind and gently touched her belly. The two imagined the future family of 3 together. Every time she said that she hoped their offspring would be a cute little fox, Jiang Yin would interrupt her unhappily, saying that he hoped their child would be a powerful chameleon. 2 years later, she still couldn't get pregnant with the child that Jiang Yin expected. Jiang Yin gradually alienated her and often stayed overnight in the laboratory. Bai Mei sighed and poured the dishes that she had heated over and over again into the trash can. Chapter 23. Xia Fanqing took the cubs in her class to the lawn for a walk in the afternoon as usual. Class next door also took a walk near their class. The little peacock saw from a distance that Xia Fanqing had a layer of gauze wrapped around his neck. He walked around happily. He deserved it because he was holding the neck. Thank you, Lu Fuguang. The little black panther following behind him smiled a little embarrassedly. Jin Ming, can you give me a feather? The little peacock flapped his wings and took 2 steps back. He was so scared that the feathers on his head exploded. No! The little black panther lowered his head in disappointment. He really wanted a feather from the little peacock. His little peacock loved beauty the most. He would carefully collect even the fallen feathers. The little peacock lowered his head and smoothed his feathers. His feathers were the most beautiful. They sparkled in the sun, like the most beautiful brocade in the world. He was reluctant to give his feathers away. Xia Fanqing also saw the spoiled little peacock. Although he didn't see clearly what kind of orc the other party was when he was attacked yesterday, he also knew that this incident was related to the little peacock. After he was injured, the naughty robot immediately took a photo and sent it to the insurance company. This morning he received a compensation of 100,000 star coins. Xia Fanqing was shocked by the speed of the insurance company. It seems that this is really a high-risk job. No wonder the principal asked him to sign 2 contracts when he came in. Hey, Xia Fanqing, What are you looking at? The little husky pulled up his trouser legs. Nothing. Just looking at the scenery. Are you looking at that stinky peacock? How about I help you fight it back? No. It has nothing to do with him. The little husky patted his chest and promised, "You will be mine from now on. I will protect you." Xiao Fanqing was amused by him. He wanted to touch the little husky's head, but remembered that the little husky didn't allow people to touch him. His outstretched hand stopped in midair. "Thank you." The little husky had eaten several meals of Xiao Fanqing's food, and had already marked Xiao Fanqing as his own territory. He jumped up and took the initiative to rub Xiao Fanqing's hand with his head. "Okay. You are happy now. You must take good care of me in the future." "Okay." Xiao Fanqing stroked his fluffy little head. Dogs are indeed the best friends of humans. The little cockatiel saw the interaction between the two. She hovered over their heads. "Stinky dog. Big traitor. Big traitor. You are the big traitor." The boss didn't say anything. "You two-legged chicken, shut up. Xiao Fanqing will be my little brother from now on. You are not allowed to bully him." He Weo chased Lu Luna in the air and played with her. Xiao Fanqing looked at the two little cubs in his class playing, and his mood was particularly bright. The little cubs are indeed the cutest creatures in the world. He sat on the chair and turned on the light computer. Yesterday, he found that the above-ground city could actually shop online. He clicked into the mall and browsed inside. He added the things he needed to the shopping cart one by one. He also wanted to buy some things for the cat and send them over. But the above-ground city and the underground city were almost completely isolated. If he wanted to send things to the underground city, he could only pay expensive postage on the black market. He planned to make some things and send them to the cat in a few days. He had to save money as soon as possible to take the cat over. The logistics of the Chroman Empire was quite fast. Xiao Fanqing received the express delivery the next day. When he was free at noon, he took out the wool he bought and started to knit a collar. He Weo squatted on his sofa and tilted his head to look at him curiously. What was he doing? Even Luna flew over and landed beside Xiao Fanqing. She moved her claws step by step to Xiao Fanqing's side. The colorful threads were so beautiful. She lowered her head and pecked one, then flew away with the yarn. The yarn ball rolled down behind her. Xiao Fanqing quickly picked it up and followed Luna to roll the yarn. "Luna, put it down quickly." Luna didn't listen to him and flew around the house with the yarn. Soon, the chandelier and the dining table were all covered with yarn. She happily flapped her wings and chirped twice. The yarn in her mouth fell out because of her happiness. Xiao Fanqing quickly followed and rolled it. Luna seemed to have found a new toy. The more Xiao Fanqing pestered her, the more she wanted to make trouble. Before Xiao Fanqing had finished rolling up this ball, she started flying with another ball of yarn in her mouth. Xiao Fanqing was covered with yarn, and the little husky happily jumped around on the yarn pile. The whole living room seemed to be hung with ribbons. Xiao Fanqing was desperate and pulled the yarn on her body. It was completely unfixable. It was all tangled together. He simply didn't care. When they had enough fun, they would stop playing. Seeing that Xiao Fanqing didn't chase her anymore, Luna also lost interest in playing. She threw away the yarn ball in her mouth and squatted on the lamp stand to watch the little black cat clean up. Xiao Fanqing didn't have the patience to sort it out bit by bit, so he simply found a box and threw all the balls of yarn into it. Anyway, he was only going to knit a collar for the cub, and he didn't need much yarn, so he untied it while knitting. Xiao Fanqing brought his cardboard box to the sofa and started knitting a collar. He looked at the neck of the little husky and prepared to make one for him first. After a while, he knitted a red collar with a circle of white wavy lace on the outside and two yellow small balls hanging in the middle, which was very cute. He waved his hand to call the little husky over. "Weo, here's a gift for you." He Weo lowered his head and looked at the round thing curiously. "What is this?" "A collar. Specially for you to eat. Don't you always get your chest hair dirty when you eat? I knitted a collar for you, so that you won't get your hair dirty when you eat." He Weo felt that it looked familiar, but he couldn't tell why. It looked pretty good. "Then why don't you try it on me?" Xiao Fanqing put it on him. He looked around and was very satisfied. It was so cute. He decided to knit a few more for the little husky to wear. He wanted to knit a sunflower, a Christmas tree, a little rainbow. After he Weo put on his little red flower collar, he jumped in front of the floor-length mirror. He turned around in front of the mirror and said, "Woof woof, beautiful." Xiao Fanqing knitted several collars for he Weo in the morning. He put a bunch of colorful ones on him. He also put some broken diamonds on the colorful rainbow collar. The whole collar was sparkling in the sun, and the refracted colorful light was reflected on the wall. Luluna's attention was instantly drawn. She flew over and took the collar in her mouth. But the husky, who had been prepared for this, bit the other end. Let go! Luluna dragged the collar, and was about to fly up. Hiwuyo stood up with her front paws. Xia Fanqing hurried over to stop the two little guys from fighting. Luluna, that one is too big. Can I make you a better one? Luluna let out a squeak, and let go of her mouth. The husky rolled on the ground with his collar, because he had used too much force. Humph! This is given to me by Xia Fanqing. Luluna flew to her room, carrying a box several times bigger than her. She threw it in front of Xia Fanqing. I want that rainbow ring. Put the diamond inside on it for me. Slurp. Xia Fanqing opened the box, and the gems inside almost blinded her eyes. There were many pigeon eggs and gems of various colors. It was the first time for a little office boy to see such a rich man. Miss, is this real? Nonsense. Why would I use fake ones? If I tell others, I will be laughed at. Xia Fanqing was shocked. What kind of family is this? They can give gems to children as toys. Luluna, come here. I will measure the circumference of your neck. Luluna flew over this time. Be gentle. Don't touch my feathers. Okay. Okay. I will serve you well. Xia Fanqing took a piece of wool to measure the circumference of Luluna's neck. After he measured it, Luluna squatted on the armrest of the sofa to supervise. Luluna's collar was much smaller than Hiwuyo's. Xia Fanqing knitted a small rainbow collar that was not much bigger than a shell in a short while. He picked up some small pieces from the corner of the eldest lady's jewelry box. Luluna chirped in dissatisfaction. I want a big one. I want a big one. Okay. Okay. I'll put a big one in the middle for you. Xia Fanqing laid the broken diamonds around the outside of the collar, and then took a pigeon egg and dropped it in the middle. Xia Fanqing was afraid that the young lady would accidentally lose the pigeon egg, so he took out a 6-claw ring setting from Luluna's jewelry box to fix the pigeon egg, and then sewed it on the rainbow collar. Luluna thought he didn't use enough diamonds, so she urged Xia Fanqing to inlay a few more for him. Xia Fanqing continued to pick the ring setting in her jewelry box. Luluna thought he was slow. Just put it on. Just put it on. I have plenty. Xia Fanqing followed her instructions, and picked a few smaller ones, with diamond petals in the middle. Luluna happily jumped onto Xia Fanqing's lap and said, Put it on. Put it on. Xia Fanqing put it on her. Luluna flew to the mirror, and was very satisfied with herself in the mirror. She was so beautiful. She must be the brightest girl in the kindergarten when she goes out this afternoon. That stinky peacock must be envious. Xia Fanqing lamented that his worthless collar was not worthy of such an expensive gemstone from the eldest lady. After admiring enough in front of the mirror, Luluna flew over and urged Xia Fanqing to continue making a collar for her. But it's almost noon. I have to make lunch for Wuyo. No. No. Kitty. Hurry up and work. Hiwuyo was unhappy when he heard this. Why? I want to eat meat. Eat meat. Shut up. Luluna flew over and gave him a few claws on the head. Eat. 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 Are you going to eat or not? Are you going to eat or not? Luluna, don't bully your classmates. Xia Fanqing quickly rescued the little husky from her claws. Luluna flew over to teach the traitor a lesson. The little husky was protected in Xia Fanqing's arms. Hiwuyo hid under Xia Fanqing's arms, and sneakily showed one eye. Seeing that Luluna couldn't peck him, he slightly stuck out his tongue. Luluna was so angry that she had to teach him a lesson. Xia Fanqing protected the little husky, and didn't let her peck him. Luluna, don't scratch Wuyo. The hair on his head is going to be bald. The little husky, who was originally proud in Xia Fanqing's arms, howled instantly when he heard this. Awoo, I'm not bald. Not bald. Awoo. This time Hiwuyo really cried, and Xia Fanqing hurried to coax the cub in her arms. It was a mess every day, and no one was worry-free. Chapter 24. Xia Fanqing hurriedly coaxed the little husky in her arms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. You're not bald. Not bald. But no matter how Xia Fanqing coaxed him, Hiwuyo curled himself up into a ball and shrank in the corner of the sofa. How about I knit you a small hat? This way Luluna won't be able to peck at your fur. Awoo! Awoo! No! You actually said I'm bald. Awoo! The little husky hid in the corner and sobbed aggrievedly. And no matter how Xia Fanqing coaxed him, he just wouldn't come out. Gu Peifeng was annoyed by his noise. He Wuyo. Shut up. The little husky secretly glanced at the angry boss, howling, and ran to his room, and locked Xia Fanqing, who was following behind him, out with a bang. La Luna stood on the lamp stand and laughed at the two of them. Xia Fanqing decided to make some spicy beef at noon to appease the little husky. He took out the beef and cut it into small pieces the size of a thumb, poured the pork he had prepared into the pot, fried the beef pieces, and fished them out after the surface was slightly burnt. Pour out the oil in the pot, and leave a little oil at the bottom. He added dried chili peppers, peppercorns, star anise, onions, ginger, and garlic, and stir-fried until fragrant. Then he poured the fried beef cubes in and stir-fried them. After a simple seasoning, he sprinkled a layer of sesame seeds on top and served. He Wuyo had already smelled a tempting fragrance in the room. He lay on the crack of the door and secretly smelled the intermittent fragrance. He wanted to rush out to see what Xia Fanqing was doing. He thought the smell was not enough. So he opened the door and opened the crack a little wider, which made it even more fragrant. He resisted drooling and waited for Xia Fanqing to come and coax him. His every move was clearly seen by Gu Peifeng lying on the sofa. This Xia Fanqing is quite interesting. He Wuyo and Lu Luna were almost conquered by him after just a few days. After Xia Fanqing finished cooking, he went to knock on He Wuyo's door. The door was already open, and he knocked gently, and it opened by itself. He squatted down and coaxed the little husky, who had his back to him. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you were bald. I apologize to you. I made your favorite beef. Come out and eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The little husky snorted and walked out with his head down. He walked slowly to show that he was still angry. He jumped to the dining table slowly, snorted, and turned his head away. But the tail behind him, that was almost shaking out the afterimage, betrayed his anxiety. Xia Fanqing laughed secretly, and quickly brought out the beef cubes for the young master. He Wuyo's stainless steel bowl was half full. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. He Wuyo glanced at it with a reserved look, then shoveled a mouthful of it. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Was Xia Fanqing. You are not apologizing to this young master at all. What did you do? My tongue is sore and numb. You big bad guy. He Wuyo's eyes were spinning in his eyes. How did Xia Fanqing know that he would move so quickly? He took a big bite without waiting for her to choose. It would be strange if his tongue didn't feel numb from this pot of peppercorns. Xia Fanqing was afraid that the spiciness would hurt the little cub, so she specially chose the spicy dry peppers. Who knew he was so anxious? Sorry. Sorry. I'll help you pick it out. Xia Fanqing took a plate and helped him pick out the beef cubes. He picked up one and fed it to He Wuyo's mouth. Try it. It's really delicious. He Wuyo rolled it up again, and it was gone before he could taste anything. It was too small to taste, but it seemed delicious. He patted the stainless steel basin to signal Xia Fanqing to help him pick up the beef cubes. After picking up a plate, He Wuyo lowered his head and took a bite. He wagged his tail excitedly. Delicious. Spicy and numb. He had never eaten beef cubes of this flavor before. Xia Fanqing. What is this? Spicy beef cubes? Isn't it delicious? Humph. This young master forgives you. Pick it up quickly. Okay. Xia Fanqing's picking speed couldn't keep up with He Wuyo's eating speed. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to help the other three cubs set the table. He put down his chopsticks and quickly set lunch for the three of them. When he came back, he got a big eye roll from the little husky. Xia Fanqing helped He Wuyo pick beef cubes for more than an hour. The little husky just finished lunch. His hands were about to break from picking. He decided not to make spicy beef cubes anymore. He was exhausted, but the little husky was not full. Under the little husky's protest, Xia Fanqing gave him a tube of nutrition. After he finished feeding the little husky, he hadn't eaten lunch yet, and it was time for him to go out for some exercise. He could only drink a tube of nutrition in a hurry, rest in the room for a while, and then take the four little cubs in the class out. La Luna showed off her diamond collar in front of He Wuyo, and He Wuyo raised his head to show his little red flower collar. His red? The group came to the lawn where they often went out for some exercise. La Luna stood on the branch and twisted her body. The diamond collar on her neck sparkled in the eyes, and soon attracted the attention of many orcs. Some bird orcs flew up and surrounded her. La Luna? What is this? It's so beautiful. La Luna stretched out her wings and drew a circle around her neck. This is called a collar. My keeper made it for me. Other bird beastmen looked at her with envy. Birds pay special attention to their feathers, especially shiny things that attract their attention. The little peacock also noticed the little parrot standing on the branch. She had a shiny thing around her neck. He was extremely jealous. He shook his tail feathers in the sun. His beautiful tail feathers spread out in a fan shape. His tail feathers were shining in the sun. He usually didn't spread his tail feathers easily, but today he had to suppress the limelight of that stinky parrot. Every time he spread his feathers, he would receive exclamations from the orcs around him. But this time, he waited for a long time and only heard two wows. One from Lu Fuguang and the other from the annoying little nursery worker. The other orcs gathered around the parrot to see how bright it was. The little peacock folded its tail feathers in anger. He left angrily, and the little black panther quickly followed. Xia Fanqing chased the little peacock with some regret. He hadn't seen enough. So why did it fold its feathers? The little black parrot received praise from other orcs as she wished, and she flew around during the whole time of letting go. Seeing that La Luna's collar was so popular, Hiweo also proudly walked with his short legs to show the little red flower on his neck. But he did not receive any praise, but heard the laughter of other orcs. Ha ha! What is this? It's so funny. It looks a bit like a bib for a little orc. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me. It really is. Hiweo, do you really think you are a baby who has not been weaned? You are still wearing a bib. Ha ha ha. Hiweo angrily retorted. You are wearing a bib. Your whole family is wearing bibs. This is a collar. A collar. Have you seen it? It's so beautiful. Bib. Bib. Ha ha ha. Hiweo rushed to the orcs and wanted to fight. But Xia Fanqing held the soft flesh of the back of his neck and hugged him in her arms. No fighting. It's the collar, not the bib. They are ignorant. Hiweo was happy again. Lack of knowledge. The little peacock went back to his class and hid in the room unhappy. And the little black panther followed him in. Jiming, don't be angry. Your feathers are the most beautiful feathers in the world. The little black panther was clumsy and circled around the little peacock anxiously. Brother Fuguang, can you help me get it? Please, please. The little black panther was a little embarrassed. This is not good. What's wrong with it? We are A-level orcs, and they are only B-level. Can't you beat them? You are so useless. That collar is a little small. Jiming, I will find someone to make a more beautiful one for you. Okay? The little black panther coaxed him patiently. Lu Fuguang, are you not listening to me? I want that. I want that. I can wear it on my feet. The little peacock got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. His proud tail feathers were outshined by the stinky parrot's shiny feathers. He had to get back his dignity. Jiming, the little black panther called him with some embarrassment. The little peacock saw that his hard approach didn't work this time, so he decided to change his strategy. He said softly to the little black panther, Brother Fuguang, I really like that shiny feather. Can you help me get it, please? If you get it back, I'll give you a feather. He hesitated when he heard that the little peacock wanted to give him feathers. He had been here to protect his beloved little peacock from being bullied by other beastmen. As long as his little peacock was not bullied, he would not take the initiative to make trouble. But this time it was the little peacock's feathers, and he was really moved. Okay. Hearing his promise, the little peacock felt a little better. He was the most beautiful bird in this kindergarten. Their peacock clan would not lose to parrots. They were the descendants of the god Phoenix. The little cockatiel, who had been flying outside for an afternoon, was in a particularly good mood today. She followed Xia Fanqing back with a clear song. All the bird beasts praised their collars. Some of them wanted to touch them, but were rejected by La Luna. Her collar was so beautiful. It was 1,000 times more beautiful than the peacock's tail feathers. 10,000 times more beautiful. As soon as La Luna came back, she stood in front of the mirror to admire her beautiful figure. She waved her wings and danced happily in front of the mirror. This was the happiest day for her after she degenerated into her original form. For some reason, her mental power that would riot every day had been silent for several days. She was the eldest daughter of the cockatiel family. Small birds like them rarely had A-level orcs. When she detected A-level mental power, the whole family was happy for her. They firmly believed that it must be the ancient god Phoenix who blessed their family. The birds of the Chroman Empire have always regarded the Phoenix of ancient Earth as a symbol of spirit. Although they have never seen a phoenix, they piece together the gods in their hearts from the records in the ancient books collected in the Royal Museum. Billions of years ago, their ancestors escaped from the ancient earth, and the things they brought out were all treasures of the ancient Hua country. The few books they brought out at that time were even treasured by the empire. They yearned for that ancient civilization from these texts. For this reason, the cockatiel family and the peacock family have been fighting over who is the true phoenix bloodline. Their cockatiel family is at a disadvantage compared to the more powerful beast-type peacock family. Her birth made the cockatiel family firmly believe that it was the blessing of the phoenix. But later, for unknown reasons, young A-level orcs of high rank suffered mental breakdowns one after another. No one could tell why. The upper-class families kept this secret. Some speculated that a new round of evolution had begun. But this was not a good thing for the upper-class families. A-level orcs symbolized the glory and honor of their families. Without A-level orcs, the upper class would be reshuffled. The lower-level high-level orc family would break the current hierarchy and enter the upper class, which was something the aristocratic circle did not want to see. Chapter 25. Late at night, the little black panther came to the balcony of their class. There was only a 2-meter distance between their balcony and the balcony of Class 3, Grade B, next door. He hesitated on the balcony for a long time. The education he had received had prevented him from doing anything sneaky. But this time it was the feathers of the little peacock. He struggled for a long time, and finally decided to get the collar back for the little peacock. He jumped from the balcony with a box in his mouth and jumped to Class 3, Grade B, next door. When the little black panther sneaked to the balcony, Xian Linyuan was awakened. These years of life made him vigilant all the time. He turned on the optical brain and switched the monitoring to the balcony. It was the little black panther of the Lu family. When he went out for a walk this afternoon, he noticed that the little peacock went back to the class first in anger. This time, the little black panther didn't know what to do for the peacock again. After the little black panther disappeared from the balcony, he turned off the optical computer. He was just a sea-level nursery worker. What did the fight between high-level orcs have to do with him? The little black panther sneaked into the little cockatiel's room. He opened his optical computer and hacked into the system of the Nani robot of Class 3. He quickly cracked the password of the little cockatiel's room and entered Luna's room silently. The orc's night vision ability allowed him to quickly see the diamond collar on the dressing table. He jumped up and put the small box in his mouth on the table, and prepared to leave quietly with the diamond collar in his mouth. As soon as he stepped out, the lights in the living room lit up. Major General Lu. How are you? Gu Peifeng stood on the armrest of the sofa and looked down at him. Lu Fuguang put down the diamond collar in his mouth, stretched out a paw to press the collar, bowed his head and saluted. Second Prince. What does Major General Lu mean? Based on what you saw. Lu Fuguang had nothing to explain. He did it. Put down the collar and leave. I will pretend I didn't see it. Lu Fuguang pulled the diamond collar towards him. He would not give up the peacock feathers. Since soft tactics didn't work, he would use hard tactics. Excuse me. The little black panther quickly retreated to the balcony with the diamond collar in his mouth. The little white tiger followed closely behind and blocked in front of him. He bared his fangs to threaten the other party. The little black panther didn't want to fight with him too much. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. It would not be a glorious thing if this matter got out. The little white tiger didn't want to let him go so easily. Not everyone could take their things. He bared his teeth and pounced on him. The little black panther had the diamond collar in his mouth. He could only wave his claws to resist. He was still A-level, while the little white tiger was B-level. The impeccable defense of the little black panther made the little white tiger unable to eat it for a while. The little black panther held the collar in his mouth and tried to find a way out, but was blocked by the little white tiger every time. At this time, Lassie in the fish tank was also awakened. He spit out a bubble and went in to stop the little black panther from leaving with the little white tiger. The little black panther made a low snoring sound in his somewhat anxious throat. This made it even more difficult. The little mermaid bumped into him indiscriminately. He slapped the little water ball aside with one claw. The little mermaid also knocked off a lot of decorative ornaments during the attack, and the precious porcelain fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Several other people were also awakened. Luna rushed out first. She saw the collar in the little black panther's mouth at a glance. Lu Fuguang. Put down my collar. She rushed forward like crazy. The little black panther could have slapped Luna away like he attacked the little mermaid. But after all, he took someone else's things. He did not fight back. He kept dodging under Liluna's attack. He Wuyo and Xia Fanqing also came out. He Wuyo joined the battle without saying a word. The battle between the four people made the little black panther with the collar in its mouth lose the upper hand. He Wuyo bit the little black panther's front paw. He tried his best. And the little black panther snorted, but did not let go of the collar in its mouth. Stop! Stop! He Wuyo. Open your mouth. Xia Fanqing, who came out a minute later, saw the 5 cubs fighting in a ball. The little black panther's paw was still in the little husky's mouth. And Liluna's paw was still hooked with a tuft of black hair. The little black panther in the center was surrounded by 4 people by land and sea. He Wuyo was the first to open his mouth after hearing Xia Fanqing's words. But the 4 people still surrounded the little black panther in the middle. What's going on? He stole my collar. He stole my collar. Liluna was the first to complain. The little black panther put down the collar in his mouth. He wanted to press it with his right front paw. But seeing that his right paw was bleeding, he changed to his left paw. He didn't want to dirty the diamond collar. The peacock would be unhappy if he saw the dirty collar. Did that stinky peacock tell you to do that? The stinky peacock told you to do that. The stinky peacock told you to do that. Liluna asked. Don't say that to him. The little black panther retorted angrily. I wanted to give him your diamond collar. It's stealing. It's stealing. Little Black Panther was embarrassed. He had always been an upright person in the military, and would never do such a despicable thing. But what he did today really made him ashamed to face people. He lowered his head and explained, Yes. I took it. I left something for you. Taking it without asking is stealing, Liluna said angrily. He Wuyo went into Liluna's room and took out the black velvet box on his table. It was obvious that it was not Liluna's thing. The overall style of Liluna's room was warm girlish colors. This black box was particularly conspicuous in her room. He Wuyo returned to the living room with the box in his mouth. He stretched out his claws and pulled Xia Fanqing's trouser legs. Xia Fanqing squatted down. He stretched out his hand to take the small box handed to him by He Wuyo. After he opened it, the light reflected by the gem inside almost blinded his eyes. This is a rare diamond heart. Bigger and harder than your pigeon egg. The energy inside is enough for you to make an indestructible protective light shield. No. No. I just want my diamond collar. Put it down. Put it down. Although the diamond heart was precious, enough to buy her thousands of collars, she only wanted her own collar. It was hers. And she didn't want to give it to that stinky peacock. Xia Fanqing also sorted out the whole story in their conversation. He gently comforted the little black panther surrounded in the middle. What's your name? My name is Xia Fanqing. Return the diamond collar to Liluna. It's too small and useless for you to take it. I'll make you another one with your diamond heart. Okay? Really? The little black panther asked doubtfully. Really? I promise. I'll do it for you right now. And you can return the diamond collar to Liluna. Okay? The little black panther then released his left paw that was pressing on the diamond loop. And he took 2 steps back. And Liluna immediately flew away with her diamond collar in her mouth. Xia Fanqing took out her wool box and sat on the sofa. The 4 little cubs squatted on one side of the sofa. The little black panther also wanted to squat on the sofa to watch Xia Fanqing knitting a collar. But his right paw was injured. And he was afraid of dirtying their sofa. Xia Fanqing saw his hesitation. He took the medical kit and squatted in front of the little black panther. Can I help you? The little black panther nodded his furry head awkwardly. He stretched out his right paw and placed it on Xia Fanqing's hand. Xia Fanqing carefully wiped the blood off his fur. He turned the little black panther's pad over. The wound was quite deep, and blood was still oozing out. The black pad was so cute. If the occasion was not right, he would really like to press it twice. He Wuyo snorted. It was what he deserved. Xia Fanqing sprayed him with hemostatic medicine and gently wrapped him with gauze. Okay. You can go up. Do you need me to help you up? Lu Fuguang was almost ashamed to death. He did something shameful. He had hurt Xia Fanqing before. But Xia Fanqing was so good to him now, and was willing to make a collar for him. My name is Lu Fuguang. And the Fuguang and Fuguang Warugia comes from an ancient book in Guhua. I have heard that Fuguang Warugia and Wanshu play with spar shadows. Your parents must love you very much. Lu Fuguang was a little surprised. His name was given by the clan leader. He knew that his name came from the ancient Chinese poem Fuguang Warugia. But the scholars of the Croman Empire did not decipher the second half of the poem. He did not expect that this little nursery teacher could decipher the second half. Lu Fuguang said with a sad tone. My name was given by the clan leader. He hoped that I would correct the light, be loyal to the emperor and love the country, and be a useful person to the empire. I have failed to live up to his high hopes. It is not wrong to understand it this way. Fuguang originally means the sun, which symbolizes light. These two lines of poetry express the ancient Chinese people's yearning for a beautiful time and a carefree life. Speaking of this, Xia Fanqing also felt homesick. It has been almost a year since he came to this strange world. Here he met the cat who depended on each other. He was an orphan in China. He grew up in an orphanage. He saved money desperately just to buy a house of his own, and then adopt a stray cat to keep him company, to give himself a home and also a home for the stray cat. He didn't know how the director ant and the others were doing. There were very few people he cared about. The few warmth he had came from the director ant's concern. He still remembered the warmth of the ant's palm when she gently touched his forehead. He sighed softly. I'm sorry. Lu Fuguang thought Xia Fanqing was sighing for his behavior today. It's not because of you. I just remembered something from the past. Xia Fanqing adjusted his mood and regained his spirits. What style do you want? Is it for the little peacock? How do you know? Lu Fuguang asked in surprise. I've seen you play together a few times. He must be your best friend. Lu Fuguang nodded. He is the most important person to me. Peacocks like shiny, beautiful things. Okay. I know. Xia Fanqing thought about the approximate circumference of the peacock's neck. The peacock in this kindergarten was a rare adult, which made him particularly conspicuous among a pair of cubs. Xia Fanqing selected white wool and slightly lighter peacock blue wool to start knitting a collar. Chapter 26. The little black panther looked up from under the sofa and stared at Xia Fanqing's movements. Xia Fanqing felt uncomfortable watching him in this position. Do you need me to carry you up? The little black panther nodded. Xia Fanqing put down the knitting needles in her hand and put her hands around the little black panther's waist to put him on the other half. The touch was first rate. The other four cubs stared at the intruder with unfriendly eyes. Gu Peifeng, Wuyo, Luna and Lacey. Are you four sleepy? Do you want to go to bed first? Children who don't sleep will not grow tall in the future. The four little cubs shook their heads in unison. They couldn't sleep with this half-enemy here. Xia Fanqing finished knitting the collar for the little peacock in less than half an hour. The inside was a white oval ball of hair, and the outside was a circle of pseudo-eye-shaped patterns imitating the peacock's tail feathers. There was a row of heart-shaped hangings underneath, and the inside was hollow. Xia Fanqing was going to inlay gems inside. Lu Fuguang, do you have gems? I want to inlay gems inside, so it will be more beautiful. Xia Fanqing showed him the peacock collar he had knitted. The little black panther's eyes lit up. It was so beautiful and looked like a peacock's tail feathers. He wanted to inlay the most beautiful gem in the world on it. But how could a straight man like him carry gems with him? I don't have gems. The diamond heart was originally intended to be given to the peacock. Luna, are you willing to help Lu Fuguang? Xia Fanqing said to Luna. He remembered that there was a beautiful emerald in Luna's gem box. Luna hummed and flew to her room to bring out her gem box. She threw it in front of Xia Fanqing. Lu Fuguang, you have to pay for this. Xia Fanqing picked out the emerald from the box. There was only one emerald inside, and it was very big. Xia Fanqing only needed a gem that was not much bigger than a small pearl to decorate it. This one was too big. Xia Fanqing picked it up and put it down again. He still used broken diamonds to inlay the peacock feathers underneath. Although it looked good without the emerald, it was not bad. Lu Fuguang saw him put down the emerald and started to pick up broken diamonds. He was a little anxious. The emerald was the closest to the color of the peacock feathers. It must look good when worn. Teacher Xia, why don't you use that emerald? That one is more suitable for peacocks. Xia Fanqing explained. It's too big. You see? The tail feathers only need smaller gems to decorate. And they need 12. That emerald only has 1. Wuyo interrupted. Xia Fanqing can do whatever she wants. If she doesn't like it, get out of here. Why are you still nitpicking? Wuyo, don't be so rude. Xia Fanqing scolded him. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. I just think this emerald is more suitable for peacocks. Give it to me, and I'll try it. Lu Fuguang said. Xia Fanqing put the emerald in front of him. Lu Fuguang's right claw was injured, so he could only stretch out his left claw and try to cut the gem with his sharp claws. He tried it, but it was too hard, and his claws only left a mark on it. He is now a juvenile, And if he has a full body, it is not a problem at all. If he tries a few more times, the emerald will break. He mobilized the mental power in his body to control the force. With a muffled groan, the emerald broke and split into 12 equal parts. Lu Fuguang swallowed the blood in his mouth. He just felt that his mental power had calmed down in the past few days. Today, he forcibly mobilized his mental power, causing his mental power to become chaotic like a whirlwind. Gu Peifeng glanced at him. He was actually forcibly using his mental power in the juvenile state. He was completely looking for death. This Black Panther really doted on the spoiled peacock. Xia Fanqing exclaimed. It was amazing. Each piece was cut evenly and rounded. He used strong tree sap glue to fix the emerald to the hollow tail feathers below. It was really beautiful. He removed a ring setting from Liluna's gem box and fixed the diamond heart on it, and sewed it to the middle of the peacock's collar. Okay. Are you satisfied? Xia Fanqing handed the finished collar to the little Black Panther. The little Black Panther liked the collar very much. Thank you. The peacock will definitely like it. This collar is made very beautifully. Even Liluna thinks it is particularly suitable for that stinky peacock. Angry. Humph. Remember to transfer 10 million star coins to me. Slurp. Xia Fanqing was almost shocked by her lion's big mouth. Are the gems here so expensive? But Lu Fuguang transferred it to her very quickly. This gem is worth at most 5 million star coins. But it is really beautiful. This is a unique gift. Teacher Xia. I'm sorry. I scratched your neck last time. The little Black Panther finally decided to tell Xia Fanqing the truth. Just tell me what compensation you want. I will definitely agree to it if I can. Really? Xia Fanqing had been busy for more than an hour in the second half of the night, and he was already tired. When he heard that there was such a good thing, his eyes immediately lit up. Can I pinch your paw? Lu Fuguang thought Xia Fanqing was going to make a request, but it turned out that he raised it high and put it down gently. Although he was a little reluctant, he still agreed. He raised his uninjured left paw, and Lu Fuguang retracted his sharp claws to avoid hurting this fragile little cat. Xia Fanqing quickly stretched out his hand to hold it. Ah! So soft. He laughed like a pervert twice. He pinched the little Black Panther's pads. It felt so good. So relaxing. He pinched it several times with an intoxicated look on his face. Lu Fuguang was now extremely glad that his fur was black. If he was in human form, his face would definitely turn red. He pulled a few times, and was pulled back by Xia Fanqing. Finally, he used a little force, and Xia Fanqing woke up from a dream. Sorry. I was happy for a moment. The little cub's pads are really cute. The little Black Panther stammered. Teacher Xia. Liluna, I owe you a favor this time. I hope you can keep what happened today a secret. Thank you. The little Black Panther crawled away, with his precious peacock collar in his mouth. He also heard Xia Fanqing's chuckle. He was embarrassed today. After Lu Fuguang returned, he carefully put the peacock collar on the table, and then began to rummage through his room to find a box. He searched for a long time before finding a satisfactory velvet box in the closet. Inside was the gift he prepared for Peacock. He threw out the gems inside and put the peacock collar in. He carried the box to his bed and placed his uninjured left paw on the precious box. It was almost dawn. He had been tossing and turning all night and exerting his mental power. The violent mental power was hitting his body again and again. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. His little peacock would give him the most beautiful feathers in the world. As soon as the sun rose, he opened his eyes and waited in front of the peacock's door. When the peacock opened the door, he saw the little Black Panther squatting at the door. There was a velvet box in front of him. The little Black Panther held his head high like a soldier who had won a battle. Brother Fuguang, you got it? The little peacock asked in surprise. I got it. And I didn't get it. You'll like it. The little Black Panther pushed the box in front of him. In order not to worry the peacock, he removed the gauze on his right paw as soon as he woke up in the morning. Although the orcs have good recovery ability, his paw still hurts a little. The little peacock couldn't wait to open the box with his mouth. Inside was a collar that was very similar to his tail feathers, with a precious diamond heart in the middle and green gems inlaid all around. He exclaimed. So beautiful. Peacock grabbed the beautiful collar and couldn't let it go. It was tailor-made for him. Brother Fuguang, how did you do it? It was made for you overnight by Liluna's caretaker. He said Liluna's rainbow collar doesn't suit you. This peacock collar looks best on you. The little black panther said half-truthfully. He has good taste. The little peacock liked his new collar very much. As soon as Xian Linyuan came out, he came to him with the collar in his mouth. Xian Linyuan, help me put it on. Xian Linyuan took the exquisite and lovely collar and took a look at it. He didn't expect that the little orc actually made a collar for the peacock overnight. What an interesting little cat. He put this unique collar on the peacock. The little cat has good taste, and it is really suitable for the peacock. The little black panther following behind the peacock felt a little sour. He wanted to put the collar on the peacock himself. But he was in a useless state now. After the peacock put on the collar, he came to the mirror in the living room. He chirped twice happily, and then opened his screen in front of the mirror. He was intoxicated with his beauty all morning and couldn't extricate himself. He could already imagine the envious eyes of other orcs when he went out. Xia Fanqing didn't sleep for long before the day dawned. He yawned and got up to wash up. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his little cubs were difficult to take care of. After he came out, he waited in the living room for a while. The 4 cubs were all asleep. He told the nanny robot and went to the restaurant to get breakfast. Since he cooked 3 meals a day for Hiwuyo, he hasn't gone to the restaurant to get food. Today, the 4 cubs stayed in bed. It was still early, so he decided to go out for a walk and get the cubs breakfast. When he left, the nursery teacher of class next door also pushed the door open, and Xia Fanqing nodded to him as usual. This time, the aloof nursery teacher spoke. My name is Xian Linyuan, the nursery teacher of class 8. Grade A. Xia Fanqing responded flattered. My name is Xia Fanqing, the nursery teacher of class 3. Grade B. He had been here for nearly half a month, and it was the first time he met his colleagues. This kindergarten was very Buddhist. The little cubs didn't have to do anything except play and eat. Xian Linyuan walked side by side with him. Both of them were silent. They took breakfast and walked back in silence. When they were about to reach the door of the class, Xian Linyuan broke the awkward atmosphere between them. You can ask me if you have any questions in the future. I have been working here for 5 years. Can I add your light computer? Xia Fanqing quickly stretched out the light computer on her wrist. Xian Linyuan scanned and added the 2 of them as light computer friends. Goodbye. Xia Fanqing also said goodbye. He was still a little confused. Why was the childcare worker in the next class so abnormal today? But it was always a good thing to meet new colleagues. Chapter 27. After Xia Fanqing got breakfast, the 4 cubs were still asleep. He tiptoed to Laixi's bathtub. The beautiful fairy fish was sleeping on the shell. Xia Fanqing looked at the little mermaid with an aunt's smile. Laishi must be a beautiful little princess when she grows up. As beautiful as the little mermaid princess in the fairy tale world. So a gorgeous misunderstanding was created. Xia Fanqing saw that the 4 cubs were still asleep. So he prepared to make a sweet soup in the morning. He bought some grains online a few days ago, which could be used to make soup. He put the cornmeal into the pot and boiled it. When it was almost cooked, he added the starch and synthetic eggs he filtered out, and finally poured in 3 tubes of sweet nutrients, so that he and Hiwuyo could eat enough. He had just finished cooking his corn soup when the 4 cubs woke up one after another. He first arranged breakfast for Gu Peifeng and Lu Luna, then fed Lacey, and finally served a large bowl of soup to Hiwuyo. Hiwuyo saw that today's breakfast was not meat, and he pushed his bowl with some refusal. Why is there no meat? And why don't you use my big stainless steel rice bowl? No meat this morning. Change the taste. I added sweet nutrients in it. It tastes very good. You try it. Xia Fanqing coaxed the little husky. He was tired of eating meat 3 times a day. He wanted to eat rice and steamed buns, and noodles and all kinds of cakes. Woohoo! Who knows? Life without staple food is really hard. He almost tore through the mall on his computer at night these days. He hoped to find a substitute. Although he didn't find rice and flour, he found some stores selling other grains. He also added a young lady's computer. He actually found homemade soy sauce, and oyster sauce in the young lady's store. He once thought that the other party was a time traveler like him. The popularity of the young lady's shop was pitiful. It might be that the things she sold were too strange for orcs, so almost no one was interested in the shop. Xia Fanqing asked a few questions, and the young lady received him warmly. The young lady was quite knowledgeable about the food of the ancient Hua country. The 2 chatted very speculatively, and added each other on the light brain. The young lady said that she could send him some to taste. And if he didn't like it, she could do it for free. Xia Fanqing had a particularly good impression of this gentle young lady. Xia Fanqing raised the spoon and handed it to Xiao Era's mouth. Try it. It's delicious. Xiao Era then condescended to lick it. And he fell in love with this sweet thing. What is this? It tastes good. Is this really made of those super sweet nutrients? He buried his head in the rice bowl without Xia Fanqing feeding him the next bite. Lu Luna looked at the dog who was eating like a bulldozer with contempt. And he had no noble manners at all. What's there to eat? Only lowly bird orcs, who can't afford fruits and vegetables, eat these hard-to-swallow seeds. How could Xia Fanqing, a good young man living in the new era, listen to such remarks? Equality for all people and animals should be taught from childhood. He smiled like a human trafficker and pushed his bowl to Luna. Miss Luna, do you want to try this sweet soup? Legend has it that this gilded springly soup is the favorite food of Master Feng Wang. Are you sure you don't want to try it? Luna was madly moved when she heard this. But she immediately questioned, why haven't I heard of it? Our family can look through all the records about Master Feng Wang. Why haven't we heard of the gilded springly you mentioned? Xia Fanqing continued to deceive. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. I heard this legend in my hometown. It was recorded on a huge stone on our desolate planet. It might have been recorded by our ancestors. Really? Where is it? I'll ask my father and the clan leader to pry the huge stone off. As fanatical fans of the Phoenix, they are keen to collect everything about the Phoenix. If they move this to their home, they will be the best in the world. Xia Fanqing quickly made up for it. I heard it was bombed during the war. Luna was so sad that she was going to die. She was so angry that she would pluck out all his hair if she knew about it. Don't you want to try the food that Master Feng Wang likes? Xia Fanqing continued to tempt. While the two were talking, He Wuyo had already finished showing off his corn soup. Hesitation. Do you want to drink it or not? If not, give it to me. I'm not full yet. Go away. I'll try it today to see if you've deceived me. Xia Fanqing held the spoon in front of her. Luna half believed and half doubted and took a bite. She was shocked and tactfully chirped. It was really delicious. This was a kind of fragrance that she had never tasted before. The whole soup tasted smooth and sweet, and it contained small golden particles. She now believed that this was the favorite food of Master Feng Wang. Only Master Feng Wang could drink such delicious food. She lowered her head and began to drink the soup. Seeing Luna's liking, Xia Fanqing smiled triumphantly. And when it was cooked, he would definitely correct the hierarchical thinking in the little guy's mind. And the three views should be cultivated from childhood. Xia Fanqing. I want more. He Wuyo pushed his small bowl. Luna, who was immersed in the joy of drinking soup, immediately raised her head. No. The rest is mine. How can you, a stinky dog, be worthy of eating Master Feng Wang's favorite food? Luna, don't do this. The legendary Phoenix is a wise and loving god. He treats everything equally. Xia Fanqing protested. As expected, the Phoenix worked especially well with Luna. Then give him less. I need to drink more. Okay. I'll make more for you next time. Xia Fanqing smiled and divided the remaining soup between He Wuyo and Luna. Xia Fanqing was busy all morning and didn't eat a single bite of breakfast. He opened a tube of nutrition and drank it. It didn't matter if it tasted bad. It was better than being hungry. After breakfast, Xia Fanqing started to knit a collar for Luna. He made 7 or 8 collars for Luna in one go. Luna even opened her gem box and let Xia Fanqing pick one. Luna looked at this and that and liked them all very much. Finally, she picked a cream-colored collar that was close to her for color, with a red gem inlaid on it. She liked red gems the most because Master Phoenix was of the fire attribute. She knew without thinking that the stinky peacock would definitely go out with that collar today. She couldn't lose. After lunch, several people went back to the house to rest. Luna slept particularly sweetly with her ruby collar. Her mental strength has been particularly calm these days. She thought it must be the blessing of the Phoenix. After lunch, Xia Fanqing took the 4 cubs out. Luna wore her ruby collar, and He Wuyo still wore his little red flower collar. Xia Fanqing liked He Wuyo wearing that red collar. It was festive. The cubs of Class 8 of grade and next door were also taking a walk not far away. Peacock was patrolling back and forth like a king with his exclusive collar. The little black panther behind him also had a peacock feather hanging around his neck. Lu Fuguang was particularly happy today. He finally received the feather given to him by the peacock. He wanted to wear it around his neck all the time. The sparkling collar on the peacock's neck really attracted the admiration of other bird beast men. The diamond on the peacock's neck reflected the colorful light, and his neck seemed to be surrounded by a circle of colorful holy light. The little cockatiel couldn't bear to see him so arrogant, so she flew directly in front of the peacock. She showed her new collar, although her new collar didn't shine like the peacock's. It was a ruby. There was no bird without a ruby in its gem box. The bird beast men surrounded the two people in the middle, and they chirped, "I think Deepening's diamond collar is more beautiful. Liluna's ruby collar is more beautiful. Her collar matches her fur color. Deepening's collar also matches his fur color." The conversation between the surrounding bird beast men reached the ears of the two birds without missing a word. Neither of them wanted to lose to the other. The peacock directly opened its screen, and Liluna did not dare to show weakness and dance their family circle dance. Neither of them was willing to give in. "Mine is better looking. Mine is better looking. Mine is in the style of peacock feathers. Mine is the ruby that symbolizes the phoenix. Our peacock clan is the closest to the phoenix bloodline. Who can testify? I ate the phoenix's favorite food today." As soon as Liluna finished speaking, the bird beast men around her exclaimed in shock, "You are lying." The peacock didn't believe her nonsense. "Who can prove it?" Liluna said proudly, "You will know after you drink it. But I won't let you drink it." In this round, Liluna successfully KO'd Deepening, and Phoenix was so angry that she was about to cry. "Liluna, come here," Xiao Fanqing shouted from a distance. Liluna jumped away. "I'll tell you one last thing. We all know your instigation." The news that Liluna had eaten Master Phoenix's favorite food caused a stir among the bird beast men in the kindergarten. That was Master Phoenix's favorite food, and they wanted to try it too. Peacock returned to his room angrily. He found that he had been at a disadvantage since Liluna's class got a new caregiver. He was so angry. His peacock collar must be more beautiful than Liluna's collar. But Liluna actually said that she had eaten Master Phoenix's favorite food. Who can tolerate this? Brother Fuguang, I also want to taste what Master Fengwang has eaten. Can you help me? The little black panther had no choice for a moment. Did he want to take back the pot? Can I go with you to find Teacher Xia? No. The peacock couldn't let go of his face. Teacher Xia is a very good person. He won't make things difficult for you. The little black panther continued to persuade. But he grabbed someone's neck. Teacher Xia made a collar for you. Can you forgive him? If you were a little slower, Liluna might have drunk it all. The provocation method really worked for the little peacock. He immediately agreed. Go! Chapter 28. The little black panther took out a pearl as big as a baby's fist from his room, and then knocked on the door of the next room with the little peacock. Xiao Fanqing opened the door when he heard the knock. He looked down and saw the little black panther and the little peacock at the door. The little black panther pushed the big pearl in front of him a little embarrassedly. Teacher Xiao, we are here as guests, and we give it to you. Xiao Fanqing quickly invited people in. Come in. Come in. The four little cubs all looked at the door when they heard the noise. When they saw that it was the peacock, the little cockatiel flew over immediately. Get out. Get out. Xiao Fanqing quickly separated the two birds. Liluna, stop fighting. You? Humph. The peacock also looked angry and ready to fight at any time. The little black panther looked at the little white tiger curled up on the sofa. The little white tiger understood what he meant. He stood up slowly. Liluna, come back. Liluna, who was full of anger, had to come back obediently when she heard the boss's call. She still stared at the annoying peacock unconvinced. The little black panther nodded to Gu Peifeng. Thank you. He knew that the second prince would give him this face. If Peacock came alone, he would definitely be kicked out by 4 people. Peacock was a little restrained when he came to Class 3's territory. He didn't dare to walk around behind the little black panther. The little black panther said a little embarrassedly, Teacher Xia, can you help us make that soup? Okay. You guys play for a while. It's almost dinner time. I'll make more. This was the first time that a little cub came to visit their class. And Xiao Fanqing was still very happy. He usually only cooks for himself and the little husky. Today, 2 little cubs came, and he didn't know if they would eat it. To be on the safe side, he decided to make more. He took out beef and pork belly from the refrigerator. He decided to make barbecue in the evening. Everyone could eat while grilling, which could also ease the awkward atmosphere between the 2 classes. It just so happened that the seasoning he bought online from the little sister also arrived. He opened it and tasted it. It was almost the same as what he bought on Earth. The little sister even gave him a can of sugar. He cut the meat into thin slices, added onions, ginger and spices to season and marinate. He used 2 large stainless steel basins to marinate. The little husky could finish 1 basin by himself. He was afraid that if he made less, it would not be enough. He took out some fruit from the refrigerator. The fruits in this world were generally sour, and he didn't like them very much. It happened that the little sister sent him white sugar this time. He decided to make some candied haws for the cubs. In 2 days, he would make some to send to the cat and the little sister. He strung the colorful berries on bamboo sticks. He also made a little god of wealth with bananas and strawberries. La Luna and the others would definitely like it. After stringing the fruits, he fried the sugar in the pot until bubbles appeared, and then quickly rolled the berries in a layer of crystal sugar coating. And a bunch of cute candied haws were ready. After he made the candied haws, the corn soup in another pot was almost cooked. Compared to Xiao Fanqing, who was busy in the kitchen, the atmosphere in the living room was turbulent. Even Lacey, who usually didn't like to go out, controlled the bubbles to fly over. La Luna and Deepening were even more tense. If it weren't for the little white tiger suppressing La Luna, she would have fought with Deepening long ago. Let's prepare for dinner. Xiao Fanqing's cheerful voice broke the silence, and the 4 cubs stood up and sat in their seats, leaving Peacock and Little Black Panther standing awkwardly in the living room. Xiao Fanqing brought out a frying pan, with a crystal core providing energy underneath, which made it convenient for Xiao Fanqing to bring the pan over. He happily wagged his tail and waited for dinner to start. Xiao Fanqing ran several times by himself and finally brought the tableware and food over. The naughty robot helped him to arrange the dishes for the cubs. Come here quickly. Xiao Fanqing called the little Peacock and the little Black Panther over. Xiao Fanqing arranged the 2 of them next to him. He didn't dare to let Peacock and La Luna sit together. If they didn't pay attention, they would fight. He was looking forward to today's dinner. When he saw a pot of raw meat, he was so surprised that he forgot to wag his tail. He knew that some orcs eat raw meat, but in the eyes of the upper class, it was a barbaric behavior. Xiao Fanqing, are you going to eat this today? We're having barbecue today. It tastes better when we eat while grilling. Xiao Fanqing coated the pan with lard, then grilled the pork belly on it. He asked the naughty robot to help him watch. He picked up a spoon and served a bowl of corn soup to each of the 6 cubs. He didn't know if the little white tiger would eat it, but when he put it in front of the little white tiger didn't refuse. The candied haws wrapped in crystal sugar on the table attracted the attention of La Luna and Peacock. They both looked at the berries they usually ate curiously. Today's berries were so beautiful. After serving the soup, he put a bunch of candied haws on the small plate in front of each person. There was also a cute little god of wealth standing on each plate. The colorful plate was very cute. This is called candied haws. Eat this first. The barbecue will be ready soon. La Luna took a bite of the berries she ate every day. She ate one at a time. The sugar coating on the outside was crispy and sweet, which neutralized the sour taste of the berries very well. Although the berries didn't taste very good, only the upper class in the Chroman Empire could eat them. High-level orcs could eat berries for every meal. For low-level bird orcs, berries were a luxury. They could only drink nutritional supplements or eat some cheaper coarse grains. The little Peacock also lowered his head and pecked one. With one bite, he opened the door to his new world. This was different from what he usually ate. He was so jealous when he thought of La Luna eating such beautiful and delicious berries every day. Even he who didn't eat any vegetarian food, was curious about the cute food. He ate most of it in one bite and chewed it. It was sour and sweet and delicious. But he still liked meat more after smelling the meat in the pot. The little Black Panther saw that the Peacock liked these shiny berries so much. After tasting one, he gave all his to the Peacock. La Luna and the little Peacock especially liked this food called candied haws. Even Lacey was chewing it in the water bubble while holding the little god of wealth. The 2 pretty little birds were enjoying themselves, taking a bite of candied haws on the left and a bite of corn soup on the right. Xiao Fanqing was busy turning the roasted meat in the pot. When it was golden and curled, he put some on the plates of the other 3 carnivorous cubs. He finished it all in one bite, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. He urged Xiao Fanqing to continue roasting, and his tail kept shaking behind him in a hurry. The little Black Panther usually drinks nutritional supplements. It was his first time to eat barbecue, and his eyes couldn't help but open wide. He was used to drinking nutritional supplements when marching and fighting, and only ate some cooked meat occasionally. He didn't expect cooked meat to be so delicious. The little white tiger on the main seat had the same reaction as him. But the strict aristocratic etiquette made him control his emotions well and not reveal them. But the tail swaying slightly behind him betrayed his joy at the moment. Gu Peifeng ate the barbecue on the plate elegantly. And after eating, he lowered his head carefully to drink the soup in the small bowl. Fearing that his fur would be dirty, Xia Fanqing saw his worry, and he took out his collar box from the room, which had a bunch of colorful collars woven in it, just right for the cubs to use as bibs. He picked a Christmas tree color and looked at the little black panther. Lu Fuwang froze for a moment. How could a grown man like him carry such a thing? He was about to shake his head when he saw Xia Fanqing, who was expecting something. He held back his shame and handed his head over. Xia Fanqing's mouth was about to fly up. He was so good. He was now a winner in life. He, Xia Fanqing, had made it. He not only had a kitten, but also a little tiger, a little leopard, a little dog, a little peacock, a little parrot, and the legendary little mermaid? He happily put a Christmas collar around the little leopard. It was so pretty. No wonder black velvet boxes are popular for jewelry boxes. There is a reason for that. He took another pink morning glory collar and looked at the little white tiger expectantly. Gu Peifeng ignored him directly. He, a royal son, would not wear such childish things. Little brain axe. Do you want to wear a scarf? Your white fur will easily get greasy when you eat later. Gu Peifeng, who was obsessed with cleanliness, felt uncomfortable when he thought of his fur getting stained with messy things. Being childish was better than getting his fur dirty. He frowned and said nothing. Xia Fanqing remembered that Wuyo said that his boss's silence meant that he agreed. He quickly rushed to the little white tiger and put on the pink collar for him. Xia Fanqing was in such a good mood. What kind of day is today? The cubs are more obedient than each other. He sat down at his seat and continued to grill meat for the 3 carnivorous cubs. His grilling speed could not keep up with the speed at which the 3 cubs ate. He could not take care of the other 3 cubs. The Nai robot was adding soup to the 3 cubs. Xia Fanqing ate while grilling. Fortunately, he prepared a lot. After Xia Fanqing was full, the 3 cubs continued to eat. Fortunately, he prepared a lot. After they were all grilled, the little husky was still saying that he was not full. Xia Fanqing glanced at the quiet little white tiger and the little black panther. It seemed that the 2 of them were not full. It was too late to marinate the meat now. So Xia Fanqing had to cook another pot of corn soup. He added several tubes of nutrition supplements to it. The 3 little ones drank a few bowls before they were finally full. After the 3 cubs were full, they jumped on the sofa to rest. The other 3 vegetarian cubs also complained that they had not eaten enough candied haws. Xia Fanqing had to go to the kitchen 3 times to dip the 3 cubs in candied haws. He directly put a plate of colorful berries in front of La Luna and Peacock. Even the little mermaid Lacey's bubbles were filled with various small berries. He held a big candied strawberry with his 2 fins and ate it. Boo, boo, boo. The small berries were 10,000 times more delicious than the meat he usually ate. After a meal, Xia Fanqing felt the pressure of raising cubs. The 6 cubs were more hungry than each other. The little black panther finally left with a full burp. After sending the 2 cubs away, Xia Fanqing put the big pearl in Lacey's fish tank. Lacey liked it very much. He lay on it and fell asleep. Chapter 29. In the laboratory late at night, Jiang Yan had already rested. His optical brain issued a sharp alarm. Jiang Yan immediately opened his eyes. He turned on the optical brain to check Fu Lingquan's data, and saw that Fu Lingquan's mental power had broken through the S level. If he was not controlled in time, he would explode and die. He quickly put on his coat, and took out a tube of serum from his safe, and rushed to the Fu family. He directly increased the speed of the airship to the limit. Fu Jinting also called him. Dr. Jiang, Lingquan's condition is not good. I know. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Tell the guards to hold on. As soon as Jiang Yan's airship landed, he felt the ground shaking violently. Heavy crashes came from underground, and the beasts underground seemed to be ready to break out at any time. The guards in the secret room had all been evacuated, and the area within a radius of 50 kilometers had been cleared. A huge military warship was suspended in the air, and some small warships were surrounding it. The black mass directly covered the entire Fu family. The missiles above are ready, and the special forces on the ground are fully armed and ready. They are now facing a super S-level beast with out-of-control mental power. Everyone is very alert. Fortunately, The Fu family's old house is in the suburbs of the imperial capital. In order to prevent the news from leaking out and protect the safety of the imperial capital, the royal family directly added 3 layers of protective shields within a radius of 50 kilometers. Now the control room can no longer be lowered. Everyone can only pray that the armor in the secret room can stop the beast inside. Jiang Yin holds the serum in his hand. This is now Fu Lingquan's last hope. If it doesn't work, he can only blame his fate. Fu Jinting has already changed into combat uniforms. The royal family did not directly give him the order to kill, but appointed him as the commanding officer of this operation. The Fu family is still useful to the royal family. The Fu family has a high prestige in the military, and Fu Lingquan is a hero in the expansion of the empire. Once the royal family orders to kill Fu Lingquan, it will not only cause dissatisfaction in the military, but also lose the support of the people. Fu Jinting stood on the battleship in the air and paid attention to the situation below. That was his son. But he had to make a choice. Once the out-of-control beast rushed to the ground, he might destroy half of the imperial capital. The royal family seemed to have given him a choice. But they didn't leave any room for themselves. They had been waiting and watching Fu Lingquan's situation. Even if there was still a little hope, the royal family didn't want to lose this sharp sword of the empire. But in the end, the armor still failed to trap the beast with a violent spirit. A huge lion roared out of the ground. His eyes were red, and his sharp teeth and steel claws were exposed. He raised his head and shouted angrily. There was a force in his body that was clamoring to go out. He wanted to destroy everything he saw. The huge sound wave directly shattered the bulletproof glass on the building, and the high-level special forces on the ground couldn't help but take a step back. The lion roared and was about to break out of the encirclement. He paced anxiously in place. The only trace of rationality urged him to leave. He crushed the armored vehicle on the ground with one claw and rushed out. The special forces retreated a distance. No one dared to shoot without General Fu's order. The lion quickly broke through the first layer of protection shield centered on the Fu family. Fu Jinting glanced at the mad lion on the ground, clenched his fist and ordered, Marine Special Forces Team 1. Move! He is a father and a general of the empire. Following Fu Jinting's order, the special forces on the ground launched an attack on the lion. Dense bullets fell on the lion like raindrops. The lion quickly dodged the bullets. He stretched out his claws to wave away the bullets. The lion was suppressed by the firepower and retreated a few steps. The bullet holes left on his body were healing rapidly. The lion was completely enraged. He roared and went towards the surrounding special forces. His huge body directly smashed the intercepting mecha. Seeing that the bullets were useless, the special forces stretched out their claws to attack the lion. But before they could get close to the lion, they were knocked away by the lion's claws. Fires were everywhere on the ground, and the wailing of the orcs continued to come. General Fu, we can't wait any longer. Are you going to ignore the safety of the empire? The ambassador sent by the royal family urged. The special forces on the ground could not stop the mad lion. Fu Jinting ordered not to use heavy weapons, and the special forces suffered heavy casualties. Fu Jinting looked at the tragic situation on the ground. He stood up straight and left a deep palm print on the steel table on the console. Fire! With an order, the dense artillery fire on the warship was fired at the lion on the ground. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground accompanied by the roar of the beast. After the first wave of attacks, the entire Fu family was directly flattened, leaving a deep pit of more than 100 meters on the ground. After the explosion subsided, Fu Jinting opened his bloodshot eyes. The display on the warship still could not see the situation on the ground. The rising smoke covered the situation on the ground, and the lifeline on the life scanner was also straightened. Fu Jinting staggered for a while due to exhaustion. The adjutant beside him wanted to help him, but he waved his hand and refused. He stood up straight with the support of the console. The ground was quiet, and only the sound of huge rocks falling from the building could be heard. His wife was gone, and now his son was gone too. What was he doing in his life? Their Fu family had retained the status of the royal family, but in the end, he could not even protect his only son. Suddenly, a beeping sound came from the life detector. Fu Jinting waved away everyone and came to the monitor. After the smoke, the huge lion was lying at the bottom of the deep pit with his eyes closed. A lot of blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. The hair on his body was so dirty that the original color could not be seen. Only the belly that was slightly floating between his breasts showed that he was still alive. Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang. Fu Jinting called Jiang Yin on the ground anxiously. Got it. Jiang Yin pushed the serum into the gun and fired it at the lion in the deep pit. He raised his wrist to check the time. The serum would take effect in about 5 minutes. When everyone thought the battle was over, the lion in the deep pit took 2 deep breaths, opened his bloodshot eyes, stood up shakily, and roared. The mental power on the monitoring equipment, which was originally pulling straight, soared straight, and soon broke through the S-level warning line. The equipment on the warship issued a harsh alarm. Alarm! Alarm! The mental power level is unknown. The mental power level is unknown. Please retreat quickly. Please retreat quickly. The first round of bombing injured the lion's internal organs, and he lost his life function for a short time. But the amazing recovery ability of the Super S-level orc quickly repaired his internal injuries. The lion stood up and attacked everything he saw. Before the second round of bombing began, the lion jumped and smashed the small warship in the air with one palm. All the warships quickly turned around and attacked the giant beast. The special forces on the ground also launched an attack with machine guns. The dense firepower illuminated half of the sky. But the military heavy machine guns could not cause fatal damage to the lion at all. They only suppressed the lion's actions. The lion dodged the attack of the ship. He took a small ship and smashed it at the special forces on the ground. The special forces quickly dodged. The firepower on the warship angered the lion. He directly hit the largest warship with his gun. The giant warship made him crash into a deep pit. He jumped on the top of the warship and tried to tear it apart. The hard metal left dents with the lion's actions. The warship shook from side to side, and the lights inside kept flashing. Fu Jinting ordered other small warships to fight at high altitudes and not approach the attack range of the lion. The small warships took off one after another to shoot down the lion above. But they did not dare to bomb with missiles, and could only suppress the lion's movements with heavy machine guns. The lion directly pierced through the top of the warship with one palm, and the officers of the warship broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. General Fu, what should we do? Abandon the ship. Everyone leaves in the lifeboat, and other warships cover the escape. Yes. Jiang Yin also nervously looked at the time on his watch. General Fu, hold on for another 3 minutes. The medicine will take effect soon. Everyone who received the order began to retreat in an orderly manner. The lion wanted to attack the escape pod, but was suppressed by the dense firepower above. He jumped down and broke through the second protective shield. Everyone, at all costs, must stop him before the third protective shield. Some weak missiles were dropped from the small warship. The lion wanted to destroy the warship above, but the warship was too high for him to reach. He walked back and forth anxiously, and the power in his body clamored to destroy them and everything he saw. But the last bit of his rationality told him not to hurt his comrades. He wanted to escape from this noisy place that made his head hurt. But these annoying guys stopped him from leaving. The giant beast jumped up and headed for the third protective shield. Seeing that he was about to reach the third protective shield, everyone increased their firepower to try to stop the lion's pace. But this made the lion even more anxious. He sped up and ran forward in the dark. The drone above the lion's head has been following him to monitor his current state. Jiang Yin stared at the ticking numbers of the time and the changes in the lion's mental power value on the display. He reported the situation to everyone through the radio. Hold on for another minute and a half. The potion will take effect soon. General Fu, you can't hold on for so long. Admiral Fu will soon break through the third line of defense. Please use heavy missiles to attack, said the team leader. No. Fu Jinting immediately denied it. The heavy missiles were too powerful. The lion was already injured in the first wave of small missiles. He didn't dare to guarantee whether his son could withstand the second heavy missile. If it weren't for the strong mental power supporting his body, his son would have died in the explosion the first time. General Fu, please make a decision as soon as possible, the royal ambassador urged. Fu Jinting pushed the operator of the airship away, and he accelerated to the maximum speed to chase the lion running on the ground. He jumped down from the airship and turned into a beast to block the lion. He was an A-level orc, and his beast form was only half of his size compared to the giant beast. Fu Jinting raised his head and roared, and then pounced on the giant beast. The two beasts quickly fought together. The giant beast waved Fu Jinting away with a palm. He fell heavily on the boulder, and the boulder cracked with a sound. He stood up with a heavy breath and pounced again. This time, he took advantage of his flexible movement to bite the neck of the giant beast. The beast swung its body to throw off the things on its body, but Fu Jinting bit his flesh tightly and refused to let go. The huge lion directly rushed towards the mountain with the beast on its body. The two beasts directly flattened the top of the hill. But Fu Jinting did not let go even so. The beast stretched out its claws to hold Fu Jinting down and pulled him off. The sharp claws left bloody marks on Fu Jinting's body. He lowered his head and bit Fu Jinting's neck. The warships in the low sky attacked him. And the beast finally let go. And Fu Jinting was able to breathe. The beast leaped up and took the warship down. Then threw it to the ground. With red eyes, the beast walked towards Fu Jinting step by step. He opened his sharp teeth and bit towards Fu Jinting. At the critical moment, he came down with a bang. The time was up. Jiangyan breathed a sigh of relief. The serum finally worked. And the mental power data line on the monitor started to drop. Fu Jinting turned into a human form. He covered his chest and bleed a few times. Unfilial son. Almost killed me. Chapter 30. After Fu Linchuan fell asleep, the military wanted to take him to the Parallelist laboratory, but was stopped by the seriously injured Fu Jinting. He knew the Parallelist organization best, and he was afraid that he would be in danger after entering. The royal family wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value from his son. The people said by the royal family put pressure on him. But Fu Jinting insisted on sending Fu Linchuan back to the secret room. The two sides were deadlocked and even showed their weapons in the end. The royal family said angrily, "General Fu, do you want to disobey the order? Do you want to betray the country?" This general did not disobey the royal family's will. "My lord, bring out the king's edict, and I will send this evil son to the laboratory without saying anything. If you can't bring out the edict, you are just falsely conveying the king's order," Fu Jinting argued. The guards on both sides had already set up machine guns and were ready to go into battle at any time. Seeing that Fu Jinting was unmoved, the royal family had to take people away. Fu Linchuan asked someone to send his son to the basement. After changing his clothes, Fu Jinting entered the secret room. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, and the wound on his neck was even more serious. But he could no longer care about so much. He had to cheer up and watch his son. This time, the royal family's suspicion of the Fu family might be more serious. The lion had been sleeping in the secret room for 3 days. During this period, his body size had been degenerating, and his violent mental power was slowly calming down. Fu Jinting was relieved. He took a towel and carefully wiped the blood off the sleeping lion. "General, the eldest prince has arrived." The guard at the door came over to pass on the message. Fu Jinting paused and said, "Tell him I'll be here in a while." "Yes." Fu Jinting put the dirty towel in the water to clean it, and then cleaned the little lion's hair. He waited until the little lion was clean before he stopped what he was doing and turned around to leave. When Fu Jinting came up, the eldest prince was sitting in a ruin, leisurely drinking tea. Fu Jinting bowed slightly and saluted. "Eldest prince, General Fu, please take a seat." After waiting for more than half an hour, Gu Chonglin let go of the exquisite teacup in his hand. He picked up the small kettle and poured a cup for Fu Jinting. "General Fu, try it. This is the new tea cultivated in the laboratory. I heard that it perfectly replicates the legendary tea of the ancient Hua country." Fu Jinting sat down opposite him. He took a sip and said, "It is indeed the legacy of our ancestors." Fu Jinting wanted to spit out the bitter stuff in his mouth in front of him. What the hell? It was so unpalatable. He could pick up a handful of leaves on the ground and soak them in water, and it would taste better than this. Gu Chonglin smiled and said, "General Fu likes it. Someone leave a box for General Fu." The attendant behind him put a beautifully packaged gift box in front of him. Fu Jinting took a look and said, "Your Highness is polite." The two sat under the parasol and chatted casually. They talked about the development of the empire, the development of the barren planet, and the future of the orcs. Fu Jinting sent back all the questions that were neither salty nor bland. Gu Chonglin snorted inwardly. The old fox just wouldn't fall for it. So he had to ask directly, "I wonder what arrangements General Fu has for General Fu." "Keep him in the secret room, and keep him under strict supervision." Fu Jinting answered slowly. "General Fu, can you guarantee that this won't happen again? I think it's safer to send him to the parallel. First, the guards there are tighter. And second, the medical equipment there is more complete and more conducive to General Fu's recovery. I hope Lin Chuan can stay at home. And I hope the eldest prince will agree." Fu Jinting stood up and bowed. "General Fu, what are you doing? General Fu is a meritorious official of the empire, and the royal family will definitely do their best to treat him." Gu Chonglin supported himself with both hands. And he sat in the chair in silence for a while, and said, "It's not a good idea to keep him in a secret room. How about sending him to the Nanshan experimental base? There are doctors there. And the environment is not bad." Okay. Fu Xinting knew that the royal family would not give up. And it was a good result that the royal family was willing to give in. Then let's do it in a week. After handing over the task, Gu Chonlin left with his attendants. Fu Xinting glanced at his figure, and turned back to the secret room. Since Little Peacock had a meal at Xia Fanqing's, he would knock on the door on time for 3 meals a day. He would definitely not come alone. He would also bring Little Black Panther with him. If he came alone, Lu Luna would definitely throw him out. Little Black Panther knocked on the door, with a slightly red face. Xia Fanqing quickly opened the door. As soon as Little Black Panther entered the room, he put the gem in his mouth on the table. He would bring a gem to Xia Fanqing every day. Xia Fanqing asked him not to be so polite, but the stubborn Little Black Panther still gave him a gem every day. Luna was almost shocked by the shamelessness of this peacock. How could she not realize that this peacock was so shameless before? He came on time every day for 3 consecutive days. Can't you eat in your own class? Xia Fanqing had wrapped candied haws for them for 3 days at Luna's request. The 2 little cubs loved candied haws deeply. His white sugar was almost gone. He made a lot of cats and sent some to the little sister yesterday. The little sister received it this morning. She also liked it very much and exchanged her experience in making food with Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing placed an order in the young lady's shop and bought some more. The 2 little guys not only ate it as a meal, but also took a bite when they had nothing to do. Xia Fanqing woke up in the morning and opened the curtains, and was startled by the dense eyes on the window. There were all kinds of birds standing in front of his window. When they saw Xia Fanqing woke up, they knocked on the window excitedly. Xia Fanqing opened the window, and they fell on Xia Fanqing's bed. They threw gems on Xia Fanqing's bed. Peacock said he had eaten the food that Master Phoenix liked at your place, and we want to drink it too. The birds and beast men chattered about their demands. Xia Fanqing felt a headache looking at the various birds. The little white tiger would definitely not let them in if they were so noisy. Can you stay in my room and don't come out? I'll bring them here for you. The birds nodded in unison. Xia Fanqing closed the door carefully and went out. There were at least a dozen birds in the bed. After he fed the little cubs breakfast, he cooked a big pot of corn soup and brought it to his room. Xia Fanqing, what are you doing? Luna blocked his way. Xia Fanqing said a little embarrassedly, there are little cubs coming to visit. Where? Luna asked. Xia Fanqing pointed to his room, and Luna opened it with small steps in a heroic and confident manner. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a room full of bird orcs. She screamed, Xia Fanqing, you actually hooked up with other birds behind my back. One is not enough for you. You actually brought a bunch of them. Xia Fanqing waved her hands and explained, No. They are just here to visit. The bird beast men also quickly echoed, Yes. They are here to visit. The little peacock heard the noise and squeezed in. This time he stood with Luna for the first time. Big scumbag. Xia Fanqing was a little amused. What is going on? They are all a bunch of brats. How can he be a scumbag? They left after drinking the soup. No. The little peacock and Luna refused in unison. All the bird beast men in the kindergarten squeezed in. In the future, one will come to eat a bite, and the other will come to eat a bite. Their food will be gone. Luna flew over Xia Fanqing's head. No. The stinky peacock coming over to eat is the limit of what I can tolerate. Lu Fuguang paid. The little peacock retorted. We paid too. We paid? The bird beastmen said in unison. For a moment, the small house was full of chirping sounds. Luna and the peacock formed a united front. The 2 birds chirped and quarreled with each other. For a moment, the house was full of all kinds of chirping sounds. Xia Fanqing never thought that one day he would find the clear calls of birds so noisy. He thought it was time to show his teacher's attitude. Sometimes threats might be more effective when facing naughty little cubs. He shouted, Shut up. No one is making noise anymore. His shout shocked the chirping little cubs. Everyone shut up for a while. You looked at me. I looked at you. And no one dared to speak. Xia Fanqing took off the little cockatiel on his head, and he held Luna in front of him. Luna, be good. They will leave after they finish eating. Luna stood on his hand and didn't dare to speak. Xia Fanqing had always been gentle to everyone. This was the first time she saw Xiao Fanqing lose his temper. Sure enough, people with good tempers are more terrible when they lose their temper. La Luna nodded reluctantly. Be good? They are all your friends. La Luna hummed and turned her head away. Who wants to be friends with them? Xiao Fanqing smiled and touched the feathers on her back. La Luna rarely avoided it. Be good? Xiao Fanqing took a dozen small bowls and gave one bowl to each of the birds. They all drank obediently, and they chirped happily after taking a sip. After the birds finished drinking, they were ready to leave. Stop! La Luna stopped them. After drinking my soup, you will be my little brothers from now on. Do you understand? These bird orcs looked at Peacock and dared not speak. They rarely have high-level A-level orcs in their bird world. These B-level orcs are already rare high-level among birds. When they directly degenerate into their original bodies. A-level orcs like Peacock are even more arrogant among them. I am their boss, the Peacock said unconvinced. You are not from today, La Luna said domineeringly. Who wants to be their boss? Humph. Okay. I will be your boss from now on. Do you hear me? The bird beastmen nodded in unison. La Luna said mercifully, let's go. Wait. Take your gems away, Xiao Fanqing said quickly. At La Luna's glance, they all flew away from the window in unison. La Luna said in a bossy tone, this is their protection fee. You take it? Xiao Fanqing chuckled. Why didn't she realize that this little cockatiel was so domineering before? Chapter 31. The next morning, just after breakfast, their door was knocked. Xiao Fanqing got up and opened the door. It was Xian Linyuan, the nursery teacher from the next class. Xiao. I'm here to pick up Lu Fuguang and Jiming. Xian Linyuan followed Xiao Fanqing into the living room. Lu Fuguang. Jiming. We should go for a physical examination. Xiao. Do you want to go with us? What physical examination? Xiao Fanqing asked in confusion. He has been here for almost half a month, and his daily job is to take good care of the cubs. Xian Linyuan smiled and said, you just came here and you don't know. Every half a month, the cubs have to be checked. I'll take you with me. Okay. We'll go together. Wait for me to pack my things. Xiao Fanqing brought a canvas bag. He brought some water, beef jerky, and candied haws that La Luna and the others liked. He was afraid that the cubs would be scared during the checkup. When Xiao Fanqing came out, the 4 cubs in their class had already squatted on the sofa. But why did he feel that the 4 cubs seemed a little unhappy? Let's go! When the 2 classes arrived at the square at the entrance, other classes also came down one after another. There were many small airships parked on the square, and some of them were taking off and leaving. Xiao. Let's take one. There are just a few people in our class. Xian Linyuan invited. Thank you. Xiao Fanqing took the 4 little cubs in her class to board the airship first. The interior of the airship was more like a luxuriously decorated box. There were a lot of fruits and nutritional supplements on the table in the middle. After everyone got on, the self-driving airship left. 10 minutes later, the airship brought them to a corner of the garden. There was a 5-story hospital inside. The nurse at the door logged in and took the classes away one by one. Xiao Fanqing waved goodbye to Xian Linyuan and the others. The nurse took their class to an examination room. Teacher Xiao, you take the 3 of them here for examination. Gu Peifeng, you come with me to another room. Xiao Fanqing felt dizzy as soon as he walked into the snow-white examination room. Some images flashed quickly in his mind. The dazzling surgical lights, the bloody scissors, the white-clothed doctors who hurried by. His face was a little pale. He took 2 deep breaths to calm his mind. And when he could see things clearly in front of him, the little white tiger had left. He Wuyo jumped onto the examination table first. The doctor in a white coat fixed the patches connected to the machine to the limbs and body of the little husky. There was a beeping sound from the instrument, and He Wuyo's physical and mental data were transmitted to the display screen. After the measurement, the doctor pierced his foot to take a drop of blood, and then took out the medicine from the refrigerator and injected it into his body. The other 2 cubs also completed the examination in the same way. After everything was done, Xiao Fanqing brought the 3 cubs to the hall to wait for the little white tiger. At this time, Gu Peifeng bared his fangs and threatened the doctors who surrounded him. Gu Peifeng would rather call them experimenters than doctors. Second Prince, stop hiding. It's a waste of effort. The result is the same. When the experimenter pounced on him, Gu Peifeng jumped onto the cart with medicine, and the medicine on it crackled and shattered all over the floor. Second prince? The experimenter angrily chased the little white tiger, dodging in the room. The little white tiger's sharp claws scratched the arm of an experimenter, and the experimenter directly used his mental power to throw him against the wall. The little white tiger groaned and fell to the ground. One of the experimenters scolded, "Be gentle. It's not good if people find out." He picked up the little white tiger lying on the ground and threw it on the examination table. They fixed the instrument on the little white tiger roughly. TSK. It seems that the second prince's mental strength seems to be more stable in the past half-month. They took out a needle and slowly drew a tube of blood from him, and then injected an unknown medicine into his body. "Okay. Take him out." The little nurse pushed the cart and took the little white tiger away. Xia Fanqing was shocked when she saw the dying little white tiger appear in front of her. "What's wrong?" "It's okay. It may be the effect of the medicine. Just rest for 2 days," the little nurse explained. The other 3 cubs also looked at their boss with worry. Every time the boss came for a checkup, he would be covered with bruises. No matter how they asked, the little white tiger would not speak. Although they didn't know what happened to them, they could guess that this matter was related to the royal family. Everyone in the empire knew that the white tigers were members of the royal family of the Roman Empire. In order to ensure the purity of their bloodline, the king's wife would choose a white tiger from the family. The queen was a white tiger orc of noble bloodline, and their son, the eldest prince, was given high hopes by the king from birth. Gu Peifeng's biological mother was an ordinary Bengal tiger orc of level B. She was chosen by the king for her beautiful appearance and was included in the harem. However, Gu Peifeng's beast form was a rare white tiger, which made the queen dislike him even more. She often made things difficult for them. After the queen passed away, their lives became better. But Gu Peifeng's mother died in an attack a few years later. In order to stay away from the disputes of the royal family, Gu Peifeng joined the military early and led the army to fight against the Zerg. This gave him a certain prestige in the military at a young age. The eldest prince, who didn't like him, felt threatened. In a melee, he was attacked by the people behind him, causing his mental strength to collapse and being seriously injured. When he returned to the royal family dying, his father just said coldly to send his useless son to the Nanshan experimental base. Xia Fanqing left with the little white tiger in his arms, distressed. How could it be like this for just an inspection? He boarded the small airship with the little white tiger in his arms. The little white tiger lay in his arms with a breathless breath, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Xia Fanqing reached out and gently comforted him. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We will go home now." The little white tiger was in pain, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. He felt the warm palm on his head, just like that cowardly woman when he was sick as a child. His mother would also gently touch his forehead to comfort him. He unconsciously raised his head and rubbed the warm hand. Xia Fanqing opened Gu Peifeng's room and wanted to put him on the bed, but the little white tiger's claws hooked his clothes and refused to let go. Xia Fanqing had to hold him and sit on the sofa beside the bed. Seeing the little fur ball like this, Xia Fanqing felt so distressed. Who treated such a cute fur ball like this? Xia Fanqing whispered to the nanny robot to help her take care of the other 3 cubs. She asked him to go to the cafeteria to pick up the cubs for dinner. The little white tiger in his arms was anxiously hooked on his clothes. Xia Fanqing coaxed him patiently and stroked his body again and again. The little white tiger's frown was finally relaxed a little, and he hummed unconsciously. Xia Fanqing fell asleep, holding the little white tiger in his arms. He was awakened by the little white tiger in his arms in the middle of the night. The little white tiger was hot all over, and it was hot to the touch. Xia Fanqing quickly held him and took out some ice packs from the refrigerator and wrapped them in a towel to cool him down. The little white tiger seemed to be in pain and twitched unconsciously in his arms. Xia Fanqing felt so uncomfortable that he didn't know what to do except to comfort him. He asked the nanny robot to help check on the little white tiger. The nanny robot just mechanically told him that his mental power was disordered, and he was not in danger for the time being. Xia Fanqing's heart finally settled down a little. Xia Fanqing paced around the room, holding the little fur ball. The painful little white tiger stretched out its sharp claws and tore Xia Fanqing's clothes. Xia Fanqing could only stroke his fur to comfort him. The unconscious little white tiger accidentally bit Xia Fanqing's finger, and blood flowed down the fingertips into the little white tiger's mouth. Xia Fanqing didn't care. He wrapped his finger with gauze and continued to comfort the little white tiger. When the little white tiger finally relaxed, Xia Fanqing hugged him and sat on the sofa. When Gu Peifeng woke up, he opened his eyes and saw the delicate chin of the little nursery teacher. His gauze-wrapped fingers were still on his body. Gu Peifeng felt that the mental riot last night was much lighter than before. In the past, when he came back from the laboratory, the mental riot at night seemed to crush every muscle and bone of his. But it was much lighter last night. He looked at the little nurse, who stood up from his arms. Xia Fanqing was awakened by his movement. He was surprised to see the little white tiger, who was obviously in better spirits. "You're awake. Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Gu Peifeng was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "Thank you." Xia Fanqing put him on the bed. "You rest first. I'll go prepare breakfast." As soon as Xia Fanqing stood up, Gu Peifeng saw the clothes that were torn by his claws. He turned his head away a little embarrassedly. Xia Fanqing helped him close the door, and then reached out to rub his sore neck. Fortunately, the little fur ball was fine. He finally let go of his worry after a night of worry. He turned his head, and saw the other 3 cubs squatting on the sofa looking at him. Luluna was the first to speak. "Kitty, how is the boss?" "Much better. Don't worry. Are you hungry? I'll prepare breakfast for you." The 3 little cubs were skeptical about Xia Fanqing's answer. Really? Every time their boss came back from the hospital, he would go out for 3 consecutive days, and they didn't dare to knock on the door. Xia Fanqing went into the kitchen to prepare some lean meat porridge. He had discovered a kind of coarse grain similar to rice these days. When the shell was peeled off, the inside was emerald green. He put the rice into a grinder to remove the rough shell, and then put the emerald green rice into a pot to boil. Cut the lean meat into shreds and add it to the pot with ginger. Then add scallop meat and peeled shrimp to enhance the flavor. After cooking, add the chopped green vegetables. Sprinkle a little salt, and pour in tasteless nutrients. A pot of green vegetable and lean meat porridge is ready, so Luluna can also eat it. Xia Fanqing directly brought the pot to the table, and handed a handbag to Luluna. "Luluna, can you help the teacher deliver breakfast to Conke and the others? Tell them not to come over for the next 2 days. Gu Peifeng is feeling a little unwell." Luluna didn't say anything, as it was about their boss. So she grabbed the handbag that was many times bigger than her and went out. After Xia Fanqing served the food to several people, Luluna came back. "You guys eat well. I'll go see the little white tiger." Xia Fanqing knocked on the door of the little white tiger with a bowl of porridge. When he went in, the little white tiger was curled up on the big bed. "Come and have some breakfast." Gu Peifeng looked up at the bowl of green rice, which made him not very appetizing. He was a little hungry now, but he didn't want to eat. The little white tiger shook his head. Xia Fanqing squatted in front of him with the bowl. "Be good. Eat something and rest. The teacher will feed you." Xia Fanqing scooped a spoonful, blew it, and handed it to the little white tiger's mouth. The little white tiger had to lick it. Although it didn't look good, it tasted unexpectedly good. Xia Fanqing saw him eat it, and fed him a spoonful of food. Gu Peifeng felt much more comfortable in his stomach. After feeding Gu Peifeng, Xia Fanqing touched his fluffy head. "Go to sleep. Call the teacher if you have anything." Chapter 32. Gu Peifeng walked out of the room at noon. The 3 cubs looked at him in shock. Their boss recovered so quickly this time? "Boss, you are fine." He Wuyo jumped down first and circled around the little white tiger. Their boss looked much more energetic than before. He barked happily. The little white tiger nodded. "I need to hide in the house for a few days." His recovery was so fast this time that it would definitely arouse Gu Chenglin's suspicion. Although he himself did not know why he recovered so quickly this time, he guessed that it might be related to Xia Fanqing. Gu Peifeng was confused yesterday, and he did not know the reason. Seeing that Gu Peifeng was almost recovered, Xia Fanqing was very happy. The little furball's appearance yesterday scared him to death. Looking at the dark blue under Xia Fanqing's eyes, Gu Peifeng felt a little guilty. Since Xia Fanqing took over their class, he had never given him a good face. He was arrogant and looked down on others. He reflected that as high-level orcs, they had always been high and mighty, and even in war, they fought only for honor. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing took the other 3 cubs out for a walk. Xiang Lin Yuan also took the 2 cubs in their class out for a walk. He walked up to Xia Fanqing and asked, "Is Gu Peifeng better?" "Much better. But I need to rest for 2 more days." "That's good. The two chatted on the bench for a while. Luna was teasing Hiwuyo again, hitting him on the head from time to time, making Hiwuyo yell, "Luna, don't scratch my head. You're going to scratch my hair off." Luna was walking the dog with her wings chirping. So fun! The bird orcs on the branches looked around when they saw Xia Fanqing appear. A bold little kingfisher flapped its wings and flew in front of Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing was flattered and stretched out a finger. The little kingfisher landed on it. Xia Fanqing's little heart was about to melt. What kind of fairy tale princess plot is this? Xia Fanqing carefully reached out and touched his little head. The little kingfisher rubbed his fingertips flatteringly. Xia Fanqing took out a rock sugar berry from the snack bag beside him and fed it to him. The little kingfisher flew to the branch with the berry in its mouth. Other bird beastmen crowded around the little kingfisher to see what he got. The little kingfisher put the rock sugar berry on the branch. He took a bite and was stunned. What kind of berry is this? It's delicious. Other birds knew it must be delicious when they saw this reaction. They also gathered around Xia Fanqing. Everyone squeezed me, and I squeezed you to land on Xia Fanqing's shoulders and palms. The pigeon on Xia Fanqing's shoulder rubbed his neck, and Xia Fanqing giggled when he was tickled. The caregivers from other classes were shocked to see the bird beast men in their class dancing and singing around the new caregiver. Although the bird beast men were slightly gentler than the carnivorous beasts, they were all noble young masters and young ladies at home. Now they were fawning over a small caregiver. Are these still the arrogant high-level beast men? Xia Fanqing was like a child at home, and a bird gave her a rock candy berry. Luna was happily walking her dog. But when she turned around, she found that her house had been robbed. She immediately turned around and flew over. What are you doing? Those bird beast men flew away with berries in their mouths. The young lady was about to lose her temper. Run quickly. Don't leave. Come back to me, Luna roared. The bird beast men that flew away flew back and landed on the back of the bench where Xia Fanqing was sitting. A dozen birds were waiting for the young lady's instructions like dumplings. Xia Fanqing stood up and looked back at this scene and laughed out loud. How could it be so cute? The smaller kingfisher next to him was almost unable to stand because of the larger white pigeon next to him. He flapped his wings a few times before he finally stabilized his body. Xia Fanqing stretched out her hand and grabbed the little cockatiel in midair. Okay, don't be angry anymore. There are still many. Who is angry? Gigi. Luna stood on Xia Fanqing's palm and looked down at her and said, "Why did you come here to harass my keeper? Don't you have your own keeper? I hate you so much, Gigi." Some bird beastmen who were bigger than Luna also shrank their necks and dared not speak. In the past, Ji-Ming and Luna were the two big leaders among the bird beast men. Since Luna had a backer and became stronger, they also wanted to have a keeper like Xia Fanqing. Their keeper was so indifferent. If their caregivers knew what they were thinking, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Little ancestors, are we indifferent or are you all too bullying? Bullying the low-level orcs so hard that they can't raise their heads here. Go away. Don't bother my caregivers anymore. I hate them so much. Xia Fanqing poured a few candied berries in her hands. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We are all children coming here to play. Everyone should be harmonious and friendly. What children? A bunch of old cucumbers painted green to pretend to be young. I'm so angry. Luna showed off several candied berries in a row. And then she felt better. In the evening, Xia Fanqing still made meat porridge for the little cubs. He found that the food he made today was like supplementary food for babies. When Xia Fanqing found out, he supported his forehead with some amusement. They were indeed little cubs. When Xia Fanqing brought out the meat porridge, Hiwuyo patted his small stainless steel bowl unhappily. He now began to miss his big rice bowl. Who wants to use a small bowl? Xia Fanqing. Why is it still porridge in the evening? Little Naofu is sick, so he needs to drink porridge to digest it. Everyone should take care of him. Do you want to let little white tiger see you showing off your meat here alone? Little Era shook his dog head quickly. If he dared to do so, he was afraid that the boss would hit his dog head off. Good baby. Drink it for another day tomorrow. And I will reward you with a roasted lamb leg the day after tomorrow. Woof woof. Gu Peifeng's eyes twitched when he saw Hiwuyo like this. He was really getting more and more relaxed. Is there a baby who is 2 meters tall and 160 years old? Late at night, a military ship landed in the garden. The principal stood below to greet them. He smiled and nodded, saying, General Fu. Admiral Fu. After Fu Jinting came down, A little lion also jumped down. Principal. You are welcome. I will take care of Linchuan here. Fu Jinting said. General Fu. Rest assured. I will take good care of Admiral Fu. Thank you for your trouble. The principal half bent over and welcomed the two into the house. The principal arranged a small single-family villa in a remote location for Fu Linchuan. The yard was surrounded by dense jungles, quiet and with good air, which was most suitable for Admiral Fu to recuperate. When he received the royal family's notice to prepare for Fu Linchuan's arrival, he was so scared that he turned back to his original form. He even suspected that his ears were hallucinating. What? Fu Linchuan was going to enter the garden. Hasn't General Fu been on the front line of the desolate planet? How could he degenerate for no reason? This is the great killing god. If he doesn't serve him well, he might be the one to be killed. Fu Linchuan is famous for his cold face and ruthlessness. Some noble ladies and young men who have a crush on him have all been rejected by him. Some timid orcs dare not approach him at all. Fu Linchuan's eyes scared them so much that their legs went weak. They all said that General Fu had no emotions at all. Didn't he get horny? Fu Jinting came in and looked around, and was quite satisfied. He wanted to squat down and touch his son's little head. But the little lion on the ground avoided him with disdain, and Fu Jinting withdrew his hand awkwardly. Fu Linchuan's memory of that night was a bit confused. He only remembered that the warships attacked him that day. How dare those warships attack him without his father's order? When he woke up, he had degenerated into a juvenile, and his mental power had regressed to Class A. He walked out of the basement and saw a deep pit of more than 100 meters in the yard, which confirmed his memory. Linchuan, you should take good care of yourself here. Dad will come to see you when he is free. Fu Jinting left after setting up guards near the small villa. Fu Linchuan jumped up the stairs with some effort and walked to the bedroom on the second floor. He was not quite used to this young body. This body was as fragile as thin ice in winter. It would break at the slightest touch. It hurt so much that he could not help but retract his claws. Fu Linchuan came to the bedroom and stood in front of the mirror looking at his young body. He did not expect that he would be able to degenerate into a young body one day. There were only a handful of S-level orcs in the Roman Empire. The other two had become names in history books. Now he was the only S-level orc left in the Roman Empire, and he had degenerated into a young body. The S-class orcs recorded in history eventually died of mental riots. In the later stage, their mental power suddenly broke through the S-class warning line and exploded. Fu Linchuan didn't expect that he would become the first S-class orc who successfully degenerated. He jumped onto the bed, closed his eyes, and felt his mental power. His mental power was a mess, entangled like a spider web. But now, he was quietly dormant. Fu Linchuan tried to sort out the mental threads, but his mental power suddenly exploded due to the stimulation. The chaotic mental power hit his body, and he groaned. He had no choice but to continue to close his eyes and rest, and not touch the messy spiritual thread. If a high-level orc degenerates into its original form, it is possible to restore it to an orc. But if it degenerates into a juvenile, it is hard to say. He has never heard of a high-level orc transforming from a juvenile into an orc again. The biologists in the laboratory have been looking for a solution, but with little success. The difficulty of this work is equivalent to the reversal of life, even if the noble family still hopes for the development of biotechnology. This is nothing but self-deception in Fu Linchuan's view. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. This cub's body is always particularly tired. This is good. After he became an adult and joined the military, he has been running around all year round. Now he rarely has time to rest. Chapter 33. During the days when Gu Peifeng hid in the room, Xia Fanqing took good care of him every day. The little fur ball shivering in her arms that day really scared Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing carefully prepared nutritious meals, wishing she could feed the little white tiger 3 times a day. Gu Peifeng felt that his mental power had calmed down a lot since that day. The mental power that used to riot every now and then had been dormant for several days. He lay on the sofa, closed his eyes, and felt his mental power. He was surprised to find that the mental thread of a corner of his mental power was slowly beginning to straighten out. If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it. But there was indeed a trend of unwinding. At this time, Xia Fanqing was wiping the small ornaments on the table with a small rag. He looked at the little white tiger lying on the sofa and wagging its tail leisurely, and he was particularly envious. Woo woo woo. The fluffy little white tiger like a dandelion is so cute. What's the difference between this and a soft and cute kitten? I really want to rub its fur. The little husky over there was shaking the rag doll that he had bitten to pieces like a little madman. Xiao Fanqing's eyes twitched. He was indeed an energetic master of house demolition. He Wuyo was so happy these 2 days. Xiao Fanqing made delicious food every day to take care of their boss. He threw the rag doll in his mouth onto the head of Xiao Fanqing, who was squatting on the ground. The little husky quickly lowered his head and pretended nothing happened. His blue eyes were still secretly rolling his eyes and looking at Xiao Fanqing. Xiao Fanqing was almost amused by his guilty look. He took He Wuyo's rag doll and sat on the carpet next to the little husky. Little husky, come here. He Wuyo ran over with his short legs. Xiao Fanqing shook his rag doll in his hand. The little gas tank bumped into Xiao Fanqing's arms with a whine. Ha! I caught you. I didn't mean to touch you. You bumped into me yourself. Xiao Fanqing rubbed the little husky's head with one hand and pinched his paw with the other, smiling like a human trafficker holding a lollipop to lure children. Fluffy and cute. The little husky's face was deformed by being rubbed in his hands, and he kicked his short legs to escape. He is a big man. How can he let a little cat be ravaged like this? Too presumptuous. Where is the etiquette? Where is the shame? Xiao Fanqing lifted up the back of his neck, and the little husky's whining sound instantly turned into a humming sound. The little husky seemed to have his fate pinched by the back of his neck. Comfortable. Xiao Fanqing lifted the little husky onto his knees and gently stroked its head. When Xiao Fanqing had enough of petting it, he put it on the ground. When he put it down, the little husky jumped into his arms again and rubbed his head against Xiao Fanqing's hand. Xiao Fanqing saw that it was a free dog, and he would touch it if he didn't. Both the man and the dog smiled. Gu Peifeng opened his eyes when he heard the two people's laughter, and saw He Wuyo rolling his belly in Xiao Fanqing's arms, and laughing so hard that his eyes were invisible. The dog stretched out its head to chase Xiao Fanqing's finger to tease him. A word suddenly popped up in Gu Peifeng's mind: a loving mother and a filial son. He was so upset that he couldn't bear to look at this dog. Xiao Fanqing played with the little husky for a while, and seeing that it was still early, he took the little husky out with a basket, and La Luna followed him flying. Xiao Fanqing told the nanny robot to take care of the other 2 cubs, and then went out. Xiao Fanqing wanted to stroll in the garden to see if he could pick some wild vegetables or spices. He had been in this kindergarten for almost a month, and he had not even walked through 1/10 of the garden. He wandered around slowly with a small basket. The map showed that there was a large forest not far away, so he could go there to explore. The weeds on the outskirts of the forest were almost as tall as a person, so it would be fine if he walked a little deeper. La Luna flew for a while, and then landed on a branch to wait for the 2 to come over. She had never been to this forest before, and she didn't follow Xiao Fanqing too closely. There was no danger in this kindergarten, except for the group of bad-tempered orcs. The little husky was fiddling with flowers and plants along the way. He had to bite a good flower and shake it in his mouth, and the petals of the beautiful flower fell apart because of his shaking. Xiao Fanqing knocked on his dog's head to stop him from destroying it. La Luna was tired of flying and landed on the head of the little husky, causing the little husky to jump up and stretch out his claws to take her down. Xiao Fanqing walked forward for a distance and found some wild mushrooms under the tree in front of him. He carefully picked some mushrooms and put them in the basket after digging through the fallen leaves. It was a pleasant surprise. He went deep into the forest while picking mushrooms. He looked at the 2 cubs playing happily not far away and continued to pick his own mushrooms. Fu Linchuan, who was lying on the tree trunk to rest, opened his eyes when he heard the noise. The forest where he lived was rarely visited by other people. He saw a little black cat under the tree, shaking its tail and picking some strange things. He felt that the kitten in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. He felt an especially comfortable breath on the kitten, and he couldn't help but jump down from the tree trunk. Xiao Fanqing was startled by the thing that suddenly fell in front of him. He subconsciously retreated. He was squatting on the ground and accidentally sat on the ground, even knocking over the small basket at hand. Fu Linchuan didn't expect that low-level orcs would be so timid. In the past, he was surrounded by high-level A-level or B-level orcs, who were thick-skinned and could be beaten with a few punches. He rarely came into contact with this kind of low-level orcs. The kitten was frightened by him, and his round eyes widened. He didn't expect this little thing to be so fragile. Xiao Fanqing exclaimed and realized that it was a little lion that landed silently in front of him. The little lion was about the same size as a little white tiger. Its eyes looked like glass beads from a distance, and the two round and fluffy ears on its head were particularly attractive. The little lion was standing about 1 meter in front of him and looking at him. Xiao Fanqing stood up and squatted on the ground and asked, "Why are you alone? Where is your keeper?" Xiao Fanqing leaned forward and wanted to reach out and touch him, but the little lion quickly dodged. Xiao Fanqing comforted him. "Are you lost? Which class are you in? I'll take you back." Fu Linchuan stood not far from Xiao Fanqing and stared at him. The closer he got to the kitten, the more obvious the comfortable breath was. His chaotic mental power seemed to be comforted and gradually calmed down. Although it was not very obvious, he was still keenly aware of it. At this time, the two playing cubs also chased after him. The little lion heard the noise and immediately turned around and disappeared into the jungle. Xiao Fanqing looked back at his cubs, and when he turned his head, the little lion that was just in front of him disappeared. He picked up his basket and picked up the mushrooms that had just fallen on the ground. Luna flew over to help him pick up the mushrooms that fell on the ground. "Xiao Fanqing, did you fall? We just met a little cub from another class, but he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Should we go look for him? Is there any danger here?" Xiao Fanqing asked. "An orc from another class? Are there other orcs hanging around in such a remote place?" He Wuyo asked. "There shouldn't be any danger. This is a kindergarten. We should be thankful that group of cubs don't bully others." Luna asked. "What kind of animal is it?" "It's a little lion." "Lion? Haven't heard of any orcs in the Fu family degenerating recently?" Luna stood on a branch nearby and whispered. "Never mind. Just go back and ask the boss and you'll know." After Xiao Fanqing picked up his mushrooms, he called the little husky rolling on the ground to go back together. When he got back, it was almost noon. He wiped the mud off the little husky and prepared to make lunch. He picked up a lot of mushrooms in the morning, and he prepared to make chicken soup for the little white tiger to replenish his body. After Xiao Fanqing entered the kitchen, Luna fell on the armrest of the sofa. "Boss, we went to the forest today, and the little cat said that we met a lion." The little white tiger raised his head when he heard this. "Lion? Did you see it? Are you sure it was a lion?" "I didn't see it, but the little cat said it. It was gone when I went there. I haven't heard of any high-level orcs in the Fu family degenerating recently." "Where did you see it?" "In the big forest in the south." "I know." Gu Peifeng didn't see the person and wasn't sure if it was Fu Linchuan. He needed to go and confirm it in person. At noon, the little husky showed off a chicken with a wine. In the past, the little husky always got his chest hair dirty when he ate, so Xiao Fanqing put a knitted collar around him. The cleanliness-obsessed little white tiger was also afraid of getting his hair dirty, so he wore all kinds of colorful collars reluctantly every time, and kept comforting himself in his heart. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. Anyway, no outsider saw it. Late at night, little white tiger sneaked into the forest that Luna mentioned. The weeds outside this jungle were growing wildly. Those delicate high-level beast men would not come to such a wilderness. He continued to walk inside. After walking for more than an hour, he saw a house not far away. He was stopped by the armed beast men of the whole server just as he was about to approach. "Who are you? Don't come any closer." "It's me, Gu Peifeng. Tell Fu Linchuan that I'm here to see him." He was not sure if it was Fu Linchuan before he came. When he saw the special forces soldier who stopped him, he knew that Fu Linchuan had also degenerated. The orc who stopped him hesitated for a while, and decided to let their general make the decision. After a while, he came back and walked inside with Gu Peifeng. As soon as Gu Peifeng entered the door, he saw the little lion squatting on the sofa in the living room. "General Fu. Long time no see. Second Prince. I came here to talk to you about something." The two talked for more than half an hour. After Gu Peifeng left, Fu Linchuan returned to the room and thought about the conversation between the two. The two did not have much interaction when they were in the military. He also heard that Gu Peifeng was not valued in the royal family. He temporarily waited and saw Gu Peifeng's sudden show of goodwill. Regarding the internal struggles of the royal family, the Fu family has always maintained a neutral attitude. The old king is getting older and older. If nothing unexpected happens, the throne will fall on the eldest prince Gu Chonglin. Gu Chonglin, like the old king, is suspicious of the Fu family, but he still relies on the Fu family to help on the front line in many places. The royal family does not know what role he plays in his mental riot this time, but they have to be on guard. Besides, Both of them have now degenerated into juveniles, and it is still unknown whether they can recover as orcs again. Fu Lin-Chuan thinks that it is better not to think too much for the time being. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Chapter 34. At the end of the month, the Maorongrong kindergarten welcomed the monthly holiday. Xia Fanqing got up early and took the little cubs to eat breakfast, then gave the little husky a fragrant bath, and helped Luna put on her favorite diamond collar. Gu Peifeng refused Xia Fanqing's help in packing his things. Anyway, no one would pick him up, and he didn't like to go back. Everyone was comfortable. Xia Fanqing packed a bag full of snacks for the other 3 little cubs and asked them to take them back to eat. If Xia Fanqing hadn't stopped him, he would have wanted to drag out the suitcase in his room to pack the dried meat. The first to come was the mother of the little husky. As soon as the beautiful woman entered the house, she picked up the little husky, who was playing with toys on the ground. "My dear, you miss me so much." She hugged the little husky and rubbed him, and the little husky cried out. The beautiful woman thanked Xia Fanqing and was about to leave. The little husky quickly said, Mom, and my luggage. When did you go home to bring your luggage?" The beautiful woman patted her son's fluffy butt, and the little husky cried out again. "It's on the ground. On the ground. Help me take it away." "Okay." The beautiful woman took his snack bag and left. As soon as she went out, she held Hiwio and weighed him. "Son, have you gained weight?" "No. I just grew up again," Hiwio firmly denied. The beautiful woman stretched out her hand to measure it. It seemed that he had grown a little taller. It seemed that this kindergarten was still useful. She held the puppy in front of her eyes. "Son, your face has become rounder." This sentence caused the little husky to protest again. The beautiful woman stroked her son's back. This little nursery teacher took good care of her son. You can see how comfortable he is here by looking at his shiny fur. After sending Hiwio away, Laluna's parents also took her away. When the little mermaid Lacey was bored and blew the 108th bubble in the water tank, his brother finally took him away with the aquarium. Now there are only him and the little white tiger in the class. Without the noise of the little Era and Laluna, the house is much quieter. After sending the little cub away, Xia Fanqing started to clean up the house with the nanny robot. When he finished, it was just time for lunch. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing invited the little white tiger to go outside for a walk. Gu Peifeng shook his head and went back to his room to sleep. Xia Fanqing was moved by the kindness of an old mother to the little white tiger that no one picked up. "Woohoo! Our little white tiger is really too pitiful. Don't be afraid. Dad will take good care of you." Xia Fanqing went out again with his little basket. The kindergarten was much quieter without the noise of the cubs. Xia Fanqing strolled into the forest again. This time he brought a small shovel with him. He wandered around in the forest and occasionally came across some wild fruit trees. He picked one and tasted it, then spit it all out. His facial features were distorted by the sourness. His appearance caught the eyes of Fu Lin-Chuan, who was hiding in the tree and peeking at him. The little orc was quite interesting. He didn't understand why he paid so much attention to this little orc. This little cat had a particularly comfortable breath. When he was closer to the little cat, this breath could even soothe his restless mental power. If Fu Lin-Chuan was not sensitive by nature, this change, like a drop of water falling into the sea, would hardly attract attention. The little orc walked and stopped along the way, digging here and there with a shovel. After a while, the basket was filled with some strange weeds. When the little orc was tired, he sat under the tree and took out the dried meat from the basket to eat. Fu Lin-Chuan looked at him for a while and jumped down from the tree trunk. This time, the little orc who was chewing the dried meat saw him first. Xia Fanqing looked at the little lion in front of him with surprise. "You are still here. Why didn't you go home?" The little lion wandered in front of him for a few times and didn't come forward. Xia Fanqing took out the dried meat and asked softly, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Fu Lin-Chuan was thinking about whether to get closer to the little orc. The closer he was to the little orc, the more obvious the breath that could soothe his mental power would be. Although the effect was minimal. For a person walking in the desert, a drop of water was also particularly precious. He hesitated for a while, but still walked forward. Xia Fanqing was particularly happy watching the little lion getting closer and closer. The little thing was finally coming over. Xia Fanqing picked a leaf, wiped it clean, and then tore the dried meat into strands and put it on top. The fluffy little lion was so cute. "My name is Xia Fanqing, and I'm a nursery teacher in class 3 of grade B. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Watching this innocent little beastman Fu Lin-Xuan walk forward. How could he be so easy to deceive? Before he even spoke, the little beastman lowered his posture step by step and invited him to come over. Fu Lin-Xuan walked up and said, I'm Fu Mingyan. The little lion used his cousin's name to save unnecessary trouble. The babyish voice made Xia Fanqing's heart flutter. So cute. When the chubby little lion walked in, you could even see that he had a layer of slightly longer fluff on his body. Like a fluffy dandelion. His eyes were round and blue. And particularly beautiful. The little lion squatted in front of Xia Fanqing. The two looked at each other in silence. Fu Lin-Xuan was a man of few words. And Xia Fanqing didn't know what to say when she first came into close contact with the little lion. Xia Fanqing coughed and pushed the beef strips on the leaves in front of him again. Do you want to try it? It's delicious. Fu Lin-Xuan didn't know how to get along with such a fragile little orc. In order to show his goodwill, he took a bite and chewed it slowly. He didn't expect that the dry meat strips that didn't look very good were quite delicious. He always had nutrient solution with him when he marched and fought. It was unexpectedly good to eat jerky for the first time. Fu Lin-Xuan ate the beef strips on the leaves slowly. Seeing that the little cub liked it, Xia Fanqing tore some for him and put it on top. The two of them ate the beef jerky Xia Fanqing brought with them in a short while. After feeding the little lion, Xia Fanqing patted the residue on her hands and stood up. And then, do you want to go pick wild vegetables with me? Hearing Xia Fanqing's name, Fu Lin-Xuan's tail, which was just swinging leisurely behind him, stiffened for a moment. What kind of name is this? In order to prevent Xia Fanqing from calling him an all the time in the future, he had to say, you should still call me Lion. Okay, little lion. Xia Fanqing agreed readily. Forget it. It's small. It's better than calling him an all the time. Fu Lin-Xuan accepted his new name resignedly. The two Special Forces soldiers, who had been hiding in the dark, looked at their aloof admiral, who not only followed the little orc all the way, but also ate his food in order to get close to the little orc. The two were so surprised that they almost slipped off the branch. Is this still their cold-faced and ruthless admiral? Their admiral either trained them with devilish methods, or threw them directly into trials on a deserted planet. Who would not be obedient, and keep their tails between legs when seeing their admiral? Is it their admiral who treated the little orc so gently today? If they hadn't been following their admiral all the time, he would have suspected that their admiral was possessed by some little goblin. Xia Fanqing picked up the basket, and continued to walk around. Fu Lin-Xuan followed him slowly. When Xia Fanqing squatted on the ground and used a shovel to dig bamboo shoots, he held the bamboo shoots in his mouth, and helped him throw them into the basket. Seeing the little lion struggling to drag the bamboo shoots that were almost bigger than himself, Xia Fanqing smiled like an ant. How could the little cub be so well behaved and so cute? Come on. Rub him until he is bald. Xia Fanqing dug a few and stopped digging. His little basket was not that big. He looked at the time, and was about to go back to make dinner. Little lion. Which class are you in? I'll take you home. No. I know the way. Xia Fanqing was worried. Although it was only the second time he saw the little lion in such a big forest. He was alone every time. What if such a small cub got bumped? He was worried and insisted on sending the little lion back. Fu Lin-Xuan saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he had to lead people to his villa. The two walked deeper into the forest for more than half an hour before they saw a pretty little villa deep in the jungle. Xia Fanqing didn't expect the little lion to live in such a remote place. The yard of the villa was tidy, but there were a lot of vines outside the wall, so the whole garden looked a little gloomy. If the little lion hadn't brought him here, he wouldn't have thought that there would be a little cub living in such a remote place. Fu Lin-Xuan stretched out his paw and pressed the safety lock on the ground at the door. He walked in front and led Xia Fanqing into the house. As soon as he entered the house, the naughty robot came to greet him. Welcome home, my master. Bring me a glass of water. The robot received Fu Lin-Xuan's order and rode away again. Fu Lin-Xuan jumped onto the sofa. He patted the sofa under him and signaled Xia Fanqing to come and sit. Xia Fanqing put her small basket on the open space at the door. Xia Fanqing looked around. The small villa was decorated very carefully and beautifully. He sat not far from the little lion. Where is your keeper? How could he leave you here alone? Fu Lin-Xuan said, I don't have a keeper. I'm alone. Hearing the little lion say this, Xia Fanqing felt distressed. How could he leave the little cub alone in the deep forest? He immediately said, don't worry. The cubs in our class will almost go back these days. I'll come to see how you are doing when I'm free. Fu Lynchwan nodded. He was just thinking about how to keep the little orc. And the little orc took the initiative to say that he would come to see him, which saved him from having to find a reason to keep the little orc. What do you eat tonight? Nutrients. You are still a little cub. How can you only drink nutrients? Can I bring you lunch these days? I will think about what to do when school starts. Fu Lynchwan nodded. How could this little orc be so innocent? This was only their second meeting. Is he so defenseless to everyone? Xia Fanqing finished drinking water at the little lion's place and prepared to go back. The little white tiger was still alone in the class. I will come to see you tomorrow. Don't run around alone. Fu Lynchwan nodded. Seeing the little lion so well behaved, Xia Fanqing felt even more distressed. How could the principal let such a cute little cub live in such a remote place? And there was no one to take care of it. Such a big villa. Besides the little lion, there was only a nanny robot. How could this be possible? Xia Fanqing left with a distressed look on his face. He had to take on the responsibility of taking care of the little lion these days. No wonder the little lion didn't look very energetic. It must be that he was not living well alone. Xia Fanqing imagined that the little lion was a beast living alone in an unpopular room, relying on nutritional supplements to survive every day. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt. Seeing Xia Fanqing's expression of pity, Fu Lynchwan was wondering whether he should tell him that he was actually living well here. He didn't know what the little beastman imagined. Forget it. So he didn't have to find a reason to keep the little beastman. Chapter 35. It was already dark when Xia Fanqing returned. Little White Tiger was squatting on the sofa alone watching his evening news. Sorry. I'm back. Are you hungry? I'll cook right away. Gu Peifeng turned his head and asked. Where did you go? I met a little lion when I was picking wild vegetables. I sent him home and came back a little late. Xia Fanqing quickly put down the basket in her hand and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Gu Peifeng didn't expect Fu Lynchwan to contact Xia Fanqing again. Fu Lynchwan was famous for his cold personality in the military. He was like a cold and emotionless fighting machine. He didn't expect that he would be interested in Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing took out the marinated steak from the refrigerator and fried a few pieces in the pan. Then cooked a vegetable soup and finished dinner in less than half an hour. Gu Peifeng. Come and eat. Xia Fanqing, wearing an apron, stepped out of the kitchen and called Xiao Baihu. Gu Peifeng turned off the light computer and jumped to a seat. Xia Fanqing came out with dinner for the two of them. He fried 3 steaks for Xiao Baihu, and there were some potatoes he fried next to them. He cut the steak for Xiao Baihu into small pieces and put them in front of him. Without the noise of the little husky, the two people had a much quieter meal. Only the sound of the knife and fork hitting the plate could be heard. The little white tiger finished his steak in a short while, and he drank a few sips of vegetable soup and was full. Seeing that the little white tiger had finished all the potatoes that he didn't like on his plate, Xia Fanqing felt that he was not qualified as a keeper. He actually let his little cub wait for him to go home hungry. He decided to come back early tomorrow after accompanying the little lion. The next day at noon, Xia Fanqing packed 2 portions after making lunch. After the little white tiger finished lunch, he was ready to go out. He made lunch earlier today on purpose, for fear that he would go too late and the little lion would be hungry. He changed his shoes and waved to the little white tiger. I'm going to deliver food to the little lion. I'll be back soon. If you have anything, remember to call my light computer. The little white tiger nodded at Xia Fanqing. He couldn't understand why Fu Lynchwan was interested in a little keeper. Did he also find something suspicious about Xia Fanqing? In order to get there faster, Xia Fanqing took a small scooter. When he arrived, it was not yet 12 o'clock. He got off the car carrying 2 large lunch boxes. The Special Forces soldiers on guard spotted Xia Fanqing as soon as he entered the defense zone. Their boss specifically told him yesterday to let the little orc with cat ears in when they saw him. The Special Forces soldiers, who hadn't seen Xia Fanqing yesterday, hid in the dark and watched the little orc coming over. When Xia Fanqing knocked on the door and entered the room, they started to discuss. This little orc is cute, but he looks a little fragile. Yes. Look at that thin waist. I feel like I can break it with one hand. Why do you think our boss suddenly likes this little orc? Our boss may be tired of being with rough guys like us, and wants to make friends with orcs of a different flavor. Fu Yi, who was standing by, knocked Fu Xiaolio's head. Stop talking about the boss here, and go on guard. Fu Xiaolio muttered. You're still talking about me. Why did you come over to see me? Fu Yi pretended to be angry and threatened. If you keep talking, I'll report to the boss. The orcs who were whispering dispersed quickly and quietly. The orcs guarding nearby were special forces trained by the Fu family. Most of them were high-level B-level orcs. Some admired Fu Lingquan's reputation. And some were orphans, who lost their relatives in the war. Although General Fu was particularly strict with them in training. They were brothers fighting side by side, when they were in danger. Xia Fanqing entered the house with a lunch box. The room was so quiet that only the sound of the nanny robot working could be heard. The little lion was squatting on the armrest of the sofa and looking at the door. It's time to eat. I made tomato beef brisket today. Xia Fanqing smiled and greeted the little lion. Then opened the insulated lunch box as big as a small basin and put it on the dining table. Fu Lingquan smelled a strange fragrance. He jumped onto the table and looked at the red thing in the lunch box. He lowered his head and smelled it. The aroma of beef was mixed with a faint sweet and sour taste. He lowered his head and licked the sauce. The taste buds on his tongue were immediately activated. Compared with the single-flavored nutrient, the various flavors brought by this dish called tomato beef brisket bloomed on the tip of his tongue. He lowered his head to eat the rice in the lunch box. He still couldn't adapt to this weak body. He accidentally stained the soup on the hair on his chest. Xia Fanqing, who was watching him eat, quickly took out a tissue to help him clean it. Is the lunch box a little deep? I'll go to the kitchen to see if there is a plate for you to change. Xia Fanqing went to the kitchen of the small villa and looked around but didn't find any tableware. He opened the refrigerator and found it was full of nutritional supplements. Xia Fanqing instantly imagined the poor little lion living a miserable life alone. He sat next to the little lion, took out a spoon from the lunchbox and asked softly, "You can't find a plate. Do you want me to feed you?" The orc special forces hiding in the dark looked at the scene in the house with shining eyes. Through Xia Fanqing's lip shape, they clearly knew what the little orc said. They shouted frantically in their hearts. Yes. Yes. Feed him quickly. Of course. Fu Lingquan felt these prying eyes. He looked over and the orcs hiding outside looked up at the sky and pretended to be blind. Fu Lingquan raised his hand and pressed the smart remote control on the table. A layer of gauze was pulled over the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Xia Fanqing looked back and asked, "Is the sunlight too dazzling?" Fu Lingquan nodded. Xia Fanqing scooped a spoonful of beef brisket and put it to the little lion's mouth. "Eat it. I'll bring you a plate next time." Fu Lingquan accepted the current situation after hesitating for 2 seconds. He lowered his head and ate the food on the spoon. Xia Fanqing smiled, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Except for the time when the little white tiger was injured. The 4 cubs in their class were not willing to be fed. Xia Fanqing was quite regretful about this. But now there is a cub willing to let him feed. He looked calm on the surface, but he couldn't help screaming in his heart. Xia Fanqing, have made it. I can even feed the fluffy ones." Xia Fanqing fed the little lion with a loving smile. The more Fu Lingquan ate, the less he wanted to look up. It was difficult for him to ignore such a burning gaze. What kind of strange hobby did the little orc have? How could his brain be so weird just by feeding him? But it is undeniable that he was indeed much more comfortable being so close to the little orc. And his violent mental power had a tendency to decline. After feeding the little lion, Xia Fanqing wanted to wipe his face with a towel. But Fu Lingquan shook his head and refused. Xia Fanqing showed a rather regretful expression on her face. Fu Lingquan wiped his mouth with a wet towel. He glanced at the little orc next to him. How did this little cat have such a rich expression? Xia Fanqing put away the empty tableware and prepared to leave. "The other lunch box is for dinner. I can't come over tonight. There is still a little cub in the class who hasn't gone home yet. I have to go back to take care of him." Xia Fanqing reminded him worriedly, "Remember to ask the nanny robot to heat it up for you before eating." Fu Lingquan nodded. He didn't expect the little orc to stay for so long this time. But he couldn't say anything to keep him. So he had to watch the little orc leave. Fu Lingquan was awakened by the rioting mental power again in the middle of the night. The mental power washed over his nerves like the sea's surface under a hurricane. This time the riot was particularly fierce. And he groaned. Fu Yi, who was monitoring his mental power outside the house, saw that their boss's mental power was a little abnormal this time. He immediately knocked on Fu Lingquan's door. After getting permission, he pushed the door open. "Admiral, how are you? Do you need an injection of inhibitor?" "No. You can make it. You go down first." After Fu Lingquan let Fu Yi go down, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by the mental riot. This mental pain was 100 times more unbearable than physical pain. But he insisted on not using inhibitors. If he used it this time, the next mental riot would only be more violent. He remembered the soothing breath of the little orc again. He jumped off the bed with some shakiness. The little orc said that he was a nursery teacher of Class B Class 3. As soon as he went out, the special forces hiding in the dark appeared one after another. They bowed respectfully. "Admiral, no need to follow me. I'm going out for a walk." The special forces soldiers who received the order disappeared one after another. Fu Lingquan rushed all the way to the outside of the forest. He was so fast that he left only a shadow and disappeared. Fu Lingquan avoided the surveillance and came to the downstairs of Xia Fanqing's class. He remembered that Xia Fanqing said that there was still a degenerated orc in their class who had not left. In order not to alarm the orc, he stretched out his sharp claws and climbed up carefully along the outer wall. The violent mental force impacted him and almost let him fall down. He gritted his teeth and continued to climb up. He climbed to Xia Fanqing's class, lowered his head and sniffed to confirm Xia Fanqing's room, and stretched out his sharp claws and quietly pushed Xia Fanqing's window. The tightly closed security window forced him to push the buckle out of shape. He landed silently on the head of Xia Fanqing's bed. The breath immediately enveloped him, and he curled up into a ball of fur and nestled beside Xia Fanqing's pillow. Fu Lingquan woke up as soon as a glimmer of light appeared in the sky outside. He had a good sleep after a long time. He was a little surprised at his own loss of composure. When did he become so careless? It was almost dawn outside, and he left quickly along the route he took yesterday. The special forces who were anxiously waiting for their boss finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their boss coming back. Fortunately, their boss was fine. Fu Lingquan returned to the room and felt much more comfortable. He felt his mental power, and was surprised to find that his violent mental power had a tendency to calm down. Although it was still a mess, it had improved a little. Xia Fanqing was particularly tired when he woke up this morning. He had a dream last night. He dreamed that he fell into a black space full of white lines. The lines inside wrapped him around like a hurricane. He struggled to escape from the hurricane. He landed on the ground with a thud. He ran in the opposite direction of the hurricane. When the hurricane could not roll him, he sat down on the white lines out of exhaustion. The white lines held him like a net. He had no problem stepping on them. But the lines were so messy. They were even messier than the yarn that La Luna pulled that day. He started to tangle the lines when he had nothing to do. He felt uncomfortable sitting on the net. So he used his fingers to weave a big lazy sofa. Xia Fanqing looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He sat on it happily. It was comfortable. Xia Fanqing curled up on it and started to tangle the yarn. Who was so naughty that he pulled the yarn so messy? When it was dawn, he opened his eyes drowsily. No wonder he was so tired. He tangled the yarn all night in his dream. What a strange dream. Could it be that he knitted too many collars for the kids these days? Why did he knit yarn in his dreams? Chapter 36. After getting up, Xia Fanqing went out for a half-hour walk with the little white tiger before returning. The little white tiger had been staying at home alone for the past 2 days. Xia Fanqing begged him for a long time before he accompanied her for a walk outside. The little white tiger then condescended to agree. Every time Xia Fanqing looked at the little white tiger walking in front of her like a cat, she couldn't control her hands. She wanted to touch it. Such a cute little fur ball was swaying in front of her every day. But she couldn't touch it. Who could understand this feeling? After the two of them finished their walk, the little white tiger wiped his paws clean on the mat at the door as soon as he entered. Xia Fanqing sighed in her heart. Misophobic little white tiger. What's there to rub your paws on? If you have the guts, let me wipe it for you. Xia Fanqing made roast chicken for lunch. And he also specially cooked a vegetable and lean meat porridge. After the little white tiger finished his meal, he was in a very good mood and went out with the insulated lunchbox. After spending so much time with Xia Fanqing, Gu Peifeng still had a certain understanding of Xia Fanqing. He couldn't understand why he was a furry person and liked to touch other furry people. Gu Peifeng has never understood this. What kind of strange habit is this? Generally, only the closest family members and partners can touch each other's fur. Only Hiwuyo, a puppy who only knows how to eat every day, can play with Xia Fanqing like this. Seeing Xia Fanqing's happy look, Gu Peifeng knew that he was attracted by Fu Lingquan's juvenile state. But can Fu Lingquan let outsiders touch him casually? The answer is obviously no. I don't know what the little cat is happy about. Xiao Fanqing not only brought food to the little lion today, but also prepared a bag full of beef jerky for him. He was afraid that the little lion would be bored, so he asked him to use it to grind his teeth when he had nothing to do. Xiao Fanqing happily pushed open the door, and the little lion was indeed waiting for him obediently. Little lion, it's time to eat. Xiao Fanqing opened the lunch box, and the aroma of roasted chicken immediately floated out. The Special Forces soldier not far away sniffed the faint aroma in the air with his nose raised. Fu Xiaolu was about to drool, and was slapped on the head by Fu Yi. Do your duty well? Fu Xiaolu pouted in grievance. It's worth it. No wonder our boss likes this little orc so much. I like him too. Hiss. Fu Xiaolu drooled, and the nutrient in his hand instantly felt dull. Xiao Fanqing put on disposable gloves and tore the chicken, and the little lion held the processed chicken and ate it slowly. After the little lion finished eating the chicken, Xiao Fanqing took out the vegetable and lean meat porridge he cooked. He rummaged through his canvas bag for a while and said in surprise, "Oh, sorry. I forgot to bring you a small plate." Fu Linchuan couldn't help but applaud him for his poor acting skills. Xiao Fanqing said with a look of disappointment, "Sorry. I'll feed you today." Fu Linchuan glanced at him and nodded. "Young man, can you not have bright eyes when you act disappointed?" Xiao Fanqing happily took out a spoon and started feeding the little lion. How could the little lion be so easy to fool? He had imagined in his mind that one day the fluffy little lion would lie on its belly in his arms, and he would help the little lion hold the bottle. He accidentally laughed. Xiao Fanqing coughed and quickly stopped thinking. He stared at the little lion drinking porridge with his mouth corners flying. Daddy's cub. So cute. After feeding the little lion, Xiao Fanqing left. Before he left, he specially helped him open the bag of beef jerky, then opened the light computer and found a cartoon about the adventures of the little lion. I'm leaving first. Bye. Fu Linchuan nodded at him. He stared at the light computer that Xiao Fanqing found for him for a while. His 3-year-old cousin didn't even watch this kind of enlightenment cartoon. He turned off the light computer and let Fu Yi in, asking him to share the beef jerky in the bag with the brothers outside to taste. Only Fu Yi to Fu Shi followed him this time, although everyone was very capable and could stand alone on the battlefield. Xiao Lu was still a half-grown child among a group of adult orcs. Fu Yi took a portion out and distributed it to each of the brothers on duty outside. Fu Xiaolu's eyes lit up with the beef jerky in his mouth. He didn't expect it to be so delicious. The little orc was really an angel. How could he make such delicious food? He stretched out his fangs and carefully ground the beef jerky in his mouth. He only had 5 pieces, and they would be gone after he ate them. He wanted to save them and eat them bit by bit. Late at night, Fu Linchuan jumped to the head of Xiao Fanqing's bed again. He curled up beside Xiao Fanqing's pillow and closed his eyes. The next day, he opened his eyes and quietly left. As he thought, this little orc had the ability to soothe the spirit. Xiao Fanqing yawned when he woke up in the morning. Why did he feel more and more tired the more he slept today? He dreamed that he went to knit wool again yesterday. It was still that strange space, full of messy white lines. He walked around the center of the chaos with the wool in a circle. It was so big. He walked for a long time before he reached his lazy sofa. He simply wove a small table with his hands. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Yes. Just build an amusement park in a dream. Xiao Fanqing went to deliver food to the little lion as usual today. After feeding the little lion, he stood up and prepared to leave. As soon as he stood up, the little lion hooked his clothes. What's wrong? Are you too bored to be alone? The little lion raised its head and hooked the corner of his clothes. Its big brown-blue eyes were watery. Xiao Fanqing was so soft-hearted that he couldn't move his legs. The little lion looked at him without saying anything. Fu Linchuan didn't know why he suddenly stretched out his claws and hooked the corner of Xiao Fanqing's clothes. He retracted his claws somewhat embarrassedly. It's still early now. Let me take you out for a walk. Looking at the empty big house with only the little lion here, without a nanny or a companion to play with him. Xiao Fanqing's old father felt heartbroken and severely condemned the principal's inaction. Xiao Fanqing accompanied the little lion to bask in the sun for a while. The weather was pretty good today. The sun shone on his body and was warm. He walked around the yard with the little lion for a few laps. Xiao Fanqing frowned at the vines growing wildly outside the yard. Why didn't the principal even clean up the grass outside the wall for you? The whole yard is gloomy. Xiao Fanqing sent the little lion back to the house and went back. He had a little white tiger waiting for him. After Xiao Fanqing left, Fu Linchuan told Fu Yi to shovel all the vines outside the wall, without the vines blocking the view. The sunlight shone into the yard through the iron fence, and the whole yard was indeed much brighter. Fu Linchuan was much more energetic in the past 2 days without the mental riot. At night, he jumped onto Xiao Fanqing's bedside again. Gu Peifeng got up in the morning and squatted on the sofa waiting for Xiao Fanqing to go out for a walk. Xiao Fanqing, who was always on time, did not show up. He waited for half an hour and saw that Xiao Fanqing had not come out. He was afraid that something had happened to Xiao Fanqing, so he knocked on Xiao Fanqing's door. He knocked a few times, but there was no movement inside, so he simply asked the nanny robot to unlock it. He jumped to Xiao Fanqing's bedside and took a look. He stretched out his claws and pressed Xiao Fanqing's face. Xiao Fanqing, who was in her sleep, grumbled and turned her face away and continued to sleep. Gu Peifeng jumped onto the bedside table and stared at him for a while. He looked at his claws a little embarrassedly. He didn't use any force at all, but he left a plum blossom mark on the little orc's white face. It was the first time he came to Xiao Fanqing's room. The little orc's room was clean and tidy. Although it was not big, it was very warm. There were several unfinished collars scattered on the desk, and a pink nashima was still in the vase on the bedside table. Gu Peifeng keenly sensed that there was a breath in the room that did not belong to Xiao Fanqing, although it was very faint and almost covered by Xiao Fanqing's breath. He still caught the remnant of the aggressive mental power. It was at least an A-level orc. He frowned. Who appeared in Xiao Fanqing's room? Could he have discovered Xiao Fanqing's secret? He stood on the bedside table and looked around. The anti-theft buckle of the window had been deformed. Could it be Fu Linchuan? But he immediately denied this possibility. There were other A-level orcs in the garden who had not returned home, and according to Fu Linchuan's temperament, he would not do such a thing. Gu Peifeng gently jumped to the ground and left Xiao Fanqing's room. Xiao Fanqing stretched in the quilt. Feeling comfortable, he opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the time on the wall. He was so scared that he sat up quickly. What? It was already 10:30. He rushed out of the room with his hair all messed up. Sorry. I overslept. I'll cook for you now. No. I've already had breakfast. Don't worry. Xiao Fanqing hurried back to the room to wash and change out of his pajamas. He patted his forehead in annoyance. How could he oversleep? He actually let the little cub find food alone. He really deserved to be beaten. After Xiao Fanqing cleaned up, he hurried to make lunch. The 2 little fur balls were waiting for him to feed them. He made a braised fish fillet at noon. He rarely made fish when Lai Shi was around. He was afraid of leaving a shadow in the little cub's heart. What he didn't know was that Lai Shi, who had returned to the bottom of the sea, was holding a large piece of tuna meat and chewing it happily. The small bones in the fish meat had been dealt with. Xiao Fanqing helped the little white tiger pick out the big bones inside before starting his own lunch. He also paired it with a cold vegetable salad and a multigrain porridge. After he finished his meal, he went to deliver food to the little lion. As soon as Xiao Fanqing got out of the scooter, he found that all the vines outside the fence had disappeared. The sun shone into the yard, and even the house was much brighter. Little lion, did you clean up the vines? Xiao Fanqing asked. The nanny robot cleaned it up. Wow, your nanny robot has quite a full range of functions. Fuidao Fusher brand multifunctional nanny robot has a hidden merit and reputation. Since Xiao Fanqing used the excuse of forgetting to bring the dishes yesterday, he started to forget openly today. Little lion didn't say anything, and he happily fed the little lion today on the pretext that the fish had bones. Xiao Fanqing sat with the little lion on the swing bench in the yard to bask in the sun. He swung slowly on the swing. The sun made him a little sleepy. He yawned, and Fu Linchuan also noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes. He wondered if the little beast man was tired from running around these days. Xiao Fanqing, are you tired these 2 days? Sorry. Xiao Fanqing quickly waved her hand to explain. No. I've been dreaming these 2 days. I feel very tired when I get up. I'll go to bed early today. Xiao Fanqing touched the little lion's head tentatively. It's not your problem. Seeing that the little lion did not refuse, Xiao Fanqing was so happy. Ah! I touched the little lion. Today I can touch the head. Tomorrow I can touch the paws. Fu Shaolu was startled and slipped on the tree branch. His tail was so scared that it exploded into a feather duster. Xiao Fanqing looked over when she heard the sound. Little lion. Why did the branch of that tree suddenly break? Maybe it was the wind. Fu Linchuan took a look and said lightly. After Xiao Fanqing left, Fu Yi brought the trembling Fu Xiaolu in to apologize. General, it is my fault for not disciplining my subordinates. Please punish me. Fu Xiaolu, go to the training room for 2 hours of A-level simulation training. As the leader, you failed to discipline me, so you will be punished twice as much. Yes. Fu Yi took Fu Xiaolu out. As soon as they left, Fu Xiaolu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that their boss would punish him to go to the deserted planet for the trial this time. But he didn't expect that their boss would let him go with just a simple sentence of a simulation trial. Woo woo woo. Big brother scared me to death. Xiao Lu, you have committed a big mistake this time. How can a secret guard special forces soldier make such a low-level mistake? Brother, I know I was wrong. Go ahead. Fu Xiaolu went into the basement with a gloomy head. He was too surprised. He didn't expect that their boss would let a little orc touch his head. Whoever dared to touch their boss's hair, their boss would shovel his head off with one claw. He entered the training room, which simulated a battle with the Zerg. Although he would not be injured, it was really painful. 2 hours later, Fu Xiaolu came out with a limp leg. Fu Linchuan has been more energetic these 2 days. He just roughly felt his mental power. The restless mental power gradually began to calm down. If it was a hurricane before, it can only be said to be a storm now. He carefully felt his mental power again. In a corner of his mental power, he found 2 strange things. He opened his eyes in surprise. He closed his eyes and searched in the sea of consciousness of his mental power. His mental power seemed to be woven into a sofa and a table. Each mental thread was arranged in an orderly manner. The mental thread in this corner was really untied. Fu Linchuan thought of Xiao Fanqing's tired look today. He thought that this matter might be related to Xiao Fanqing. He sneaked into Xiao Fanqing's bedroom for 3 consecutive days. He decided to wait 2 days before trying again. Chapter 37. Gu Peifeng waited at Xiao Fanqing's door for 2 days at night, but found nothing suspicious. He frowned. Could it be that the orc had discovered the situation? His current mental power was only B-level, while the other party was A-level. This was not impossible. He decided to wait for 2 more days. Maybe the situation would be better when the other 3 people came back. Huio came back before school started. In the afternoon, the beautiful woman came to the classroom with the sobbing little husky in her arms. As soon as the little husky saw Xiao Fanqing, he jumped into his arms. Xiao Fanqing quickly hugged him and rubbed his back to comfort him. What's wrong? Don't cry. Don't cry. The beautiful woman had a headache because of his noise along the way. Her ears were filled with the sound of the puppy howling. She rubbed her swollen head and said, Okay. Stop crying. You are so old. As soon as she said this, the little husky howled even louder. The beautiful woman couldn't do anything about him. She had to look to Xiao Fanqing for help. Her eyes full of pleas. Make him shut up. Don't cry. Don't cry. Xiao Fanqing held the little husky and swung it around for a few rounds. Tell the teacher what happened. The little husky sobbed and said, My dad stole my snacks. Woo-woo. And he beat me woo-woo. Xiao Fanqing's mouth twitched when he heard the reason. And he said to the beautiful woman, Auntie, how can parents beat their children? After receiving the little beastman's condemning gaze, his mother quickly waved her hand and explained, No. No. Don't listen to his nonsense. His dad just ate some of his snacks. The beautiful woman added a few more words with a guilty conscience. His father was just joking with him. Just joking. Nonsense. The old man ate up all my snacks, leaving nothing for me. The little husky stood up in Xiao Fanqing's arms. The little husky turned around and complained to Xiao Fanqing. From the little husky's scattered words, Xiao Fanqing pieced together the general situation of the matter. His father secretly ate up all the little husky's dried meat. The little husky was so angry that he wanted to duel with his old father, but was knocked down by the old father, who turned into his original form with one claw. The more the little husky thought about it, the angrier he got. He was so angry that he almost tore down his house. The beautiful woman couldn't stop him and sent him back. Xiao Fanqing was so upset when he heard this. It was something that the husky family could do. He patted the husky on the back and said, Did you like the roasted lamb leg last time? This time, the teacher will make you a roasted whole lamb. Don't cry. If you cry, you will lose it. The husky, who had been howling all the time, stopped crying immediately. The beautiful woman was impressed by his fake crying acting skills. Mom will pick you up at the end of the month. The little husky gave her a butt, and the beautiful woman left after seeing that her son was fine. Are you thirsty? Go drink some water? Xiao Fanqing asked. The little husky nodded. It was a lie to say that he was not thirsty after howling all the way. Xiao Fanqing used his stainless steel basin to fill him with a bowl of warm water, and added a tube of nutrient to it to replenish his physical strength. The little husky buried his head in the basin and gulped down half of the basin of water. When the beautiful woman went out, there was a square-faced man in a suit standing at the door. How is it? Did you coax it? The beautiful woman slapped him and rolled her eyes at him. How can you be a father like you? How can you fight with your own son? Dad, he chuckled twice. That's because the snacks that the kid brought this time are so delicious. Didn't I share them with you? The beautiful woman slapped him again. Don't let our son know about this. Don't worry. My wife. I will never let our son know. After returning home, Xiao Era carefully divided his snacks into 7 portions. He would grind a few teeth after drinking the nutritional supplement every day. Dad, he smelled it and asked for one. This meal directly opened the door to his new world. Based on the principle of sharing good things with his wife, he secretly took 2 from Xiao Era's snack cabinet and gave them to his wife. When the little husky wanted to take out a tooth on the afternoon of the 6th day, he found that his bag was empty. He took a certain amount from the bag every day, but it was gone before the 7th day. He was immediately angry and bumped into his father's legs to argue. The guilty father said that he couldn't be coaxed even if he bought him the most handsome ship. He looked at his wife for help, and his wife looked at the fun as if it had nothing to do with her. When the father stood up, he accidentally kicked over the little husky at his feet. The little husky was even more angry and asked to duel with his old father. As a result, he was pressed to the ground by the old father, who turned into his original form. The little husky, who had lost his snacks and lost his dignity, howled even louder and insisted on finding Xiao Fanqing. His mother was so annoyed by his noise that she had to send her son back a day in advance. His father followed his wife and dared not say a word. It was clearly for 2 people, but he was made to bear the blame alone. After Xiao Fanqing calmed the little husky down, she began to prepare to roast the whole lamb. This dish was too troublesome to make, so he had to prepare it early. He asked the naughty robot to help him drag a whole lamb out of the restaurant. He scored the lamb, then spread the prepared sauce on it and marinated it. After an hour, he skewered the lamb on the rack. There was no oven that big in the kitchen, so he had to drag the lamb to the large balcony outside to roast it. Fortunately, almost all the cubs had returned home. He was really afraid that he would attract a group of them, and he would not be able to handle it. The little husky was drooling at the fragrant roasted whole lamb. Xiao Fanqing asked for his opinion. Wuyo, can the teacher invite a child to have dinner with us? The little husky refused without a second thought. No. The little white tiger, who appeared behind him, agreed for him. Yes. The little husky nodded under the pressure of his boss. Gu Peifeng knew without thinking that Xiao Fanqing must have invited Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan had not given a clear answer since he expressed his opinion last time. It would be good for him to get in touch with Fu Linchuan more. Although Fu Linchuan has degenerated, he still has actual control over the army, and many tasks are still deployed by him. Even if Fu Linchuan disagrees with his request, he might be able to save his life after more contact. Xiao Fanqing happily called Fu Linchuan's personal computer. Fu Linchuan's personal computer is rarely used. He took a look and saw that it was Xiao Fanqing who called. He pressed the connect button, and the little orc's face was in front of him. Little lion, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? We have other cubs here who can play with you. Facing the little orc's first invitation, Fu Linchuan nodded and agreed. After Fu Linchuan hung up the phone, he began to think about what gift to give to the little orc. He thought about whether giving gems and flowers was too tacky, and he couldn't think of what to give for a while. He suddenly remembered that he had a dagger close to his body, which was actually a retractable sword. He brought it this time. The dagger was made of precious metal from the desolate planet. This metal was rarer than hard armor. He could only make this one out of all the metal he collected. He could put it away and use it as a dagger at ordinary times. It was also light in texture, which was the most suitable for the little orc to defend himself. He went out with the sword in his mouth. Seeing his boss go out with a sword, Fui thought he was in danger. Their general just shook his head to indicate that he was fine and left with a shadow. He came to the door of Class B Class 3 and knocked. Xiao Fanqing opened the door for him after hearing the noise. The little husky following him jumped on the spot when he saw the lion appearing at the door. Ah! Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan introduced politely. Hello. I'm Fu Mingan. The little husky stretched out his paw and patted his chest. I'm so scared. Now when I see a lion-shaped orc, my first reaction is Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan's reputation is really too great. Fu Linchuan entered the room with a dagger in his mouth. Xiao Fanqing. This is for you. Xiao Fanqing took it in his hand and touched it. This dagger was made very delicately. The handle in the shape of a lion's head was inlaid with red gems. The scabbard of the dagger was also engraved with repeated lion head patterns. It was very beautiful. Xiao Fanqing pulled it out, and a cold light was instantly brought out. Which boy doesn't have a martial arts dream in his mind? He took it in his hand and turned the knife a few times. Thank you. I like it very much. You play with the little white tiger first. I'll be done soon. Fu Linchuan did not stay in the living room. He followed Xiao Fanqing to the open-air balcony. Xiao Fanqing picked up a brush and brushed a layer of honey on the skin of the roasted lamb. He turned his head and saw 3 little fur balls squatting beside him. Xiao Fanqing was so cute that she almost had a nosebleed. How could she be so cute? Gu Peifeng knew that Xiao Fanqing was sick again when he saw his glowing eyes. He poked the little husky with his tail to signal him to go forward and satisfy Xiao Fanqing's desire. He Wheel looked at him in confusion. Why are you poking me? Gu Peifeng wanted to cover his face. What a stupid teammate. Fu Linchuan jumped onto Xiao Fanqing's knees naturally. Xiao Fanqing smiled with her white teeth showing. He quietly reached out and stroked the little lion's back. The touch was great. How could it be so well behaved? Gu Peifeng was shocked to see this scene and froze in place. It was really Fu Linchuan. It shouldn't be Fu Mingan pretending. Could it be another conspiracy of the royal family? He even wondered if he was blind. Fu Linchuan allowed outsiders to touch him. And that person's claws were still intact? He remembered that once his unit and Fu Linchuan's army cooperated to attack the Zerg. The leader of the other side teased Fu Linchuan that his beast form was beautiful. But before he could finish his words, Fu Linchuan slapped his head off with a claw. Xiao Fanqing spread tin foil on the table, with a small crystal core underneath to warm the mutton. He picked up the knife and fork to divide the meat between the 3 cubs. He cut a few pieces and thought the knife was too blunt. So he replaced it with the dagger Fu Linchuan gave him. He cut it, and the mutton immediately fell off along the knife seam. Xiao Fanqing exclaimed. Good knife. Gu Peifeng's mouth twitched. If he was not mistaken, this dagger was priceless. He himself could not collect all the metal to forge a dagger. But Xiao Fanqing used it to cut meat directly. It was a waste of natural resources. Fu Linchuan looked at Xiao Fanqing using the dagger to cut meat with a normal expression. He had sharp claws, and did not use it normally. Seeing that Xiao Fanqing liked it so much, this dagger was considered to be of some use. The happiest person among the few people was Xiao Era. He finally did not have to drink nutritional supplements. He waited for Xiao Fanqing to give him meat with shining eyes. The tail behind him was shaking, and wished to take him away. Fu Linchuan came back after dinner. Xiao Fanqing wanted to send him off, but Fu Linchuan refused. He felt that it was more dangerous for the little orc to walk alone at night. Xiao Fanqing asked the automatic airship to send him back. Chapter 38. Today is the last day of the holiday. Xiao Fanqing prepared lunch early. After the little white tiger and the little husky finished lunch, he went out with his insulated lunch box. He felt sad when he thought that he would not have time to visit the little lion in the future. It was too pitiful for the little lion to be alone in the empty big house. Xiao Fanqing made vegetable meat patties and braised chicken wings today. Xiao Fanqing cut the vegetable meat patties into small pieces with a small spoon and fed the little lion. Fu Linchuan clearly felt that the little beastman was not in a good mood today. When feeding him before, the little beastman's eyes were always bright. But today the little stars in his eyes seemed to be covered with dust. Xiao Fanqing reluctantly fed the little lion and said, I will go back to the principal and ask him to let you be a nanny. Okay. Can't you be my nanny? But I already have 4 cubs to take care of. If I run back, I won't be able to take care of both, Xiao Fanqing said with embarrassment. He also wanted to take care of the little lion, but he couldn't get away. Xiao Fanqing couldn't help feeling sad when he thought that he wouldn't be able to see the little lion often in the future. He reached out and touched the little lion's head. You must take good care of yourself in the future. Don't run around outside alone. What if you get lost? Or what if you accidentally fall into a pit and can't get out? Or what if you get scratched by thorns? The more Xiao Fanqing thought about it, the more scared he became. He sat up straight, and a look of panic appeared on his face. I asked the principal to transfer to your class. Ah? What did you say? Xiao Fanqing was so shocked that he didn't react. Teacher Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Ah? Are you serious? Xiao Fanqing happily held the little lion and turned around several times. And finally smiled. Wow! Wow! The little lion is coming to our class. Fu Linchuan struggled a little. Not quite used to it. If he wanted, he could have gotten out of Xiao Fanqing's hands. But seeing the little stars in the little beastman's eyes light up again, he thought, forget it. Let him be happy. Xiao Fanqing blushed with excitement. He would take care of the little lion from now on. Come on. I'll help you pack your things. We'll go back now. Xiao Fanqing went upstairs with the little lion in one hand. Under the command of the little lion, he packed his luggage in a hurry. The little lion didn't have much luggage, so he packed it in one suitcase. He hummed a little song happily. His little lion was not an unwanted little lion. He held the little lion in one hand and carried the suitcase in the other and went out. The secret guards at the door looked at their admiral being held in the hands of the little orc so disrespectfully, and their eyes were about to pop out of their heads in surprise. If they hadn't known that it was their admiral who was willing, they would have punched the other person away in the morning. When they arrived at the door, Fu Linchuan struggled to jump down. It was not very elegant to be carried into the door by the little orc. Xiao Fanqing pushed the door open with the luggage. Little darlings, we are back. Look who I brought back. Fu Linchuan followed Xiao Fanqing into the house. The little husky jumped over first. What? Why did you pick him up? Can the Fu family take good care of him? The little husky was a little unhappy. Why is there another person coming to grab food? The dog is unhappy. Xiao Fanqing rubbed the little husky's head. The little lion doesn't have a keeper yet. Our little husky is the best. He will definitely take good care of the new classmate. Right? That's right. The little husky raised his head proudly. He must be the best. After Xiao Fanqing calmed the little husky down with a few words, he took the little lion into the house. There was an empty room next to his in their class, which was just right for the little lion to live in. Hee. There was another new fluffy cat coming to their class. After a while, he would find a way to take the cat over. His happy life would finally begin. Xiao Fanqing went to the bedroom to help the little lion pack his luggage. He let the little lion get familiar with the other cubs in the living room. The little husky was still hostile to the new lion. He thought that in this class, their boss was ranked first, and he must be ranked second. His position could not be challenged by other orcs. He walked up to Fu Linchuan with his short legs and a bully look. Hey, Mr. Fu, listen carefully. From now on our boss Gu Peifeng is your eldest brother, and I am your second brother. Do you hear me? Fu Linchuan didn't look at him. He turned his head to look at Gu Peifeng on the sofa and asked calmly, Is that so? Gu Peifeng replied, You decide for yourself. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Ay. Before He finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground by Fu Linchuan's claws. Fu Linchuan looked down at him. I didn't hear what you said just now. He was pressed under his claws, and his short legs were digging on the ground. Little lion, look, is it okay for you to put it like this? Xiao Fanqing poked her head out of the room and asked. Fu Linchuan quickly retracted his claws, looked at He coldly, and went into the house. He rushed to Gu Peifeng aggrievely. Boss, you saw that he started it first. Help me beat him. Don't mess with him anymore. No matter what. Then don't come here to complain. Gu Peifeng looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Then I'll go to Xiao Fanqing to complain. After Xiao Fanqing helped the little lion clean up the bedroom, the man and the beast came out. He bent down and said to the little lion, There is also a little cockatiel Luna and a little mermaid lassie in the class. They will be back soon. If you have any discomfort, please tell me. Fu Linchuan nodded. It was the first time for him to live with other orcs. As long as they didn't bother him, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. His purpose of coming here was to be closer to Xiao Fanqing. Luna and Lacey entered the door at the same time. Luna flew and landed on Xiao Fanqing's shoulder. Boss, Xiao Fanqing, I'm back. Lacey also controlled the bubble to float over. He held a pink pearl in his fins. He threw the pearl into Xiao Fanqing's palm. Xiao Fanqing poked his little bubble. "Thank you, Lacey." Xiao Fanqing pointed at the little lion beside him and said, "Let me introduce our new classmate, Fu Mingyan. You must be harmonious and friendly in the future. And no fighting is allowed. Do you hear me?" "Xiu, what did you say?" La Luna flew in front of Gu Peifeng. "Boss, how can you allow other orcs to live here?" "No. Xiu. Orcs have a strong sense of territory. When the four of them first met, they fought a lot. Their class was bullied by the orcs from other A-class orcs. The four of them united to fight against other A-class degraded orcs. They couldn't beat them one-on-one, but 1-on-4 would be fine. This allowed the four of them to slowly form a small group. Now there is another strange orc entering their territory. And La Luna is of course not happy." Gu Peifeng stood up and just said, "Listen to Xiao Fanqing. And don't bully new students in the future." "Boss." La Luna stamped her paw unhappily. "Okay. No more noise. Everyone should be friendly in the future. And children are not allowed to fight," Xiao Fanqing said. After giving instructions, Xiao Fanqing went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today is the first day that the new cub joins their class, and he has to prepare dinner well. After Xiao Fanqing entered the kitchen, Fu Linchuan was about to go back to his room to rest. He Huio jumped down and stood in front of him. "What happened just now doesn't count. I'm not ready yet. Let's do it again." Fu Linchuan ignored him and turned a corner to continue walking towards his room. He Huio jumped over again. "I've already informed you." After saying that, the little husky stretched out its sharp claws and bared its fangs to attack Fu Linchuan. When the claws were less than a centimeter away from his head, Fu Linchuan quickly made a move and pressed the dog down. He Huio fell to the ground before he could react. La Luna was petrified on the spot in shock. Is the new orc so powerful? The Fu family is indeed a military family. Even an orc from a side branch is so powerful. No wonder their boss doesn't let them provoke this lion. He Huio is now a B-level orc after all. She couldn't even resist a single move from the opponent. She decided not to provoke new orcs in the future. Even Gu Peifeng was surprised by Fu Linchuan's strength. The first time they fought, it was just a small fight. But this time he saw it clearly. He Huio's attack was very strong. Last time when the four of them besieged Lu Fuguang, He Huio was able to seize the opportunity to bite the Black Panther. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have a chance to get close to Fu Linchuan. He is indeed a rare S-level high-level orc. Even if his strength is degraded, it should not be underestimated. Xiao Fanqing knew nothing about what happened in the living room. He was busy preparing a welcome dinner tonight in his kitten apron. He recently bought some wheat online. He studied it for a long time in his spare time, and finally peeled the wheat and ground it into flour, which was just right for making a Wellington steak. He tied the steak with cotton thread to leave traces one by one. Put the fillet steak into the pan after the pan was heated, and fried until each side was slightly browned. Then put the chopped mushrooms in the pan and added a little salt to fry the water. Spread a layer of pork belly slices on the plastic wrap. Spread a layer of mushroom sauce. Spread the yellow mustard sauce he prepared on the surface of the steak. Put it on the plastic wrap. Wrap it tightly, and put it in the refrigerator to set. During this time, he began to use flour to make the outer puff pastry. After half an hour, his puff pastry was ready, and the steak was almost set. He removed the plastic wrap and wrapped the steak with puff pastry. Then brushed the surface of the puff pastry with egg liquid, and put it in the oven to bake. He made 6 in total. While grilling the steak, he used the remaining flour to make some small breads with jam for La Luna. Xiao Fanqing also made this steak for the first time. He had only seen other food bloggers teach it in videos before. He took out his dagger and cut one. A fragrance immediately wafted out. The beef wrapped in the dough was pink and very tempting. Xiao Fanqing took a bite, and it was not bad. Fortunately, it didn't fall over. He came to the living room with a plate. Little darlings, it's time to eat. He placed the dinner on the table according to the position of each cub. Xiao Fanqing was afraid that the little lion would not be able to adapt on the first day, so she arranged his position next to her. After he placed the plates, he did not see the shadow of the little lion in the living room. He knocked on the little lion's door, pushed it open, and a head poked in. "Little lion, it's time to eat." Fu Linchuan jumped off the bed and followed Xiao Fanqing out. Xiao Fanqing patted the place next to her to signal the little lion to come over. Xiao Fanqing first cut a small piece of steak for Lu Luna's plate, and then gave her a few small pieces of bread. Lacey was also hiding in the bubble, chewing a piece of beef bigger than his body. When he was cutting the beef into slices for Gu Pei Feng, Weo couldn't wait any longer. He pressed the steak with one paw and chewed it directly. He was so moved that he almost cried. Woohoo! He got to eat delicious meat again. Xia Fanqing saw him eating like this, and quickly put a collar around him. Fu Lingquan's eyes twitched when he saw it. Fortunately, Xia Fanqing didn't put a bib around him when she fed him before. After settling the other cubs, Xia Fanqing began to help Fu Lingquan cut the steak. His dagger was really useful, and he quickly cut the steak into small pieces suitable for the cubs to eat. Luna found the dagger in Xia Fanqing's hand. She rarely saw this kind of weapon made of special metal from the desert planet, but she was not sure whether the one in Xia Fanqing's hand was also made of this material. She asked uncertainly, Xia Fanqing, where did you get your dagger from? The little lion gave it to me. Isn't it beautiful? Xia Fanqing held the dagger and turned it around on his fingertips handsomely. The cold light brought by the dagger scared Luna, and she couldn't help but step back several times. I call it Xingxia. Isn't it cool? She didn't know whether it was cool or not. Luna only knew that if the dagger accidentally hit her head would have to move. And how could someone use a dagger made of such precious metal to cut steak? Chapter 39. After dinner, Xia Fanqing watched the evening news with the cubs. Fu Lingquan also squatted beside Xia Fanqing and watched the news together. The news was reporting the war between the front line and the Zerg. The deployment of this battle was arranged by Fu Lingquan through the optical brain. The soldiers in the picture were celebrating another victory in the war. Fu Lingquan frowned as he watched this scene. The old king has frequently launched foreign wars in recent years. The previous wars were to resist the Zerg attack and defend the Chroman planet. But the current wars are more for competing for resources on other planets. At night, Fu Lingquan jumped to the head of Xia Fanqing's bed again. He needed to recover his mental strength as soon as possible. The royal family might have a change of power recently. How the new king would treat the military and the Fu family was still unknown. Xia Fanqing fell into that strange space again in his dream at night. After 3 times in a row, he had gotten used to it. He calmly sat on his own lazy sofa and propped up his chin. What should I do today? That's right. Make a merry-go-round. He stood up with sparkling eyes and began to look for the end in the messy pile of threads. He found a thread and pulled it over and began to weave a merry-go-round. When it was almost dawn, Fu Lingquan quietly returned to his room. He closed his eyes and felt his spiritual power. He was surprised to find that there were a few more ponies in his spiritual sea of consciousness today. After a night, his spiritual power was partially unlocked. But the unlocking posture was too strange. Xia Fanqing yawned and came out of the room. He was so tired. He made several wooden horses in his dream today. This dream was quite interesting, but a little tiring. As if he really went to weave ponies. Fu Lingquan squatted on the sofa early and waited for Xia Fanqing to come out. As expected, Xia Fanqing was a little out of spirits like the previous times. He asked, Xia Fanqing, did you not sleep well last night? Xia Fanqing stretched. I have been having some strange dreams recently. I was knitting in my dream. Fu Lingquan froze for a moment after hearing his answer. What did you knit? Xia Fanqing saw that someone shared his strange dream, and he happily sat next to the little lion. I knitted a sofa and a table a few days ago. Isn't it strange? This strange dream is actually connected. When I dreamed yesterday, the sofa and the table were still there. I decided to build a playground in my dream. Hearing his answer, Fu Lingquan cracked his cold mask. Xia Fanqing could actually enter his spiritual power and help him sort out his spiritual power. But he actually wanted to use his spiritual thread to build an amusement park. He didn't know which of the two things shocked him more. Good news, Xia Fanqing could help him sort out his spiritual power. Bad news, Xia Fanqing wanted to use his spiritual thread to build an amusement park. Xia Fanqing yawned again and went to make breakfast. The cubs would get up and eat soon. The peacock family sent a servant to take Deepening home. Deepening got on the car unhappily. Why did they send you? A servant? Where is the housekeeper? Master Deepening. The housekeeper is preparing to welcome Master Jinxin back to the clan. He doesn't have time to come and pick you up for now. The low-ranking orc servant said respectfully. Deepening was so angry that he tore the seat under him. He knew that Jinxin was a mixed-blood peacock from a side branch. His mother was a low-ranking sea-level sparrow. Unexpectedly, she was very lucky to give birth to an A-level high-level peacock orc with the blood of a peacock. Mixed blood like Gene Xian has always been looked down upon by pure-blooded peacocks. He used to be the only A-level pure-blooded peacock in the younger generation of the clan. Everyone in the family had to respectfully call him Master Gene Ming when they saw him. He had only been degraded for less than half a year, and the clan leader had already found someone to replace him. Peacock returned to the ancestral home. The servants in the family were busy preparing for the evening banquet. Gene Ming jumped off the airship and entered the house. "Grandpa, Gene Ming is back. How is your mental strength? Has it recovered a little?" the chief asked with concern. "Grandpa, my mental strength has stabilized a lot. I believe I will be able to recover as an orc soon." Okay. Grandpa's good grandson will definitely recover." Gene Ming leaned his head against the chief's hand. "Grandpa, why do you want to bring Gene Xian back? The child's parents died in the war recently. He lives alone on a deserted planet. Grandpa brought him back to take care of him," the white-haired old man explained. "Are you tired on the way? Go and rest for a while. Your brother Gene Xian will be here soon." Gene Ming went back to his room to clean his feathers. How could a peacock with mixed feathers be as beautiful as him? The lights in the Gene family manor were bright at night. The dignitaries invited came to attend the Gene family banquet. With such a big show, it was clear that the air of the Gene family might change. Gene Ming also felt threatened. Today's dinner was not as simple as the clan leader said. If it was just a simple way to welcome Gene Xian back to the clan, a simple ceremony would be enough. Why invite the upper-class nobles to attend with such fanfare? Before the banquet started, the chieftain entered the banquet with a thin boy. He accepted the half-blooded peacock from the side branch under his name and introduced him to everyone as the second young master of the Gene family, who was living abroad. Peacock looked at the boy in such glory, and the jealousy in his heart was about to burst out of his chest. The chieftain was telling everyone that he had found a new heir. "So what about Gene Ming? Brother Gene Ming? That Gene Xian is so powerful. He is actually a high-level A-level orc. Who do you think is more powerful? You or him?" A man came to Gene Ming with a wine glass. "Shut up. Gene Ming. Do you still think you are the noble A-level orc? You have degenerated. Do you know that the chief is telling everyone today that his successor has changed? Ha ha ha. Even if I have degenerated, I am still an A-level orc. And you are just a B-level orc. You?" The man was a little angry because he couldn't say anything. "So what if you are A-level? You can't even beat a low-level D-level orc now." Peacock left the banquet angrily. Their conversation fell into the ears of Jiang Yin, who was standing behind the marble column. He took a sip of the red wine glass in his hand and walked in the direction where Gene Ming left. Peacock was pecking at the golden beauty blooming in the garden angrily, and the beautiful orange petals were scattered all over the ground. "Master Gene Ming? Long time no see." A voice came from the side. "Who are you?" "Jiang Yin, a high-level experimenter of the Parallel Institution." "It's you." Of course Gene Ming has heard of the Parallel Organization. For so many years, they have been committed to studying the problem of A-level orc degeneration. Even the Nanshan Kindergarten is affiliated with them. And Jiang Yin's Life Science Research Project has won the highest biological science medal of the Roman Empire. Gene Ming glanced at the gentle man in front of him. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yin played with the potion in his hand. "I call this thing reverse life. Do you want to try it? It can bring you surprises." Gene Ming refused instinctively. No. Why should he give it to him privately? He suspected that this potion was only developed by Jiang Yin privately. Who knows the side effects of this unknown potion? Jiang Yin put the potion in his hand on the ground and left. "I'll give you one. Remember to contact me if you need it." After Jiang Yin left, Gene Ming stared at the blue reagent on the ground for a long time. He lowered his head and held the reverse life in his mouth and returned to the room. He spent the whole holiday doing nothing. He just strolled in the yard. Although he had degenerated, he was still the eldest son of the Gene family. He believed that he could definitely recover as an orc. Gene Ming hid in the flowers and basked in the sun leisurely. The sun made him feel warm. He closed his eyes and sorted out his chaotic mental power. The more he sorted it out, the more chaotic it became. The mental power that was originally dormant quietly was forced to riot. He suddenly opened his eyes due to the impact of mental power. He lay on the ground gasping for breath. Is it really impossible? Bird orcs are obviously the most likely to recover as orcs. There are precedents before. Why can't he do it? Butler, what has the young master been doing recently? A voice reached Gene Ming's ears. It was the voice of the clan leader. He held his breath and secretly listened to the conversation between the two. Clan leader. The young master has been training in the training room every day recently. He is a diligent and good boy. Has his mental strength been tested today? It has been tested. The young master's mental strength is very stable, and there is no sign of riot. That's good. Deepening has degenerated. Our peacock family needs a new heir to take on the responsibility of the family. The young master is much more stable than Master Deepening, and he is indeed a suitable candidate. Deepening's emotional fluctuations after hearing the conversation between the two aroused a riot of his mental power. He endured the pain and gritted his teeth and returned to the room. He took out the potion from the drawer and pressed the button. A row of fine needles popped out from the top of the potion. He stretched out his claws and pressed it down. The severe pain hit him, and he curled up on the ground. After a few minutes, the pain slowly subsided, and his mental power slowly began to unwind. But this tube of medicine is just a drop in the bucket for his mental power. At this rate, he will need a lot of medicine to solve his chaotic mental power. It seems that Jiang Yin did not lie to him. On the way to the restaurant in the evening, he met Jin Xian, who had just arrived. Jin Xian bowed his head and greeted him. Big brother. Who is your big brother? Stop trying to make connections here. Jin Ming looked at the boy opposite him and couldn't like him. The boy opposite him was not yet fully grown. With a white face, slightly upturned phoenix eyes, and pale thin lips, he was so delicate that Jin Ming was jealous. Even if he hadn't grown up yet, his young face could already show that his appearance in adulthood would not be inferior to his. Their peacock clan has always been famous for its outstanding appearance. Many noble families have tried their best to marry their peacock clan. But now there is Jin Xian, an A-level orc with a gorgeous appearance. These two things have always been what Jin Ming is proud of. But now there is a Jin Xian who is even better than him. Seeing that Jin Ming doesn't like him, Jin Xian didn't say anything. He waited until Jin Ming walked away before he walked behind him to the restaurant. Before entering the garden, Jin Ming contacted Jiang Yin again, and Jiang Yin gave him 3 more to try out. Jiang Yin turned off his light brain and raised his mouth. The little peacock took the bait. It took him a long time to find a satisfactory candidate in the garden. In the past, he used some low-level orcs for experiments. He was lacking a high-level orc to verify his results. He believed that it would not be long before he would get another powerful experimental subject. Chapter 40. In the morning, the cubs played by themselves in the class. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing took the cubs in her class out for a walk. La Luna, who hadn't seen He Wuyo for a few days, missed the days when she walked the dog. She flew to provoke He Wuyo again. Lazy also joined their game. He controlled the water bubbles to fall on He Wuyo's head. He Wuyo suddenly found a new toy. He started to play with Lazy's water bubbles. Lazy happily blew small bubbles in the water bubbles. Xia Fanqing smiled as he watched the 3 cubs making a mess. He sat on a swing chair, while the little white tiger nestled in the grass not far away to bask in the sun. And the little lion jumped onto the swing chair to swing with him. Many orcs discovered the new lion orc that had arrived today. In the Chroman Empire, only the Fu family had a lion form. They whispered about which high-level orc in the Fu family had degenerated. They argued that the orcs who could appear in Class B Class 3 were most likely Class B orcs that had degenerated. But the Fu family is not short of B-level high-level orcs. And they couldn't guess who this lion was for a while. Xia Fanqing sat on the swing chair and watched his cubs playing. A little kingfisher flew in front of him with a small wild flower in its mouth. Xia Fanqing stretched out his palm in surprise and let him land on it. Thank you. The little kingfisher shyly flew away after giving the flower. The little nursery teacher of Class 3 of B level is so cute. Seeing that Xia Fanqing could make him happy with a flower, Fu Linchuan remembered that when they first met, the little orc was also defenseless to him. The little orc was really well behaved. He could be happy for a long time with a flower. Xia Fanqing put the little red flower that the little kingfisher gave him into the little lion's ear. And he smiled and praised, "It looks good." Seeing that the little beastman liked Fu Linchuan so much, he let the wild flower that didn't fit in with him be put on his head. Xia Fanqing squinted his eyes and swayed slowly on the swing chair in the sun. And he successfully fell asleep while swaying. At this time, a leopard came over, and before he approached Fu Linchuan, he jumped down alertly and blocked him. And even Gu Peifeng raised his upper body to look over. Fu Linchuan glanced at him coldly. "What's the matter?" The little leopard raised his chin and looked up to the sky and asked, "You are from the Fu family, right? Who are you?" Fu Mingyan. The little leopard scratched his head and thought for a while. Fu Mingyan? I haven't heard of him. Seeing that the little leopard was not looking for trouble with Xia Fanqing, Gu Peifeng lay on his paws again. The little leopard got the information he wanted and ran away. Hey. He said his name is Fu Mingyan. Have you heard of this person? Those high-level orcs shook their heads. I haven't heard of him. Who is Fu Mingyan? I only know Fu Linchuan from the Fu family. General Fu doesn't know you. General Fu doesn't know you either. Who is General Fu? He is their idol. A group of orcs started fighting over who knows Fu Linchuan. For a while. There were claws everywhere. Hairs flying in the air. And howling and chirping sounds kept coming. Xia Fanqing frowned while sleeping. Fu Linchuan, who was always paying attention to him, noticed Xia Fanqing's uneasiness at the first time. He quickly joined the melee of the orcs and growled. Shut up. The orcs who were fighting happily froze in place for a moment. And when they reacted, they immediately barked at Fu Linchuan. Who are you? How dare you do this to you? Before he could finish his words, he was pressed down by Fu Linchuan's claws. I said shut up. Did you hear me? This group of thorns certainly wouldn't tolerate such arrogance on the first day of entering the park. They looked at each other and showed their claws. Today, they would teach this arrogant boy a lesson. 7 or 8 of them attacked Fu Linchuan. Fu Linchuan looked at Xia Fanqing, who was still sleeping, and gradually relaxed his brows. He quickly used his claws to knock the besieged orcs away. He stepped on a little wolf cub under his claws and threatened coldly, shut up. The orcs that were knocked away by him were frightened by Fu Linchuan's cold eyes. They didn't even dare to scream, and could only whimper on the ground. Seeing that the trouble was solved, Fu Linchuan jumped onto the swing chair again. He closed his eyes and basked in the sun with Xia Fanqing. These orcs were really troublesome. The little orc combed his mental power for a whole night yesterday, and they wanted to disturb him when he was sleeping. Not far away, Lu Fuguang also noticed the situation here. It was Fu Linchuan. Most of the people in the garden were young ladies and young men of nobles. He marched and fought in the army all year round, and keenly realized that this lion was likely to be Fu Linchuan. The group of degraded A-level orcs couldn't get any advantage under the lion's claws. He was a little surprised to meet Fu Linchuan here. He didn't expect that the Empire's greatest support was gone. The royal family must keep this news strictly confidential. Otherwise the turmoil caused internally and externally is something the royal family cannot afford. Xia Fanqing slept under the sun until more than 3 o'clock. Finally, Fu Linchuan saw that the sun was not very warm, and stretched out his claws to pat Xia Fanqing's hand. Xia Fanqing opened her eyes dazedly. He pinched the claws on the back of her hand with a silly smile. Hee. Fluffy. Fu Linchuan wanted to hold his forehead when he saw him like this. Why was he so silly just after waking up? Xia Fanqing woke up immediately when he pinched the little lion's paw. His originally blurry eyes gradually became clearer, and the smile on his face became bigger and bigger. The little lion actually wanted him to pinch its paws. He didn't hesitate to pinch it twice. It was soft and fluffy. Hee. Gu Peifeng looked at Xia Fanqing in surprise, as she touched Fu Linchuan all over. How could Fu Linchuan let anyone rub him like this? After the little orc pinched him twice, Fu Linchuan pulled back his claws a little embarrassedly. It was the first time that another orc touched his hand. The little orc's hand was soft and warm. He jumped down from the swing chair. It's time to go back. Xia Fanqing stretched and got down from the swing chair. It was comfortable after dinner in the evening. The cubs squatted on the sofa in a row to watch the evening news. He Wuyo was still very unconvinced by the new lion. He rolled his eyes at him from time to time, but his eyes were almost cramped, and the lion didn't even look at him. He Wuyo had to lie down on the sofa again with his head down. Xia Fanqing was working on the meatballs in the kitchen. He made a bowl of red bean paste, then ground the rice into powder and dough. He began to knead the meatballs one by one. It took him half a day to knead about 100. He cooked some for the cubs as dinner. He tasted one, and it was quite chewy. He came out with a tray, and each of the 6 people had a small bowl. La Luna ate one at a time. She stretched her wings twice in joy. It was delicious. There were also several meatballs floating in Lacey's bubbles. Gu Peifeng and He Wuyo ate the meatballs with water. Xia Fanqing smiled like an auntie and brought the spoon to the little lion's mouth. Seeing Xia Fanqing's action, Gu Peifeng and He Wuyo looked up. Fu Linchuan stepped back slightly. It was always a bit inappropriate in front of outsiders. If this got out, it would more or less damage his reputation. Xiao Fanqing handed the spoon forward attentively. Eat. Don't be polite. Fu Lingquan raised his paw and pressed the spoon stiffly. I can do it myself. Oh. Xiao Fanqing put down the spoon regretfully. Whoa. It's only been a few days since he fed the little lion. And the little lion didn't want to feed himself. His happiness is gone. Seeing the little beastman's hurt face, Fu Lingquan wondered if he was too ruthless. In the past, when he was not used to this weak body, the little beastman fed him. He still liked to see the little beastman's eyes full of stars. He pushed the bowl in front of him and said stiffly, It's too hot. Xiao Fanqing immediately stood up again. I'll blow it for you. Fu Lingquan once again sighed at the speed of the little beastman's face changing. Xiao Fanqing was so happy in his heart. The little lion really fell for this. Next time he was not allowed to feed him. He would cry again. He blew the little ball in the spoon and fed it to the little lion's mouth. Seeing the warm feeding scene over there, Wuyo was frightened and hiccuped. Are the orcs of the Fu family so open-minded? Although he also likes to open his mouth for food. He will be laughed at by other orcs if he knows it. Hearing the burping sound of the dog not far away, Fu Lingquan glanced at him coldly. And the dog was so scared that he didn't even dare to burp. He felt that the lion would choke him the next second after he burped. After feeding the little lion, Xiao Fanqing walked briskly into the kitchen again. He cooked the remaining meatballs and put them in the refrigerator. Today, the little kingfisher gave him a flower. And tomorrow, he would let him taste his meatballs. The bird orc should like it. Xiao Fanqing came out wrapped in a bath towel after taking a shower. He blew his hair dry, changed into pajamas, and went into the bathroom to wash his ears and tail. He put a lot of softener in a small basin and rubbed his tail. If he didn't need to take it off and wash it every few days, he would have almost forgotten that he had ears and tail. Anyway, he only needed to set the frequency, and his tail and ears would move by themselves. After washing his tail and ears, he blew them fluffy and pressed them on his head. He reached out and touched the black folded ears on his head. Cute. After making sure everything was done, he pulled up the quilt and went to sleep. In the second half of the night, Fu Lingquan jumped onto Xiao Fanqing's bed again. He closed his eyes and began to sort out his mental power. With Xiao Fanqing's help, he could slowly dispel the chaotic mental power without causing a mental riot. He stayed in Xiao Fanqing's room for 2 hours and then left. If he stayed in the little orc's room for too long, the little orc would obviously not be in good spirits in the morning. He decided to reduce the time every day so that Xiao Fanqing would not be so tired. In the morning, after playing for a while, the cubs all quietly began to sort out their mental power. Xiao Fanqing always thought that he was resting because he was tired. After all, the energy of the cubs is limited. Who doesn't eat and sleep? Gu Peifeng, who opened his eyes, clearly felt that when he sorted out his mental power, it would not cause a riot in his mental power, which meant that he was very likely to recover into an orc, and maybe his mental power could be restored to the previous A level. When young high-level A-level orcs began to degenerate, he also heard a lot of rumors. Among them, the most recognized speculation was that a new round of species evolution was very likely to begin. Although there were high-level orcs who degenerated in the past, they were all very rare cases, and most of them degenerated in the battlefield or due to accidental damage to their mental power. There has never been a degeneration for no reason like La Luna and Lacey. Chapter 41. In the afternoon, Xiao Fanqing took her cub out for a walk. When they went out, they happened to meet Xiang Lin Yuan from next door with Peacock and Little Black Panther. Xiao Fanqing nodded and greeted them. Ever since the Little White Tiger's mental power went riot, Peacock and Little Black Panther rarely came to their place for free meals. After a holiday, the proud little Peacock seemed to have brighter feathers. Xiang Lin Yuan greeted Xiao Fanqing, and when Xiao Fanqing and her cub walked away, he was still staring at the lion beside him in a trance. Fu Lingquan certainly felt the inquiring gaze behind him. Xiang Lin Yuan was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Although he disguised himself well, Fu Lingquan could feel the smell of blood and rain on him. He didn't expect that a small experimental base could actually hide dragons and crouching tigers. Xiao Fanqing sat on the swing chair and waved to the little kingfisher on the branch. Little kingfisher, I have something for you. The little kingfisher was a little surprised that the little beastman actually took the initiative to invite him over. Generally, the caregivers of other classes rarely pay attention to the beastmen of other classes based on the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble. The little kingfisher flapped its wings and flew over. Xia Fanqing held him up with her hands. He took out a few small red bean paste balls he had made yesterday from the snack bag and put them in his hands. Please eat. Thank you for the flowers you gave me yesterday. The little kingfisher chirped twice with emotion. The little beastman from class 3, grade B, was really gentle. He stood on Xia Fanqing's palm and ate the sweet balls. Xia Fanqing stretched out a finger and touched his head. He was so cute. The bird's feathers were as smooth as silk. La Luna, who was not far away, saw that it was Xia Fanqing who called the kingfisher over. So she didn't care. Why did the kitten like to attract fluffy birds so much? La Luna also flew over. I want some too. Xia Fanqing put a few small balls on her palm and fed them to La Luna. After La Luna flew away, Xia Fanqing lowered her head and asked the little lion nestle beside her. Do you want some? Fu Linchuan was still not used to his tone of coaxing a child. But he nodded. Xia Fanqing held a few balls in his palm. Fu Linchuan looked at the little orc's palm and froze for a moment, but still lowered his head and ate the small balls in his palm. The little lion's pink tongue touched Xia Fanqing's palm. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing felt the soft thorns on the beast's tongue, which made his hand itchy. Fu Linchuan turned his head away awkwardly after eating the meatballs. Forget it. The little beast man worked hard to help him sort out his mental power every night, so he might as well make him happy. Xia Fanqing had just finished feeding the little lion when the group of bird beastmen came to him with flowers in their mouths. Xia Fanqing was surprised for a moment and then laughed happily. How could the little birds be so cute? Some large bird beastmen like pigeons not only held several flowers in their mouths, but also held several flowers in their claws. A small flower bed not far away was plucked out by them. Xia Fanqing was covered with flowers. Seeing the bird beastmen who wanted to pick flowers a second time, he quickly stopped them and said, Enough? Enough? La Luna saw that the scheming bitches were trying to show off their presents to Xia Fanqing again. So she also picked up a sunset beauty and threw it on Xia Fanqing. Thank you, La Luna. You're welcome. It's for you. Just don't let them trick you out with a flower, La Luna said proudly. Xia Fanqing divided the remaining balls in the bag among the bird beastmen. After the bird beastmen flew away, Xia Fanqing picked up the flowers on her body and made a small wreath and put it on the little lion's head. It looks good. The fluffy little lion with a wreath on his head is so beautiful. So cute. I really want to rub him until he is bald. It was the first time for Fu Linchuan to wear such a fancy thing. He shook his ears uncomfortably, and his ears rubbed against the soft petals, which were so soft and delicate, like a little orc. Seeing that the wreath on his head was crooked, Xia Fanqing reached out to straighten it for him. Gu Peifeng, who was standing by, saw the lion wearing a wreath on his head. He shuddered when he thought of the cold-faced Fu Linchuan wearing a wreath on his head. That picture was a bit scary. Xia Fanqing made a wreath for the little lion. He still had a lot of flowers on him. He also brought one for La Luna. La Luna liked it very much and went to show off to the orcs with the wreath on her head. Peacock sneered at her. It was just a wreath. He would soon be able to return to his former glory as an orc. Xia Fanqing put a wreath on Xiao Era and Gu Peifeng. Gu Peifeng twitched his mouth. He was gloating over Fu Linchuan's misfortune just now, and it was his turn so soon. He even didn't let go of Lacey's bubbles. Lacey flew around with a wreath on her head. Xia Fanqing poked his bubble. Fairy fish, when will you become a mermaid? I really want to see. The caregivers of other classes were shocked to see the caregivers of class 3 of grade B put a wreath on each of the orcs in their class. Why were the orcs in their class so well behaved? And the lion even let him touch it. Even if they had 100 courages, they would not dare to touch the orcs in their class. At the least, they would be injured. And at the worst, they would lose their claws. Moreover, not only can the little orc in their class be rubbed at will, but even the bird orc in their class has been seduced away. What kind of magic does this cat orc have? Awesome. Boss. The other high-level carnivorous orcs saw that the orcs in class B and class 3 all wore wreaths, and they rolled on the ground with laughter. Which tough guy wears flowers on his head? Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. He Wuyo didn't care about that. He jumped and shook the wreath on his head. When he shook it off, he held it in his mouth and shook it again. The petals on it were scattered all over the ground. When he finished scattering the petals on the wreath, he asked Xia Fanqing for a new one. It was fun. Fu Linchuan had been hiding in Xia Fanqing's room at night for half a month. He had unlocked nearly 1/10 of his mental power. His mental power was extremely vast. And unlocking it all was a huge project. He closed his eyes and sorted out his mental power. He looked at a corner of his mental sea and couldn't help but hold his forehead. The little orc's mind was really strange. The little orc's carousel had been built. And the little orc had also built some things he had never seen before. He looked at the rotating building with rails on it. Fu Lin-Chuan thought it should be a means of transportation he had never seen before. He opened his eyes and exerted his mental power. He successfully recovered his body. He stood up and filled his room. He had to bow his head slightly. Although his mental power had not recovered yet, it was also a happy thing to recover his body. He was still stretching his body. He had to lie on the ground. If the giant lion, which was 4 meters tall, stood up, it would definitely break through the roof. Fu Lin-Chuan clearly felt that his body was a circle larger than before. He stretched out his claws, which were sharp enough to pierce the solid metal armor and the zerg carapace. The mane on the neck of the majestic lion is the hardest armor in the world. A cold light flashed in his golden eyes. His sharp teeth are his best weapon. And his smooth muscle lines are the masterpiece of nature. Fu Lin-Chuan turned into a juvenile state again. He still needs the help of the little orc to help him release the remaining mental power. Every day, the little orc built his playground on the other side. And he combed his mental power on the other side. Neither of them interfered with each other. And the speed of releasing mental power was much faster. After using up the other 3 potions, Ji-Ming felt that his mental power had been partially unlocked. He believed that if he continued to use them, his mental power would be restored sooner or later. But now, he had no more potions in his hand. He took out his optical brain and contacted Jian Yin. Jian Yin, dressed in black, walked over. The light from a distance shone on half of his body. He played with the potion in his hand. How is it? Is it effective? Name a price. I, Ji-Ming, can afford it. How many degraded high-level orcs want to be restored to orcs now? How much do you think this potion in my hand is worth? This question left Kong K speechless. If this potion appeared on the market, it would be scrambled for by all parties. Jian Yin continued, I don't need your money. And you can't afford it. Come with me. And I promise to help you recover as an orc. How about it? How long will it take? At the fastest, it will take a month. And at the slowest, it will take half a year. It depends on you. Don't you want to become the eldest son of the Jin family? Or even the future patriarch of the Jin family? Jiang Yin played with the potion in his hand and continued to deceive. How do I leave? I'll help you during the physical examination in a few days. Jiang Yin threw him a tube of medicine and left. After Fu Lin-Chuan came to class 3 of B level, their class's monthly examination was carried out directly in the classroom. A doctor, who looked quite senior, was responsible for checking Fu Lin-Chuan's mental power. He frowned when he saw the mental power still in a mess on the monitor. He left after collecting the data. Thanks to Fu Lin-Chuan, other cubs didn't have to go to the hospital for physical examinations. When Lu Luna was examined, a man in a white coat walked in. Gu Peifeng. Come with me. Xia Fanqing stood in front of Gu Peifeng. Why don't we check together here? Xia Fanqing was still frightened when she thought of the miserable appearance of Little White Tiger after the physical examination last time. What on earth did they do to Little White Tiger? The man pushed Xia Fanqing away. Xia Fanqing staggered and accidentally hit her head on the cabinet at the door. Fu Lin-Chuan quickly blocked the way in front of her, bearing his fangs as a threat. He Wuyo and the others also surrounded them. They actually bullied her at the door. How could they tolerate this? The man took a step back in fear. Although they were all degraded high-level orcs, he, a sea-level orc, would definitely not be able to defeat them all at once. He retreated to the door, took out his light computer, and typed it into his boss's account. Several people surrounded Xia Fanqing to see his condition. He Wuyo asked worriedly. Xia Fanqing, is your brain okay? Xia Fanqing was speechless. My brain is fine. But my forehead is. Xia Fanqing released his hand from covering his forehead, which was red from the collision. A cold light flashed in Fu Lin-Chuan's eyes. Lolita quickly brought him the medicine box. The cubs were more nervous than each other, fearing that the fragile little orcs would be damaged. After receiving the feedback, the experimenter supervisor immediately contacted Gu Chonglin. Such a small problem is not worth bothering this prince. If he doesn't want to, send a few people to catch him. But Fu Lin-Chuan is also there. What if he is discovered if there is a commotion? Gu Chonglin frowned. Why is Fu Lin-Chuan involved? What's going on? After the supervisor explained the whole story to Gu Chonglin, He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Gu Chanlin sneered. Next time you report so late, you will not be able to sit in the position of director. Let Gu Peifeng go this time. Yes. I got it. My boss's head was hanging. And I couldn't help but feel weak in my legs. I wasn't afraid of their eldest prince's anger. I was afraid of their eldest prince's laughter. After receiving the notice, the experimenter glanced at Gu Peifeng and turned to leave. He bared his fangs and looked like he was ready to pounce on him at any time. So the experimenter quickly quickened his pace and left. Chapter 42. In the evening, Xia Fanqing learned what happened in the hospital. Some bird beastmen flew over to tell Liluna that an accident happened in the hospital during the physical examination today. Ming from the class next to them died in the accident. Xia Fanqing was stunned when he heard the news. He liked the arrogant peacock. Although Ming had a bad temper, he was not a bad person by nature. He was just a child spoiled by his family. He didn't expect that the little peacock was gone. What happened? During the physical examination today, there was an explosion in Ming's room. The combustible gas in the room immediately caught fire, and the inspector inside was seriously injured. I heard that only the charred feathers of the peacock were found inside. How could this happen? Xia Fanqing murmured. Lu Fuguang saw that Ming was in trouble and insisted on rushing in to find Ming. It was his keeper who stopped him. And Lu Fuguang was fine. The bird beastmen chattered about what happened in the morning. Seeing that Xia Fanqing was in a bad mood, Lu Luna let the bird beastmen go home. Xia Fanqing felt a little sad. This was his first experience of death in this strange world. Xia Fanqing was in a low mood all night. The atmosphere in the living room became much more depressed during dinner. Even the usually noisy Huiyo became quiet. After dinner, Fu Linchuan took the initiative to stay next to Xia Fanqing. Even the usually slow-witted little husky jumped onto Xia Fanqing's legs. Xia Fanqing, don't be sad. Let me touch you with my paw. Okay? Xia Fanqing touched his head. It's okay. I'll be fine in a while. Huiyo turned his head to look at his boss. What should he do? Xia Fanqing was so sad that she didn't want to pinch her paws. Gu Peifeng couldn't do anything about it. This cat was too soft-hearted. He was so sad about an orc he didn't know very well. Xia Fanqing sent the cubs back to the room and returned to the bedroom. He suddenly felt a little lonely. He came to this strange world alone. He missed his cat. How could the little peacock disappear just like that? How sad must the little black panther be? Xia Fanqing thought vaguely in his sleep. Xia Fanqing fell asleep. At night, Fu Linchuan sneaked into his room again. The little beastman was sleeping with his brows slightly frowned, and was not sleeping peacefully. He turned into a 2-meter-tall body, and put the little beastman under his belly. Feeling the warm breath, Xia Fanqing leaned towards the warm source. He turned over and buried himself in the lion's belly. With one hand on the lion's waist, Fu Linchuan was stiff and dared not move. He put away his claws and breathed softly, for fear of waking up the little beastman. It was the first time for him to touch such a fragile little orc. He would break his skin with a slight touch. He was so sad about the death of an unfamiliar orc. For an orc who had been on the battlefield for a long time, life and death had long been indifferent. Many people called Fu Linchuan a war machine behind his back. There was a soft little orc against his abdomen. Fu Linchuan could even hear the little orc's heartbeat. He was always taciturn, and didn't know how to comfort the little orc. He only knew that the little orc liked fur. So he came over late at night, and circled the little orc. Seeing the little orc's brows gradually loosen, Fu Linchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Fanqing felt better when he woke up. He had been feeling a little tired recently, and he slept very deeply at night. He rubbed his messy hair and got up. As soon as he went out, he saw that all the little kids in the class had gotten up. Why did you wake up so early today? Are you hungry? Liluna grabbed a wreath and put it on Xia Fanqing's head. She comforted him a little stiffly. Hey, Xia Fanqing, you are not allowed to be sad. After Liluna finished speaking, she felt that her tone was too stiff. Would Xia Fanqing be unhappy? She, a hot-tempered lady, had to hold back for a long time before she could force out such a comforting word. Not to mention the other grown men. None of them would say a word of comfort. Xia Fanqing straightened the wreath on his head. His eyes slightly red. He was not alone. He also had a group of cute little cubs. Thank you. Seeing that Xia Fanqing was about to cry, several people panicked instantly. How could they make someone more sad the more they coaxed her? Lacey rubbed Xia Fanqing's face with her little bubble in a hurry. He Wuyo jumped into his arms, stretched out his paws. Let you touch it. Xia Fanqing rubbed his head. I'm fine. I'm just too happy. Thank you. After breakfast, Xia Fanqing sat on the sofa and flipped through the laptop. Fu Linchuan curled up beside his legs and watched with him. Gu Peifeng came over with an unnatural look, and he stretched out his paw and put it on Xia Fanqing's legs. Xia Fanqing thought he had something wrong, put down the laptop and asked, What's wrong? Gu Peifeng turned his head and stretched out his fluffy paws. Xia Fanqing held his pink paws and looked around. What's wrong? Is your paw uncomfortable? Gu Peifeng retracted his claws and left. Xia Fanqing was still a little surprised. What happened today? He picked up his laptop and continued browsing. He uttered a cry and realized belatedly that the little white tiger was asking him to pinch his paws. He smiled slightly. Why was the little white tiger so awkward? So cute. Gu Peifeng buried his head in his paws a little embarrassedly when he heard Xia Fanqing's chuckle. Since the little beastman was about to cry today, he let him pinch it. The way Xia Fanqing stood in front of him yesterday kept appearing in his mind. He was so weak but still wanted to protect others. Idiot. When Xia Fanqing went out for a walk in the afternoon, he did not see the little black panther. Many orcs were whispering about yesterday's accident. Xia Fanqing had not seen the little black panther for several days. He knocked on the door of the next class with some concern. Fu Linchuan followed Xia Fanqing into the room. How is Lu Fuguang? I want to come and see him. Xia Fanqing asked worriedly. Xiang Linyuan shook his head. Not very good. His mental strength is on the verge of collapse. I have taken him for a checkup, and 2 inhibitors have been injected, but the effect is not very good. Xiang Linyuan pushed open Lu Fuguang's room. The little black panther on the bed was curled up with its eyes closed. Xia Fanqing squatted beside the bed and looked at the slightly trembling little black panther. Lu Fuguang. The little black panther opened its eyes upon hearing his voice, looked at him, and closed them again. Xia Fanqing asked softly, Is there anything I can do for you? Lu Fuguang took out a burnt feather from his abdomen. Can you make it into a bracelet for me? Xia Fanqing nodded and took it. At night, he sat at the table, carefully wiping the peacock feather, and then took it off with tweezers. Fu Linchuan squatted on the table to accompany him. After Xia Fanqing took the feather off, he used gold and silver threads to weave a bracelet with the feathers. Xia Fanqing was busy until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning before he finally finished weaving it. The little lion kept accompanying him obediently. Xia Fanqing urged him to go back and rest several times, but the little lion just shook his head and refused to leave. While Xia Fanqing was working, Fu Linchuan stared at the tail swinging back and forth behind him in a trance. At first, he didn't care, but after staring for a while, he suddenly found that the little beastman's tail seemed to repeat the swinging movement every once in a while. While Xia Fanqing was busy, he stared for a while again, and it was indeed the case. He jumped onto the cabinet and stared at Xia Fanqing's little folded ears. The little beastman's ears twitched twice every few minutes. He noted the time in his mind, and sure enough, his little folded ears twitched again at the same time. Fu Linchuan jumped back to the table with some surprise. The little beastman's work was about to end, and he stretched and stood up. Xia Fanqing grabbed the little lion squatting on the table. Don't go back today. Sleep with me. Fu Linchuan nodded. Xia Fanqing's eyes sparkled with joy. He didn't expect that the little lion would agree to his joke. He quickly washed up, put on pajamas, and lay on the bed. The little lion was already lying next to the pillow waiting for him. Xia Fanqing was dizzy for a moment by the huge surprise of the fall. He lay down with a red face, staring at the little lion beside the pillow with shining eyes. Fu Linchuan felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him. He stretched out his claws and gently pressed on the little beastman's eyelids. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Okay. Xia Fanqing pulled the quilt and put the corner of the quilt on the little lion's body. Good night. Fu Linchuan opened his eyes when he heard the little beastman sleeping breathing in his ear. He stood up and jumped to the side. The little beastman's black tail was exposed outside the quilt and was still shaking gently. He stretched out his claws and pressed it gently. The little beastman did not respond. He used some strength again. The tail under his claws felt very real. Even if someone touched it occasionally, they would not notice it. Fu Linchuan stared at Xia Fanqing's red face for a while in surprise. The beast ears on the top of his head should also be fake. It turned out to be a fragile human. He thought that a low-level beast man like Xia Fanqing was already fragile enough. But he didn't expect that the other party could be more fragile than he imagined. He directly turned him into a living person. Humans are almost extinct in the Roman Empire. Humans are their ancestors. But now they are just eliminated in the evolution of species. They don't have sharp teeth, sharp claws, or strong mental strength. In this era where the strong are respected, humans have no ability to protect themselves. He didn't expect that the little orc in front of him was actually a human in disguise. He has been on the battlefield for many years. He remembered that he had seen a human in the dungeon when he was so old. The little human was so thin that a gust of wind could blow him away. His little face was starved. His clothes were tattered. And his face was pitch black. Only his big round eyes were particularly bright. Thinking of this, Fu Lin was stunned for a moment. It was him. He didn't expect that it was the little human he rescued in the underground city. How did he get out of the underground city? If he hadn't remembered a pair of particularly beautiful black eyes, he would not have connected the two people. The little human in front of him had fair skin and a little baby fat on his chin. He seemed to have endless energy every day, and there were always bright little stars in his eyes. There were too many suspicious points about this little human. Fu Lin closed his eyes and closed the sea of consciousness of his spiritual power to prevent the little human from entering by mistake. The little human had been busy all night, and he must not be able to help him sort out his spiritual threads. He accompanied the little human to sleep until dawn. Chapter 43. As soon as Xia Fanqing opened his eyes in the morning, he saw the little fur ball beside his pillow. He was in a good mood and poked the furry little ball. Little lion, get up. As soon as Fu Lin opened his eyes, he met the little human's bright eyes. He finally understood why Xia Fanqing particularly liked to touch other works. He had seen a record in an ancient book before, which said that humans in ancient Earth particularly liked to raise some furry pets. Okay. It turns out that the little humans treat them all as pets. When Fu Lin thought about being treated as a pet, he couldn't help but twitch his forehead. Looking at the entire Roman Empire, the only one who dared to treat him as a pet was this daring little human in front of him. Xia Fanqing stayed in bed humming and didn't want to get up. Fu Lin knew what he was thinking. He stretched out his paw expressionlessly. Sure enough, the little human stopped humming and just started sucking saliva and pinching his paw. Xia Fanqing, who was healed by the fluffy fur early in the morning, was revived with full blood. The little lion's paw pads were actually black. That was also very cute. He pinched the little lion's fluffy paw pads, pressed and released, and the little sharp claws hidden in the fur stretched out and retracted, and he had a lot of fun. Xia Fanqing was healed by the cute furry creatures early in the morning. When he got up, the little lion behind him came out. Gu Peifeng in the living room saw the two of them coming out of Xia Fanqing's room together, and his eyes widened in surprise. How could they sleep together? He once again suspected that he had met Fu Lin. This lion might be a fake. Xia Fanqing greeted him. Good morning. Little brain axe Xia Fanqing put on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The other little beastmen had not yet gotten up, and there were only Fu Lin and Gu Peifeng in the living room. Gu Peifeng suddenly remembered the spiritual thread he had captured in Xia Fanqing's room. He asked with some caution during the holiday. You broke into his room. Fu Lin. What did you find about Xia Fanqing? What do you want from him? Fu Lin asked back. Didn't you find it too? The two looked at each other with caution, fearing that the other would do something to hurt Xia Fanqing. After all, it would be very dangerous for Xia Fanqing if an orc could calm down the violent spiritual power. I swear in the name of Esther, the ancestor of the orcs, I will keep this secret forever. The two stretched out their right claws and clapped their hands to swear. They exchanged glances and went to the balcony outside. Tell me, how did you find out? Fu Lin asked. Last time I was injected with a potion that controls mental power, and when Xia Fanqing was taking care of me, I accidentally bit his finger. Since then, I have suspected whether Xia Fanqing's blood has the ability to calm mental power riots. And I found that since Xia Fanqing came, each of our mental power rarely riots. Gu Peifeng thought about the changes in the four of them after Xia Fanqing came. Gu Peifeng then expressed his conjecture. When Xia Fanqing first came, he was often bitten by Hiwuyo, and Hiwuyo had his blood. But Lacey had never been touched by Xia Fanqing's blood, and his mental power was gradually unblocked. So you suspect that not only can Xia Fanqing's blood solve the problem of orcs' mental power riots, but he himself can calm the orc's mental power. But the effect is not as obvious as blood? Fu Lingquan asked. Gu Peifeng nodded. But the fact was just as Gu Peifeng suspected. Fu Lingquan looked serious. As an S-level orc, he was more sensitive than Gu Peifeng and the others. So he could feel the soothing aura from Xia Fanqing more clearly. Xia Fanqing not only had the ability to soothe the spirit, but his blood could also solve the problem of orc spirit riots. What was even more terrifying was that he had the ability to enter the orc spirit sea of consciousness. In order to solve the problem of A-level orcs' mental disorder, the royal family has begun to become paranoid. Once this news is leaked, there will be a bloody storm between the royal family, the Zerg, the Star Pirates, and the black market, and Xia Fanqing will become a victim in the competition, before he has the ability to protect Xia Fanqing. This secret must be kept. He Wuyo and others may have been affected, but we don't know to what extent yet. Find time to confirm their mental state as soon as possible. The fewer people who know about this, the better. After the two finished talking, they walked out of the balcony. The other orcs were also in the living room. Xia Fanqing, wearing a kitten apron, came over with breakfast in her hands, her eyes sparkling. After breakfast, Xia Fanqing and the little lion knocked on the door of the next room with a bowl of lean meat porridge. Xia Fanqing put the peacock bracelet that she had woven overnight next to Lu Fuguang. Look! Isn't it beautiful? Lu Fuguang pressed the peacock bracelet under his paw. Very beautiful. As beautiful as a peacock. I cooked some porridge. Would you like to have some? Xia Fanqing asked softly. The little black panther on the bed shook his head and closed his eyes again. Xia Fanqing coaxed him a few words. But the little black panther still curled up alone and didn't speak. Xia Fanqing saw that soft tactics didn't work. So he used hard tactics directly. He pulled open the curtains, grabbed the soft flesh on the back of the little black panther's neck from the bed, and lifted him up into the sunlight. What? You've made it? Don't you want to live anymore? This series of actions made Fu Lingquan stunned for a moment. The little human was usually weak, and this sudden attack scared him. Lu Fuguang was still dazed after being picked up. The sunlight made him unable to open his eyes. Xia Fanqing patted his head with a little force. You have become successful. Right? Do you think you are the only one who is sad because Peacock is gone? Yes. You are Peacock's best friend. The sadness of all of us combined is not as great as yours. Do you think it's fun to try to kill yourself like this? You want to give up your good life, don't you? Let's not talk about whether you are doing justice to others. Ask yourself first. Do you think your behavior is what a boy should be like? A series of attacks made Lu Fuguang a little confused. Even Fu Lingquan was shocked by the machine gun-like attacks of the little human. How could the little human be so fierce? Xiang Linyuan leaned against the door with his arms folded and looked at the little cat with interest. It was interesting. Xia Fanqing lowered her voice after a burst of crackling attacks. I know you are sad, but life is still moving forward. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. Xia Fanqing sat at the bay window in the sun, holding the little black panther in her arms and gently stroking his head. There is a legend in the teacher's hometown. It is said that people will enter another world when they die. Only those who are alive remember them, and they will not disappear. But if no one in the world remembers him, the people in the other world will also disappear. Do you understand? Lu Fuguang raised his head slightly. Teacher Xia. Is this true? Xia Fanqing touched his head. Yes. As long as you remember the peacock. The peacock is alive. Xia Fanqing took the porridge at hand, opened it, scooped a spoonful and fed it to the little black panther's mouth. Teacher feeds you. Lu Fuguang raised his head and ate the rice in the spoon. Xia Fanqing smiled a little. After the little black panther finished eating, he put the little black panther on the bed. Have a good rest. The teacher will bring you food in the evening. If you are sad, cry out. The little cub always has the right to be coaxed. Xia Fanqing touched him comfortingly and left. After closing the door, Xia Fanqing was ready to leave with the empty lunch box. Xiang Linyuan said, Thank you, Teacher Xia. It's okay, as long as the little black panther is willing to eat. Xia Fanqing left with the little lion. He thought that anyone would help the little cat in trouble. He had fed the stray cats downstairs many times before. In his eyes, the little black panther was no different from a poor little cat. Xia Fanqing sighed softly. The proud little peacock was really gone. When Xia Fanqing saw the sad look of the little black panther, her mood also became a little depressed. Fu Lin noticed his mood change. He jumped into Xia Fanqing's arms, stretched out his paw and patted his arm. Xia Fanqing lowered her head and rubbed the little fur ball in her arms. Little lion. Thank you. Fu Lin was shocked by the little human's action and stiffened all over. The little human's action was too intimate. In the afternoon, it suddenly rained heavily outside, and the cubs stayed in the house to rest. Lacey especially liked rainy weather. He operated Bubble to the French window and stared at the raindrops falling on the window. The raindrops hit the window and left a long watermark. Lacey stared at it with big eyes. He pushed the window open with all his strength, and the raindrops outside fell in. He wanted to go outside to play like a naughty child. Xia Fanqing quickly closed the window. He poked the Bubble. Don't go outside. What if the wind blows you away? Lacey swam around in the Bubble and looked at the heavy rain outside with envy. I want to play. Xia Fanqing raised his head when he heard the voice, and he exclaimed, Ah! A little mermaid? He lifted the Bubble in front of his eyes, rubbed his eyes, and lifted the Bubble in front of his eyes again. It's really a mermaid? The fairy fish in the Bubble has turned into a little mermaid. The little mermaid is not even as long as his palm. She has ice blue curly hair, big blue watery eyes, a small nose, and red lips. The lower body is still a white fish tail. The tip of the tail is covered with a transparent gauze with colorful light. The upper arms are as plump as 2 lotus roots. Xia Fanqing held the Bubble in his hand and looked at it in a trance. The little mermaid in his palm was like an exquisite little figurine. So beautiful. When Xia Fanqing exclaimed mermaid, Fu Lin and Gu Peifeng stood up at the same time and looked over. Laixi's mental power began to recover. It seemed that their guess was true. Xia Fanqing had the ability to soothe mental power. As long as the mental power did not riot, they could try to untie their mental threads. Laixi had succeeded. He was the first to recover into an orc, but his body was still a little small. It should be that the mental threads had not been completely untied. Laixi in the Bubble called out in a baby voice, Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing excitedly brought the water bubble to the little lion. Look! It's a mermaid. Fu Lin nodded in agreement. Xia Fanqing brought the water bubble to Gu Peifeng again. Look! It's a little mermaid? Gu Peifeng also nodded, indicating that he saw it. Xia Fanqing dragged the water bubble to La Luna again. And before he could speak, La Luna took the lead and said, Oh! It's a little mermaid. Xia Fanqing showed it to Hiweo again, and Hiweo raised his paw and wanted to touch it. But Xia Fanqing slapped his paw down. Hiweo covered his paw with his hands. It's just a broken fish. What's there to see? Xia Fanqing held the bubble and looked at it non-stop, and kept saying, It's really a little mermaid? Xia Fanqing held the bubble and marveled at it for a long time. Xia Fanqing was as excited as an old father seeing his little cotton-padded jacket for the first time. He held it in his hands and couldn't let it go. The smile on his face never faded. Hiweo complained. If you don't know, you would think you gave birth to it. Xia Fanqing was hit on the dog's head by Lu Luna's wing. She had not been in a very good mood since she came back from Lu Fuguang. Now she was finally happy. If she was disturbed by this stupid dog, she would open the window and throw the dog out. Chapter 44. After Xia Fanqing entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, Gu Peifeng called a few people together. Don't tell anyone that Lace's mental power is slowly recovering. Understand? Is it related to Xia Fanqing? I feel that my mental power will not riot when I comb it recently. La Luna asked. Gu Peifeng nodded. This matter is very dangerous for Xia Fanqing. Remember to keep this secret, and be careful not to reveal it during the next physical examination. Really? Why don't I feel my mental power getting better? Hiweo asked with a silly look on his face. Seeing his stupid look, La Luna gave him another wing. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. If your mental power is not stable, can you play with your rag doll every day? Yes. Hiweo reacted belatedly. In the past, his mental power would cause him to riot every now and then. Now he can't remember clearly when his mental power rioted last time. Fu Lin also said solemnly, except for the people in our room. No one else can know about this. Several people nodded seriously. This matter concerns Xia Fanqing's safety. The reputation of the parallel organization is not very good now. Gu Peifeng, as a member of the royal family, knows the dark side of it. If it is a positive research, it will be a good thing for high-level orcs. But if the parallel organization uses improper means, after taking care of several cubs and eating, Xia Fanqing brought the cooked porridge to the next class. The little Black Panther was in a better spirit. Xia Fanqing picked up the spoon and wanted to feed him. But the little Black Panther shook his head and refused. He has now recovered some strength. Xia Fanqing helped him open the lunch box and watched him finish his meal before leaving. The first thing Xia Fanqing did every morning was to lie in Laixi's fish tank and stare at him. The little mermaid was sleeping on a fist-sized pearl. Her chubby face was squeezed out of shape. Xia Fanqing looked at the little mermaid with a silly smile on her face. Fairy tales are true to me. The little mermaid is really beautiful. On the first day, Laixi opened his eyes and saw the big eyes in front of him. He was so scared that he almost jumped out of the water to give him a fish tail. Fortunately, he saw that it was Xia Fanqing who stopped the tail in time. Otherwise, Xia Fanqing's face would have been printed with a fish tail mark. After 3 days, Laixi finally got used to seeing Xia Fanqing lying outside her fish tank early in the morning. The little husky couldn't help but complain. Isn't it just a fish? I haven't gotten tired of it after watching it for so many days. Xia Fanqing delivered meals to the little Black Panther for a week. 3 meals a day. And the little Black Panther finally got better. In the afternoon, when he took the cubs out for a walk, Laixi would turn into a juvenile fish every time he went out. Xia Fanqing finally saw the little Black Panther walking out of the door. He waved to the little Black Panther in surprise. Lu Fuguang, are you feeling better? The little Black Panther came over to thank him. Teacher Xia, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Xia Fanqing bent down and touched his head. If you are bored, come and play with me or Gu Peifeng and the others in the future. The little Black Panther nodded and laid down next to his swing chair to bask in the sun. Xia Fanqing was going to go to the underground city to pick up Mauer at the end of the month. It had been almost 2 months since he came out of the underground city, and he didn't know how Mauer was doing. In order to prevent the disclosure of their identities, the two rarely contacted each other. Xia Fanqing really missed Yu Xiaodong. When the holiday was approaching, Xia Fanqing announced the news at the dinner table. I'm going home during the holiday this time. Little Lion, Gu Peifeng, are you two going home? Fu Linchuan was stunned for a moment after hearing the news. The little human was going back to the underground city. Gu Peifeng shook his head. He preferred to stay in this nursery rather than go back to the intrigue. Xia Fanqing touched the little white tiger's head. Sorry, I have to do something very important this time, so I can't accompany you. Can I ask Teacher Xiang to help take care of you? No, the naughty robot is enough here. Gu Peifeng shook his head and refused. He didn't like an outsider entering his space. What about you? Little Lion? Do you want to go home? Xia Fanqing turned around and asked the little lion beside him. Let me think about it. At night, Fu Linchuan jumped to Xia Fanqing's pillow again. He closed his eyes and began to comb his spiritual threads. Xia Fanqing fell into that strange space again in his sleep. He was now completely accustomed to this dream. Anyway, he would come in every 3 or 5 days. His amusement park now had a carousel and a roller coaster. After he came in, he sat on the carousel and played for a while out of boredom. He lay on the wooden horse and looked up at the messy lines on the side. Why are there so many? He will work until the year of the monkey. He lay on the wooden horse and started to mess around. It was fun, but the rotating wooden horse he made would not move at all, and his roller coaster could not run. He quit and messed around. Fu Linchuan, who had been at Xia Fanqing's bedside for 2 hours, returned to the room. After he returned, he entered the sea of spiritual power, as usual, to see how far the little human's playground project had progressed. He walked around the little human's playground and found that there was no additional project in the playground today. The little human had built a carousel and something like a vehicle. But today, the little human did not carry out his project at all. Xia Fanqing got up in the morning, changed her clothes, and came out. Fu Linchuan greeted him. Good morning. Good morning, little lion. He hesitated for a while, but still didn't speak. It wasn't until he went out for a walk in the afternoon that he found a chance to be alone with Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing, are you still having that strange dream recently? Xia Fanqing sat on the swing chair and swayed slowly on the ground. Yes. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to build an amusement park last time? How is your construction going? Ah, you're talking about this. I built a carousel and a roller coaster. Am I really awesome? Xia Fanqing boasted. But he became depressed as soon as he finished being proud. But I don't want to do it anymore. Why? Fu Linchuan asked. The little human had been very diligent in entering his spiritual sea of consciousness before, but he suddenly went on strike yesterday. Xia Fanqing pouted unhappily. It's not fun at all. The carousel I worked so hard to make won't turn. And the roller coaster I built won't run. It's not fun at all. So that's how it is. Although the little human can enter his spiritual sea of consciousness to help him sort out his spiritual threads, he can't control his spiritual power. Fu Linchuan comforted him. Maybe it will move in the future. Xia Fanqing asked in disbelief. Really? He didn't believe Fu Linchuan's words at all. Didn't he know whether his dream could move? At night, Xia Fanqing fell into that strange space again. As soon as he came in, he was surprised to find that his carousel started to turn. Ah! It really moved. Sure enough, my dream still listens to me. Xia Fanqing swung on the carousel for a few rounds, then got on the small train next to it and ordered, Start. This time the small train started moving, slowly moving along the rails he had built. And he ordered again. Faster. Xia Fanqing giggled as he sat on it. Faster. Fu Linchuan, who was hiding on the side, mobilized his mental power and started moving according to his request. The little human sat on it for a few rounds and was finally happy. He ran down with a slightly red face, put his hands on his hips, and announced loudly, I want to make the world's largest slide. The kind with an elevator? The little human started his huge playground project again, like a chicken blood. After coaxing the little human, Fu Linchuan went to the other side to comb his spiritual threads. According to this progress, he can recover to the previous S-level in less than 2 months. And his spiritual power will not rise again. Watching the little human, who was busy for 2 hours, Fu Linchuan turned into his original body. He controlled the original body to occupy more than half of the bed. Sure enough, the little human came over in his sleep, buried his face in the soft hair on his abdomen, and murmured intoxicatedly, hee, Fluffy. Mine. Fu Linchuan came out of his room after the little human had had enough of his hand cravings. As soon as he left the room, he ran into Gu Peifeng squatting at the door. Gu Peifeng looked at Fu Linchuan and asked, Why did you come out of Xia Fanqing's room? Fu Linchuan coughed and didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he got up in the middle of the night to catch the little human to do hard labor to help him comb his spiritual threads. It's better not to tell him about this for the time being, he said calmly. Help the little beast man cover the quilt. Gu Peifeng obviously didn't believe his nonsense. It takes you more than an hour to cover a quilt. Fu Linchuan had to say half-truthfully, My mental power has gone riot, and I need to use the breath of the little orc to calm it down. Gu Peifeng frowned and asked, Will this really not have any effect on the little orc? No abnormalities have been found for the time being, Fu Linchuan said. Gu Peifeng expressed his worries in his heart. The throne may be replaced recently. The current head of the parallel institution is Gu Chonglin. I don't know if you have heard of the experiments inside. If Xia Fanqing is exposed, it will be dangerous. Fu Linchuan nodded. He usually only paid attention to combat and training. He didn't know much about the parallel organization. He only knew that it was the largest experimental organization in the Croman Empire and had been committed to solving the problem of high-level orc mental riots. But he also heard some gossip that some experiments there violated the spirit of humanitarianism. He knew the details too well. The ability of the little human was tantamount to a disaster for him. He remembered an old saying in ancient books that a man is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. Xia Fanqing was in this situation now. He didn't have enough ability to protect himself. Fu Linchuan marked the little human as his own territory. He would not let anyone hurt the little human. But now there is an imminent problem. The little human wants to go back to the underground city. If he goes back, he must go through the black market. But the black market is full of mixed people. Whether the little human can land safely is another matter. Chapter 45. Xia Fanqing started preparing to go back a few days before the holiday. He contacted an orc who sold boat tickets through the optical computer. A boat ticket alone cost 100,000 star coins. He looked through his account and found that the money was not enough. He still had a lot of jewelry given to him by the little cubs. If he sold all of them, it should be enough for the two of them to go back and forth. Xia Fanqing was thinking about going back with the optical computer in his mind. Fu Linchuan knew what he was thinking by looking at him. He stretched out his claws and patted the back of the little human's hand. The little human came back to his senses and asked, What's wrong? The little lion asked with a silly look on his face. Xia Fanqing. What is your animal form? Black British Shorthair. What's wrong? Fu Lingquan asked in confusion. I don't think I've ever heard you meow. Xiao Fanqing froze for a moment. How is that possible? Meow, you must have remembered it wrong. Meow. Xiao Fanqing has been here for so long, and no one has ever asked him this question. If the little lion hadn't suddenly asked him today, he would have almost forgotten his breed. Not to mention meowing. Oh my god. It won't be exposed. Really? I must have remembered it wrong. You remembered it wrong? Meow. Fu Lingquan originally wanted to reveal his human identity, so that he could follow the little human back to the dungeon. But the little human was just playing dumb. But he looked cute when he meowed. And Fu Lingquan felt a little soft-hearted because of his meow. But if he didn't make it clear, the little human would definitely not take him back to his so-called home. He had plenty of ways to go to the dungeon. But if he didn't make it clear, the little human would definitely not take the route he arranged. How should he make the little human's identity clear? At night, Xiao Fanqing just finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom, drying his hair. He rolled around comfortably on the bed. He was so happy that he would be able to pick up his cat soon. He now has some savings. After he picks up the cat, he will rent a house near the kindergarten, or see if there are any suitable jobs for the cat in the kindergarten. In this way, the two of them can be together every day. Xiao Fanqing fantasized about his happy life with the cat, and the smile on his lips never faded. At this moment, his door was suddenly knocked. He quickly sat up and asked, Who? It's me. It was the little lion. Xiao Fanqing hurriedly climbed up from the bed. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes and be ready soon. Xiao Fanqing didn't expect the little lion to come at this time. His cat ears and tail were still soaking in the basin and hadn't been washed. He quickly took his ears and tail out of the basin. It was definitely too late to blow dry them now. He shook off the water, pulled a towel to wipe it, and hurriedly put the ears and tail on in front of the mirror. He looked at the mirror. It was fine. Except for the wetness. Everything else was fine. Forget it. Just hide the tail in the bathrobe. After he cleaned up, he let the little lion at the door in. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Fu Lingquan nodded. Very good. He didn't need to make excuses. The little human had already found them for him. Fu Lingquan jumped onto Xiao Fanqing's bed. He raised his eyebrows. The little human had just come out of the shower. His hair was still a little wet, and his tail was also wet and leaked a little from the bathrobe. The tip of the tail was shaking slightly, but the ears on the top of the head seemed a little asymmetrical. When Xiao Fanqing saw the little lion jumping onto his bed, the little stars in his eyes lit up one by one. You sent yourself to bed. Xiao Fanqing sat over and stretched out his paw to pinch the little lion's paw pad. It's fun. How about the teacher telling you a bedtime story? Fu Lingquan nodded. He was thinking about how to tell the little human that he already knew his identity. When Fu Lingquan found out Xiao Fanqing's identity, he asked Fu Yi to check Xiao Fanqing's identity and told him to focus on Xiao Fanqing's human identity. Fu Yi was also surprised when he knew that Xiao Fanqing was a human. Humans were rare in the Chroman Empire, and he didn't expect such a fragile creature to still exist. Fu Lingquan opened the report as soon as he received it. One of them was the information about Xiao Fanqing's orc identity, which recorded in detail Xiao Fanqing's detailed information from birth to the present. He took a look and crossed it out. This perfect information was obviously forged. But now there is another question. Who helped him forge the identity information? I'm afraid that the person who can do it in the National Security Bureau is not an ordinary person. He opened another file, which only had a few words on it. He could only find out that Xiao Fanqing suddenly appeared in the underground city 3 years ago, met a cat-like beastman a year ago, and entered the city lord's mansion to seek shelter. But the previous information was blank, and Xiao Fanqing seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Fu Lingquan fell into deep thought when he saw these two pieces of information. Xiao Fanqing's identity was more complicated than he had imagined. There was no way to find her identity information, and she was also involved in the city lord's mansion. Xiao Fanqing rubbed the little lion's fluffy tail and got up to get him some snacks. Fu Lingquan quickly stretched out his claws to hold down the little human's tail. Suddenly, Xiao Fanqing staggered when his tail was pulled. Fu Lingquan used some strength to pull the little human's tail off. Xiao Fanqing turned his head, and his pupils trembled instantly. Ah! His tail fell off. What should I do? What should I do? His eyes rolled around, and he quickly covered his butt and began to wail. Oh, it hurts! My tail is broken. It hurts. Fu Lin didn't expect that the little human could still force himself to smooth things over after his tail had fallen off. The little human covered his buttocks, as if his facial features were twisted together in pain. Fu Lin really wanted to applaud his excellent acting skills. He stretched out his claws to hook up his tail and said, "Your tail is not bleeding." Xia Fanqing relied on the fact that the other party was a little cub and might not understand. So he started to show off his acting skills unscrupulously. But the little lion actually exposed him directly. He stopped howling instantly and said confidently, "A cat's tail will not bleed if it is broken." Fu Lin was almost convinced by his unreasonable skills. This little human was really a human. He simply said directly, "You are a human, right?" Xia Fanqing was so scared that her eyes widened. She immediately denied it 3 times in a row. "I am not. I didn't. You are talking nonsense." The lord of the city told him that if his identity was found to be fake, he would be locked up and put into the sewing machine. He didn't want to go in his prime. Fu Lin couldn't help but twitch his mouth because of his troubles. If the other party was really a 3-year-old kid, he might really be fooled by him. He couldn't help but say liar in his heart. Seeing that the little human refused to admit it, he had to play dumb. "Then I'll ask the director tomorrow if the cat's tail is like this." Xia Fanqing immediately rushed over. No! If he told the director, he would be finished. He had to admit, "Yes, I am a human. Please don't tell the director. Please, please." Seeing the little lion nodded, Xia Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Why is the little cub so difficult to deal with? But I don't want to be alone here. Can I go home with you? Xia Fanqing was choked by him again. Well, no. Just solve the problem of forging identity. This hateful kid is going to expose his past. Being a smuggler is a much more serious crime than forging identity. If he is found out, will he still be able to see the sun in the future? Fu Lin had no choice but to act like him. "If you don't take me home, I will tell the director." Xia Fanqing gritted her teeth and agreed, "Okay. But you can't tell the director." Fu Lin nodded. Xia Fanqing circled his legs with 2 fingers and lay on the bed and began to cry, saying that he was actually a smuggler in the underground city, with elderly and children, and the whole family depended on him to support. So he smuggled in, and begged him to pity this poor child and help him keep the secret. Fu Lin's mouth twitched when he heard this. This little human was really full of lies. He just wanted to protect him and return to the underground city together. How could this little human be so good at making up stories? He pulled out his claws. "Actually, I can help you go to the underground city." Xia Fanqing wiped away her non-existent tears and asked indifferently, "How can I help you? Is your father a high-ranking official?" Fu Lin nodded. "He is a general." Xia Fanqing was so scared that she sat on the ground and stammered, Your father is a general?" "Yes. I can send you back through the military channel." "Which is safer?" Fu Lin looked at the little human possessed by the movie star and gave a positive answer. Xia Fanqing immediately rubbed over again, stretched out 2 fingers and hugged his thigh. Little lion, you are so awesome. Please hug your thigh." Fu Lin watched his expression change at this moment, and he couldn't help but wonder if all human expressions are so rich. Fu Lin pulled his legs out from Xia Fanqing's fingers, found a position next to Xia Fanqing's pillow, and lay down. "Sleep." "Okay." Xia Fanqing quickly took off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Fu Lin closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. But the little human next to him tossed and turned, and poked him with his finger after a while. "Little lion, are you asleep?" "No." "What's the matter? Tell me." Xia Fanqing came over little by little, her 2 big eyes wide open, and she didn't seem to be sleepy at all. The 2 were so close that Fu Lin could even feel Xia Fanqing's warm breath. "Little lion, is your father very powerful?" "Yeah." "How powerful is he? Is he the kind of person who is so majestic that he can scare people to death when he opens his mouth?" "Yeah." I, Xia Fanqing, have found a big boss." Xia Fanqing laughed happily twice. He said that other people who travel through time either have dazzling golden fingers or rich fathers. But how come he has become a rag collector? It turns out that his big boss has just appeared. He is so happy. Fu Lin glanced at the silly little human. He didn't know what strange things were in the little human's mind. He had never had someone as lively as Xia Fanqing around him. The little human didn't know what he was excited about, and didn't fall asleep until the second half of the night. Fu Linchuan held the quilt that the little human had kicked open and covered him. He lay on the pillow and fell asleep together. Before leaving, Xia Fanqing prepared a lot of dishes for Gu Peifeng and put them in the refrigerator to ensure that the little cub would have something to eat during the week he was away. The little husky also prepared a large bag of beef jerky for him to take home and eat with his father. After sending the little cubs away, Xia Fanqing was ready to leave. He told the nanny robot to take good care of the little white tiger. And then he left reluctantly with his small backpack on his back. In order not to arouse suspicion, Fu Linchuan asked Lieutenant to pick him up first. After he got on the airship, he waited for Xia Fanqing to come out not far from the kindergarten. Xia Fanqing went out with her small backpack on her back. He came to the agreed place and looked around. He only saw a handsome airship floating in the air. The dark ship body and smooth lines made it look like a luxury car. He walked over with some uncertainty. The airship lowered a little, and the little lion stuck his head out of the window and beckoned him to come up. There was also a well-mannered orc on the airship. Xia Fanqing greeted him politely after he got on. The orc nodded at him. "Hello. I'm Li Jingyao." Although he was tall and thin with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Xia Fanqing felt that he had a unique temperament of a soldier. After Xia Fanqing got on, he looked around. The little lion's airship was really cool. When he was about to get off the airship, Fu Linchuan jumped into Xia Fanqing's backpack. "Follow Jingyao. Don't talk." Xia Fanqing nodded. As soon as Xia Fanqing got off the airship, she had a new understanding of Fu Linchuan's father being a general. The entrance was full of fully armed orcs with guns and bullets. The tall terminal building. Warships were busy taking off and landing. And the mechanical electronic voice on the radio broadcast flight information. For the first time, Xia Fanqing truly felt the military power of this alien world. Li Jingyao stood at the gate and scanned the identity information. After the verification was passed, he took Xia Fanqing directly through the special channel without checking the luggage. Xia Fanqing followed Li Jingyao closely, and did not dare to walk around or look around. He was surrounded by soldiers, with weapons everywhere. The neat footsteps of the soldiers patrolling the square reached his ears. The atmosphere was a little depressing and serious. Li Jingyao brought Xia Fanqing to a single waiting room. He was relieved when he closed the door. He was really afraid of being discovered. The little lion in the backpack also unzipped and jumped out. Li Jingyao stood at attention when he saw his boss coming out. Fu Linchuan glanced at him and signaled him not to be too formal to avoid being exposed. Xia Fanqing took a sip of the water on the table. He was very nervous all the way, fearing that the two of them would be stopped for inspection. Fortunately, they walked in directly without being checked. "Little lion, do you want some water?" Fu Linchuan shook his head. The three of them rested in the VIP room for a while, and prepared to board the airship to go to the underground city. The place they came to was the only visible passage between the ground city and the underground city. This passage was strictly controlled by the military, and usually soldiers on duty entered and exited. The underground city was developed from a prison. Over thousands of years, the underground city has gradually formed a city-state with a mix of good and bad people. Compared with the above-ground city, the underground city is a typical slum. The class-based adherence has caused the Roman Empire to unilaterally close the connection between the above-ground city and the underground city. Li Jingyao took Xia Fanqing to the boarding gate. "Hey, Lieutenant Li. Long time no see. What are you doing today?" A tall orc soldier came over. "Go to the underground city to do some things." "When will Admiral Fu come back?" "This mission took a really long time." "When Admiral Fu comes back, I will ask him to train my soldiers. I am not sure when the Admiral will return yet." The tall orc talked to Li Jingyao for a few words, before he saw a petite folded-ear orc standing behind him. "Who is this?" "My partner Xia Fanqing. I am taking him to the dungeon this time. He has never been there before, and he wants to see what it looks like," Li Jingyao said with a blushing face. The tall orc patted his shoulder and looked at him teasingly. "Okay, brother. It's been a long time since I last saw you. And you already have a partner. Don't forget to call me when you get married." The tall orc chatted for a few more words before leaving. Xia Fanqing finally felt relieved when he finally boarded the airship. The airship landed in less than 2 hours. Xia Fanqing couldn't help but sigh that it was so fast. When he came out of the ground city, he walked for most of the day before coming up. Li Jingyao sent the two to the edge of the suburbs and left. Xia Fanqing walked towards the city lord's mansion with the backpack in his arms. He felt more timid when he was close to home. This was the world he saw when he opened his eyes after his rebirth. This place had a different meaning for him. Fu Lin hid in his backpack and didn't come out. A degraded orc was quite dangerous in the dungeon. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hid in his backpack and didn't come out. It was inconvenient for Xia Fanqing to enter the city lord's mansion with a little lion. So he called Yu Xiaodong via video. In the video, Yu Xiaodong was busy in the restaurant in his work clothes. Yu Xiaodong appeared in front of Xia Fanqing with his ears shaking. Hey, Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing held up her light brain and waved around him. Cat, where am I? Yu Xiaodong recognized it at a glance as the entrance to the city lord's mansion. His cat ears stood up in surprise. Xia Fanqing. You're back. Meow. Wait for me to pick you up. Meow. Yu Xiaodong ran out of the city lord's mansion and pounced on Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing took 2 steps back after being knocked by him. Xia Fanqing smiled and hugged the cat that pounced on him. Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes were round with joy. Xia Fanqing. You're back. Meow. I'm back. Let's go in. I learned how to cook in the 2 months you were away. Yu Xiaodong dragged Xia Fanqing to the city lord's mansion. Cat. I brought a friend with me, so it's not convenient for me to go in. What friend? Yu Xiaodong looked behind him and saw no one. Here. Xia Fanqing unzipped her zipper to reveal the little lion inside. This is the little cub in our class. His name is Fu Mingan. Yu Xiaodong saw the lion inside and was so scared that he meowed and took 2 steps back. The cat's tail behind him exploded. Ah! Take it away. Take it away. The breath of the high-level orcs frightened him so much that his hair stood on end. He had finally adapted to the breath of the high-level orcs in the city lord's mansion. But now the breath in the bag made his legs weak. The high-level orcs in the city lord's mansion were nothing compared to the one in the bag. Xia Fanqing didn't expect the cat to react so strongly. He quickly zipped up the backpack. Sorry. Sorry. I scared you. Yu Xiaodong patted his frightened heart. How could there be a lion? It was the first time he saw a lion. Forgive him for being surprised. He had never seen the state of other orc children in his life. Are all the cubs in the ground city so fierce? It was an open secret in the upper class that a high-level A-level orc would degenerate into a juvenile or full-body state when his mental power went riot. How could he, a kitten living at the bottom of society, know that? He simply thought that the one in Xia Fanqing's bag was a high-level cub. It's not convenient for me to go in with him. Let's find a hotel and talk about it. Xia Fanqing held a backpack, followed by Yu Xiaodong. The 3 of them found a high-end hotel in the city and stayed there. As soon as they entered the room, Xia Fanqing unzipped the zipper and let the little lion out. Yu Xiaodong still meowed and jumped onto the cabinet. It was a lion. The cat was scared to death. It's okay. It's okay. The little lion won't bite. Look how well behaved he is. Xia Fanqing held up the little lion's paw and greeted Yu Xiaodong, who was squatting on the cabinet. Come down quickly. It's okay. Yu Xiaodong bared his teeth at the lion on the bed. I'll come down if you ask him to go away. Fu Lin glanced at the little cat squatting on the cabinet. Yu Xiaodong was immediately frightened by him, and his ears pressed against his head. Xia Fanqing had no choice but to hold the little lion and put him on the storage table at the door of the room. Yu Xiaodong then stretched out his claws and jumped down stealthily. He patted his chest and looked at Xia Fanqing with a reproachful look. Xia Fanqing. The cub you brought really scared the cat to death. Xia Fanqing laughed out loud when she saw his cowardly and fierce look. But Yu Xiaodong, who was embarrassed and angry, slapped her hand with his tail. I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. I came back to you for something serious this time. Yu Xiaodong sat on the bed and swung his legs. What's the matter? Do you want to go to the underground city with me? I have a stable job now. I want to go. But I don't want to go. Xia Fanqing. Yu Xiaodong hugged his arm and started to act like a spoiled child. Come back, meow. Brother Lian and Xiaoyi are here. What's fun in the underground city? That place is not good at all, meow. I may not be able to come back for the time being. There are still kids to take care of in the class. Yu Xiaodong immediately let go of his arm, staring at him with cat eyes wide open. Huh? What to do when your own proud cat gets angry? What else can you do? Of course you have to coax him. I brought you a gift. Xia Fanqing opened a box, which contained a beautiful cat's eye bracelet. When he saw the bracelet for the first time, he thought the gem looked like a cat's eye. So he immediately placed an order and paid for it. Meow, so beautiful. Yu Xiaodong stretched out his hand and hooked the bracelet in front of him. Xia Fanqing took it and put it on his wrist. On Yu Xiaodong's wrist, there was a golden cat's claw bracelet with a red string. That was the first gift he gave to Yu Xiaodong. The red string on it had faded a little, so he took it off. I'll change a new red string for you to wear. You can wear this cat's eye bracelet first. Yu Xiaodong nodded, raised his wrist to look at the cat's eye on it, stared at the cat's eye and kept turning his eyes. When he felt dizzy, he shook his head and shook his ears. I've been in the underground city for a week. Do you want to go to the above-ground city with me to play for a while? Let me talk about it. Meow. It was getting late. Xia Fanqing sent Yu Xiaodong out. He had to go back to the city lord's mansion to ask for leave, and then go out to play tomorrow. Lian was also very happy to hear that Xia Fanqing was back. You can bring Xiuxia to play. His friends are fine. Just come together. Thank you, brother Lian. But Xia Fanqing's friend is a lion. Can he be brought in? Lian's pupils trembled. It was someone from the Fu family. Wait for me to tell you later. After talking with Yu Xiaodong, Lian went to report to the city lord. The Fu family usually served in the military. Usually, the military entered the underground city to arrest people. But people from the Fu family who appeared in the underground city should be treated with caution. Is it a lion? The city lord asked. Yes. Yu Xiaodong said it himself. Xiao Xia is back. Lian answered respectfully. Should we keep an eye on him? The city lord tapped his fingers on the table and couldn't help but ponder. He hadn't dealt with the Fu family for many years. Usually, the military could enter the underground city easily. But it was as difficult as climbing to heaven for them to get out of the underground city. He didn't expect the little human to come back so soon and bring back the Fu family. It's okay. Let Xiuxia go in normally. Yes. Yu Xiaodong knocked on Xia Fanqing's door early in the morning with his cat paw bag on his back. The alert Fu Linchuan opened his eyes immediately when he heard the footsteps. Xia Fanqing. Open the door. Get up. Xia Fanqing climbed out of bed after hearing Yu Xiaodong's voice. Brother, why are you up so early? It was still dark outside, and the Eye of Light hadn't turned to adjust to daytime mode. I'll take you back to the city lord's mansion. Meow. Brother Lian said he can take your kid with him. Yu Xiaodong said excitedly. Wait for me to wash my face. Go quickly. Go quickly. Yu Xiaodong leaned against the bathroom door and didn't go in. The lion on the bed was too scary, so he should stay away from it. After Xia Fanqing packed up, he took the little lion and Yu Xiaodong back to the city lord's mansion. Yu Xiaodong kept chattering along the way. Xia Fanqing. How are you up there? What little kids are in your class? Brother Lian and Xiaoyi. Everyone misses you. Meow. Xia Fanqing turned his head and answered his questions one by one. His eyes were full of smiles, and the smile on the corners of his mouth never faded. The cat was still so lively and cute. Lian took good care of him. If it weren't for the help of Brother Lian and the city lord, he and the cat didn't know how to survive in this place where the weak are the prey of the strong. As soon as he entered the city lord's mansion, Fu Linchuan came out of the backpack on Xia Fanqing's chest. According to the kitten, Xia Fanqing used to get along well with the orcs in the city lord's mansion. Since there would be no trouble here, there was no need for him to hide. Xia Fanqing hugged the little lion when she saw him coming out. Yu Xiaodong, who was just talking and laughing with Xia Fanqing, meowed and jumped to the side. Ah! Why did this lion come out again? As soon as Fu Linchuan came out, the high-level orc pressure he brought with him was felt by the patrolling orcs. Although he had deliberately restrained his breath, the high-level B-level orcs still noticed it. They looked over vigilantly. It was the cub of the A-level orc. There are very few A-level orcs in the dungeon. I heard that the cubs of A-level orcs can switch freely between the juvenile and infant bodies in their infancy. Juvenile body, beast-shaped juvenile. Infant body, infant form with beast ears on the head. However, the cubs of other levels of orcs are born with infant bodies with beast ears on their heads. They only learn to retract their beast ears in childhood and learn to transform into beasts in adolescence. A-level orcs are destined to become strong from birth. Lian walked over. He glanced at the cub in Xia Fanqing's arms and greeted him as usual. He laughed heartily. Xiao Xia. Long time no see. Xia Fanqing was very surprised to see Lian. Brother Lian. Thank you for taking care of the cat for me. Lian scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's just a small favor. Xiao Xia. You must cook a few more meals for the brothers when you come back this time. Those guys are always asking when you will come back. Definitely. Lian greeted Xia Fanqing and went on patrol. The city lord told them not to pay too much attention to the cub. Even if it wanted to cause trouble, they would be more than enough to deal with an A-level cub. It was not certain who would suffer the loss at that time. It would just be troublesome if they provoked the military. Since Fu Linchuan came out, Yu Xiaodong has been 1 meter away from the two of them. Even so, his little cat ears still unconsciously stuck to his head. Even though the aura of the high-level orcs has been restrained, he still feels the looming pressure, and his legs are weak. Fu Linchuan looked around the city lord's mansion in Xia Fanqing's arms. This was his first time entering the city lord's mansion. In the past, when he came to the dungeon to perform tasks, he was usually on the edge of the dungeon. Even if the military was domineering, they would not enter such a core place. Although the underground city is a place of exile, and the level of the orcs inside is much lower than that of the above-ground city. After thousands of years of development, the underground city has long formed a city-state like an ant nest. Such a large group is no longer something that the Roman Empire can clear out. Over the years, the above-ground city and the underground city have always maintained superficial harmony. As long as the underground city does not cause trouble, the Roman Empire will not take it seriously. Therefore, even the military will tacitly not enter the core area of the city-state. Fu Linchuan has also entered the underground city to perform tasks many times. This wasteland forgotten by the Roman Empire. The difference between the above-ground and the underground is indeed a gap that the lower-level orcs cannot cross. Xia Fanqing returned to the dormitory with a little lion in her arms. Fu Linchuan took the initiative to jump onto the balcony, and the little tabby cat dared to come over. Xia Fanqing, I want to eat dried fish. Look, I have eaten all my dried fish. Yu Xiaodong opened his snack cabinet to show Xia Fanqing. There were only some scattered beef jerky and pork jerky left in it. I eat carefully every day. If you don't come back, I will have eaten all the dried meat. Okay, I'll make more for you in the afternoon. Xia Fanqing saw that it was getting late, and it was almost lunchtime. He said to Fu Linchuan, Little lion, can you wait for me here? I'll bring you lunch at noon. Fu Linchuan nodded. Since they were in Xia Fanqing's territory, he didn't have to worry about his safety. Xia Fanqing thought so too. It was too dangerous to leave the little lion alone outside. So he brought the little lion in. After Xia Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong left, Fu Linchuan began to close his eyes. As soon as Xia Fanqing entered the cafeteria, Xiaoyi and the others surrounded her with little love. Xiao Xingxing, you're back. I'm back. Xia Fanqing greeted them one by one. The group of little robots were dizzy with joy. The little humans are really cute. Xia Fanqing put on his work clothes and prepared to cook lunch. Yu Xiaodong helped him. He proudly said, Xia Fanqing, Xiaoyi and I learned several dishes when you were away. Cat is amazing. That's right. Yu Xiaodong's tail was raised when he heard the praise. He was not a useless kitten. He would open a restaurant to earn money for Xia Fanqing in the future. Xia Fanqing prepared to make hot pot for the beastmen at noon. He seemed to have never eaten hot pot since he came to this place. Suddenly he remembered that he was so greedy that he did it. He put pork in the pot, and after the oil was hot, he put a lot of onions, ginger, pepper and star anise in the pot and stir-fried them until fragrant. Then he added butter, and a trading version of hot pot was ready. The spicy smell of the stir-fried base made Yu Xiaodong sneeze continuously. But he still had to lie on the window to watch Xia Fanqing busy, his tail swaying leisurely behind him, his eyes staring at the people inside with sparkling eyes. After Xia Fanqing fried the base, he cooked another pot of mushroom and bone soup, one clear soup and one spicy soup, so that everyone could eat. After he fried the base, he began to prepare the ingredients. Most of the orcs in the city lord's mansion were carnivorous orcs. He and Xiaoyi cut several large pots of beef, beat eggs into it, and marinated it with salt and ground star anise powder. Yu Xiaodong also worked on the side, helping to cut ribs, fish fillets, chicken, and shrimp paste. After a while, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his head. But with Xia Fanqing by his side, he was full of energy. The fragrance wafting from the restaurant had already been smelled by the orcs with a keen sense of smell. I heard that the little human is back. What new dishes are you making? They smell so good. Slurp. I can eat delicious food again. They sniffed the fragrance in the air with their noses raised. They were hungry, although Xiaoyi and the others' cooking is also delicious now. It always feels like something is missing compared to the food cooked by the little human. The food cooked by the little human is still the most delicious. As soon as lunchtime came, the orcs came running over, fearing that they would be eaten by the people in front if they were late. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the window full of uncooked ingredients. A tall orc stuck his head into the window and said, "Little human, what are we eating today? Why is it not ready yet? We are having hot pot today. You sit down first, and I will serve you the base." Xiao Fanqing put small crystal cores in the bottom of the pot, and then added the base ingredients and placed them on the long row of tables, alternating between a spicy pot and a mushroom pot. He brought a plate of meat and taught everyone how to cook it. The ingredients are all marinated. Just put whatever you like in the pot. It's delicious. It was the first time for those orcs to see people eating around a pot, and they were all very curious. They took the ingredients and imitated Xiao Fanqing to cook the meat in the pot. The aroma from the pot made the orcs hiss constantly. They took a chopstick to taste it, and their eyes lit up immediately. It was delicious. There were 4 or 5 orcs in 2 pots, and the chopsticks kept fighting in the pot. "I put it there. Let go. What's yours and mine? They belong to everyone. Hey, 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 leave some of that shrimp for me. You barbarians, leave some for me." Xiao Fanqing was very happy to see everyone eating so happily. Many orcs' ears popped out from the spiciness, but they still ate the hot pot with a hissing sound. He hadn't seen such a lively scene for a long time. Seeing that everyone liked the hot pot, Xiao Fanqing prepared a drink to reduce the spiciness. There were also some fallen fruits collected from the orchard in the kitchen. He cut them into slices and put them in a large bucket. He also added some sweet nutrients and ice cubes, and a sour and sweet ice drink was ready. Shui and his friends were very busy today. They carried plates to serve the orcs who were grabbing meat. Xiao Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong pushed buckets to get them drinks. A canine orc who hissed and laughed directly drank a cup. This water tastes so good." A tall orc turned his head and said to Xiao Fanqing, "Little human, are you going back to the underground city?" "I will go back in a few days." As soon as these words came out, there was a wailing in the cafeteria. "What's so good about that shabby place? It would be great if you stay here, and you can be with your brothers every day, without having to look at the faces of those high-level orcs." "Yes, yes, little human, don't leave." The surrounding orcs echoed. "This is my home. I will come back when the cubs graduate," Xiao Fanqing said with a smile. Yu Xiaodong's cat eyes widened when he heard this. "Really, Xiao Fanqing? You will not leave in the future?" "Meow." Xiao Fanqing nodded. "I will not leave when the cubs graduate." Yu Xiaodong happily bared his little fangs. He wanted to be with Xiao Fanqing. His life became more and more comfortable after meeting Xiao Fanqing. In the past, he not only had to pick up scraps, but was often bullied by orcs who were stronger than him. Starvation was a common occurrence. Later, Xiao Fanqing took him to set up a stall, bought him canned cat food and grilled fish, and put on his favorite cat paw bracelet. After entering the city lord's mansion, every beastman here treated him very well. He no longer had to worry like before. He hoped to live in the city lord's mansion with Xiao Fanqing forever. After finishing work in the restaurant, Xiao Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong each carried a pot back to the dormitory. Fu Linchuan opened his eyes when he heard the sound. The little human was back. Xiao Fanqing brought the 2 pots to the small table in the room. The ingredients they brought back filled the table. He called Fu Linchuan, who was curled up in bed, to eat. "Little lion, come and eat." As soon as Fu Linchuan approached Yu Xiaodong, he began to tremble and put his ears close to him. Although he had tried his best to restrain his breath, the little tabby cat still wanted to stay 8 feet away from him. Xiao Fanqing comforted him from the side. "It's okay. The little lion won't bite you. Look, he's not even as big as you." Hearing Xiao Fanqing's explanation, Fu Linchuan paused as he walked over. Of course, he wouldn't bite anyone casually. How could he, a dignified imperial general, bite anyone he saw? Yu Xiaodong sat across from Xiao Fanqing vigilantly. The base in the pot had already boiled, bubbling. Xiao Fanqing poured a plate of beef into the pot and squeezed in some shrimp paste. Xiao Fanqing was afraid that the little cub couldn't eat it, so she scooped the mushroom pot into the plate in front of the little lion. Xiao Fanqing was eating while picking up food for the little lion next to him. Yu Xiaodong, who was sitting opposite him, took a bite of the shrimp paste in the hot pot and fell in love with it. He blew on it while picking up the shrimp paste in the pot. Cats love seafood the most. He was not very good at using chopsticks. He tried several times in the pot but failed to pick up the slippery shrimp paste. He was so anxious that the two cat ears on his head kept shaking. Xiao Fanqing stared at Yu Xiaodong's moving little triangle ears, and was shamelessly cute. They were so cute that he wanted to touch them. He smiled like an ant, then reached out to the head of the little lion next to him, and pinched the little lion's fluffy little round ears. Fu Lingquan stiffened for a moment, shaking his ears uncomfortably, and his furry ears rubbed against Xiao Fanqing's palms. Xiao Fanqing giggled twice. It's so itchy. But his hands pinched even harder. He pinched the ears of the little lion next to him with one hand, and helped Yu Xiaodong scoop out the shrimp paste from the pot with the other hand. Yu Xiaodong ate 2 plates of shrimp paste in a row before licking his little fangs in satisfaction. He was so absorbed in eating that he forgot that there was a high-level orc cub next to Xiao Fanqing that he was afraid of. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Xiao Fanqing went to the restaurant to fry dried fish for Yu Xiaodong in the afternoon. Yu Xiaodong stood by the stove and watched Xiao Fanqing fry small dried fish for him. He picked up one and threw it into his mouth. Xiao Fanqing's fried fish tasted better than his own. At night, Xiao Fanqing made his bed. He pushed his bed to the side so that the cat would be better. Otherwise, how could the trembling cat sleep? After making the bed, Fu Lingquan jumped to the pillow. Xiao Fanqing rubbed the fur ball beside him. Good night. Late at night, Fu Lingquan felt the breath of an A-level orc. He immediately opened his eyes. He stood at the window and looked down. A slightly fat middle-aged man stood downstairs and looked at him with a smile. He quietly opened the window and jumped down. Chapter 46. Fu Lingquan landed in front of the man. Who are you? What do you want from me? Hello. I am the city lord Fars. Welcome to the dungeon. Fu Lingquan looked at the man opposite. A powerful A-level orc. He had only recovered less than a quarter of his mental strength, and he was afraid that he would not be able to get the upper hand if he faced him. City Lord Fars also felt his guard. Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you if I let you in. I just want to ask you about something. Don't worry. It's just some private matters. You say, you are from the Fu family, right? What's your name? Fu Ming'an. Fu Ming'an. What is your relationship with Fu Jinting? He is my distant uncle. So you have contact with Fu Jinting. He used to be my student. You may not have heard of me. I am more than 700 years old now. The city lord Fars looked into the distance, as if he remembered the long time ago. Can you meet him? Can you help me take a letter to Fu Jinting? Don't worry. I'm just saying hello to my dear student. Fu Lingquan didn't expect that the smiling man in front of him was the mysterious dungeon lord. And he actually knew his father. Seeing that Fu Lingquan didn't nod, the dungeon lord Fars unfolded the letter he carried with him and showed it to him. Look, it's just an ordinary family letter. Fu Lingquan took a look and saw that it was indeed just a simple greeting letter. He nodded and took the letter away from the dungeon lord's hand. But handwritten letters are rare in today's technologically advanced world, which is itself a suspicious point. City Lord Fars opened his eyes as he watched the little line leave. Fu Jinting, it's time to repay the favor you owe. The next day, Xiao Fanqing and Yu Xiaodong went shopping in the city. Fu Lingquan followed them hiding in the backpack. The two of them walked around the mall for a long time, and Xiao Fanqing bought a lot of decorations that the kitten liked. When they were going back, Fu Lingquan keenly realized that they were being followed, and the other party's level was not low. Who was following Xiao Fanqing? He secretly said to Xiao Fanqing in his backpack, "Little human, are we being followed?" Xiao Fanqing hugged the backpack tightly on her chest with some nervousness. The 3 of them, a human, a cub, and a cat, were a fragile trio, and were no match for the high-level orcs. Let's go back to the city lord's mansion now. It's too late. The aura is getting closer and closer. They have plenty of ways to catch you before you get to the city lord's mansion. Send the cat away first. Don't worry. I will protect you. Fu Lingquan made a prompt decision. He felt that there were 7 or 8 orcs of low level approaching them in the dark. He could handle them completely. His mental strength had recovered a quarter, so it was no problem for him to exert the strength of an A-level orc. Xiao Fanqing said to Yu Xiaodong, who was walking in front of him, "Cat, I'm taking the little lion to see a friend of his. It's urgent. You take the car back first." Xiao Fanqing immediately stopped a flying boat for him on the roadside and stuffed Yu Xiaodong in. The orcs hiding in the dark surrounded Xiao Fanqing when they saw that Xiao Fanqing wanted to run. Xiao Fanqing also noticed the orcs surrounding him. He quickly closed the car door and ran forward. The orcs behind him immediately jumped and surrounded him. Xiao Fanqing looked around and saw that his way was blocked. He hugged the backpack on his chest and asked, "Who are you?" The leading orc ordered, "Take him away and check if he is the real one." Several orcs surrounded Xiao Fanqing and took him to the airship. Fu Linchuan watched everything happening outside through the zipper gap. Now was not the time to take action in the downtown area. If he was found to be Fu Linchuan, it would be troublesome. The royal family would definitely send people to strictly guard him to prevent the news of his degeneration from leaking out. They would kill everyone in a remote place. Xiao Fanqing had his hands tied and a black hood put on him as soon as he got on the airship. The backpack on his chest also fell on the airship. He struggled twice and gave up. The more he struggled, the more painful his hands were. It would be better to lie down directly. The little lion said that he would protect him. The little lion would not lie to him. Although the little lion was a little cub, he had a powerful father. He believed that the little lion would definitely find a way to save the two of them. Xiao Fanqing, who had come to his senses, simply found a comfortable position on the airship and curled up. When he was shaken awake, Xiao Fanqing felt that he had been sleeping for a long time. Just as he was about to move, the orc grabbed his collar and threw him to the ground. Xiao Fanqing hissed, "Damn! It hurts so much." Fu Linchuan jumped out of the backpack when no one was paying attention. He jumped off the car and hid behind the rubble. This was an abandoned or collection plant, surrounded by large and small pits. "Brother, is it him? Didn't he say he was a human? How come this guy is an orc?" Looking at the photo, "They look a bit like him. How about showing it to our employer?" said the thin orc with yellow hair. The other orcs also echoed, "Yes. Show it to the boss first. They look a bit like him." They all gathered around. Xiao Fanqing took a look. These people should be high-level orcs. He could even see knife marks on the exposed skin. No, those were not knife marks, but claw marks left by the fight between orcs. There were only 4 words left in Xiao Fanqing's mind: desperados. Xiao Fanqing felt nervous as he saw the other party coming with bad intentions. This group of people seemed to be more difficult to deal with than the hyena orcs he and Mauer had met before. Could the little lion save him? A fleshy orc looked down at Xiao Fanqing on the ground. Whether he is the person they are looking for or not, this little girl is worth a lot of money if sold on the black market. Old Second is right. I am moved by this delicate skin and tender flesh. Xiao Fanqing looked ahead through the gap in the crowd. He saw the little lion's head sticking out from behind the rubble. He mouthed in that direction. "Run!" The orc, who was called Lao Er, stretched out his hand with a loose smile, and was about to hook Xiao Fanqing's face to take a photo. Fu Linchuan's eyes darkened in hiding. He was looking for death. He ran forward quickly. "Xiao Fanqing, close your eyes." Seeing the little lion about to pounce on her face, Xiao Fanqing subconsciously closed her eyes. Fu Linchuan stretched out his claws and cut off the orc's hand. The gentle blood splashed on Xiao Fanqing's face, and his long eyelashes couldn't help but tremble a few times. The tall orc hadn't reacted yet, and his right hand was broken. The severe pain swept through his whole body. He covered his arm and rolled on the ground. "Ah! It hurts so much." This sudden scene made the other orcs take 2 steps back. Fu Linchuan picked up the black hood on the ground and put it on Xiao Fanqing. Hearing the roar, Xiao Fanqing turned her head anxiously. "Little lion, how are you? I don't want to wear this thing. It will be fine soon." Fu Linchuan stretched out his paw and patted Xiao Fanqing's shoulder to comfort her. At this time, the familiar leader saw clearly that the thing that hurt the second brother was actually a lion that was not even as long as his forearm. Damn! An A-level cub that has not been weaned yet. Brothers, catch him. This is much more valuable than the one on the ground. The orcs who were originally cowering smiled with determination when they heard that it was a valuable commodity. Brothers, go! Xiao Fanqing struggled to untie the rope on his hands. Little lion, go! Go back and get help. You two stay here today. The orcs turned into beasts and surrounded them with sharp claws. Fu Linchuan went forward with a cold light in his eyes. The orc's sharp claws were aimed at the weak little lion. Fu Linchuan nimbly dodged the attack, and the beast's claws hidden in the paw pads also stretched out and greeted them. After landing, the orcs were left with deep bloodstains, and wailing sounded instantly. The injured boss looked at the bloodstains on his shoulder. The lion was too fast, and they were left with scars before they could react. They didn't expect that the cubs of high-level orcs were so strong. Damn. Little kitten. I don't believe I can't deal with you today. Fu Lin-Chuan looked at the orcs opposite him like they were trash. He didn't want to entangle with them, and directly controlled his body to restore half of his original size. A 2-meter-tall lion appeared in front of them majestically. Those orcs couldn't help showing fear under the powerful pressure of the A-level orcs. They retreated tremblingly. Big brother. The leading orc gritted his teeth. What are you afraid of? He is alone and there are 7 of us. We can't deal with him. Come on. The leading orc was the first to transform into a beast. Golden beast patterns appeared on his face, and his hands turned into the claws of a beast. He rushed up with his fangs bared and a fierce look on his face. Other orcs also transformed into beasts and roared and rushed up. Fu Lin-Chuan slapped a hyena orc onto the rubble with one claw and smashed a pit. The hyena lay in the pit and curled up in a ball, groaning in pain. The one-eared leopard rushed forward and opened its bloody mouth to bite the lion. Fu Lin-Chuan pierced his abdomen with one claw. After a flash of cold light and blood, the besieged orcs fell to the ground one after another. Only a yellow weasel was left with a broken leg and dragged its body to escape. Fu Lin-Chuan held down its tail. The yellow weasel desperately crawled forward, leaving scratches on the ground with its claws. Brother. Sir. I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. The yellow weasel looked at the huge lion with fear in its eyes, as if it saw a killing god who harvested lives. They were used to being domineering in the black market, but this time, they kicked the iron plate. Tell me, who instructed you? Thinking of the mysterious man with a dead aura, the yellow weasel shivered in fear. Fu Lin-Chuan saw that he was still hesitating and pressed his tail with his claws. The yellow weasel whimpered in pain and curled up. Xia Fanqing couldn't see the situation outside. He only heard the sound of a sword cutting through flesh. He struggled desperately with the rope in his hand. The rough rope was rubbed into a bloody mess under his strong struggle. His eyes kept changing from black to red. The rope was also half untied. He struggled and groped and stood up. Little lion. Are you okay? Fu Lin-Chuan turned around and said. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Speak. I'll tell you. I don't know those people either. They are from the city above. They posted a bounty on the black market to find a human. I don't know anything else. Please let me go, the weasel said tremblingly. Sir, I'm just a follower. Really? Send a message to the contact person, saying that the person has been found, and ask them to come and inspect the goods. For safety reasons, we have changed the location. See you at pit 30 of the abandoned mine at 3 o'clock in the evening. Yes. The weasel orc sent a message to the contact person with shaking hands. Bring the light brain here. Get out. The weasel dragged its body away and ran away. He dared not show up again. Even if this lord let him go today, if that group of people found him, his life would be in danger. Xia Fanqing groped forward and was about to kick the orc lying on the ground. Fu Lin-Chuan jumped onto his shoulder, axing, go to the right. Feeling the weight of the little lion on his shoulder, Xia Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief. He tilted his head and rubbed the little lion on his shoulder. Fu Mingan, you scared me to death. Fu Lin-Chuan commanded Xia Fanqing to return to the airship. He jumped down again and destroyed all the other orcs' optical computers. After he gave the airship the command to autopilot, he took off the hood on Xia Fanqing's head. Xia Fanqing's eyes were slightly red with fear when she saw the little lion again. Next time, you can't go up by yourself. Remember to call for help. Fu Lin-Chuan nodded and jumped behind Xia Fanqing to bite the rope on his wrist. He saw Xia Fanqing's wrist bleeding from the rope, and his eyes darkened. It was worn out when Xia Fanqing struggled when he was fighting with a group of orcs. He lowered his head and untied the rope on the little human's hand. He lowered his head and licked Xia Fanqing's injured wrist. The smell of blood burst into his mouth. Damn it! As soon as Xia Fanqing let go of his hand, he hugged the little lion in his arms. His eyes were slightly red, and he rubbed his face against the little lion in his arms. You really can't do this in the future. I'm so scared. Fu Lin-Chuan rubbed the little human's chin, and when the little human wasn't paying attention, he stretched out his fluffy claws to wipe off the blood on his face. Xia Fanqing held the little lion for a while and recovered. He lifted the little lion in front of his eyes and turned it around. Seeing that it was not injured, he was relieved. Where are those orcs? After a good lesson, they were all released. Fu Linchuan said. He didn't want the little human to know. It was almost dark when the two returned to the city lord's mansion. He carried the little lion back to the dormitory. As soon as he pushed the door, Yu Xiaodong, who was anxiously waiting for Xia Fanqing in the room, came to greet him. Xia Fanqing, where have you been? I opened the light brain for you, but you didn't answer. You scared me to death. Xia Fanqing hid the wound on her wrist in her sleeve. He forced a smile. Sorry. I won't do it next time. I just took the little lion to see his friends. Cat. It's getting late. Go to the restaurant to help Shui and the others cook. Don't forget to bring food for the two of us. Yu Xiaodong saw that Xia Fanqing was fine, so he hummed proudly. Got it. After Xiaodong left, Xia Fanqing put the little lion in her arms on the bed. Fu Linchuan looked around and took the medicine box from the cabinet. Xia Fanqing, your wound. Xia Fanqing came over and took out the wound healing spray from it and sprayed it. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still shrank in pain. After spraying the medicine, only a pink mark was left on his wrist. I'll give you a bath. Xia Fanqing carried Fu Linchuan into the bathroom. The little lion was covered in dust and some blood. After both of them cleaned up, Xia Fanqing fell on the bed exhausted. Fu Linchuan also laid down next to his neck. Xia Fanqing rubbed the fur ball beside his neck and closed his eyes. Don't be afraid. Go to sleep. Xia Fanqing couldn't understand why someone would offer a reward for him. He thought he was just an ordinary human. If he insisted on saying that he had any special skills in this different world, it would be cooking. What did he do in this body before? Xia Fanqing fell asleep thinking about these questions. Fu Linchuan turned into his original body and took the little human without the animal ears into his arms. The little human in his arms had a flushed face and frowned slightly in his sleep. Fu Linchuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he had too many concerns about this action. He should have let the little human go with the cat at that time, so that his identity would be exposed and the little human would not be frightened. Xia Fanqing was drowsy in his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw that the male lion standing not far away was stained with blood. In the war, he turned around and stared at himself. His golden eyes were dead silent. Xia Fanqing wanted to call him over, but he couldn't lift his arms or open his mouth. It seemed that there was a shackle in the darkness that imprisoned his body. He struggled desperately but to no avail. The tall male lion looked at him deeply, and then disappeared in the flames of war. The little human in his arms became more and more restless as he slept. With a somewhat painful expression, he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Fu Linchuan licked the little human's frowning brows. The little human in his arms hummed in his sleep, and the arms holding his body tightened involuntarily. Fu Linchuan kept looking down at the little human in his arms. He put away his claws and gently patted the little human's back to coax him to sleep. The little human slowly relaxed his frowning brows. Hearing the footsteps, Fu Linchuan glanced at the person in his arms, then turned into a young body and curled up at the neck of the little human. Yu Xiaodong pushed open the door and saw Xia Fanqing sleeping. He lightened his footsteps and put the dinner in his hand on the table. Fu Linchuan looked up at the tabby cat that came in, and seeing that he had no intention of waking up the little human, he continued to snuggle down. When Xia Fanqing woke up, it was completely dark. As soon as he moved, he touched the little lion lying next to his neck. He rubbed the little lion with his chin, and then sat up. Fu Linchuan woke up when Xia Fanqing opened her eyes, and Yu Xiaodong also looked over. Xia Fanqing, you're awake. It's time to eat. Xia Fanqing nodded, put on his shoes, and went to the bathroom to wash his face. He had a headache after waking up from this sleep, and the scenes in his dream were chaotic, and he could no longer remember them. He wiped his face and walked out. When he came out, Yu Xiaodong had already heated up the meal, and Xia Fanqing invited the little lion to come and eat. When Xia Fanqing came back, Yu Xiaodong saw that he didn't look very good and didn't ask much, but he was always uneasy in his heart. He remembered the red eyes of Xia Fanqing when they were attacked by hyenas. He was also absent-minded when working, and the oil in the pot splashed on the back of his hand. The pain helped him recover. He lowered his head and licked the back of his hand. Although he was a low-level orc, he would not let anyone hurt the little human. After work, he specially prepared dinner for Xia Fanqing. Compared with those meat-eating little humans, he liked corn and other grains more. During the time when Xia Fanqing was away, he specially collected a lot of them. He made a pot of potatoes and beef brisket stew and a pot of corn porridge for the little human. While eating, Xiao Fanqing put some food into the bowl of the little lion beside him. He drank a mouthful of the warm porridge, and his stomach felt better. His complexion also improved a lot. Xiao Fanqing, can I go with you for a few days when you go back this time? Yu Xiaodong asked. He had been feeling uneasy since Xiao Fanqing came back today. He couldn't rest until he confirmed the living environment of the little human. Really? You agree to go back with me? Xiao Fanqing raised her head in surprise when she heard that Yu Xiaodong was willing to go back with her. Yu Xiaodong nodded. Xiao Fanqing immediately said to the little lion beside him, Little lion, can you take the cat with you? Of course. Leave this to me. Fu Linchuan agreed without thinking. This was easy for him. Fill in his identity information as Fu's. I'll let Lieutenant Li do it, so it will be convenient to go back and forth to the underground city. Thank you. Xiao Fanqing thanked sincerely. The cat was his most important relative. He was very grateful that the little lion could help him like this. At night, Fu Linchuan glanced at the sleeping Xiao Fanqing and then quietly left the city lord's mansion. There was still a mastermind waiting for him to deal with. After he left the city lord's mansion, he drove the airship today to the agreed place. After arriving at the place, he threw the blood-stained rope and the weasel's optical brain from the car into the bottom of the mine. Then he hid behind a bunker. These mines were dug like ant nests, which were very suitable for hiding. Soon, an airship stopped above the mine, and 3 masked men in black jumped down from the airship that was more than 100 meters high. The tall orc landed on one knee, and after getting up, a hole was smashed into the ground. Fu Linchuan looked at the people who came with a cold light in his eyes. These orcs had undergone special military training, and their strength should not be underestimated. The people from the black market this morning were simply not good enough in front of him. The leading orc walked to the glowing optical computer. He crushed the bloody rope on the ground with his foot. He sniffed it and handed it to the orc behind him. Test to see if it's him. The orc behind him opened the black briefcase in his hand and took out the reagent. He took some blood from the rope and put the cotton swab into the liquid in the test tube. The 3 of them stared at the tube of reagent. After a while, the blood in the test tube changed. The originally transparent liquid inside turned blue. It's him. He's the one we're looking for. Hand him over to us. Here's 1 million star coins. The leading orc looked around and threw the star coin card in his hand to the ground. The only response to them was the wind in the mine. I'm talking about the last side. Hand him over. Otherwise the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. The hoarse voice of the orc echoed in the mine. The person is in my hands. You think you can get rid of him with just 1 million. It's too easy for you to think. You set the conditions. 100 million star coins and a legal identity of an underground city. Okay. The hoarse voice of the orc rang out with the sound of the wind. Having obtained the information he wanted, Fu Linchuan attacked quickly. By the time the orc carrying the medical kit reacted, the chain in his hand had disappeared, and even the test tube fell to the ground and broke. The 3 people immediately formed a triangle and became alert. They scanned the surroundings with weapons in hand. They were not friendly, and the opponent's strength was probably comparable to theirs. Fu Linchuan flashed through the densely packed cave entrances, and then a burst of dense gunfire swept behind him. They knew Xiao Fanqing's identity, and if they could ask her out, that would be the best. If they couldn't, they would all be left behind. Fu Linchuan didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, and directly transformed into a 2-meter-tall body and quickly stretched out his claws, severely injuring one of the orcs with one claw. The other 2 orcs saw the black shadow flashing in front of them and shot at it, but still didn't hurt the other party at all. Now they were in the light, and the enemy was in the dark. Who intercepted number 2? They looked around vigilantly and did not dare to relax their guard. The strength of this person should not be underestimated. When Fu Linchuan attacked, the 2 orcs immediately dodged the attack. They used their claws to cling to the wall of the mine. The orcs' good night vision could see everything clearly even in the dark. But the opponent's speed was too fast. This time, they could only confirm that the opponent was a carnivorous beast. Who are you? You are looking for death. The orc roared. Fu Linchuan appeared in front of an orc like a ghost. The orc stretched out his claws to catch the attack. Even so, he was shocked by the powerful impact and spit out blood. He fell from the steep rock wall and turned over to stabilize his body at the bottom of the pit. The opponent was a powerful A-level orc, and it was very likely that he came from the ground city. Their Deadpool strength is enough to fight a special forces unit, although they are all B-level orcs. Their strength is not much different from that of A-level orcs under the effect of drugs. However, they did not expect that the opponent's strength is stronger than theirs. This is the first time they have encountered such a strong opponent. After attacking this orc, Fu Lin-Chuan attacked another orc. The orc leader directly turned his beastly tail and swung it towards the black shadow. Fu Lin-Chuan dodged it and jumped to the bottom of the pit. Only then did the two orcs see the person coming from the opposite side. The orc on the ground stood up, holding his chest. Fu Lin-Chuan, it's you? Oh, it seems you know me. Why are you here? Haven't you degenerated? Who are you? The royal family is carrying out a mission. Please cooperate with Admiral Fu. Fu Lin-Chuan stared at the orcs on the opposite side. A black-bellied snake orc and a vulture orc. It seemed that the other party's skills were indeed from the military. But how could he not know that the royal family had such a secret force? Since we are all on the same side, show us the mission order. The two orcs looked at each other and rushed forward. Fu Lin-Chuan, you are a degraded orc. You think too highly of yourself. They had already dropped their weapons and transformed into beasts to fight. The guns in their hands were good for dealing with some low-level orcs. But for high-level orcs like Fu Lin-Chuan, the chance of killing them in hand-to-hand combat was higher. The black-bellied snake attacked the lion on the ground with its tail. Seeing that the other party had recognized him, Fu Lin-Chuan simply restored his original body shape, and a 4-meter-tall lion raised his head and roared. A snake tail half a meter thick swept over, and Fu Lin-Chuan stretched out his sharp claws that flashed with cold light to meet it. The claws collided with the scales, and a spark flew. After the spark, the scales on the black-bellied snake's tail fell off one after another. The giant snake opened its mouth in anger and bit it. A vulture with 2-meter wings spread in the air also stretched out its claws to attack the lion. Fu Lin-Chuan dodged it, but was swept onto the steep mine wall by the giant snake's tail. Huge rocks fell with the lion, covering the lion underneath. I didn't expect Fu Lin-Chuan's mental strength to be recovering, the vulture orc said. I will report to you immediately after Fu Lin-Chuan is dealt with. As soon as he finished speaking, the lion covered in the rubble rushed out, and the stones he brought out smashed towards the two people. He bit the black-bellied snake on the 7 inches. The black-bellied snake roared and rolled on the ground. He rolled over and wrapped his body around the lion. He mobilized his mental strength to the maximum and tightly wrapped around the lion. The vulture in the air also swooped down and grabbed the lion with one claw, tearing off a piece of meat from the lion. Even so, Fu Lin-Chuan seemed to feel no pain. His sharp claws pierced the giant snake's scales, and his fangs bit the 7 inches. The black-bellied snake also tightly wrapped around the lion, and the lion's body was slightly deformed by him. The giant snake entangled Fu Lin-Chuan while swaying its tail in pain, leaving deep tail marks on the rock walls of the mine, and huge rocks fell down one after another. Fu Lin-Chuan mobilized his mental power and pierced the snake's body with his sharp claws. His eyes were red, and he bit off the giant snake's 7 inches. While the two were fighting, the vulture kept attacking the lion. The lion was covered in blood from his scratches. Even if the lion's healing ability was strong, it could not keep up with the speed of his injuries. Some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. After dealing with the giant snake, Fu Lin-Chuan turned around to deal with the vulture. Seeing Fu Lin-Chuan, who was like Shura, the vulture immediately went towards the airship and tried to escape. He landed on the ground and took out the optical computer to send a message to the upper part. Fu Lin-Chuan, who jumped up from the bottom of the pit, ended his life with one claw, leaving only the optical computer underground beeping. He left a bloody footprint with each step, which triggered the optical computer on the ground. The message on it had been sent out. Number 2. Ground City. F. Fu Lin-Chuan crushed the optical computer with one foot, kicked the orc on the ground into the mine, and then jumped to shoot down the airship in the air. The airship fell into the mine, and the explosion and fire buried the number 30 mine pit. Chapter 47. After handling all the matters, Fu Lin-Chuan mobilized his mental power to repair the wounds on his body. Due to the frequent use of mental power tonight, his mental power was in turmoil again. He was hit by the violent mental power, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even so, he repaired the surface wounds so as not to let the little human find out. Fu Lin-Chuan wiped the blood off his claws and returned to the city lord's mansion. He quietly pushed the window, but Yu Xiaodong, who had been guarding the window, found him at the first time. He looked at the bloody little lion and covered his mouth in fear. The round cat eyes were frightened into vertical pupils. Yu Xiaodong woke up in the middle of the night and found that the lion beside Xia Fanqing's pillow was gone. He waited at the window for the lion to come back. He wanted to find out what happened that day, but it seemed to be beyond his expectations. Fu Linchuan made a hushed gesture to him and then went into the bathroom at the door. Yu Xiaodong was trembling with fear. He covered his mouth tightly to avoid making any sound. After a while, he mustered up the courage to push the bathroom door. The lion inside was pouring water into the sink. He turned the water to the minimum, fearing that he would wake up Xia Fanqing, who was sleeping soundly. Yu Xiaodong shivered and pressed against the wall. "You, who are you? Why are you following Xia Fanqing?" Fu Linchuan glanced at the trembling tabby cat. "You just need to know that I will not hurt Xia Fanqing. Today I just dealt with those who wanted to hurt him." Yu Xiaodong suppressed the fear in his heart and murmured, "No one is allowed to hurt Xia Fanqing. Get out." Yu Xiaodong pressed against the wall and went out again. This lion was too scary. Fu Linchuan washed the blood off his body in the sink. He stood up from the water wetly. He jumped down a little staggeringly, bit the towel to wipe the water off his body, and lay down on the pillow of the little human with half-dried fur. His mental power was hitting his nerves again and again, and the soothing breath of the little human made him feel much better. He closed his eyes and began to sort out his spiritual threads. Today's battle had caused him internal injuries. Although he had repaired the external injuries, the more serious internal injuries would take him a week to repair, even if the S-level orcs had amazing recovery ability. He was still too weak after the degeneration. Jiang Yin, who was still asleep, heard a beat from his personal optical brain. He immediately opened his eyes. It was a message from Deadpool. There were only a few short words. Number 2. Above ground city. F. He looked at the message and fell into deep thought. Could it be that number 2 had escaped from the underground city to the above ground city? No wonder he had searched the underground city for more than half a year without any results. But what does this F mean? Is it a place name or a person's name? Some of the Deadpools he sent to the underground city should have died. This message was obviously sent back by Deadpool in a hurry. He was so upset that he couldn't sleep. He finally found a healing experiment subject that was somewhat effective. But he escaped. This not only affected the lives of those degenerated orcs, but also his own life. If he couldn't catch number 2, his mental strength would collapse due to the depletion of serum in his hand. He put on his clothes and prepared to go to the laboratory. Who Mei beside him opened her eyes. "Ian, are you going out so late? I still have some work to deal with. You go to sleep first." Jiang Yin left after he finished speaking. Hu Mei closed her eyes with some sadness. Ah Yin finally came back once, but he left again in the middle of the night. After Jiang Yin returned to the laboratory, he sent a message to the Deadpools in the dungeon to count the number of people. He sent a total of 7 Deadpools to the dungeon, but only received messages from 4 Deadpools. He lost 3 Deadpools overnight. Who was secretly doing this? Each of his Deadpools had the ability of an A-level orc, but he lost 3 overnight. He didn't know how many people the other side had, but each of them should be at the level of an A-level orc. He needed to send more people to search the underground city. He sent out 10 Deadpools and the royal guards to search. Number 2. Sooner or later, you will fall into my hands. After the arrangements were made, the sky gradually brightened. He put on a white lab coat and walked towards his secret laboratory. After verifying the pupil, he opened the door to the underground passage. It took him decades to build the secret laboratory bit by bit. Inside were all the experimental subjects he cultivated with great effort. Number 2 was also here. He opened a room in the laboratory, and inside was the A-level experimental subject he had just obtained. Ji Ming opened his eyes immediately when he heard the footsteps. Seeing the person with curled eyes and a smile, he huddled in a corner with fear in his eyes. He lowered his head and dared not look at the person in front of him. His long hair covered his face. "Sir, please, let me rest for a day." "Okay. Haven't I done what I promised you? Haven't you turned into an orc now? Don't worry. Your mental ties will be completely untied in less than half a month." Jiang Yin looked at the experimental subject in front of him with a fanatical look in his eyes. "Come out. Go to the operating room." After saying this, Jiang Yin stood up and walked out of the room first. Hearing the word operating room, the orc huddled in the corner shook uncontrollably. He lowered his head and walked out step by step. Every step seemed to be walking towards the devil in the dark night. He also made a fuss when he first came in. Every time he cried and refused to cooperate. He only got double the medicine and double the pain. He no longer dared to call the man's name directly, and no longer dared to mention the word home. He walked in front tremblingly, looking at the bed in the operating room. His pupils shrank in fear. He trembled and untied the white lab coat on his body and slowly climbed up. The dazzling operating light above his head made him unable to open his eyes. Since he came here, his world has only white. White clothes, white walls, and white lights. Jiang Yin was particularly satisfied with his cooperation today. He looked at the data on the optical brain. The peacock's mental thread had been partially untied. He injected a large amount of experimental drugs into Peacock every day. These drugs were prepared with the serum of his imitator number 2. Although the side effects were great, he had to admit that they were still effective. Deepening just lay on the bed in the operating room. The metal bracelet on it fixed his limbs to the bed. The cold metal touch made Deepening tremble slightly with discomfort. Jiang Yin prepared today's medicine and injected it into the injection. The mechanical arm next to the operating bed stretched out the needle and injected the cold medicine into Deepening's limbs and heart at the same time. The medicine took effect quickly. This medicine forcefully invaded his mental power sea of consciousness, and then broke all the chaotic mental power corners and reorganized them. This kind of pain is no different from breaking and connecting muscles and bones every day. He was in pain and spasmed all over, and his body was covered with cold sweat. He wanted to bite his tongue to end this pain, but he couldn't do it. There was a bite stopper in his mouth, and he couldn't even die. He didn't want to transform into an orc. He wanted to go home and think about the little black panther that would protect him. Tears kept falling from his eyes. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yin sneered. What's there to cry about? Didn't you ask me to help you recover your mental strength? Didn't I do it? Jiang Yin patted the face of the orc on the operating table. This is nothing. The number 2 experimental subject survived 10 years under my hands and didn't die. He was a lowly human being, and he also evolved healing abilities. I really miss my number 2. The severe pain made Deepening struggle desperately. His wrists and ankles were rubbed to the point of bleeding, but he seemed to feel no pain. The peacock pattern on his body was looming, making this scene look a little weird. When Xia Fanqing woke up in the morning, he saw the little lion beside his pillow as soon as he opened his eyes. In the past, the little lion woke up immediately after he opened his eyes. But today the little lion did not wake up. He quietly put on his clothes and got up. Yu Xiaodong saw Xia Fanqing wake up and got up too. The two went to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast together. Yu Xiaodong looked at the little human beside him from time to time, and every time he opened his mouth, he was hesitant to speak. I'm afraid that Xia Fanqing's secrets were unknown to him. After finishing his work, Xia Fanqing returned to the dormitory with breakfast. The little lion on the bed was still sleeping, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. He leaned over the bed and looked at the little lion on the bed, as if the little lion had sensed his arrival. It gradually relaxed its brows. Xia Fanqing stared at the little lion on the bed. What happened to his little lion today? Was he sick? But he was not an orc, and didn't know if the orc was feeling unwell. He asked Yu Xiaodong beside him, Cat, can you help me see if the little lion is sick? Yu Xiaodong took a glance. Could he tell Xia Fanqing that your lion went out to fight in the middle of the night, and is probably recuperating now? He could only say, maybe it's just arrived in the dungeon and hasn't adapted well yet. It will be fine in 2 days. Xia Fanqing nodded. It's possible. The little cub may not be able to adapt to the local climate when it first came to the dungeon. Fu Linchuan opened his eyes after feeling Xia Fanqing's comforting breath. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the little human lying on the bed with sparkling eyes. The little human asked softly, Little lion, are you feeling uncomfortable? Fu Linchuan nodded. It would be a good thing if he could leave the underground city as soon as possible by taking advantage of the illness, even if he was not able to do it when he got to the ground city. Fu Yi and the others could still protect the little human in the ground city. Seeing that the little lion was not feeling well, Xia Fanqing immediately became nervous. It was no small matter for a cub to be sick. He hurriedly asked, Where do you feel uncomfortable? No energy. Cat, is he really not used to the climate? Yu Xiaodong replied, Maybe. Xia Fanqing held the little lion in his arms distressfully. He wondered if the little lion was frightened yesterday, and that was why he was in low spirits today. Why don't we go back today? Sorry. I scared you. Fu Linchuan didn't expect that playing the pity game would be so effective. He lay in Xia Fanqing's arms and absorbed the soothing breath from him. Only when he was with Xia Fanqing did his violent mental power gradually calm down. It was because he brought the little cub to the dungeon that he scared him. Xia Fanqing regretted it very much. He held the little lion in his arms, and stroked him gently, and rocked him gently like coaxing a baby. Fu Lingquan was stiff in the little human's arms, and didn't dare to move. Fortunately, no one knew him here. If people saw him coaxing a cub, how could he, a great admiral of the empire, put his face? It turned out that lying has a price to pay. It's comfortable, but it's a bit embarrassing. Yu Xiaodong, who was standing aside, twitched his mouth when he saw Xia Fanqing coaxing the sesame ball. The one in his arms was not a soft and cute cub, but maybe a powerful black-hearted fur ball. This is too pretentious. Who was the one who was covered in blood and acted like a millionaire last night? Xia Fanqing held the fur ball in her arms, and coaxed it for a while. Then whispered, "Can I feed you some food?" Fu Lingquan nodded. Xia Fanqing opened the sweet porridge in the thermos bucket, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, blew it, and then put it to the little cub's mouth. Fu Lingquan ate it without any pressure. Anyway, the little human had fed him a lot. So what did it matter if he had one more meal or one less meal? Yu Xiaodong looked at the warm scene of the two feeding each other, and the surprised kitten's ears stood up straight. Xia Fanqing, I suddenly realized that you have the potential to be a mother. Hearing this, Fu Lingquan paused while eating. What on earth was this tabby cat talking about? Xia Fanqing said without any pressure, Isn't this how you take care of little cubs? After feeding the little lion, Xia Fanqing carried the little lion to the bed and covered him with a quilt. However, the little lion stretched out its claws and hooked the hem of his clothes, staring at him with its big gray-blue eyes. Xia Fanqing was touched by the little lion's watery eyes. He touched the little lion's ears and said, Go to sleep. I'll stay with you. Yu Xiaodong hugged his arms and looked at the lion on the bed. A scheming bitch. With Xia Fanqing's company, Fu Lingquan felt that the impact on his mental power was much lighter. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. After returning yesterday, the mental impact kept him awake until Xia Fanqing came back. Xia Fanqing accompanied the little lion and slept until lunchtime. Yu Xiaodong came back with a thermos lunch box. Xia Fanqing originally planned to leave in the afternoon, but Yu Xiaodong's identity information would not be available until tomorrow at the earliest, so he had to stay with the little lion overnight. After a night of recuperation, Fu Lingquan's violent mental power finally calmed down, but the internal injuries he suffered still needed to be slowly recovered. The next morning, Yu Xiaodong got up early to pack his things. He carried his favorite cat's paw bag, a string of cat's paw bracelets, and a string of cat's eye beads on his wrists, and his tail was shaking behind him. The three of them went out of the suburbs to meet Lieutenant Li. Yu Xiaodong stretched his arm in front of Lieutenant Li with his cat ears. He was a powerful high-level orc. Although he looked gentle, the aura of the beast on him still frightened him a little. Li Jingyao held up the thin arm stretched out in front of him and pressed the identity chip on it. Okay. You are now a legal citizen of the above-ground city. Welcome to the above-ground city. Yu Xiaodong raised his arm and took a look. After the chip entered his body, his skin returned to normal. He fluttered his ears and stretched his arm in front of Xia Fanqing. Xia Fanqing, I have an ID card now. Congratulations. Xia Fanqing was also very happy. With a new identity, Mauer could live with him often. Lieutenant Li sent the three of them to the vicinity of the kindergarten. General Fu. Ahem. Young master. Mr. Yu's employment information in the kindergarten has been completed. He is a part-time nursery assistant in Class 3 of Grade B. You can leave at any time. This position, that appeared out of thin air, was added by Lieutenant Li himself to the dean. Usually, a class is only equipped with one nursery teacher and one nanny robot. This requirement was raised by their General Fu. As for why their general naturally has his reasons. Thank you, Lieutenant Li. Xia Fanqing originally planned to rent a house nearby for Mauer to live in. It would be great if Mao could live with her in the kindergarten. Yu Xiaodong lay on the window of the airship and looked out along the way. The memory of the ground city had long been blurred in his mind. Compared with the underground city, this place was completely different. He seemed to have entered another world. Yu Xiaodong looked around curiously as soon as he entered the kindergarten. He had never seen such a beautiful place. The whole kindergarten was as beautiful as the castle in his dream, with tall trees and neat flower beds. These plants were extremely precious in the underground city, but they grew randomly on the roadside here. He stretched out his tail to hook a yellow sunset beauty, and he meowed and let go of the tail. Xiao Fanqing turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Xiao Fanqing. This flower bit me. Yu Xiaodong hugged his tail distressfully. The city on the ground was really so cruel that even a flower was so cruel. Let me see. Xiao Fanqing took his tail from Yu Xiaodong's hand. Where does it hurt? Here. Yu Xiaodong pointed at his tail to show him. As soon as Xiao Fanqing took the fluffy tail, he began to hiss. He pretended to flip the fluffy tail in his hand. It was a soft and silky tail. He touched it twice before reluctantly letting it go. It's okay. There are no thorns. As soon as Fu Lingquan saw the little human's eyes shining, he knew that he was addicted to fur again. He really wanted to suck fur all the time. He jumped and lay on Xiao Fanqing's shoulder. Xiao Fanqing turned her head and asked the little fur ball on her shoulder. Are you tired from walking? Fu Lingquan nodded. Xiao Fanqing held the little fur ball in his arms, and then picked a sunset beauty from the roadside garden. He glanced at the little fur ball in his arms. Lend me your paw. After saying that, he raised the little lion's paw pad and pressed it, and the little sharp claw hidden in the paw pad was exposed. Xiao Fanqing raised the little paw pad and cut off the sharp thorns on the sunset beauty. Xiao Fanqing took care of the flower and handed it to the cat beside her. The flower doesn't bite. It's the thorns on it. Okay. Take it. Yu Xiaodong carefully held the delicate flower in his hand. It was so beautiful. Such a delicate flower can only be owned by nobles in the dungeon. This series of actions made Fu Lingquan a little confused. He stared with round eyes. What happened just now? His claws were used as knives by the little human? He didn't expect that his claws that could crush a warship with one claw would have this use one day. The secret guards hiding nearby also saw the scene. They opened their eyes wide in shock. Is he blind? What is that little human doing? He is so bold that he dares to use his claws to cut things. Those are the claws of the Admiral. These claws can crush the hard Zerg carapace on the battlefield. It's a waste of talent. Fu Xiaolu and the orc not far away looked at each other and mouthed to each other. Good pet. The other party also replied to him. Something's going on. He. Another orc also said. Be more polite next time. Several orcs looked at each other with excitement. And Fu Yi kicked the orc closest to him to the ground in anger, which frightened the other orcs and made them serious. But they were still laughing in their hearts. Xiao Fanqing was in a very good mood all the way, pinching the pads of the little fur ball in his arms. After opening the door, he greeted the little white tiger in the room. Little brain axe. We are back. When Yu Xiaodong saw that there was another beast in the room, he meowed and stuck to the wall of the corridor. The shrill cry as if he was beaten scared Xiao Fanqing. What's wrong? What's wrong? Woo 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 Xiao Fanqing. Why didn't you tell me there was a tiger in your class? Yu Xiaodong was crying but couldn't cry, lying on the wall like a gecko. Xiao Fanqing was almost amused by his appearance. Why didn't I see you get scared when you punched a kitten in the dungeon? It's okay. It's just a cub. Don't be afraid. Gu Peifeng didn't expect that there was a low-level orc following the two of them, so he didn't restrain the high-level orc aura at all. And the room was full of the pressure of the high-level orcs. Yu Xiaodong shook his head like a rattle. No. 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 Xiao Fanqing had no choice but to carry the little lion to the sofa first, and then went to coax the little cat that was still clinging to the wall. Fu Lingquan told the nanny robot to open all the windows in the room and circulate the ventilation. Then turned to Gu Peifeng and said, Hold your breath. He didn't want the little tabby cat to be scared away before entering the door. Gu Peifeng held back his breath. What's going on? Where did you pick up that cat? Xiao Fanqing's most important friend. Fu Lingquan glanced at him indifferently. This sentence made Gu Peifeng successfully shut up. Now not only did he have to restrain his breath, he also had to send a message to the other three people to remember to restrain their breath when they came in. Xiao Fanqing coaxed Yu Xiaodong in after a long time outside. The breath of the high-level orcs in the room had almost dissipated. Yu Xiaodong felt much better. But the cat ears on his head were still tightly attached to his head, which was simply pitiful. Gu Peifeng nodded to him, and Yu Xiaodong was frightened again. He dragged Xiao Fanqing to his room. Xiao Fanqing opened the door and let him in. Yu Xiaodong relaxed as soon as he entered Xiao Fanqing's room. He lay on the bed like a cat. Xiao Fanqing. Why do you have so many high-level cubs? The orcs that Yu Xiaodong had seen in his life were not as high-level as these two. They are all little cubs with good tempers. There are also little Siberian huskies, little cockatiels, and little mermaids. You can see them when school starts. The dying cat sat up in shock. There's more. Meow. After settling Yu Xiaodong, Xia Fanqing came out of the room. He was going to prepare dinner. As soon as Xia Fanqing left the room, the two people who were still talking stopped immediately. After Xia Fanqing entered the kitchen, Gu Peifeng spoke. The royal family doesn't have such special forces. How many people can easily take out 100 million star coins and arrange legal identities in the National Security Bureau? Fu Linchuan pondered. And those orcs are obviously only B-level. But their strength is not inferior to A-level orcs. Is it possible that it is related to the parallel organization? Since he dared to flaunt the royal family in front of Fu Linchuan. Even if he is not a member of the royal family, he cannot escape the connection. I will arrange people to investigate. Fu Linchuan did not know much about this famous, but mysterious organization. Since he degenerated, everything that happened around him seemed to be related to this organization. After dinner, Xia Fanqing watched the evening news with the little white tiger. On his left was the little lion, and on his right was Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong was eating a small dried fish with great pleasure. After eating the dried fish, he had a sour and sweet candied haws. The whole cat squinted happily. After watching the news, Xia Fanqing got up and prepared to go back to her room to rest. But the little lion hooked her clothes. What's wrong? Fu Linchuan hooked his clothes and tilted his head back without saying anything. Anyway, the little human would help him think of excuses. Are you still not feeling well? Fu Linchuan nodded. Xia Fanqing was afraid that the kidnapping incident would leave a shadow in the little cub's heart. Don't be afraid. I will sleep with you at night. Fu Linchuan nodded again. Yu Xiaodong on the side couldn't bear it anymore. Afraid? What are you afraid of? Black-hearted little cub. I'm afraid of you. He also reached out and pinched the corner of Xia Fanqing's clothes. Xia Fanqing. I'm afraid too. Meow. Xia Fanqing looked at her two fur balls and was in a dilemma. Then, how about the three of us sleeping together? Yu Xiaodong immediately let go of the corner of the clothes he was holding in his hand. Who wants to sleep with him? Meow. I sleep alone. Xia Fanqing carried the little fur ball into Fu Linchuan's room. This scene made Gu Peifeng stunned. What is Fu Linchuan doing? It was the first time that Xia Fanqing entered his room after the little lion moved in. There were not many things in the room, and each one was neatly arranged. Even the quilt on the bed was laid on the bed without a wrinkle. The whole room was tidy, as if no one had lived there before. Is it really okay for me to sleep here? Otherwise, I'll sleep on the floor with you, Xia Fanqing asked. Looking at the neat big bed, he felt a little embarrassed to sleep on such a flat bed. Fu Linchuan dragged her to sit on his bed. Xia Fanqing took a shower, changed into pajamas, and lay on the little lion's bed. Fu Linchuan also lay on the pillow. After turning off the lights, Xia Fanqing silently thought to himself, I am a sheep. He turned over and couldn't sleep. He secretly glanced at the little lion with closed eyes beside him, then quietly turned on the light computer and started playing games. He happily entered the virtual game to grow vegetables. A battlefield simulation game made him grow vegetables. After growing vegetables, he quit the game and turned around to see the kid with bright eyes looking at his light computer. He screamed in fear. Fu Linchuan turned on the light in the room. Why are you not sleeping yet? I can't sleep. I know my bed. Xia Fanqing nodded a little embarrassedly. Your ice silk bed sheet is slippery and uncomfortable, and the color is too cold. I can't sleep. Fu Linchuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the little human couldn't sleep because of the bed sheet. Then please change it for me. After getting permission, Xia Fanqing went back to her room and dragged back a set of four-piece suits. The creamy white flange four-piece suits. Xia Fanqing happily changed into them. After lying on the fluffy bed sheet, Xia Fanqing sighed comfortably. Fu Linchuan also noticed that Xia Fanqing's room was in warm colors, and even the bed sheet was warm and fluffy. He was used to cool colors, so it was no wonder that the little human couldn't sleep. A creamy white four-piece set was out of tune with his grayish-white room. It was good enough that the little human could fall asleep. Xia Fanqing finally lay on the fluffy bed sheet again and felt a little sleepy again. He vaguely thought that it would be better if the mattress was softer, like a cloud. He turned over and seemed to have really fallen into the cloud. And then he fell into a deep sleep. Fu Linchuan turned into a 3-meter-long body. The bed in his room was much larger than that of the little human. He looked at the little human nestled in his abdomen and fell asleep. Humans are really too delicate. The bed should be soft and the color should be warm. Chapter 48. Since Yu Xiaodong came, Xia Fanqing has lived in the little lion's room. Fu Linchuan is particularly satisfied with this, so that he doesn't have to sneak into the bed every night. At night, Fu Linchuan entered the sea of spiritual consciousness again. He hasn't let the little human come in to help him sort out the spiritual threads for several days. The playground built by the little human has become a little messy after he overused his spiritual power last time. Although the spiritual threads are still neatly arranged, they are a little crooked. In the past few days, he entered the sea of spiritual consciousness to help the fallen wooden horse stand up. And the spiritual threads of the lazy sofa, the little human's favorite, were also a little messy. He restored the little human playground to its original state bit by bit. After the playground for the little humans was repaired, he opened his spiritual power and let the little humans in. Xia Fanqing entered the strange space again in his sleep. He lazily lay on his sofa. His super large slide was already made, but it was boring to be alone here every day. He lay for a while and walked around the edge of the lines in the center. He found a strange place. The lines in that place were neatly arranged, like a wide river. Xia Fanqing held his chin and thought for a while. He remembered that the lines in this place were messy when he came in before. When did it become so neat? He shouted to the empty space, "Hey, is there anyone here? Or an animal? Can we have a breath and talk?" Fu Linchuan heard the voice of the little human. He was silent for a while, and then replied, "I'm here." Xia Fanqing didn't expect that someone would really respond to him. The sudden magnetic voice scared him. "Who are you?" A tall figure walked over from a distance. The man was wearing a black suit, golden hair, a half-gold mask on his face, and a ribbon on his shoulder. The tassels on it swayed slightly with his footsteps. Even the golden waist belt was inlaid with low-key luxury jewels. Xia Fanqing looked up at the man, who was a head taller than him. There were only two words in his mind. Handsome guy. He had broad shoulders and long legs, and his half-mask revealed a sharp and cold face. His golden eyes were full of charming colors, and he had a tall nose and cold thin lips. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing saw another colorful thing besides himself in this space. He looked around the man in front of him. "Wow, I'm quite good at dreaming. I actually sculpted a handsome guy for myself. I am worthy of it. This face is sculpted like a model." Fu Linchuan was almost impressed by the little human's rich imagination. Should he thank him for the compliment? Xia Fanqing stood on tiptoe to take off the mask on the man's face. Fu Linchuan reached out and pinched the little human's slender wrist. The little human said domineeringly, "Let go. You are my creation. You have to listen to me." "No. I won't appear if you take it off." Xia Fanqing withdrew her hand. "What a strange dream. Why do I want to pinch a handsome guy whose face can't be seen? If you don't let me see it, forget it. You will be my free labor in the future. Go to work." Xia Fanqing took his newly recruited laborers to build a castle for himself. "Do you have a name?" Fu Linchuan lowered his head slightly and looked at the little human in front of him. "Fu." Xia Fanqing didn't expect that he just asked casually. And this mysterious man actually had a name. "You were created by me. Why do you have a name?" "Because you gave me a name subconsciously." Fu Linchuan followed his nonsense. When the tall man lowered his head, Xia Fanqing met the man's golden eyes, as beautiful as amber. And he murmured to himself, "Did I name you after the little lion's surname?" Xia Fanqing returned to his playground with his free labor. He put his hands on his hips and painted a big picture for his employees like a contractor. "Xiao Fu. Look, this piece of land is mine. I plan to build a big castle here, and I plan to build a super large runway on that piece of land." Fu Linchuan slightly raised his lips when he heard the little human's grand ambitions. "Xiao Fu. Did you hear that?" Fu Linchuan nodded. "Xiao Fu is Xiao Fu. Only this bold little human dares to call himself that. Let's get started." Xia Fanqing started his grand plan with his new employees. The two worked for a long time, but didn't even build the foundation. Xia Fanqing wiped off the non-existent sweat and lay down on the lazy sofa. He closed his eyes and made a wish. "Please give me a few handsome guys to work." After hearing the little human's wish, Fu Linchuan paused in combing his spiritual threads. He found that the little human seemed to be obsessed with looks. Since he appeared in his spiritual sea of consciousness, the little human would glance at him from time to time. He combed for a while before sending the little human out of his spiritual sea of consciousness. In his sleep, Xia Fanqing rubbed the furry creature beside him and smiled. "He meant all mine." Fu Linchuan stretched out his paw and tapped the little human's forehead. Greedy. Early in the morning, Xia Fanqing stretched and got up. It was rare for him to stay in bed during the holiday. Anyway, the little white tiger and the cat would not get up early. He turned his face to the soft belly of the little lion beside the pillow and took a deep breath. Little lion, grow up quickly, so that I can hug you with my whole body. Fu Linchuan was so shocked by the little human's behavior early in the morning that he dared not move. Are all humans so unrestrained? Xia Fanqing pinched the little lion's round ears with one hand. Little lion, I dreamed of a man yesterday. It's so strange. Do you think I have been single for too long? Fu Linchuan shook his ears. Does it meet your aesthetic standards? Xia Fanqing laughed twice. Of course. I dreamed of it. Of course. It looks completely according to my aesthetic standards. The only shortcoming is that it is a little tall. Fu Linchuan really didn't know how to answer this. He couldn't possibly make himself smaller in real life. Get up. Xiao Era and the others should be back soon. Xia Fanqing got up after lifting the quilt. He stretched and went to the bathroom to wash up. Fu Linchuan looked at the white waist of the little human and his eyes darkened. Xia Fanqing. I'm back. As soon as Xiao Era entered the room, he pounced on Xia Fanqing who was sitting on the sofa. He hissed and stretched out his tongue to lick Xia Fanqing's face, but was pushed down by Fu Linchuan who was lying next to Xia Fanqing. Xiao Era rolled down Xia Fanqing's legs. He Wuyo was unwilling to accept it and lay on the sofa with his legs, arguing with the culprit just now. What? Why did you sweep me down? Fu Linchuan didn't even raise his eyelids. Dirty! He Wuyo was instantly furious. You are dirty. Your whole family is dirty. Xia Fanqing. Look at him. Xia Fanqing grabbed the back of his neck and carried the dog to the sofa. The little lion is joking with you. Xia Fanqing. Your heart is on the beach. Awoo! Xia Fanqing smiled and nodded his dog's head. Let me introduce you to the new part-time nanny. Yu Xiaodong. Yu Xiaodong nodded at him. And He Wuyo jumped in front of him. Yu Xiaodong leaned back a little. It's a kitten like Xia Fanqing. After a while, Liluna came back with the water bubble of Lassie in her claws. She threw the fish ball directly into Xia Fanqing's arms. This fish said it missed you. As soon as she entered the house, Lassie turned into a little mermaid and lay in Xia Fanqing's palm. It was the first time that Xia Fanqing touched a little mermaid out of a water ball. The little mermaid was cool in his palm, and the touch of the fish tail was like a piece of jade. Lassie stretched out her arms and hugged Xia Fanqing's thumb, rubbing her fair little face against it, and said in a baby voice, Xia Fanqing, I miss you so much. I miss Lassie too. Xia Fanqing reached out and touched the little mermaid's ice blue long hair. So cute. As soon as Liluna entered the door, she noticed the new kitten in their class. She flew in front of Yu Xiaodong and tilted her head to look at him. Are cats so petite? The new keeper seemed to be a little shorter than Xia Fanqing, but he was also very cute, especially the small triangular cat ears on his head. Liluna stretched out her claws to touch the cat's ears, but Yu Xiaodong dodged with a flying ear. Liluna chirped and flew away. Stingy. It was the first time that Yu Xiaodong saw so many high-level orc cubs. They didn't seem so scary. The size of these cubs was a circle smaller than his. At this time, He Wuyo dragged his backpack over. He threw it into Xia Fanqing's arms with a snap. Xia Fanqing staggered under the impact of the package. Fu Linchuan looked at the cheerful dog coldly. He Wuyo felt scared when he looked at him. But then he thought, what's the point of being a coward? He also looked over with his dog eyes wide open. What are you looking at? What is it? My dad gave you a gift. Xia Fanqing opened the small backpack, and the jewels inside almost blinded him. Is this real? He wouldn't even dare to buy rock candy with these colorful jewels. Of course. How could this young master give you a fake thing? The wealthy Guzzi snorted. You should keep it for yourself. Xia Fanqing returned his small backpack to him. You didn't empty your mother's jewelry box, did you? Xia Fanqing looked at the dog at his feet suspiciously. He had heard many times before that naughty kids gave away their mother's jewelry. He never thought that it would happen to him one day. How is it possible? My mother has a lot of jewelry. Take it. This is a gift from my father. Thank you for bringing him beef jerky. Before Xia Fanqing could say anything, Fu Linchuan took it for him. This little bit of jewelry was nothing to the He family. Yu Xiaodong and He Wuyo got familiar with each other after spending a long time together. Later, he simply turned into his original body and mixed in with the cubs to play with them. It turned out that the animal body was the most comfortable. He especially liked Lassie. He stretched out his claws to fiddle with a small water ball on the carpet. Lassie swam around in it without getting angry. She had a lot of fun playing with Yu Xiaodong. She even acted as a jumping ball and jumped back and forth under Yu Xiaodong's claws. Chapter 49. After returning, several people stepped up to sort out their mental power. With Xia Fanqing by their side, their mental power became particularly peaceful, and it was also smooth to sort out. In the afternoon, Xia Fanqing took the kids in her class out for a walk as usual. La Luna was walking the dog. The little mermaid was hiding in the flowers and playing hide-and-seek with Yu Xiaodong. The little lion and the little white tiger were lying on Xia Fanqing's left and right. And even the little black panther from the next class A was nestled on the branch above Xia Fanqing's head. The principal who came out to inspect the work almost popped his eyes out when he saw the cub lying next to Xia Fanqing. He rarely inspected the work of the employees. It was not that he did not inspect, but every time he went to inspect the work, the group of high-level orcs with bad tempers always liked to kick him like a ball. He wanted to walk around those uncles. Along the way, he nodded and bowed to greet the young masters and ladies. Except for a few large beast orcs sharpening their claws. The bird orcs were particularly quiet today. He did what he had to do. He touched his poor hair. The bird orcs finally let his hair go. When he saw the 3 high-level orcs lying next to Xia Fanqing, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. If he was not mistaken, it was General Fu and the second Prince Gu. What happened when he came back after a month of slacking off? He rubbed his hands and carefully came to the little nursery teacher. Teacher Xia. Are you used to it here? Hello, Principal. Xia Fanqing was about to jump off the swing chair, but the principal waved his hand to stop her. You sit. You sit. Fu Linchuan also noticed the pangolin orc. He glanced at it, and then closed his eyes. This glance scared the principal, and he shivered. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Teacher Xia. The cubs in your class are pretty good. Right? Very good. The cubs are very cute. Thank you, Principal, for arranging a job for my friend. It's a small matter. A small matter. Teacher Xia. If you have anything in the future, you must tell me. Don't be polite. Thank you, Principal. After greeting Xia Fanqing, the principal ran away quickly. General Fu's aura was too strong. And he, a little pangolin, was scared. At night, Xia Fanqing lay on the bed early to play games. And Fu Linchuan also came over. Xia Fanqing was poking the small airship in the light brain to water his small vegetable garden. His small airship was crooked. And Fu Linchuan's occupational disease broke out, and he couldn't help but remind him. Go left. Press this button. Xia Fanqing looked at him in surprise. You can play this game too? Is this something that a young cub can play? This is a game developed by the Croman Empire for young cubs to use as an educational tool. Fu Linchuan lied without hesitation. The game Xia Fanqing played was used by the military to simulate soldiers' training. It contained airship operation scenes and battlefield simulations. The military would select outstanding military talents from it every year. I'm only a level 10 scrap metal now. This airship is really hard to drive. What level are you at? S level star. What? Xia Fanqing looked at him in disbelief. Boss, please help me. Let me teach you. This game can also enter the virtual scene. This? Xia Fanqing had just finished this game a few days ago. Every day he played games on his phone like before. He didn't expect that the game here could enter the virtual scene. As soon as Xia Fanqing entered, he was shocked by the real scene inside. Are games so real? He really entered the game space directly. Fu Linchuan created a small account to teach Xia Fanqing how to fly an airship. Since the little human was so fragile, it would be good to have more life-saving skills. He would teach him the skills he would use on the battlefield after a while. Fu Linchuan felt that he had never been so gentle in training his subordinates in his life. The little human drove the airship crookedly. If it were any other orc with thick skin and flesh, he would have kicked him 8 meters away. But this was a fragile little human. He taught the little human how to fly an airship from scratch. Just like teaching a cub to kindergarten. But fortunately, Xia Fanqing's comprehension was very high. In less than 2 hours, his level was bronze level 7. Fu Linchuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect the little human to learn so quickly. The lowest level was easy to increase. And the higher it was, the harder it was. It would take at least half a year for an ordinary orc to increase from level 10 to level 9. And at least 2 years to increase to level 7. But Xia Fanqing reached level 7 in less than 2 hours. He went from stumbling to driving an airship at the beginning to replacing his mini duck airship with a free prop military airship. He was driving the military airship and gliding and spinning handsomely in the air. Even Fu Linchuan had to praise him for being very talented. It took him less than an hour to upgrade from level 10 to level 7. Now this record is still hanging on the simulation game. Xia Fanqing is almost catching up with him. Xia Fanqing drove a military airship in the virtual game and fired at the target. The hit rate and experience points kept rising. He paused the game only after Xia Fanqing successfully destroyed an enemy fortress. His eyes were shining with excitement. He hugged the little lion beside him and kissed it. So cool. When he first played this game, he only drove the airship to water his small vegetable garden. From time to time, other players' airships collided with him. What's more, there were players who threw bombs into his vegetable garden, which made Xia Fanqing's game experience not high at all. With Fu Linchuan's guidance, his gaming experience increased rapidly. Which boy can resist the joy of machine guns and cannons? Fu Linchuan was kissed by Xia Fanqing and became stiff. He was rarely dazed, and his round eyes were full of shock. After playing for almost 2 hours, Xia Fanqing wanted to continue playing, but Fu Linchuan pressed his light brain with a claw. Teacher Xia, I still have to sleep. Oh, sorry. I disturbed your rest. Let's sleep. When Xia Fanqing heard that it was affecting the little cub's sleep, he lay down and turned off the lights. The passionate game made him secrete adrenaline vigorously, and it was difficult for him to fall asleep for a while. Finally, Fu Linchuan pulled him into his spiritual sea of consciousness when he was dazed, and Xia Fanqing fell asleep. As soon as Xia Fanqing entered the spiritual sea of consciousness, he saw the handsome guy he had shaped. He chattered like a little magpie about his heroic appearance in the game. Finally, there was an adult who could share his happiness. He was so happy that his eyebrows flew. Fu Linchuan listened carefully and occasionally gave him guidance. Xia Fanqing felt like she had met a bosom friend. As expected of someone I created, he understands me. While building her own castle, Xia Fanqing gestured to Fu Linchuan about his tactics in the game. After Xia Fanqing worked in her spiritual sea of consciousness for an hour, Fu Linchuan sent the person out. With the help of the little human, he was much faster in combing the spiritual threads. After sending the little human out, he continued to build the castle according to the little human's blueprint. His mental power has now recovered 1/3. Without the mental turmoil, he can comb faster and faster, and can even control the rapid unwinding of mental threads. It won't take long for him to recover as an orc. Xia Fanqing yawned and got up. It was all because he played games for too long yesterday. He thought he should play less tonight. When he got up, Yu Xiaodong was already busy in the kitchen with an apron on. Maur, you got up so early. Xia Fanqing, you're up. Go wash your face first. I'll be done soon. Yu Xiaodong held a spatula in one hand and a wok in the other. His movements were quite skillful. He learned a lot of dishes from Xia Fanqing in the dungeon. Although they were not as good as Xia Fanqing's, they still tasted good. In the morning, several people were lying in their old positions, closing their eyes and combing their mental threads. After finishing the housework, Xia Fanqing also turned on his light brain and entered the game. As soon as he entered, he saw that his background was filled with various private messages. Boss, who are you? Please hook up. Wow. It's been almost a year since I upgraded from level 9 to level 8, and I still can't get up. Bunny is crying TVT. Just wait for the next rising star in the empire to ascend. There were so many messages in the background that his private message box almost burst. There were even more messages coming in. He simply clicked on the message Do Not Disturb. He saw the system recommending people he might know, including the lady who opened a store on the optical computer, and Yu Xiaodong. He clicked on them one by one to add them as game friends. How come so many people came to watch a game? The number of fans of his game account is still growing. He went into his own vegetable garden and planted new plants in it. He also fenced off a piece of land and planned to build a farm on it. He wanted to see if there were any animals in the game so that he could catch some and raise them on his farm. At this time, an orc drove an airship to his farm. He jumped down with the idea of the muscular man Lu Yuyu on his head. As soon as he came down, the young man looked up and said, "Are you the little star? You leveled up 4 times in less than 2 hours?" Xia Fanqing was digging in his vegetable garden with a shovel. What are you doing? Come to challenge you. I'm busy. No time. Xia Fanqing continued digging without even raising his head. Hey! I'm talking to you. Lu Yuyu jumped in front of him. I order you to fight me. Seeing Lu Yuyu step on the vegetable seedlings he had worked so hard to grow, Xia Fanqing's forehead veins jumped slightly, and he swung the shovel and hit the orc's head. The opponent fell to the ground and twitched slightly for a few times before turning into pink petals and dissipating. The system's electronic female voice was broadcast on the World Channel. Congratulations to the level 7 player Xiao Xingxing for successfully killing the level 5 player Lu Yuyu with a shovel. Lu Yuyu, who was about to provoke, was knocked offline by the little star with a shovel before he could react. It hurt so much. Although the person was fine in real life, they had synesthesia when they died. He looked at his character in confusion as it was restarting. What happened? He, a level 5 player, was just knocked down by a level 7 player with a shovel. This way of dying would probably make others laugh to death. As expected, as soon as he entered, he saw people on the forum laughing at him crazily. What the hell? A shovel can kill people? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Lu Yuyu, come out soon. You're famous. This way of death is also quite explosive in the entire Roman Empire. Many people also went to the public channel to find the replay of his death, which was repeatedly posted on the forum. Lu Yuyu was so angry that he jumped up and down. He drove his most powerful military ship to find that little star. As soon as he came online, many orcs who were watching the fun came to watch. I was not prepared last time. This time I will take back my honor. Lu Yuyu drove a military ship to fight. It would be a joke if a military school student like him was defeated by an unknown person. He came to Xia Fanqing's farm and started to provoke. Hey, little star down there. I'm back again. Come out and die. Xia Fanqing ignored him. He was driving his little yellow duck to bring rain to his farm. Seeing that he was ignored, Lu Yuyu controlled the warship to drop a bomb down there. Half of Xia Fanqing's vegetable garden that he had worked so hard to cultivate was blown up. When Xia Fanqing saw that his vegetable garden was destroyed, he knew that no Chinese could tolerate this. He was so angry that he turned evil instantly and drove his little yellow duck to crash into it. Lu Yuyu's large warship was shaken by his collision. But fortunately, there was no damage. Lu Yuyu sat on his warship and laughed. This little star was a fool. Compared with his warship, the opponent's airship was just like an ant and an elephant. He would definitely win by crushing it this time. Many orcs who came to watch also looked at this funny scene. Is this little star a fool? Xia Fanqing loaded his little yellow duck airship with ammunition with one click. He controlled the airship to attack the opponent's warship. Lu Yuyu sat on the warship fearlessly and watched the opponent throw small bombs at him, which could not cause any damage to his warship. Xia Fanqing also found that his little yellow duck had low attack power. But fortunately, his airship was more flexible. Lu Yuyu fired a cannonball at the opposite little yellow duck, but Xia Fanqing dodged it with a side slide. Seeing that his attack missed, Lu Yuyu directly adopted a chain net style sweep. Xia Fanqing was highly focused. Yesterday, the little lion taught him how to dodge this kind of attack. He stared at the shells in front of him and drove his little yellow duck to dodge left and right. His hand speed was maximized. The airship bent, rotated, and dodged sideways, perfectly dodging this wave of attacks. The orcs who were watching the fun were simply stunned by Xia Fanqing's show-off defense skills. Damn it. I am a level 4 account, and I still can't escape this attack. I'm sorry, little yellow duck. I apologize to you. Master, please teach me. What a waste. I, a military academy student, haven't learned this skill yet. Lu Yuyu on the warship was also stunned by Xia Fanqing's operation. Xia Fanqing drove his airship to the top of the enemy, threw a bunch of bombs at the opponent's glass, and then threw all the water and mud on the airship. While the opponent hadn't reacted yet, he attacked the energy room of the warship. The windows in front of Lu Yuyu were all covered with mud, and the opponent's little yellow duck airship disappeared from his sight. When he remembered to turn on the tracking and locking system, his warship had already started flashing red lights. Warning! Warning! The airship is about to explode. The airship is about to explode. Lu Yuyu had only time to put on a parachute and jump off the warship before his warship exploded. The orcs watching were all shocked by this reversal. What just happened? Can anyone tell me why it exploded? It was that little star who found the energy room and drove his little yellow duck directly into it. Awesome. Lu Yuyu was knocked to the ground by the shock wave of the warship explosion. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Xia Fanqing, who had stepped down from the ground, dragged his shovel over with a wicked smile. Do you go down by yourself? Or do I take you down? Lu Yuyu had no time to feel sorry for the warship he had spent 100,000 star coins on. He rolled back. Brother. I'll go down by myself. Stop. I suddenly changed my mind. Xia Fanqing called the man who was about to run away, and a shovel flew over to block the other party's way. Lu Yuyu was so scared that the animal ears on his head popped out. Brother. Lu Yuyu turned back tremblingly. What's the matter? Oh, it turned out to be a cute little deer. Xia Fanqing's murderous villain face instantly changed to a friendly one. Baby. Come here. Lu Yuyu was almost scared to death by his expression. His account had lost a lot of experience points along the way because of this little star. If he died again, he would be close to falling to level 6. He was about to cry to death. In the future, when he takes the simulation class, he will be beaten by his classmates. Woo! Turn into a beast form to show brother. Lu Yuyu saw that the other party was laughing more and more perverted, and couldn't help shaking, seeing that the other party didn't move. Xia Fanqing urged again, hurry up. Lu Yuyu controlled his virtual character to transform into an animal. A small Sika deer. Xia Fanqing looked at the cute Sika deer with antlers on its head and only up to his waist. And his eyes lit up. It looked good. I want it. Mine. I cannot kill you. But you have to agree to one condition. Brother. What condition? Tell me. Come to my farm to collect animals from 8 to 9 every night. Huh? I won't. Lu Yuyu shook his head frantically. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Xia Fanqing started swinging his shovel again. Good. Xia Fanqing was very happy. His farm successfully welcomed the first animal. The Sika deer. It was almost noon when Xia Fanqing retired from the game. Fu Linchuan saw that he was practicing in the game, and did not disturb him. The next day, Lu Yuyu just got off the airship. The classmate who was walking towards him waved his hand and greeted him. Lu Chan. Good morning. Get lost. Chapter 50. Xia Fanqing's daily life is now stable. She cooks and does housework with Yu Xiaodong. In the morning, she plays games with Yu Xiaodong and Ms. Hu Mei. In the afternoon, she takes the cub for a walk. In the evening, she undergoes military training under the guidance of Teacher Fu, and then goes to sleep. Fu Linchuan even specially created a small account Mr. F to accompany the little human in training. He randomly selected a character skin and went online. His main account Fu Linchuan will definitely be discovered by others once it goes online. His main account has more than 100 million fans, including his students, comrades in arms and netizens. Xia Fanqing looked at Fu Linchuan's virtual character image, which looked like a passerby, and said, when I have money, I will buy you a handsome skin. After instructing the little human, Fu Linchuan built a castle with the little human in his spiritual sea of consciousness. He felt that such a life was good, without war, and with the little human by his side. After an hour of mental power sorting, Fu Linchuan sent the little human out. He was sorting out his mental power faster and faster, and his mental power was recovering. The more he sorted out, the easier it was. He opened his eyes, and saw the little human sleeping soundly on his body's abdomen. Fu Linchuan couldn't help but curl his lips as he looked at the scene. His mental power had recovered halfway, and his current mental power was almost equivalent to that of an A-level orc. He turned into an orc, and held the little human in his arms. The little human, who was originally sleeping soundly in his arms, turned over with a frown after he turned into an orc, and rubbed his face slightly on the flannel sheets, and then relaxed his brows. Fu Linchuan chuckled, and turned the little human over, and held him in his arms. Does he like his beast form so much? After Fu Linchuan held the little human in his arms, he turned on the optical computer to handle official business. He asked Fu Yi to check the matter of the parallel organization and got a reply. Although there was not much information, it could be seen that there were some secrets in this organization that were not to be seen. He opened the photo and saw some abandoned experimental subjects. They were thrown into the underground city as medical waste. Fu Linchuan frowned. This cruel experimental method was forbidden in the Chroman Empire, but the parallel organization secretly carried it out in private. Moreover, Most of the experimental subjects were low-level orcs smuggled from the underground. The parallelists were affiliated with the royal family. What role did the royal family play in this matter? Xia Fanqing might also be related to the parallelists. But he couldn't get more internal information now. After reading the information related to the parallelists, he began to deal with military affairs. He hadn't shown up for more than half a year. Although he personally commanded the war on the front line, there was still a stalemate with the Zerg. And there were even signs of being at a disadvantage. The Zerg may have begun to suspect whether he is degenerated. Although the royal family has blocked the news, it is normal for him to be suspicious for such a long time without showing up. It is good enough to keep it secret for almost half a year. The Zerg may have sent agents to inquire about the news. During this period, Gu Peifeng and He Wuyo also successfully recovered their original bodies. And Lu Luna and Lacey successfully recovered as orcs. Although their mental power has not yet recovered to the original level, it is only a matter of time. Everyone agreed to keep this secret. The current situation is turbulent, which is very dangerous for Xia Fanqing. Once Xia Fanqing is exposed, she is very likely to be sent to the parallel organization by the royal family. Several people have no good feelings towards this organization. In the past, when Gu Peifeng had a physical examination, every time his mental power rioted, it was related to this organization. Although they guessed that it might be the eldest prince who was suppressing Gu Peifeng. The Nanshan experimental base itself belonged to the parallelist organization. And who would believe that it had nothing to do with him? So during the monthly checkup and treatment, several people deliberately mobilized their mental power to cause a mental riot, which did not arouse the suspicion of those experimenters. At the end of the month, the cub was taken home by his parents. And this time the royal family also sent someone to take Gu Peifeng back. As soon as Gu Peifeng got off the airship, he waited at the door outside the palace. The sun outside made him squint his eyes, and the servants passed by him without paying attention to anything else. The golden door of the palace creaked open from the inside, and Gu Chonglin walked out. He looked down at the little white tiger standing in the sun and chuckled. Gu Peifeng. Long time no see. Gu Peifeng squinted his blue eyes slightly, and did not speak. Father is waiting for you. Gu Chonglin walked past him after he finished speaking, and the corner of his white robe with gold patterns brushed against the little white tiger on the ground. Gu Peifeng walked into the palace. The room was so quiet that only heavy breathing could be heard. The wind blowing from the window stirred the gauze on the bed. A dry and old hand stretched out from behind the gauze, and an old voice came over. Peifeng, come closer. Father can't see you. Gu Peifeng walked forward a little. He looked at the person on the bed without saying a word. The person on the bed coughed a few times and said, Peifeng, forgive father. It was father's fault before. After father dies, the throne will be passed to your elder brother. Your elder brother promised to protect you for life. Gu Peifeng listened to the hypocritical words, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This old man was about to die before he remembered that he had such a son. But what was the point of saying these now? Father, I have degenerated. You know. How many years can an orc who has degenerated into a juvenile live? Ahem. Your elder brother will help you extend your life as much as possible. How can he extend his life? Just that dirty parallel organization. Gu Peifeng turned around and left with a sneer on his face. Peifeng. Peifeng. Father has something to tell you. If father really wants to do good for me, why don't you check why my mental power suddenly went violent back then? Or are you pretending to be ignorant? Gu Peifeng went out and went straight back to the kindergarten. He felt so disgusted that he even set foot in this place that his paws were dirty. Xia Fanqing was a little surprised when she saw the little white tiger coming in. How could he come back so soon? It was just past noon and Xia Fanqing was wearing an apron and cleaning the kitchen. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Gu Peifeng shook his head and jumped onto the sofa. Wait for me. I'll cook it right away. Seeing that the little white tiger hadn't eaten even after noon, Xia Fanqing quickly opened the refrigerator to cook for him. What kind of parents let the little cub go home without even eating? Xia Fanqing seriously suspected that the little white tiger's family was abusing the fur. Xia Fanqing took out a frying pan and fried steak and dumplings. Xia Fanqing came to the little white tiger with a plate. He felt that the little white tiger seemed a little unhappy. He picked up a dumpling and handed it to the little white tiger's mouth. Try this. This is my new dish. As soon as Gu Peifeng opened his eyes, he saw the little beastman's smiling face. He opened his mouth and bit off the chopsticks. He chewed slowly, and his originally gloomy mood gradually calmed down. Seeing that the little white tiger did not refuse to be fed, Xia Fanqing smiled even more. Fu Linchuan was also watching the scene. He also jumped to Xia Fanqing's side and gently placed his paw on the little human's forearm. What's wrong? Are you hungry too? Xia Fanqing changed a fork and fed the little lion a dumpling. Gu Peifeng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fu Linchuan, who was coming over. What was he doing? Could it be that Fu Linchuan's brain was really degenerated? What was there to fight for a meal? After finishing the meal, Xia Fanqing learned that Gu Peifeng was also playing that holographic game. So the four of them simply formed a group to go to Xia Fanqing's small farm. Gu Peifeng clicked on the private login and entered the team. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The reason was simple. Who would grow vegetables in a military simulation game? Xia Fanqing looked at the man in combat uniform in front of her and exclaimed, Gu Peifeng, you are also good at shaping people. Gu Peifeng looked particularly handsome in the black combat uniform. The man in front of him was tall and slender, with a face as sharp as a sculpture, black hair and blue eyes full of exotic colors, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and thin lips slightly pursed. Xia Fanqing looked up for a while and said, Little Nohu, next time you teach me how to shape people, I also want to shape myself into a 2.1 meter tall handsome guy. Gu Peifeng was rarely embarrassed by Xia Fanqing's gaze. Although Xia Fanqing's eyes were innocent, as if he was appreciating a flower on the roadside, his focused and passionate eyes still made Gu Peifeng blush. Xia Fanqing's small farm has already taken shape. Although he received some free props, he has already cultivated a large area of his small farm, on which small seedlings are neatly arranged. As soon as Yu Xiaodong came in, he flew his small airship over the farm, occasionally flying out to bomb other people's small airships. He, a level 10 scrap metal, can only deal with small chickens of the same level 10. Lu Yuyu, who was practicing in the dormitory, followed when he saw that little star was online. Xia Fanqing was leaning on a shovel to add soil to his small seedlings. He smiled and greeted Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu, your work time is not up yet. I'm not here to work. I'm here to avenge my past. Lu Yuyu dodged, and his classmate followed behind him. Kai Jiji, aren't you going to help me get revenge? Go! Xia Fanqing's eyes lit up when she saw the ID on the boy's head behind Lu Yuyu. He was here to give her a pet. The boy said shyly, I want to fight with you. Xia Fanqing stared at the other person with shining eyes, and nodded. But if you lose, you will be a pet in my farm like Lu Yuyu. Kai Jiji glanced at Lu Yuyu next to him, and Lu Yuyu waved his hand. Kai Jiji will definitely defeat you. If you lose, let me out. Fu Linchuan and Gu Peifeng stood aside with interest, waiting to watch the game. And even Yu Xiaodong jumped off the airship, waving his kitten paws and fanning the flames. Xia Fanqing, go! Xia Fanqing couldn't wait to say, let's start now. Begin. Lu Yuyu moved out of the way. Kai Jiji drew out his sword and turned around to prepare for the competition. But he heard a clang as soon as he pulled out half of his sword. And then his eyes went dark, and he was ejected from the holographic game. Congratulations to level 7 player Xiao Xingxing for successfully killing level 5 player Kai Jiji. Ah! Xiao Xingxing, you are cheating. Lu Yuyu was so angry that he jumped up and down. How could someone be so shameless? Fu Linchuan looked at the smug little human, with a doting look on his face. Xia Fanqing's image in the game replicated his appearance 1-to-1. The folded cat ears on his head fluttered with joy. Fu Linchuan felt that his hands were itching and wanted to touch them. He now understood why the little human liked to touch the ears and paw pads of other work so much. They were really cute. Gu Peifeng looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Is this the end? Xia Fanqing said to Lu Yuyu with an innocent look. But you said it was time to start. Then you can't sneak attack from behind. Lu Yuyu jumped twice in anger. How could someone attack the opponent when he turned around and prepared during a competition? I didn't sneak attack. You are all watching. I am competing openly. Xia Fanqing said with starry eyes. He. His farm will have a new pet again. At this time, Kai Jiji also came back. He looked at Lu Yuyu with tears in his eyes. Yuyu, I don't want to become a real body and pretend to be a pet. Xia Fanqing came over with a warm face. Hey, come to me, and I will help you upgrade in the future. See this person. This is the great god who guided me to upgrade. Kai Jiji, who was still in tears just now, was shamefully moved. He also heard that this little star in front of him had upgraded 4 levels in less than 2 hours. Xia Fanqing then coaxed Let me see you transform into a real body. Kai Gigi blushed for a moment and turned into her true form. A snow-white Gallic rooster with a bright comb on its head, waving its wings majestically. Beautiful. Xiao Fanqing rubbed his hands and laughed like a human trafficker. In the future, any of your friends who want to come over and pretend to be pets can come over. Kai Gigi croaked and pointed her butt at him.